You are the sole hope of achieving immortality through the sword path, the celestial tree of swordsmanship. Yet now, I have personally shattered the 7 swords, dispersing my cultivation. I humbly beseech my esteemed master to expel you from the sect, only because in a previous life, you battled the child of destiny for several millennia, did Lon find herself ensnared in the grasp of this world-destroying fiend. Amaranth is in the grasp of this world-destroying fiend. Instead, I found myself under the sword of the junior disciples I held most dear. At this point, you have come to understand that one must not defy the decree of fate. Therefore, in this lifetime, you merely wish to be an ordinary human, quietly gazing at the chosen one as they refine the entire sect and even the world itself. The abyssal gorge. You gaze upon the entities within the sea of consciousness. The brow pathway. So it is you who has transported me to this moment. The little neck spirit nodded, born of the essence of statistics. You have faced the child of destiny alone for millennia. Now, if you can but strip him of his fortune, you shall surely be able to reverse the tides of fate and avert the impending calamity of the heavens and earth. Upon hearing this, you smiled, but soon your expression turned dark and somber. The system is evidently intimidated by you. The officials, having witnessed your strength during your peak years, are acutely aware of your formidable prowess, one that even the heavenly Tao does not fear. How much less, then, can it be intimidated by a mere fragment of the heavenly Tao? Contemplating a millennium hence, when the cosmos shall face annihilation and even the heavenly Tao shall be refined away, one cannot help but wonder if there still lies a chance for salvation. Do you not pause to consider your masters and those senior sisters of yours? Their fates were equally dire in the end. Is it possible that you wish to witness such a calamity unfold once more? You are the embodiment of the celestial principles. Are you not aware of the transgressions they have committed against me? Do you believe that I, having been granted a second chance at life, am worthy of their offerings? Your unassuming tone rendered the system silent, though it did not comprehend the nuances of human emotions. A deep intuition whispered to it that they were unworthy. Time passed, though its duration remained unknown. I still hope you will ponder deeply. The calamity of the heavens and the earth looms. Even if not for them, one must consider the well-being of all humanity. Only you possess the power to thwart him. Having spoken, Kai Tong vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the system within the sea of consciousness has rendered one emaciated. You chuckle mockingly. The child of destiny, capable of wreaking havoc across the heavens and the earth, is indeed a grand farce of unparalleled proportions. With a vigilant gaze cast beyond the treacherous canyon, you observe the solitary, frail figure seated there, before quietly retracting your gaze. What has happened to you, senior brother? Why you disregard me? Ruosi Wei, cradling the crimson dragon in her arms, spoke with reddened eyes. Recalling the moment in the law enforcement hall, when you cast a look of disdain upon her in front of everyone, she felt as though countless needles were piercing her heart, an unbearable anguish enveloping her. She remains indifferent to the opinions of others. Her sole desire is to comprehend why her once beloved senior brother has transformed in such a manner. Could it truly be a consequence of testifying before the master? Yet, she has indeed witnessed her senior brother surpassing those disciples, even casting them into the jaws of the demon clan. Gazing at the crimson dragon in hand, Ruosi Wei finds herself perplexed by Fan. Have I truly erred in my ways? Or am I still ensnared by the master's influence? The disciples cultivating their bodies on the periphery express their concerns, saying, "Junior sister, you should return swiftly." The fierce winds here are formidable, and as a cultivator at the Spirit Sea realm, you are quite vulnerable to injury. Indeed, another added, Brother Mu's true strength is remarkable. Even within the abyssal canyon, he remains unharmed. If he were to see you suffer from such wounds while you linger here, it would surely cause him great distress. They were unaware of the matters concerning the law enforcement hall, mistakenly believing that you had come here once more to cultivate your physical prowess. Upon witnessing Ruasawai cradling the crimson dragon, they offered their counsel against it. You hold Ruasamai in the palm of your hand, treating her as a cherished little princess. Even the slightest injury to her can provoke your ire. If she were to sustain an injury here, perhaps one day, once your strength has grown, you would reduce this abyssal canyon to rubble with a single stroke of your sword. Ruasamai seems oblivious to the voices around her, staring blankly at the red dragon in her grasp, her eyes vacant. At that moment, the disciples of the law enforcement hall approach from a distance, making their way directly in front of Ruo Si. Junior Sister Ruo, we have come to inquire about certain matters. We kindly ask that you accompany us. The center of the law enforcement hall. The celestial mirror hovers in the air. If Siwei had not anticipated that Elder Kang would summon someone from the celestial realm, a sudden sense of unease would have enveloped her heart. Elder. At this moment, Song, he is solely intent on uncovering evidence. He speaks directly, saying, if my esteemed junior brother, you were to stand beneath the realm of celestial secrets. If Siwei was momentarily taken aback, it was swiftly followed by indignation. You two are questioning my integrity and suggesting that I am perjuring myself. Your cultivation is still quite rudimentary, merely at the spirit sea realm. The adversaries you faced were, after all, of the mid-stage Dao Palace. I suspect you may have fallen victim to the enemy's illusionary arts. If Siwei holds a certificate, her heart is filled with complexities. Nevertheless, she still approaches the heavenly mirror. The elders at that moment also infuse their spiritual energy into it. Before long, an image materialized. Within that projection, one could see dozens of figures standing in midair, anxiously rushing forward. You stand at the rear, bravely resisting the formidable celestial demon that looms above. As you enter the forest, you defend yourself while shouting fervently. Suddenly, the crane in the warehouse noticed a slender koan snake, approximately 3 meters in length, lurking in the shadows of the jungle. Beside the snake blossomed a resplendent flower, the mandrake. At this moment, the esteemed elders also took note of the mandala serpent. Although this serpent possessed merely the cultivation of the spirit platform realm, they had already surmised the reason why Ruo Siwei would witness your actions against your fellow disciples. The mandala serpent possesses an innate talent for illusion, complemented by the assistance of the mandala flower. Even those at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm may find themselves ensnared. Indeed, the mandala resembles a reaper in the darkness of night. The shark approached this group of disciples, who appeared oblivious to the presence of the mandala snake. Their faces initially displayed joy, only to be swiftly replaced by disbelief as they collapsed beneath the weight of the koan snake. Junior sister, a gasp echoed from the projection, as a figure suddenly descended from the sky. At first, you appeared at ease, but soon, a surge of rage flickered across your face. Yet at that moment, mandala had long vanished, and compounded by your frail state and grievous injuries. With formidable foes lurking in the heavens, you swiftly made a resolute decision. Embracing Ruasawai, you gathered the remaining capable disciples and hastily departed. After another half hour, the sect's reinforcements finally arrived. The projection concluded at this juncture, leaving the gathered crowd in profound silence for an extended period. Evidence found 7. Now, it is time to restore the innocence of the pastor's nephew, is it not? Song, he spoke with a heavy heart. Had it not been for this mandala, all these disciples should have returned. These disciples are indeed the future of the Zixiao sword sect. In the face of the formidable demon of the 6 realms of Daogong, I vow not to retreat. With the disciples of Ji, the sect is truly fortunate. Song nodded slightly. Since the matter is clear, I shall promptly report to the sect leader and uphold the innocence of my junior disciple. You should also have recorded the contents of the heavenly secrets realm with the recording stone, I presume? As the elders departed, only Tsang He and Ruo Siwei remained in the law enforcement hall. Tsang He recalled the disdainful expression of her junior disciple from the previous day in front of the hall and glanced at Ruo Siwei, who sat on the ground with reddened eyes, utterly dejected. In the end, Tsang He chose silence, stowing away the heavenly secrets mirror before departing. He is already aware of the origins and developments of the matter. At this point, one can only say that if it were not for your testimony, the pastor's nephew would not have endured such humiliation. In the projection, you bear numerous fatal vulnerabilities. If you genuinely wish to preserve your life, you could easily flee on your own. How could disciples of the Spirit Sea and Spirit Platform realms possibly escape from the jaws of a formidable demon of the Dao Palace realm? Without any witnesses, it would be a simple matter. Yet, you chose not to act in such a manner, remaining steadfastly engaged in the struggle to protect the 3. But what about them? Shark harm within the same sect. even if they are ensnared by illusions. They fail to employ their intellect. The stark contrast is so pronounced that anyone would recognize there is an issue, wouldn't they? Now, He still needs to seek out other surviving disciples to inquire why a life-saving grace has been repaid with ingratitude. Do they lack common sense? From where, then, did such concrete evidence arise? In the midst of the crowd, Bai Chuan gazed at the scene captured within the reflection stone, feeling a sense of astonishment. It was merely a handful of disciples at the spirit sea level, yet the celestial mirror was employed. One must understand that the energy required for the celestial mirror is immensely substantial. Typically, it is only utilized when a powerful being prepares to undergo tribulation. It is imperative to swiftly conceal the demonic form. The truth has now been ascertained. In the forthcoming period, the Zixiao sword sect will undoubtedly harbor an intense hatred for the Mandala serpent, seeking its swift eradication. The demonic form serves as his most formidable trump card. Should it be destroyed, the pace of his cultivation will be significantly hindered. Moreover, on Ruasawai's side, it is imperative to find a reason to pacify him, otherwise his reputation within the sect will undoubtedly suffer greatly. Regarding the clear conditions of the outside world, you remain oblivious, and even if you were aware, it would matter little to you. Sitting cross-legged with your head tilted, you allow the fierce winds to graze your skin, contemplating where to spend the remainder of your life after relinquishing your cultivation. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminated your mind. Perhaps the Great Zhou is a commendable choice. It lies not far from the Zixiang sword sect, reachable by horseback within a year. Moreover, Great Zhou is blessed with the auspicious fortune of the true dragon, having endured no significant calamities for 3 centuries. This is sufficient for you to thrive until the age of 3. Bai Chuan's schemes against the Great Zhou are still far from fruition, and spending his remaining years there is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Finding a place to belong, you begin to ponder once more what to do after settling down. In a past life filled with conquests, at times you find yourself envious of those simple mortals dwelling by the mountains and beside the streams. Upon this thought, you resolutely decide the life of a hunter suits you best, even if stripped of your powers. In 2 lifetimes as a human, you can effortlessly catch a few mindless beasts. In due time, you might occasionally venture out to hunt, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. And in your leisure, perhaps fish a little. The mere thought of it fills you with joy. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the act of gathering and ceasing time is quite exasperating. He can perceive your thoughts, yet bringing you back would diminish the fate of the destined one. What is this all about? Desiring you. But upon recalling the formidable power of this individual in a past life, a shiver runs down my spine. The gathering of fortunes abruptly halted. The luck of the myriad rivers diminished, albeit by a mere 100 points. Yet they had not yet undertaken any actions. Regardless, a decline in fortune is indeed a favorable development. The system here is rejoicing with glee. The outside world, you appear somewhat displeased, gazing at the disciple before you who is urging your departure. Thus, have you discovered new evidence? The disciples of the enforcer respectfully stated, the Hall Master has summoned the mirror of heavenly secrets and has witnessed the entirety of the events transpiring. The mirror of heavenly secrets. You never anticipated its invocation. If it were in a past life, counting to 7, it has all become history. Why linger on such thoughts? You may depart first. I still require time here to refine my body. However, the Hall Master and the esteemed elders are still at Zixiao Peak. Before the disciple of the law could finish speaking, you gestured dismissively and stated, what is past is past. I now only wish to concentrate on my cultivation. How could you possibly be unaware of the elders' intentions? It is merely an apology, followed by a few flattering words about the sect. Regarding your status during this period, you are indeed quite perceptive. You serve as a benchmark for many disciples, attracting numerous admirers. However, your pinnacle seems confined to this realm. In your past life, no one advocated for your cause. Although many disciples may claim disbelief, they have nonetheless sown seeds of doubt in their hearts. Due to the punishment imposed by the purple fragrance divine thunder, you vanished for half a year. Consequently, you gradually fell from the pedestal of the 7 deities. Although there were still some who believed in you afterward, The matter of harming your fellow disciples was frequently brought up. Gradually, faith in you diminished, and ultimately, no one believed in you anymore. Moreover, the disciples of the sect regard you with a wary gaze, as if wishing to speak on their behalf in utterance of a deluded mind. The disciples of the enforcement hall suddenly wore a somewhat troubled expression. Senior brother, if you do not proceed, we shall find it difficult to fulfill our responsibilities. Roll away. Is this a moral coercion? You are no longer the pastoral song of your previous life. Now, all you desire is to live comfortably. The disciple of the law enforcement hall had never encountered such an imposing aura emanating from his senior brother. The chilling breath seemed to resonate deep within the soul, causing it to tremble. You dared not linger any longer. Seeing them depart, you stretch your limbs and subsequently exit the abyssal gorge. They are undoubtedly reluctant to withdraw from their sect. Thus, the only option left is to slip away discreetly. The true man of Xiang listened to his disciples' report, his expression remaining unchanged. However, the atmosphere in the great hall was undeniably chilly. The heron promptly rose to his feet. Master, I shall go retrieve this lad. He has now restored his reputation. What more does he desire? Xiang gazed at Qing Yue and said, We have already presented the celestial mirror. Do you believe he is reluctant to come due to his association with the law enforcement hall? The elders collectively turned their gazes towards Qing Yue, pondering the reason for his reluctance to come forth. They all understood implicitly their revered master had never placed his faith in him since childhood. The impact of such disillusionment must be profoundly staggering. Moreover, both Bai Zhao and Si Wei were saved by you as well. However, as for Bai Chuan, it can be easily understood, for he has only been in the sect for half a year, and our relationship is still not profound. However, if there were no corroboration from Ruo Si Wei, these events would have never transpired. Two beloved individuals nearly brought about your ruin. Who could remain unscathed by such betrayal? At this moment, Qing Wei realized that her investigation was insufficient. Reflecting on your past actions, a sense of regret surged within her. As for this matter, I shall provide Xiaoge with an explanation. With that, Qingwei departed from Zixiao Peak. 100 miles away from the Zixiao sword sect, you abruptly halted your journey. The once tranquil demeanor of Shunqing faded, replaced by a palpable silence. You chose not to speak, instead bypassing that figure. The cold moonlight cascaded down, leaving traces of illumination upon the earth. The inherently proud and aloof Qing Yue now resembled a white lotus upon a snow-capped mountain. Yet, upon witnessing your indifference towards her, Shunqing could not help but feel sorrowful, voicing her distress with a whisper, Xiaoge. You paused in your steps and softly spoke. This shall be the last time I address you as my master. From this moment forth, our bond is severed. You offered to relinquish your cultivation at any time. Yet regarding my life, you insisted on summoning the eldest senior sister. At present, your powers are sealed. Even with the knowledge from your past life, it remains that Qing Wei exists within the third realm. To break the seal and forfeit your cultivation, one must traverse the path of the previous life. You are weary and yearn to abandon the arduous practice. Qing Wei gazed at you in disbelief. The evidence was provided by Si Wei. Moreover, have you not already cleared your name? It was astonishing that you would sever our master-disciple relationship over such a trivial matter. The former little Go was not like this. You lift your gaze toward the cool, silvery moonlight. Indeed, the pastoral songs of yesteryears resemble a mere thread of your existence. Obedient and compliant, you do not exhibit the same endearments as the junior sister, who nestles in your embrace. Nor do you possess the constant presence of a senior sister, who persistently seeks your counsel. Thus, have you not perceived my actions throughout these years? Have you not inquired, instead choosing to trust the junior sister? Upon hearing these words, Qing Wei felt as if pierced by 1,000 needles, promptly offering an explanation. That is not the case. To harm the disciples of our sect is a grave transgression, and the evidence is irrefutable. If I do not personally submit this matter to the law enforcement hall, given your previous reluctance to acknowledge the situation, the sect may impose a more severe punishment upon you. Upon hearing your words, a smile graced your lips. The evidence presented was undoubtedly submitted by the junior disciple and the junior sister, was it not? Furthermore, it is entirely based on testimonies. Is this what you refer to as irrefutable proof? Even if some of the disciples who ventured to the Orchid Valley were devoured by the beasts, it seems they still managed to return with a portion of the household items, did they not? Every technique of swordplay I possess was imparted by you. Should you deign to raise your gaze, you might recognize it. A few inquiries rendered Qingwen momentarily speechless. Noticing her silence, you let out a light chuckle. I shall cast aside the sex jade butterfly. I kindly request that you refrain from disturbing me henceforth. Allow me to live this life as an ordinary mortal. With those words, you continued your journey towards the great Zhou. As I gaze upon you, fading into the forest, a flicker of apprehension surges within my heart, as if something of great significance has been lost. It feels as though, should I truly allow you to depart, the bond between master and disciple will be irrevocably severed. Though I acknowledge my oversight in this investigation, you remain my disciple, and your desire to leave is met with my firm disapproval. Before you could react, you sensed a profound weakness in your legs. Your entire body grew rigid, rendering you immobile. A sense of indignation welled up within you. What do you intend to do? At this moment, you too felt a flicker of anger. I shall take you back to the sect, Qingwei spoke softly. With that, she ascended into the air, soaring directly towards the sect. Though you were sealed by Lin Yu and faced numerous adversities, ultimately, it proved futile. Baiyan Peak, Ruosi Wei and Bai Chuan stood at the precipice, anxiously pacing back and forth. Junior brother, do you think senior brother will forgive me? Let go. Your senior brother has always cared for you. This time, it was due to the enchantment we fell under, making it difficult to discern truth from illusion. You should not blame yourself for this. Indeed, your senior brother will surely forgive me. She has upset you before, yet each time you brush it off with a smile. As long as you show a little tenderness, you will undoubtedly forgive her. However, when she recalled the unwavering tone of Si Wei, coupled with the piercing gaze during the enforcement hall, an unsettling feeling began to creep into her heart. At that moment, two luminous points appeared in the sky, heading straight towards Bai Cloud Peak. Upon recognizing the visitors, Ruo Si was instantly filled with overwhelming joy. Senior brother, just as you steadied your steps, you heard this sound and chose to disregard it. Turning to Qingwei, you inquired, am I permitted to return to the 7th place? Since departure is not an option, then simply keep your distance from these few individuals that should suffice. Qing Yu, having lifted the restriction, remarked, they have waited here all night surely. They are here to apologize. Any misunderstandings between fellow disciples can be clarified. However, with the restriction now lifted, Mugu had no desire to linger, let alone listen to their trivialities. Observing her senior brother, who seemed to overlook her, Ruo Siwei felt a tinge of melancholy. Yet, she remained convinced that his anger was merely fleeting and that he would undoubtedly forgive her. With that thought, she reached out to him, drawing forth the snow-red, jade-like spirit sword, and with a smile, she said, this is your Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon is your first and only sword, bestowed upon you by your master during your youthful grasp of the blade. It has always been tenderly cherished. Gazing upon the brilliant Crimson Dragon, you find yourself somewhat entranced. This dragon has accompanied you since a previous life, unwavering in its loyalty. Even when all others doubt you, the Crimson Dragon remains, akin to your most trusted brother, forever by your side. You often find yourself looking at the dragon, reminiscing about the past. Yet, ultimately, the dragon was severed, struck down by the very person who once bestowed it upon you, your most revered master, who dealt the final blow, leading to its annihilation. Recalling the past, a sudden surge of emotion erupted from you, yet it swiftly returned to a state of tranquility. Forget it, I declared. No longer shall I practice the sword. After uttering these words softly, you turned and departed without hesitation. If Siwei were to speak, Qingwei would intercept her and say, do not proceed. It is all too easy to lose oneself. If Siwei were eager to refute, she could only lower her voice in the face of her master's stern gaze. How could my senior brother possibly harm me? Qingwei remained silent, equally astonished. The sheer intensity of the rage that had erupted moments ago nearly compelled her to unleash her own spiritual power. What did this signify? It implied that she sensed a perilous threat had Siwei approached too closely. She had no doubt that an attack would have been forthcoming, and a formidable one at that. She could not comprehend the depth of such overwhelming resentment. Could it be that Xiaoga's heart had suffered some affliction? In former times, you held her in esteem, showered affection upon your junior sister, and extended kindness to all. Yet now, you willingly renounce your cultivation, seek to withdraw from the sect, and even harbor a sense of animosity towards them. These events unfold, prompting her to question everything. Gazing at the crimson dragon nestled in Siwei's embrace, Qingyue was suddenly engulfed in silence. The person she held dearest, the one she yearned to protect, did not place their trust in her. Instead, they attributed to her the unfounded and imaginary grievances that tarnished her character. In silence, Baichuan observed the two entranced individuals, feeling a twinge of frustration within. Indeed, Muge proved to be quite a formidable presence. Without taking any action, merely altering her demeanor towards them had such a profound impact. As you recline upon the couch, your mind begins to wander aimlessly. It is truly perplexing why the heavens have chosen by air to be the child of destiny. The way of heaven lacks a complete consciousness. It instinctively desires the elevation of the world. From the perspective of the way of heaven, even if a cultivator suffers grievous wounds, as long as the world ascension is successful, it is deemed worthwhile. Yet, who could have anticipated that the confluence of rivers would lead to the utter destruction of this realm? Upon hearing this, you burst into laughter, truly a case of reaping what one sows. Host, I perceive that you still harbor feelings for them, though they may be tinged with hatred. Do you not yearn to alter the course of the future, to become a towering figure? With your innate talents, sarcasm and scorn are undoubtedly inescapable. You may even attract fierce adversaries. You are a descendant of the ancients, a traveler of realms, an entity unafraid of even the heavens. Why then do you willingly endure such humiliation? The system tirelessly whispers sweet nothings into your ear. You listen with delight, considering it a remedy for fatigue, unaware of how long the conversation has lasted. It feels as though, after a prolonged exchange of words, a gentle voice finally emerges. Although I certainly despise them, I have no desire to be intimidated by Baichuan. That wretched creature's demonic form, I have severed its human guise at least a dozen times. It was clearly a situation of inevitable defeat, yet I remain perplexed as to how it managed to escape. In my previous life, I experienced great fatigue. Now, it is only natural for me to take a well-deserved rest, leaving aside all other matters. Have you forgotten? I am but a mere tenant. As I mention this, a faint glimmer of cold light flickers in your eyes. System 1. Subsequently, there was no further discourse. Indeed, the pastoral song is but a cunning ancestor, a manifestation of the grievances that permeate the cosmos. The ethereal power, the spiritual essence, all that exists within this world can be harnessed for one's own purpose. The non-existent, however, remains beyond reach. You make a valid point indeed. Mere mortals are insufficient. One must possess a certain level of cultivation. It is preferable not to resort to the powers of my past life unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, even if I am reluctant, the world will compel me to forge ahead once more. Therefore, you are willing to assist me in dealing with Baichuan. The system appears exhilarated. As long as there is Ling Yu, one's lifespan shall be fortified. Even if one yearns for a tranquil existence, they must inevitably confront the matters of their past life. Depart. You are well aware of the means to escape this realm. At worst, we can simply change our location. Gazing upon your slumbering form, I, Kai Tong, dare not disturb your rest. Yet, my mind is consumed with contemplation of strategies. For the myriad rivers must find resolution, else the celestial order shall cease to exist. And with it, so too shall I. In this moment, your inaction leaves a void. Without your intervention, the schemes of Bayer will inevitably unfold, revealing the patterns of our past lives prematurely. Kai Tong reflects on these matters. Yet, upon observing the absence of fortuitous signs, a wave of disheartenment washes over me, for there appears to be no recourse. In the forthcoming period, you have exemplified what it means to indulge in complacency. No cultivation, no trials endured, not even the simplest practice of breath regulation is undertaken. Instead, you have chosen to cultivate a vegetable garden on the hillside behind White Cloud Peak, sowing seeds and weeding, never straying even a step from the peak. Each day, you tend to the garden, laboring at dawn and resting at dusk, experiencing a profound sense of contentment. While you may find yourself in a state of comfort, the sect is far from at ease. In the past, whenever a disciple earnestly sought assistance, your help was guaranteed. Without your support, many disciples returning from their trials have returned not only weary and injured, but, in some tragic instances, have even lost their lives. Although Bai Chuan has demonstrated his prowess and made some contributions in the past month or two, his cultivation level remains at the Spirit C stage, which is hardly commendable in the eyes of those at the Spirit Platform realm. Many disciples have linked your recent abnormalities with those from 2 months ago, believing that the sect has grown cold towards you, senior brother. Upon the summit of Zixiao Peak, the true person Ziyang, along with all the elders, convened to deliberate upon this matter. The Taoist of mysticism wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Currently, a considerable number of disciples harbored discontent towards the sect. Should this unrest remain unaddressed, it is inevitable that the disciples will drift apart. The most vociferous dissenters are those disciples guided by Muge. Those at the spiritual platform realm, and even those at the Tao Palace realm, represent the very future of the sect. If their sentiments cannot be assuaged, the future of the sect appears bleak. One elder suggested, why not send more of our direct disciples to undergo training together? Mysteriously shaking his head, the unruly disciples are not causing trouble due to their training. Since falling into the abyss, Muge has ceased his cultivation. His actions on White Cloud Peak have not been concealed. Everyone is well aware. Those disciples believe that we had restrained him, forbidding him from cultivating, wishing for the matter of Huanshin to gradually fade away. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. They fear that one day, should they find themselves ensnared, they would meet a fate akin to that of MG. Could it be an overthinking? The most fervent troublemakers are merely the former followers of Muge. Regardless of whether it is overthinking, Muge must undergo training. Otherwise, this matter will undoubtedly resurface in the future. Moreover, in 6 months, the martial arts tournament will commence. If Muge does not cultivate or fails to depart from Baiyun Peak, how will other sects perceive him? Upon contemplation of the destination, Elder Xuanxu suggested, the boundless academy of the Great Zhou shall soon commence its new term. Why not send a priest's nephew on this occasion? Ziyang Zhenren pondered for a moment, then nodded. Qingyue, I entrust this matter to you. Please convey it to the pastor's nephew. In the course of these 2 months, Qingyue has come to a firm conclusion. Her disciples' resolve has waned. The essence of one's path is not something that can be bestowed by others. It is a journey of self-discovery. Within the vast halls of the Waya Academy, traces of great scholars linger. If she could acquire a piece of Confucian or Taoist scripture, perhaps it would rekindle his understanding of the path. After a gentle nod, Qingyue departed from the Grand Hall. Behind the White Cloud Peak, you recline on a rocking chair, at ease and in harmony with nature. The spring water cascading from the summit flows into the fields, nurturing the rice paddies. In youth, untainted by worldly conventions, I was passionately enamored with hills and mountains, yet mistakenly ensnared in the web of the mundane. For 30 years I have wandered, reflecting upon the myriad of past lives, and contrasting them with the present. I find that this tranquil existence is indeed what I have long desired. Senior brother, I have brought some food. Suddenly, Ruasawai's voice echoed, casting a shadow over your previously cheerful mood. Please refrain from coming. The things you create are so unpalatable that I wouldn't dare consume them. I value my life too much. In the past 2 months, Ruasiwei seemed to be afflicted by an ailment, incessantly making her way to your abode each day. To evade her presence, you have relocated from your original dwelling 7 times, constructing a humble shelter beside the spring. Yet, none of this has succeeded in eluding her. Ruasiwei's expression is a blend of determination and relaxation, and although she was initially incensed upon hearing such words, contemplating them made her reluctant to return. However, remembering what her master had said about your likely diminishing resolve, she dismissed her brother's remarks as mere folly. Now, she has grown accustomed to the harsh words of her master, for it is indeed due to her that your spirit has waned. You cherish life, yet hunger gnaws at you. After all, a meal must be had. In agreement, Ruasiwei retrieved the roasted chicken and steamed rice from her basket. Brother, she declared, after 2 months, I have mastered the art of cooking rice. Moreover, The roasted chicken has improved significantly since the beginning. These dishes are all prepared by her own hands. Previously, she had never cooked before, so in the beginning, the rice would often be burnt, emanating a distinct charred aroma. The roasted chicken, too, appeared to be cooked, even charred on the outside, yet within, it would still exude a watery essence. However, after she learned a few tricks, she has now reached a level where her cooking is indeed palatable. Senior brother, you used to cook alone. I thought it was a simple task, yet it turns out to be rather complicated. Take boiling rice, for instance. It necessitates a gentle flame, as a slightly higher heat could lead to burning. Too much water results in porridge, while too little makes it difficult to swallow. Even the seemingly simple act of stir-frying demands precision. The quantity of oil and the timing for adding spices are both crucial considerations. You must have found it quite exhausting in the past. You remain silent, and you too feel that your former self endured great suffering. Bayan Peak is not lacking in disciples, but rather in spiritual stones, a myriad of trivial matters. Yet it seems you are still required to handle them, when they could clearly be resolved by summoning a few disciples. However, the master has an aversion to outsiders, and your junior sister persistently entangles you in her culinary pursuits. Unbeknownst to you, you have unwittingly taken upon yourself all the affairs of Bayan Peak. The time devoted to cultivation has been significantly reduced by 1 to 2 hours daily. Serving as a caretaker on the peak is indeed exhausting. Each training session also demands the role of caregiver. Reflecting on it now, I realize I was rather foolish. Indeed, one must be a little more selfish. Just as I am no unburdened by concerns, simply living brings immense joy. As if presenting a precious treasure, a chicken is delicately offered to your lips, inviting your appraisal. Do not present me with items that even a scavenger would refuse. Do you dare challenge me? You shifted your stance, your words laced with bitterness. Yet, you possess the ability to cook, and your culinary skills are not lacking. The sight of this dish at your lips resembles little more than the refuse of a scavenger. Had it been in the past, you might have mustered the courage to taste it and offer a reluctant compliment. Hearing the disparagement from my senior brother, though I have long grown accustomed to it, a pang of bitterness still lingers in my heart. I gather the vegetables back into the basket and walk towards the shade of a nearby tree, taking out the heavenly water sword. Senior brother, it has been quite some time since you last instructed me in the art of swordsmanship. Would you kindly offer me your guidance once more? There are still many aspects of the Zixiao sword technique that elude my understanding. The second form, the dragon swimming out to sea, is one I have practiced diligently. Yet, during actual combat, I find my spiritual energy to be sluggish and my chi to be obstructed. Moreover, Ruosi Wei resembles a sparrow, incessantly chattering away while wielding her sword, her words flowing unceasingly. You have abruptly closed off your senses, disinterested in continuing to listen. From time to time, her gaze would drift towards the rocking chair, and upon witnessing this, her spirit inevitably sank. For the past 2 months, regardless of her actions, you have chosen to disregard her. At times, this indifference has even instilled a sense of dread within her. If this continues, she fears she may not endure much longer. When, dear senior brother, will you return to your former self? Upon arriving at the back mountain, Qing Yue beheld a scene that struck her with an acute pang of pain. In the past, Xiao Siwei was perpetually adorned with a smile. Even amidst the arduous and exhausting practice of swordsmanship, Xiao Gu devotedly imparted her teachings, always striving to bring joy to her heart. In the days of yore at Ziyun Peak, every visage radiated with joy, evoking envy in onlookers. Yet now, as she slightly raised her gaze, she beheld her master approaching. All her grievances could no longer be contained, and tears cascaded down like a breached dam, soaking his robes in her sorrow. I long for the days of my former senior. Is it possible for him to revert to his old self? I promise to cease my mischief henceforth. I shall devote myself diligently to my cultivation. I will heed my senior's guidance. I vow to be unpicky with my meals, so as not to cause my senior any distress. As she gazed at the sorrowful Siwei, Qingyue's heart was equally heavy with a bittersweet ache. This predicament was, in truth, a consequence of her own oversight. Had she not hastily acted upon the one-sided accounts of her 2 disciples, sending Xiaoge to the disciplinary hall, none of this would have transpired. There were evidently numerous avenues for resolution. She could have allowed Xiaoga the opportunity to explain, she could have conducted a thorough investigation, and she could have avoided the drastic measure of his dispatch to the disciplinary hall. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly restore Xiaoga to his former self. He is not only your senior brother, but also my disciple. Upon hearing these words, Ruosi, resembling a little rabbit, lifted her head while nestled in Sherding's embrace. So, Sherding, do you have a solution? The Wayashuan is about to commence, housing numerous classics bequeathed by esteemed Confucian predecessors. Should one manage to acquire even a couple of scriptures therein, it would undoubtedly restore Xiao Guest devotion to the Tao. At that juncture, your senior brother shall return. Is it true? Ruosi asked in surprise. If her senior brother from before were to return, she would certainly ignore him and make him beg for her attention. The grievances of the past 2 months had accumulated to far exceed those of the past. Qingwen nodded gently. Then I shall go as well. Host, do you hear the number 7? The Endless Academy is about to commence. The Wui Academy represents the first significant opportunity for Baichuan, marking his initial foray into the realm of the formidable. Should this chance be seized from him, it is certain that Yabai Chuan would amass a considerable amount of fortune. The establishment of the system store can be initiated effortlessly. By simply activating the system store and retrieving certain treasures, one can undoubtedly avert future occurrences. I cannot care less. All you desire now is to cultivate the land in peace, provided that that fellow Baichuan does not prance about before you. Regardless of his actions, they bear no relevance to you. Zhu Gong speaks of the Boundless Academy. In your past life, you were troubled by those 3 old men. Although they eventually gained some understanding, if you were to encounter them again, to be frank, you might feel compelled to deliver a few resounding slaps to their faces. Observing you peacefully slumbering in the rocking chair, Qing Yue conveyed through thought, little song. This time at the Boundless Academy's onset, I command you to lead the disciples of our sect to uphold our sect's dignity. He did not go. Without even glancing at his companions, he rose and walked towards the nearby deep pool. Squatting down, he picked up his fishing rod and began to fish. If Siwei had anticipated, she would not have thought that you would disregard even the dignity of our master. Stepping forward, she admonished, Senior brother, your heart has waned in its virtue. To show such disrespect towards our master is unbecoming. When you regain your senses. Before the words were fully spoken, Qing Yue interjected, if you can bring back a classic text from a great scholar this time, I shall grant your request to leave the sect. Upon uttering these words, both individuals were taken aback. Master, Ruosi Wei expressed with a hint of urgency, was it not conveyed that this occasion was intended for my senior brother to utilize the great scholar scriptures to cleanse the soul and rejuvenate the spirit of the Tao? You swiftly stepped forward and agreed. Qing Yue did not immediately explain to her young disciple. Seeing your agreement brought her inner joy. As long as you undergo the cleansing of the sage's scriptures, she believed you would not utter such disrespectful requests again. In that case, I shall submit your name. Waya Academy will hold a meeting in half a month, so prepare yourself promptly. We shall depart for the great Zhou tomorrow. You nodded, saying all right. However, I need you to repeat what you just said. As you spoke, a stone for recording images appeared in your hand. Qing Yue's gaze fell upon the stone, and she felt a slight sting. You truly must leave the sect. Throughout your upbringing, when have I not treated you well? I acknowledge that I misjudged you due to a lack of thorough investigation in recent days. Yet now, the truth is clear. What more would you have me do? You shook your head. You have treated me exceptionally, even entrusting me with the cultivation of your junior sister, which speaks volumes of your regard for me. Regarding the events of recent days, I have never held them in my heart. Yet, as the saying goes, every individual has their own aspirations one must not impose. The future remains unwritten, and even this current situation has reached a resolution. You indeed have no reason to leave the sect, yet you are truly weary. If they were still by her side, with the careful pace of 100 rivers, one must swiftly eliminate them. You would not wish to witness the 3 maidens serving their husband, as it would surely be repugnant to you. Qing Yue was momentarily stunned as a vivid image flashed through her mind. Master, I am determined to cultivate diligently, to grow and safeguard you, and to protect my elder sister. Many have proclaimed that my talents are exceptional, urging me to set lofty aspirations. Yet, my sole ambition remains to protect you, my revered master. A 7-year-old child stands beneath the sun, brandishing a wooden sword, resolutely addressing her with words. Little Ge has always acted in this manner. Every individual harbors their own aspirations, and one must not impose upon them. Qingyue is unaware of how she departed, yet she feels an overwhelming ache in her heart, a profound pain. That night, she found herself unable to sleep, quietly reminiscing about the past. In the delicate balance between dreams and wakefulness, a sound seemed to reverberate in her ears, laden with a mournful tone. She could not discern the words being spoken, yet she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her, as if she were plunging into an icy abyss. Master, you are mistaken. Qingyue suddenly awoke, her strands of hair pressed tightly against her snow-white skin, gazing at the familiar surroundings. Qingyue had no time to relax, and hurriedly fled from the house. Chapter 8. The Panic of Qingyue Shaoqi. With the opening of the Waya Academy, I command you to bring the disciples of our sect to uphold our sect's prestige. As she observed the slumbering Shaoqi in the rocking chair, Qingyue conveyed her thoughts. I shall not go. Without even casting a glance at his master, Jiangche rose and made his way towards a nearby deep pool, crouching down to fish. Ru Siwei, taken aback by her senior brother's blatant disregard for their master, stepped forward to reproach him. Senior brother, your Dao heart is currently injured to show such disrespect to our master. When you come to your senses. Before she could finish her sentence, Qingyue interjected, if you manage to bring back a grand scholar scripture, I shall grant you your wish to leave the sect. At this declaration, both were left in shock. Master, Ru Siwei exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. Wasn't he this meant to help senior brother cleanse his soul with the grand scholar-esque scripture and restore his Dao heart? Agreed. Jiangche quickly stepped forward, assenting to her proposal. Qingyue did not immediately explain herself to her young disciple. Seeing Shaoqi agree brought her joy. For after the cleansing by the grand scholar-esque scripture, she believed he would no longer voice such disrespectful requests. Then I shall submit your name. The Waya Academy will commence in half a month, so prepare yourself swiftly. We shall depart for the Great Zhou tomorrow. Zhang Yuqin nodded. Very well, but I need you to reiterate your previous statement. As he spoke, a precious recording stone appeared in his hand. The recording stone, both costly and intricately crafted, was not a rarity for Jiangche, given his status as Qingyue's disciple. Seeing the stone in his grasp, Qingyue paused, a pang of pain striking her as she gazed at Jiangche. Do you truly wish to leave the sect? Throughout your upbringing, have I not treated you well? I acknowledge that I misunderstood you due to a lack of investigation in recent days. However, the truth has emerged. What more do you wish from me? Jiangche shook his head. You have been exceedingly kind to me, even entrusting my junior sister's training to my care, which speaks volumes of your regard for me. I have never harbored ill feelings over past misunderstandings, yet it is well said, each person has their aspirations. One must not impose. The future remains unwritten, and even the slander he faced has reached a resolution. He truly had no grounds to sever ties with the sect. Yet, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Remaining in their midst, he feared that Lin Yu's cautious nature would lead to swift eradication, and he certainly did not wish to witness the 3 women vying for a husband. The mere thought repulsed him. Qingyue stood frozen, a vivid image flashing through her mind. Master, I shall diligently cultivate and protect you and senior sister when I grow up. The 7-year-old child stood in the sunlight, wielding a wooden sword with determination as he spoke to her. All along, Shaoqi seemed to have adhered to this sentiment. Each person has their aspirations. One must not impose. Qingyue found herself in a daze, feeling an intense ache in her heart. That night, she found herself unable to succumb to slumber, quietly reminiscing about the past. In a state of half-dreaming and half-waking, a voice seemed to echo in her ears, tinged with sorrowful lamentations. Though the words remained indistinct, an overwhelming chill enveloped her, as if she were plummeting into an icy abyss. No, master, you're mistaken. Startled, Qingyue awoke abruptly, her hair clinging to her alabaster skin. Surveying her familiar surroundings, she felt no time to relax, and hurriedly rushed outside. Upon sighting the resilient peach tree at the cliff's edge, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her. This tree was a cherished memento planted by the three of them, Master Xiaochan and Xiaoche, when they first began their journey together. While Baiyun Peak boasted numerous treasures, it was this peach tree that Xiaoche held most dear. Each year, during the blooming season, he would gather blossoms to craft peach blossom wine, burying it beneath the tree, only to retrieve it during the subsequent flowering period, sharing it with his disciples. The earlier sensation of trepidation seemed intrinsically linked to this peach tree, as a formidable being of the realm of life and death. With a lifespan extending over millennia, foreseeing fortune and misfortune was no arduous task for her. Yet, what could possibly evoke such unease? Unable to discern the cause, Qingwei closed her eyes and began to meditate. As the moon hung bright and the stars were sparse, the cool moonlight bathed her form, yet she felt no chill. The peach blossoms danced in the wind, breaking free from their constraints, drifting toward the horizon. With the dawn's first rays illuminating the landscape, the mist enveloped the valleys, rendering Baiyun Peak akin to a celestial paradise. When Ruasawai stepped outside, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her master sitting cross-legged beneath the tree, seemingly in deep meditation. So she chose not to disturb him. She had to set out with her senior brother to the Great Zhou and needed to gather quickly. Upon arriving at Zixiao Peak, she found the square deserted, causing her to momentarily lose her focus. It dawned on her that the assembly time was at Chen hour, and she had arrived rather early. With an hour still remaining before the gathering commenced, Ruasawai pondered briefly before seeking a spot to practice her swordplay, patiently awaiting her companions. In truth, she harbored a desire to partake in breakfast. However, given her senior brother's disposition, should everyone assemble and she be absent, he would undoubtedly not wait for her. An hour was not a lengthy span, merely sufficient for her to practice several sword techniques. Within that hour, numerous disciples had already appeared at Zixiao Peak, some reporting to the sect, while others prepared for their journey to the Great Zhou. As Wu Chun stepped onto Zixiao Peak, prepared to greet a few friends, he caught sight of Ruasawai, prompting him to turn and call out, "Junior Sister Ruosi, why are you practicing swordplay alone? Where is Elder Jiang?" The sect encouraged competition. Thus many sought to challenge Jiang Che. Although challengers invariably faced defeat, Jiang Che remained humble. Even in victory, he never boasted but instead engaged in private discussions with those who challenged him to refine their skills. Consequently, few harbored resentment towards him for their losses. Rather, they were eager to continue their challenges. Wu Chun, a fervent challenger himself, engaged in duels monthly. However, Jiang Che's absence over the last 2 months had left him restless. Thus, when he learned of Zhang's intent to visit Wai Shiyuan, he promptly submitted a request to the sect. Thus, he was among those embarking on this journey. Ruasawai sheathed her sword and replied, "Senior brother, he will be here shortly." The senior brother places great emphasis on reputation. Although the master did not reiterate those words yesterday, the senior brother is certain to arrive. Upon hearing this, Wu Chun felt a flicker of doubt. How curious, you did not accompany him. In the past, Ruosi Wei would follow closely behind Lao Jiang like a shadow, and whenever there were tasks that posed no danger, Lao Jiang was always willing to bring her along. Ruosi Wei fell into a momentary silence. Was it her unwillingness to join him? The senior brother clearly did not wish to see her. Wu Chen also recalled the events from 2 months prior, patting her shoulder with a smile. Lao Jiang treats you like a cherished sister. Just coax him a little, and all will be well. Do not be overly proud, lest the day come when you find yourself regretting it. Although the incident of slander indeed stirred considerable turmoil, it was understandable that Ruo Si had fallen under an illusion. He knew Lao Jiang's temperament. As long as one is willing to acknowledge their mistakes and brave enough to apologize, everything can be negotiated. Moreover, given Lao Jiang's fondness for Ruo Si, he would be even less inclined to be angry. Ruo Si Wei offered a wry smile. She had spent the last 2 months trying to appease him, yet her senior brother's demeanor remained unyielding. Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed in surprise upon spotting a figure appearing in the distance. Chapter 9. Let us depart. Jiang Che, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, exhibited a languid demeanor that starkly contrasted with the expected composure of a disciple of the celestial realm. This transformation left many in a state of bewilderment. Although he had never been overly concerned with his appearance, he had previously embodied a certain elegance and decorum. Now, however, his casual demeanor exuded an air of carefree nonchalance. "You finally made it," Wu Chen remarked, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder with a smile. Zhang Ge, taken aback, replied, "What brings you here?" In his previous life, he had refrained from participating in this particular mission due to the Zixiao divine thunder. Yet he remained somewhat informed about external affairs, particularly since this individual had not been involved. "It's because you've been holed up at Baiyun Peak, and I couldn't challenge you. I heard you were joining this training expedition, so here I am. How is your health?" Jiang Che displayed a sincere smile as he responded, "That minor gust of wind merely tickled me. My injuries are non-existent." Wu Chen had been his friend even in his past life. Although they had drifted apart due to various rumors, Wu Chen had never turned against him, even after he became a pariah in the eyes of the world. Yet, this very loyalty had not spared Wu Chen from a tragic fate, as he fell to the clutches of the demon race during a mission, one of whom was Lin Yu's demonic form. "That is good to hear. Once this mission concludes, I look forward to sparring with you again." Jiang Che initially assumed that Wu Chen had truly lost faith in their sect, especially in light of the rumors regarding damaged convictions. Yet, it now appeared that all such notions were mere fabrications. Ruo Siwei, standing behind Wu Chen, felt a pang of bitterness. It was her first time witnessing Jiang Che's genuine smile after such a prolonged period. It was not directed toward her. "Senior brother." Upon hearing her soft voice, Jiang Che chose to disregard her, continuing his conversation with Wu Chen. "By the way, is everyone gathered? I've heard there are many delights to be experienced in the Great Zhou. Aside from this training, I've never actually visited." He was well aware that not everyone had arrived, primarily because the protagonist had yet to make an appearance. His comments were merely an attempt to avoid addressing a certain individual. Wu Chen surveyed the surroundings, counted the attendees, and chuckled. "I can't believe you were the last to arrive. You used to be the most eager of us all. Honestly, don't be so self-sacrificing. You help them. But when trouble arises, who will aid you in return? This incident serves as a cautionary tale. Aside from me, who else has come to defend you? Oh wait, that fiery woman Gu Yu did mention something, didn't she? Rest assured, that won't happen again." Though Luo Xingyun was puzzled as to why Lin Yu was absent from this mission, he paid little heed to it. His surprise directed instead at the unexpected support Jiang Che had received. Gu Yu actually spoke up for him? How peculiar. I wasn't aware of such in my past life. As for assisting them, considering he was on the verge of leaving the sect, it was improbable that he would offer them any help. Their seemingly unperturbed conversation caused the surrounding cultivators to bow their heads in shame. They had all benefited from Jiang Che's guidance in the past, yet this time they had indeed failed to assist him, and some even harbored doubts about him. However, with the evidence, testimonies, and the accusations from surviving cultivators, alongside Elder Qingwei and Ruo Siwei as betrayal, it was evident to anyone that the circumstances could not be dismissed as mere rumors. Fortunately, they merely harbored suspicions and never openly slandered the senior brother. At this moment, Ruo Siwei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if the surrounding disciples were casting scornful glances her way. She had never endured such humiliation before. However, recalling her senior brother's demeanor, she could only divert the conversation. "Senior brother, let us depart quickly. We have but half a month before the Confucian Tao Academy opens." She dared not grasp her senior brother's hand, fearing he might cast her aside as he did in the law enforcement hall. Wu Chen glanced at the pair of siblings with a smile. "Very well, let us set forth." With that, he took the lead, stepping onto his flying sword, gracefully spinning in the air before hovering aloft. Witnessing this, the other disciples eagerly ascended their own swords. After disposing of the red dragon, Jiang Che found himself without a spirit sword. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze settled upon a nearby tree. With a wave of his hand, 2 leaves appeared before him, and with a gentle leap, he ascended, appearing as though he stood suspended in midair. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. Such mastery over spiritual energy seemed extraordinary. Could one truly fly merely on leaves? Jiang Che chuckled lightly. "Flying in midair is quite normal, is it not? That goes without saying. I am merely curious how you manage to harness your strength, Wu Chen replied, astonished. While aerial flight may not be remarkable, he sensed that Jiang Che possessed no spiritual energy. All his power seemed to emanate from the two leaves. In ordinary circumstances, this might be comprehensible, but given their distance from the Great Zhou, a span of 1,000 miles, Jiang Che's audacity suggested he held absolute confidence in his abilities to reach Great Zhou. Jiang Che smiled and patted Wu Chun on the shoulder. Practice diligently, and one day, you too shall succeed. In the blink of an eye, he darted several miles away, performing daring maneuvers along the way. Hey, wait for me. Wu Chun hurriedly pursued him on his sword. Meanwhile, unnoticed, tears as small as beans trickled from Ruo Siwei's eyes. In the past, she had been the center of attention, with all disciples orbiting around her whenever her senior brother was present. Typically, everyone treated her with utmost courtesy. She would have preferred her senior brother to scold her rather than be disregarded in such a manner. At this moment, she firmly resolved to acquire the great Confucian scriptures. Once her senior brother regained his strength, everything would return to its former state. Wiping away her tears, she took to her sword and followed the others. In the world of mortals, there existed but one human dynasty, the Great Zhou. However, after centuries, the present-day Great Zhou was in disarray, fragmented among various warlords who wielded their military might with pride. The fortunes of Great Zhou had reached a nadir, exacerbated by the current ruler's obsession with his harem, neglecting state affairs. Should this continue for another century, the millennium-old dynasty might face obliteration. Nonetheless, Jiang Che had much to say on the matter. He believed that Great Zhou would not perish but rather grow ever more robust. Although the current ruler was incompetent, he had fathered a remarkable daughter. Under her and Lin Yu's governance, Great Zhou reclaimed its lost territories, fortifying its wealth and military, becoming the strongest nation in millennia. Alas, he genuinely wished to witness the moment when all citizens of Great Zhou became blood offerings, though regrettably, he had perished too soon, having only witnessed a portion of it. As Jiang Che strolled through the streets of Great Zhou, observing the bustling passers-by, a serene smile graced his lips. Beep. Host, please proceed to the Wanhua Tower to prevent the fated son from meeting the future empress of the Great Zhou. A reward of 300 destiny points awaits you. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Che's mind, abruptly dampening his previously cheerful mood. If it continues to nag, I might just dismantle it. Although reluctant to tread the path of his former life, he had no qualms about drawing closer to Lin Yu. He could always walk away. After all, he was well aware that the world he knew was not lacking in strength, with various factions coexisting peacefully, far superior to the mundane realm. At least, that was the fade they maintained. The system was on the verge of tears. Old Jiang, what troubles you? Wu Chun inquired upon noticing his discontent. I am merely astonished that amidst the internal and external turmoils of the Great Zhou, the imperial city remains a realm of song and dance. Why dwell on such matters? The affairs of the dynasty are not ours to fret over, Wu Chun retorted, exasperated. This fellow remains ever so compassionate. Perhaps he should pursue a path of Buddhism instead, as it might lead him further than the sword. They had been in the Great Zhou for 2 or 3 days, and along their journey, they witnessed scenes of starvation and cannibalism. Yet, these affairs of the dynasty were beyond their control. While Wu Chun felt pity for the mortals, he was not as sympathetic as Jiang Che. It seems this is your first visit to the Great Zhou. Allow me to take you to a place. You ought to work on softening your rather indifferent demeanor. Dragged away, Jiang Che felt a mix of reluctance and curiosity about the destination. Chapter 10. You brought me here? Jiang Che stood in astonishment, gazing at the lively scene before him, his expression peculiarly perplexed. Wu Chun, with a mischievous glint in his eye, teased him. You've never been here, have you? I assure you, there are countless delights to be discovered. Since his youth, Jiang Che had been brought back to the sect, spending his days at Baiyun Peak tending to Ruo Siwei, rarely venturing outside. His inherently aloof demeanor further deterred him from such frivolous locales. Jiang Ke, rendered speechless, thought, are you trying to make a fool of me? Wu Chun raised an eyebrow, challenging, so, do you dare to enter? typically gentle and refined. He was eager to witness Jiang Che's flustered reaction. Huh, what is there to be afraid of? Jiang Che chuckled lightly and strolled inside with an air of familiarity that left Wu Chun astounded. Had it been before his rebirth, he would have felt a deep sense of shame at being brought to such a place by Wu Chun, perhaps even engaging in a fierce argument. However, he was no longer the same person. Upon entering the Wanhua Pavilion, a woman spotted Jiang Che and Wu Chun and, after rubbing her eyes in disbelief, hurriedly fled in a panic. Inside the pavilion, Jiang Che surveyed the surroundings filled with noble airs and intellectuals, indulging in fine wines and the company of beautiful courtesans. He summoned a maid to escort them to the second floor, where the more exclusive private rooms resided on the upper 3 levels. While Jiang Che's background would have allowed him access, he intended to witness a splendid performance. After finding a suitable spot and ordering several exquisite dishes along with a selection of fine courtesans, Jiang Che turned to Wu Chun with a smile. "What is wrong with you?" Wu Chun, taken aback, struggled to articulate his thoughts. This is not what I expected. He anticipated a sense of panic or at least some discomfort. Yet Jiang Che appeared completely at ease, as though he were returning home. With a calm smile, Jiang Che took a sip of his drink. Cultivating the mind is as essential as cultivating the spirit. Regardless of how the world transforms around me, I remain steadfast. What significance does this place hold? Even if the demon lord Mei Xianyan were to strip bare, I would remain unmoved. Mag Xianyan, the most gifted demon lord of her kind in a millennium, had famously defeated the previous demon lord in just 3 moves 300 years ago. Her renown stemmed not only from her formidable prowess, but also from her unparalleled beauty, which was as captivating as her name suggested. Upon hearing his brother's jest about the demon lord, Wu Chun was alarmed and quickly urged him to silence. "You fool, don't drag me into this. The demon lord is someone even the Zixiao sword sect dares not offend lightly. If she were to hear your words, not even 10 lives would suffice as penance." "Huh, what is there to fear? I merely speak the truth." Jiang Che laughed heartily. The 2 races of demons and monsters had long been at odds. In his past life, Lin Yu had garnered the favor of the Monster Emperor due to his elusive strength, throwing the demon clan into turmoil. Aware of Lin Yu's connection to the monster race, the demon lord sought to entice him into her fold, employing the age-old tactic of seduction. Regrettably, in his previous life, Jiang Che had devoted his heart solely to his master, senior sister, and junior sister, utterly disregarding Mei Xianyan's intentions. In hindsight, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Wu Chun dared not continue discussing the topic and quickly turned his gaze to the graceful songstress dancing on the first floor. "Do you know why I brought you here today?" Although Jiang Che understood what was about to transpire, he feigned ignorance and shook his head. A poetry competition is about to be held here, attracting numerous literati. While we may not be versed in Confucianism or Taoism, poets wield their pens like swords. I wish to see if there are any promising disciples worth recruiting. Are you out of your mind? The cultivation methods of Confucianism and the sword sect are entirely different. Mastery in Confucianism does not necessarily confer talent in swordsmanship, Jiang Che remarked, regarding him as if he were a fool. "No, I'm not suggesting recruitment for the sword sect. Rather, I mean to assess if there are any talents suitable for the Wu family." Wu Chun hastily clarified, realizing his error. Although the Wu family does not hold a prominent position in the court, some of its disciples do serve in official capacities. The Confucian ideal emphasizes self-cultivation and governance. And if we could recruit a few distinguished literati, it would benefit the Wu family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che understood. The Wu family was not particularly strong. In the grand scheme of the Great Zhou, it would be challenging to thrive without the support of literati. While a certain elder from the Wu family held a position in the Zixia sword sect, the sect cannot interfere in the rise and fall of noble families or the succession of dynasties. Even if assistance were possible, its impact would be minimal. Yet, recalling Wu Chen's previous disposition, Jiang Che felt a twinge of skepticism. You aren't using this as a pretext for your mother to allow you to come here, are you? This guy is a battle fanatic, concerned for the family? I can't believe that. After all, a cultivator could outweigh the power of a millennial-old family. Wu Chun awkwardly laughed, recalling his mischievous childhood. If he did not present this reason, he would surely face his mother's wrath upon returning. Remember, when we return, this is the reason. TSK. How did I not realize before that you fear your mother? Zhang Qitized. In his previous life, after being wronged, he had long sought to prove himself and contend with Lin Yu. He had not anticipated that, beneath his love for battle, this fellow was also dutiful. Meanwhile, in a private chamber on the 4th floor, a maid reported to a captivating woman reclining on the bed. Cultivation is as much about the heart as it is about the skill. I never expected there to be such an interesting character among the juniors of the Zixia sword sect. The enchanting Xian Yin rose from the bed, revealing her long, fair legs. Her movements, though natural, exuded an irresistible allure, causing the maid nearby to lower her gaze involuntarily. Master, shall I teach that person a lesson? The maid, recalling Jiang Che's words, could hardly contain her indignation. To her, the master represented an exalted, untouchable presence, yet Jiang Che, a mere Dao Palace cultivator, dared to humiliate her. Xian Yin approached the table and sat down, her crimson lips slightly parted as tea slid down her throat. Leaning forward, her alluring figure drew all eyes, her presence commanding. After all, she was a favored disciple of the Zixia sword sect. How could she resort to reprimanding him? With a bewitching smile and a calm voice, the maid assumed that the master intended to let Jiang Che off the hook. However, the next words sent a shiver through her. Dispose of him. Feed him to the dogs. Huh? The maid, taken aback and realizing her rudeness, fearfully nodded and retreated. Achu! As Jiang Che observed the enchanting dancer, he suddenly sneezed, instinctively alerting him. Curse it! Which old wretch is now coveting my head? Old Jiang, what nonsense are you spouting? You are the disciple of Elder Qing Yue and have not offended anyone. Who possesses the audacity to seek your life? Noti Qing Jiang Ches Se Kaoshun Wu Chen, who was beside him sipping wine poured by the beautiful maid, scoffed. Perhaps you are simply unaccustomed to the heavy scent of cosmetics here. Jiang Che was taken aback, and it dawned on him that this was not his previous life. In his former existence, his formidable strength rendered him impervious to any environment. Sneezing was an impossibility. Hearing Wu Chen's remark, he too found the fragrance of the Wanhua Tower somewhat overpowering, leading him to sneeze several more times. Let's find a private room. This scent is indeed unbearable for me. Not so fast. The poetry competition is about to commence. Bear with it a little longer. Zhang Guke Owever paid no heed and promptly inquired with the attendant about the availability of a vacant room. Alas, Wanhua Tower was fully booked today, with only one room left on the 6th floor, but it demanded a price of 1,000 taels of silver. Jiang Che could only sheepishly return to his original seat. Typically, aside from cultivating, he devoted his time to caring for those 3 fellows and had no money to spare. Witnessing Jiang Che's financial predicament, Wu Chun laughed derisively. Chapter 11. The Poetry Banquet. As Lin Yu entered the grand hall, he surveyed the surrounding scholars and literati with a cold smile in his heart. How could these individuals possibly compare to the profound cultural heritage of Huaxia? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a literary sage. In a secluded corner, a young man with a refined visage noticed Lin Yu's arrival and felt compelled to initiate conversation. Her name was Gu Shi, the 6th princess of the great Zhou dynasty, once the apple of her father's eye. She had been steeped in literature since childhood, mastering the 4 books and 5 classics. However, since her father became infatuated with the harem and pursued the path of immortality, her status plummeted. Her once close brothers, in their quest for the throne, schemed to marry her off to the elderly emperor of Beiki, though she harbored no aspirations for the throne and was not averse to marriage. The thought of being wed to a man of such advanced age was intolerable. Yet, her father, in his folly, had already drafted the imperial decree. It was only awaiting proclamation, leaving her no choice but to devise a means of escape. The sole avenue for her salvation lay in gaining the recognition of the Confucian and Taoist masters on the day the Waya Academy opened. Yet as a woman, despite her self-assured literary prowess, the Academy only permitted the admission of males. To rescue herself, she must seek allies among these scholars, and Lin Yu, who had just appeared, seemed the most promising candidate after sitting here for 3 hours. His eyes held a disdainful confidence, as if he regarded the literati with utter contempt. Such individuals are either arrogant or possess an unshakable self-assurance. However, he was a cultivator, specifically at the spiritual sea level, and, as such, he understood the perils of hubris. His confidence indicated that poetry was indeed his forte. Gushi approached him with a smile, requesting a conversation. Though she was disguised as a man, her movements carried the grace of a lady, yet there was a hint of stubble on her face. Lin Yu did not recognize her as a woman. He merely assumed that her cultivation method was somewhat unique. "Is that Lin Yu?" Wu Chun, observing from the second floor, recognized the figure trailing behind Gu Shi and cast a curious glance at Lao Jiang. What brings him to the imperial city, and how does he possess poetic talent? Though cultivators might recognize a few characters, they primarily focused on their training, and their scholarly knowledge paled in comparison to that of these literati. Jiang Che had long suspected Lin Yu's arrival in the imperial city due to the opening of the Waya Academy. Even if he was not on the task list, such an opportunity for fame and fortune was not to be missed. Jiang Che chuckled, affirming that Lin Yu indeed had talent, and not insignificant at that. Is he truly capable? He mused. If not for that so-called Huaxia heritage, could he have penned verses such as "The Great Rock Soars with the Wind," ascending 90,000 miles, a poem embodying lofty aspirations? Could he possibly write "One should strive to be a hero in life, and even in death, a ghost of grandeur"? Reflecting on these verses, Jiang Che felt a twinge of longing. Despite his animosity towards Lin Yu, each poem was a masterpiece of a great scholar, and if given the chance, he would gladly pay homage to these predecessors. "Host, I have the complete collection of Huaxia poetry available for just 100 destiny points." Sensing the host's thoughts, the system hastily interjected. Jiang Che pondered, "How many destiny points do I possess?" 100 points of destiny value. Investing 100 points is undoubtedly worthwhile. Just consider the poetry of the past. Any single piece is sufficient to overshadow all others. 100 points of destiny value is enough to paralyze Lin Yu's schemes in the Great Zhou. How advantageous is that? Zhang Guke, Owever, was indifferent to Lin Yu. His focus lay on the poetry. He yearned to witness the profound strength of Huaxia. In his previous life, Lin Yu had composed merely 1,000 poems, yet was hailed as the eternal literary sage. Frankly, even he found no exaggeration in this. Every piece of poetry, irrespective of its origin, could resonate through the ages. Upon hearing this, the system was exhilarated, immediately presenting an extensive array of poetic tomes from various dynasties of Huaxia for exchange. In truth, the worth of these poems vastly exceeded 100 points of destiny value. Indeed, a single poem surpassed that valuation. However, should the price not be reduced, the host's temperament would likely deter any exchanges. After organizing the poetry in his mind, Jiang Che was beset by complex emotions. The beauty of attire is called Hua. The grandeur of etiquette is known as Xia. Is this truly Huaxia? Lowering his gaze, Jiang Che looked at Lin Yu below with a tinge of envy, contemplating a desire to eliminate this junior disciple, who, despite being from Huaxia, acted in ways that were hardly commendable. "Old Jiang, what are you pondering?" Upon noticing Jiang Che's rapt attention on Lin Yu, Wu Chun chuckled lightly. "Could it be jealousy? What is there to envy? You are heralded as the one most likely to attain immortality. This fellow's cultivation talent is mediocre at best. Were it not for fortunate circumstances, he would never have been accepted under Elder Qinghua. Should he pursue Confucianism, he may not even surpass ordinary cultivators in the future." Speaking of this, Wu Chun could not help but advise, "You should earnestly counsel that lad. Confucianism emphasizes the nurturing of righteous spirit, a process that requires considerable time. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw." Jiang Che chuckled lightly, asserting that he did not need to cultivate righteous spirit. Although Lin Yu may lack in personal prowess, the brilliance of those poems was undeniable. Thanks to the blessings of Confucianism and various fortuitous encounters, he had managed to ascend to the brink of becoming a literary sage. Huh? Wu Chun was momentarily bewildered. No need to cultivate spirit, and yet he practices Confucianism? Luo Xingyun refrained from elaborating further, instead requesting ink, paper, and brush. As he awaited the commencement of the banquet, he was curious, should Lin Yu discover the names of the original authors of those poems, what would his reaction be? Brother Lin, you appear to possess absolute confidence in this banquet. Gu Shi's voice was cool, yet carried a hint of warmth, momentarily distracting Lin Yu. Confound it. How can this fellow emanate a fragrance reminiscent of women? No matter how one perceives him, he is undeniably male. Could it be that I possess some hidden attribute, a penchant for handsome men? Casting aside such chaotic thoughts, Lin Yu sipped his tea and averted his gaze. Cough. Defeating them is not an issue. Observing Lin Yu's subtle shift to the left, Gu Shi's brow arched in a smile. It seems this gentleman has misunderstood. This poetry banquet is hosted by the Prince of Yin, and among his aides are several esteemed scholars. Beyond the aides of the prince, many literati from Jishan Academy have also arrived. Are you truly this confident? A bunch of nobodies. How dare they compare themselves to the millennia of depth possessed by Huaxia? Lin Yu scoffed internally, his words betraying not an ounce of humility. Why must one favor the pale green and deep red hues? It is evident that they're the finest among flowers. Gu Shi felt a tremor in her heart and could not help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling in surprise at the gentleman's eloquence. She inquired whether he could provide the full poem, curious to ascertain if it was indeed composed by Lin Yu. The scholars nearby echoed her sentiments, unable to restrain their discussions. This line appears to be a golden phrase. Although it bears a hint of feminine grace, it is sufficient to be cherished through the ages. The gentleman might as well recite the entire poem. Lin Yu hesitated, aware that the style of this verse was unmistakably feminine, and feared that presenting the complete work would lead to scrutiny. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this poem originated from Huaxia, and no one would be the wiser. Even if they speculated it was penned by someone else, as long as it bore the blessings of Confucianism and Taoism, no one would cast doubt. Those with discerning minds would merely deem him as possessing delicate sensibilities. As this thought crossed his mind, a voice, cool and distant, resonated from the second floor. Faintly yellow, soft in nature, emotion sparse yet fragrant lingering. Why must one favor the pale green and deep red hues? It is evident that they're the finest among flowers. The plum blossoms may indeed feel envy, while the chrysanthemums might be shy as the autumn crown graces the scene. Poets may unwittingly lack sentiment, pondering why the past was not reclaimed. Chapter 12. Plagiarism? Though it is often said that there is no first in literature, this particular poem captivated their attention. Regrettably, the speaker lacked the talent to fully appreciate its grandeur. Otherwise, he might have witnessed a magnificent spectacle. Wait a moment. Doesn't one line of this poem belong to the young gentleman from earlier? One among them swiftly grasped the implication and turned to Lin Yu. Could it be that this gentleman has completed the previous fragment? At this moment, the minds of numerous poets were in turmoil. Lin Yu paid no heed to the gazes around him, his cold eyes fixed on the second floor. A time traveler, or merely a coincidence? Who among the gentlemen authored this poem? Perhaps it would be prudent to meet him. At present, his poetic talent was barely that of a novice scholar. He could not immediately claim authorship of this work. Scholars engage in both study and cultivation. His novice-level talent necessitated first confirming whether the individual above was indeed a time traveler before reaching any conclusion. Poetry possesses the ability to reciprocate, the more it is acknowledged, the stronger its reflection upon the creator. He had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity. On the second floor, Jiang Che and Wu Chun were equally astonished by the presence of a young servant. However, Jiang Che feigned his surprise, skillfully directing the servant to step forward and present himself to the public eye. The servant was reasonably well-groomed, though his attire was somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the literati exhibited visible astonishment. A mere servant? How could he possibly compose such exquisite verses devoid of any talent? Unfazed by the crowd's reactions, the servant leaned against the railing, lazily regarding Lin Yu. Does the gentleman not feel ashamed to employ the verses of the esteemed poet Li Qingzhao in this brothel district? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Li Qingzhou. To craft such delicate poetry, one would at least need to possess the scholarly stature of a grandmaster, and by the name alone, it appeared to belong to a woman. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, a fierce murderous intent igniting within him. There was no doubt the individual before him was indeed a time traveler. Nevertheless, he maintained a smiling facade. Who is Li Qingzhao, and why have I never heard of her? Please do not hurl baseless accusations, my good sir. After all, Li Qingzhao was not of this realm, and there were no witnesses to contradict him. The discerning eyes of the literati could easily see through the facade. It was evident whom they would trust more, a mere servant or a disciple of the Zixiao sword sect. Ha! Let us assume the gentleman is the author. Might I inquire what the poet's intent is within this verse? Lin Yu chuckled lightly. Shouldn't that question be directed towards the gentleman himself? What a fool! To recite the entire poem was unnecessary. An excerpt would have sufficed. Jiang Che was momentarily at a loss for words. This individual had indeed shot himself in the foot. Regardless, his intention was to create a nuisance, and his goal had been achieved. In this world, there truly was no Li Qingzhao, nor was there the Li Saw, which made explanations rather difficult. The servant offered a nonchalant smile. In due time, the gentleman will come to understand its meaning. I shall merely inform you that I have paid homage to the poetry of Master Li Qingzhao, the immortal poet Li Bai, and the poet sage Du Fu. Soon, their poetic works will be unveiled. He continued, furthermore, their poetry is already in the process of being printed. Before the books are published, do refrain from impersonating them, and be cautious not to transcribe the 4 verses of Henku lightly. Ha ha ha! The servant laughed heartily, then vanished before the crowd. Lin Yu's expression darkened considerably. The immortal poet, the poet sage, with thousands of verses between them. This fellow had such audacity. That could only mean he possessed a system akin to his own. His system evolves through absorption, yet it only applies to the demon form. However, the individual before him may possess a system connected to Confucianism and Taoism. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to be so well versed in the vast array of Chinese poetry. Are they allies or foes? Without much contemplation, a thought emerged. In a world, there can be but one time traveler. Lin Yu ultimately refrained from participating in this poetry convention. After all, it was stated that the poetry had already begun to be printed, indicating that those familiar with the verses were not few. If he were to produce those poems now, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished once exposed. While Confucianism and Taoism may not lead to immortality, cultivators can achieve it. Due to the slander a few months prior, he had already been scorned by the sect's disciples. Now that he had finally regained some recognition, a plagiarism scandal would render any future endeavors untrustworthy. Confucianism and Taoism are merely options. He could always abandon them. After all, both his demon and human forms possess cultivation methods. Even without pursuing Confucianism, he could still attain immortality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 300 destiny points. The system's voice resonated in Jiang Che's ears. Jiang Che appeared oblivious, intrigued as he observed the banquet below, where Gu Shi was sulking with a drink in hand. Lin Yu's hasty departure stirred little commotion. For these literati, aside from indulging in food and drink, the primary desire was to make the acquaintance of Prince Yan. The Yin Prince, the 4th son of the great Zhou, was a prominent contender for the throne. If one could curry favor with him, who knows what heights one might reach. Simultaneously, after the servant had left, several discreet figures reappeared at the Wanhua Tower, reporting to their masters about the events following the servant's exit. Old Jiang, that servant just died. Wu Chen rushed upstairs, alarmed and furious. Jiang Che had anticipated this turn of events and felt little surprise. How did he die? Unclear. The servant had barely left Wanhua Tower when he suddenly collapsed. I went to investigate, but even I couldn't discern the cause. Remembering the servant's demise, Wu Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Though there were no external injuries, his brain had been shattered as if it were tofu, leading to severe suspicions of a cultivator's involvement. Another talisman, Lin Yu, do take heed, were it not for the system's intervention. That pitiful talisman would have led to your demise long ago. On the 3rd floor, Mei Xian Yin sat before the vanity, cradling her chin with both hands, her fox-like eyes narrowing disdainfully at the youth reflected in the mirror. This young man was not as benevolent as rumors suggested, were it not for her exceptional prowess. Even a void transformation cultivator might not perceive his manipulative tactics. Indeed, the righteous path is but a guise for hypocrites. The banquet soon approached its conclusion. Aside from the poetry penned by the scholars of Jishan Academy and a few noteworthy verses from the Yin Prince's aides, there were few highlights. Gu Shi, who was supposed to attract talent at this gathering, remained silent due to Lin Yu's earlier incident. She felt resentment, lamenting her lack of a male form and her own inadequacies. She was now certain that the earlier poem was plagiarized by Lin Yu. Otherwise, how could he have departed so abruptly? As the Boundless Academy was set to commence in less than half a month, she felt a sense of urgency, for she had yet to find any comrades with whom to ally. She resolutely vowed never to wed that decrepit King Qi. But what alternative did she have? Throughout the entire banquet, her mind was occupied with strategizing, yet she had not conceived a viable plan even upon her departure. Stepping out of the Wan Hua building, Wu Chan felt a slight intoxication as he draped his arm over Jiang Che's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Ah, old Jiang, this is my first visit to the Wan Hua building, and I managed to escape without being dragged out. I certainly indulged myself. It's just a pity that the courtesan did not make an appearance at the poetry banquet. I've heard tales of her enchanting fragrance, delicate and ethereal. If only I could, what if?" Luo Xingyun remarked with a peculiar glance at the approaching woman, then at the slightly tipsy Wu Chun, unable to suppress a smirk. This lad was bound to encounter misfortune. Just as Wu Chun was about to respond, he recognized a familiar voice, but before he could recall who it was, his ear was seized, causing him to yelp in pain. "You rascal! How dare you bring Jiang Xiaoyu to this wretched place? I shall skin you alive today." "Mrs. Wu exclaimed, exasperated. "Mother, it hurts. Please let go." Wu Chun bent over, trying to alleviate the pain, yet even then, he grimaced in discomfort. "Mrs. Wu paid him no heed, dragging him back to the Wu residence. This boy had been incorrigible since childhood. After much effort, he was sent to the Zixiao sword sect to amend his ways, and he had begun to show promise. Yet, upon his return, all his former vices resurfaced, and he even had the audacity to bring Jiang Xiaoyu here. Who was Jiang Xiaoyu? He was a paragon of the younger generation at the Zixiao sword sect, and now this boy had led him astray. How could he face anyone? Jiang Che trailed behind, unable to contain his amusement. "Auntie, give him a good thrashing. I told him not to go, but he insisted on dragging me along, claiming he wanted to broaden my horizons." Mrs. Wu's ire intensified. "Jiang Ke, you." Wu Chan erupted in a torrent of curses. Chapter 13. Does my senior brother suspect me of plagiarism? Ruo Siwei had come with her aunt. Yet Jiang Che seemed oblivious to her presence. Was it truly ignorance? No, it was willful disregard. At this moment, she felt as though a multitude of needles were piercing her chest, rendering her breathless, suppressing the bitterness swelling within her. She cautiously grasped the hem of her senior brother's robe. "Senior brother, why have you come here?" In the past, he rarely ventured into such sordid places, let alone the town. "I descended the mountain to train diligently. To protect you, my little fool," the youth replied affectionately with a smile. "Please, just accompany me this once," the girl implored, her eyes shimmering with innocence as she gazed at him. Ultimately, her senior brother could only relent, taking her hand as they descended the mountain together, her steps light and buoyant. Memories stirred within her heart, yet Ruo Siwei could not comprehend why, despite Jiang Che's wounded spirit, he had undergone such a profound transformation. "Does my whereabouts concern you?" Jiang Che stated coolly, allowing the fabric to slip from her fingers, seemingly wishing to sever any connection with her. "Who are they?" The literati before the Wanhua Tower observed Jiang Che's indifference to Ruo Siwei with curiosity about his identity. "You are unaware? That is Jiang Che of the Zixiao sword sect, rumored to have grasped the essence of swordsmanship from the very beginning of his training. A prodigy unparalleled in the realm of the sword. Isnt he in seclusion? How could he possibly appear in the Great Zhou?" Gushi pondered, noting that the Waya Academy was of little significance to the immortal sects, with the dispatched individuals typically lacking strength. Moreover, it was said that Jiang Che had been in seclusion for some time, having attained insights into the sword path. Seclusion, my foot. Although the Zixiao sword sect demanded confidentiality regarding Jiang Chei's wrongful accusation, there is no wall that does not leak news. As some cultivators privy to the truth began to share, it became evident why he had shown no kindness to that female cultivator. Isn't it true that his innocence has been vindicated? After all, she is his junior sister. One cannot lay all the blame on that young girl. Jiang Chei seems rather petty. Huh, you speak of high ideals, yet do you not know your senior brother's nature, having spoiled his junior sister since childhood? Jiang Chei held a commendable reputation among his peers, and those aware of the truth were all disciples from various sects, well aware of who Jiang Chei truly was. They scoffed at those who favored Ruo Siwei. Observing Ruo Siwei, standing there and glancing at the departing Jiang Chei, Gushi realized how to navigate her predicament. At the pinnacle of the Wanhua Tower, a handsome youth toyed with a wine cup in his hand. If I were to win him over, would it benefit my claim to the throne? Behind him, a middle-aged man clad in robes nodded. He is the most favored disciple of the Zixiao sword sect and maintains good relations with the younger generation of various sections. If we can secure his allegiance, it would mean we have the support of an immortal sect, which is certainly advantageous. However, as far as I know, besides descending the mountain to slay demons and hone his character, he rarely ventures down and is unlikely to involve himself in matters of dynastic change. Although the great Zhou royal family was forbidden from clandestine dealings with the immortal sects, this ancestral edict had been largely ignored since the emperor became engrossed in the harem and the immortal path. In the struggle for the throne, numerous princes were attempting to forge connections with the immortal sections. Youthful rumors may not always bear truth. Indeed, he has graced the Wanhulu with his presence. The middle-aged man paused, seemingly recognizing the veracity of the statement. Old Jiang, how can you stand idly by and let misfortune befall me? Is this what brotherhood entails? In the Wu family's courtyard, Wu Chun's eyes brimmed with fury as he tightened his grip around Jiang Chei's throat, his voice dripping with venom. Coughing violently, Jiang Chei's face flushed as he struggled desperately against the clutches of fate. You have no idea of the harrowing ordeal I endured last night, kneeling in the ancestral hall. The sting of chilly whips, a cruel duo of torment. Ah, I have never suffered such humiliation since joining the sect. All of this is your doing. The mere thought of Wu Chun's embellishment from the previous night ignited a bitter rage within him, leading to a merciless beating by his parents, who refused to hear his explanation. As Jiang Chei finally broke free and caught his breath, he could not help but chuckle at the sight of Wu Chun's woeful countenance. You cannot fault me. I merely spoke the truth. It was you who insisted on dragging me to Wanhulu, and during your mother's tirade, I did my utmost to speak in your favor. Are you certain those were kind words? Wu Chun's expression darkened as he prepared to pounce on Jiang Chei once more. A sense of guilt washed over Jiang Chei. He acknowledged his role in stoking the flames. Yet who could have foreseen that Wu Chun's mother would harbor such disdain for Wanhulu, striking without mercy? The echoes of last night as anguished cries still resonated, leaving sorrow in the hearts of those who heard and tears in the eyes of those who witnessed. Young master, Mr. Jiang, someone is seeking an audience outside, a maid suddenly announced, her tone respectful. Who is it? The two men swiftly adjusted their postures upon hearing of the visitor. Their name is Lin Yu. He claims to be a junior disciple of Mr. Jiang. Lin Yu? Wuchen Segaze shifted toward Jiang Ke. The recent false accusations against the sect as elder have been unveiled not only through the wisdom of the heavenly mechanism realm, but also by the testimonies of those involved, who seemed oblivious to the possibility of being ensnared in an illusion, a matter apparently linked to Lin Yu. Should we meet with him? Jiang Chei sipped his tea, appearing indifferent to the arrival of his junior. However, out of respect for his mother, he felt compelled to grant the visitor an audience. Observing the cracks in his teacup, Wu Chun chuckled softly, recognizing that even a clay figurine possesses its own dignity. Jiang Chei, in particular, was not to be trifled with. Yet, given Jiang Chei's respect for Elder Qin Yue, it was likely that any animosity would be tempered with restraint. As they entered the front courtyard, they stole a glance at the two individuals seated and engaged in cheerful conversation before promptly averting their eyes. Mother, Wu Chun addressed Wu Madam. upon noticing the two youths, gave her son a disapproving look before turning her gaze kindly toward Jiang Che. Xiaoke, you youngsters converse. I have an appointment with Madame Qin and the others. The Qin family and the Wu family shared a long-standing friendship. The Wu family, disinterested in court affairs, had few members venturing into politics, unlike the Qin family, which boasted a scholarly lineage. Their aspirations revolved around governance and moral cultivation, and the current head of the family, Qin Shao, had ascended to the esteemed position of Right Prime Minister, though this had not affected the amicable relations between the two families. With the departure of his aunt, the atmosphere in the hall grew suddenly frigid. Jiang Che casually found a seat and engaged in light conversation with Wu Chun, never once glancing at Lin Yu. It had been months since they last met, and Lin Yu was taken aback by his senior brother's cold demeanor. However, he dismissed it, having long understood his brother's character during their year on Baiyun Peak. A soft-hearted individual, though unrelenting towards the demon clan, he was ever accommodating to his fellow disciples, often interceding on their behalf even when they had erred. Lin Yu felt certain that despite any mistakes he had made, his brother would undoubtedly forgive him. Senior brother, it has been a long time. I have been on missions these past months, and I sincerely apologize for what transpired 2 months ago. If it weren't for the mandala's poison, how could you have suffered such indignity? As he spoke, Lin Yu retrieved a jade pendant from his storage ring and placed it on his brother's table. This pendant was an unexpected find during my trials. It contains a formation capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak Dao Palace practitioner. Moreover, wearing it can accelerate one's cultivation speed. To possess a treasure that can withstand the attacks of a peak Dao Palace cultivator at the Spirit Sea realm, you are indeed favored by the heavens. Jiang Che remarked with a chuckle, taking the pendant and examining it before casually tossing it to Wu Chun. Cultivation is tedious. As long as no one provokes me, I shall hardly engage in it again. While this is a gift from my junior brother, it seems a waste to keep it. I hope you do not mind my giving it away. Cultivation had always been Jiang Che's lifelong pursuit. Since joining the Zixiao sword sect, Lin Yu had heard of his brother's dedication to it. Initially, he believed the words spoken in the law enforcement hall were merely expressions of his brother's anger, but it now appeared otherwise, leaving Lin Yu perplexed. Before he could voice his thoughts, Ruo Si tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further discussion. Jiang Che seemed oblivious to this gesture and continued. Cultivation is so arduous that it pales in comparison to the simplicity of a mortal's life. Yesterday, I visited the Wanhu Lu. Do you know who the attendant mentioned? Li Qingzhao? Lin Yu's expression tightened, setting aside the question of why his brother was reluctant to cultivate. He responded with a hint of anger. Are you doubting my originality as well? Not at all. Jiang Che shook his head. Our master values the purity of heart above all when accepting disciples, and he would never allow one with impure intentions to enter the sect. I have complete faith in you. But the way that attendants spoke of it, with such conviction, poet sage Du Fu, poet immortally Bai, it sounded almost genuine. You know, I enjoy reading in my spare time. If those figures truly exist, I would eagerly await the release of their poetry collections to acquire a few volumes. I am curious to discover what verses could possibly warrant such exalted titles as sage and immortal. In this realm, both saints and immortals are regarded as the most powerful beings, deserving of utmost reverence and respect. Chapter 14. Nan Xingqing. Although I have extensively read poetry and literature, I have never heard of these two individuals. Perhaps the young servant fabricated their names. Lin Yu mused, shaking his head. Naturally, he could not admit to knowing them, for doing so would transform yesterday's poem from mere suspicion into certainty. Moreover, he had only uttered one line, the rest being completed by that young scoundrel. Such a pity. Jean Kifin da Sig. Upon hearing their names yesterday, I wished to converse with that young servant to see if I could acquire an original edition, enabling me to appreciate the works of these two poets in advance. Yet who could have anticipated that the servant would meet an untimely demise? I cannot even ascertain the reasons behind it. Alas, with the servant gone, I wonder if that so-called poetry collection will ever see the light of day. I must venture to the nearby shops. Perhaps it has already been published. Though Jiang Che did not adhere to Confucianism, he possessed a particular fondness for poetry collections. Watching his senior brother depart, Lin Yu's expression darkened. Brother, you have changed, he remarked. Indeed, Ruasawai replied with a bitter smile. By the way, third senior sister, why did you stop me from asking questions earlier? Having exited the Wu residence, Jiang Che casually held a folding fan he had procured from somewhere, strolling leisurely down the street. Beside him, Wu Chun inquired curiously, where are you headed? The bookstore is to the east, and the stalls are to the south. If we continue further, we will reach the commoner's quarters. Who said I was going to the bookstore? Can I search for someone instead? Januke replied, nonchalantly, casting a glance behind him. Since leaving the Wu residence, he had sensed someone stealthily following him. Although the intent to kill was well concealed, it could not escape his notice. Wu Chun froze for a moment, then realized that this fellow was merely concocting a lazy excuse to avoid engaging with Lin Yu. Aren't you going to find a book for Senior Sister Chan? He asked. Old Jiang had once enjoyed reading, but that was merely because Senior Sister Chan had a passion for it. He was merely a collector. After gathering books, he would sift through them to discern which were worthwhile, leading the disciples to mistakenly believe he was an avid reader, when in truth, he harbored little genuine interest. She already possesses numerous books. Why seek more? Wu Chen pondered, finding this reasoning sound. Senior Sister Chan needed to cultivate, and those books would take her many years to finish. As the two conversed, they had already entered South Street. Although this area was home to the common folk, it bore no significant difference from other places. The attire may be simple, yet lacked patches and disorder. It appeared rather ordinary. The bustling crowd around them caused Jiang Che to frown. He had not anticipated such prosperity in this place before Lin Yu assisted Gu Shi in ascending to the throne as empress. Every face seemed to radiate smiles, however slight. Casting a discreet glance behind him, Jiang Che sighed. Let us proceed. We need to venture outside the city. Ah, is your friend not here? Wu Chun, who had never visited this area before, had hoped to fully immerse himself in the vibrant atmosphere. Why are we leaving so suddenly? Not here, Jiang Che replied. Old Jiang, you mentioned looking for a friend, yet I recall you have never been to the Great Zhou. Who is this friend? Although my Wu family may not be particularly influential here, assisting you in locating someone is certainly within our means. As two individuals engaged in conversation, a nearby elderly woman, leaning on her cane and carrying a basket, ambled slowly along. Noticing Jiang Che and his companion making their way towards the outskirts of the city, Nan Qingqing harbored suspicions of being discovered, fearing that he intended to find a secluded spot to deal with her. However, recalling that Jiang Che was merely at the early stage of the Dao Palace, she began to doubt her own perceptions. Suddenly, she felt Jiang Che's gaze linger on her for a brief moment, confirming her fears of being found out. Confounded by how she had been detected, she recalled the command from her master, her expression turning cold and resolute. Whether discovered or not, anyone who insulted her master must perish. Upon exiting the imperial city, Jiang Che immediately summoned his sword and headed towards the desolate mountain woods. As for Wu Chun, he fainted the moment they passed through the city gates and was promptly sent back to the Wu family. This lad lured me out of the city with the intent to eliminate me. How audacious indeed, Nan Qingqing, disguised as the elderly woman, murmured before following with a cold smirk. Jiang Che was acutely aware that he could not guarantee victory over his pursuer, having remained within the city where he could be struck down without warning. Thus, he sought a place like a graveyard, where he might find a glimmer of hope. Conveniently, 300 miles outside the South City Gate lay a forsaken burial ground. He was uncertain of how many corpses would be found there in this era, but he had to take the risk. Before long, Jiang Che arrived at his destination, feeling the depletion of his spiritual power. Casting a glance behind him, he noticed that his pursuer had yet to catch up. Do they truly underestimate me, believing they can toy with my fate? The strength of his pursuer far surpassed his own. If they wished to catch up, they would not merely be shadows in the distance. It was highly likely that he was being perceived as a mere mouse, setting the stage for a game. Injang Chiese Ais. There was no distinction between the powerful and the weak. He cast a disdainful glance at those wishing to take his life, steadied his emotions, and lowered his gaze to the burial ground beneath him. Thousands of corpses lay densely packed, some still intact while others had crumbled into skeletal remains. Despite it being broad daylight, a chill coursed through him. Such heavy resentment. It truly is a forsaken graveyard. Host, do you intend to reconstruct the demonic path? In the system's space, the little sprite, sensing the palpable resentment and malevolence surrounding Jiang Che, exclaimed with delight. If the host cultivates the demonic path, a confrontation with Lin Yu in the future is inevitable. With his aid, you could undoubtedly alter the outcome of your previous life. Jiang Che dismissed the system's chatter, stepping towards the center of the skeletal remains and sitting cross-legged. The putrid flesh that stained his robe and the nauseating odor did not faze him in the slightest. All things have a beginning, perceiving the formless through the form. The heavens are indifferent, and good and evil are uncertain. As Jiang Che entered a meditative state, the wind stirred and clouds shifted. The lingering resentment and spiritual energy coalesced above the bones, visibly gathering into luminous points overhead. When Nan Qingqing arrived, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. The rumors proved untrustworthy. It seemed that the disciple of the sword sect had, unbeknownst to anyone, embraced the demonic path. Do not misjudge the innocent. This is not demonic, but rather is uncanny, strangely uncanny. Jiang Che toyed with the folding fan in his hand, a light laugh escaping his lips. At that moment, he exuded an indescribable aura, reminiscent of both a demon and an immortal, instilling a sense of fear that compelled reverence. Regardless of one's identity, to insult the revered lord meant death. Nan Qingqing paid no heed to the nature of this power. She withdrew the blood-red whip from her waist and charged at Jiang Che. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Che did not retaliate, but instead took a step back and snapped his fingers. The whip abruptly halted midair, and to Nan Qingqing's astonishment, a skeletal figure materialized. This skeleton appeared entirely devoid of any peculiarity, lacking even a hint of sentience, yet it emanated a bizarre aura that prompted Nan Qingqing to retract her whip. Her vigilance heightened. A mid-level demonic entity? Ha ha! Miss Nan, do enjoy this little creature. Jiang Che had already retreated 100 meters, his aura dissipated, and though his complexion was pale, a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. He initially assumed he faced an adversary, only to discover it was this young lady. There was no need for her elimination. Nan Qingqing's expression darkened. She was merely at the early stage of breaking through and had no hope of defeating the demonic entity in such a short time. In fact, she could very well fall victim to it. Gathering her focus, she faced the advancing skeleton and brandished her whip, shouting, "Do not flee. Once I vanquish this demon, I shall come for you." TSK, TSK, TSK. So young yet so foolish. Jiang Che chuckled softly before turning to depart. He wished he had 8 legs to flee as far as possible. With her presence, that vile enchantress must also be nearby. Though uncertain of her current prowess, she was at least at the life and death stage. Once she arrived, escape would be impossible. The words he uttered yesterday sent shivers down his spine, and he longed to slap himself for his braggadocio. The skeleton was formidable. Although it bore no weapons, it seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of power. Nan Qingqing had no choice but to launch her attacks while seeking weaknesses. Soon, she noticed a rib within the skeleton's chest cavity, appearing indistinguishable from the others. Yet, whenever she sensed the skeleton's strength waning, an uncanny energy enveloped its form, and that rib seemed to function as its heart, the source of its power. Regardless of its nature, Nan Qingqing retreated a half-step, channeling her spiritual energy from her dantian into the soul-breaking whip before launching a fierce assault. Though the skeleton's strength surpassed hers, it lacked practical combat experience and failed to protect its vital areas. Leveraging the whip's agility, Nan Qingqing blocked one strike with her fist while simultaneously ensnaring the rib with her whip, exerting tremendous force. In the instant the rib shattered, the skeleton emitted a harrowing wail, and a torrent of strange energy erupted from within its form. As she beheld her foe reduced to mere powder and glanced toward Jiang Che's retreating figure, Nan Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration. That scoundrel actually fled. He was nothing like the rumor suggested. He not only practiced dark arts, but also feared death. Chapter 15. A glimpse of the future having departed from the desolate graveyard. Jiang Che swiftly headed south, now too fearful to return. Not to mention that Nan Qingqing awaited him in the imperial city. But that wretched Mei Yin might also be lurking there. Though the imperial city was guarded by formidable powers, few could withstand her might. Killing him would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. The mere recollection of the words spoken at the Wanhelu the previous day sent shivers down Jiang Che's spine. He ran for an indeterminate distance, only halting his pace as night enveloped the sky. System, how could the forces of the demon race be present in the Great Zhou imperial city? The current state of Great Zhou cannot be deemed an nadir. Even if its fortunes have waned slightly, it should not allow the demons to infiltrate. Have you forgotten their identities? Mei Xianyan is the demon lord, traversing any realm with ease. As for Nan Qingqing, she is not purely of the demon race. Although she has cultivated some demonic techniques, the dragon's aura of Great Zhou specifically targets foreign beings, thus her restrictions would naturally be diminished. Prompted by this question, Jiang Che recalled and, in resignation, sat by the riverside. Was it not preferable for them to remain within their own demonic territory? Why venture here? Now, with the situation as it is, how could he dare to return? While he had lost interest in enhancing his strength, given the chance to start anew, he wished to undertake endeavors he had previously neglected. He certainly did not wish to perish so easily. The system remained speechless. You're the ancestor of guile. Mei Xian Yin is merely at the brink of life and death. Dealing with her would be a trivial matter. Why fear her? With a few years of cultivation, slaying her would be akin to butchering a chicken. This individual had returned with memories intact. All his prior experiences in cultivation were preserved. Whether he chose to recultivate the path of guile or embark on an alternate journey, he faced no bottlenecks. Absorbing power and enhancing his cultivation was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Zhang Duque, disinclined to engage in conversation, understood that the system's insistence on his cultivation was merely a means to compel him to thwart Lin Yu. Be silent. I need to cleanse the resentment within me. Though he had merely concentrated the resentment upon the withered bones, having employed some peculiar methods, if left unchecked, it would surely draw the ire of the oblivious, who might label him a villain. Despite his desire to depart from the sect, once the stigma of indiscriminate slaughter was affixed to him, tranquility would be impossible to attain. Noticing Jiang Che begin to recite the heart-purifying incantation, a pale red aura gradually emanated from his body, while the system discreetly monitored the 300 points of destiny value in its data. Ever since it realized that this individual was unwilling to confront Lin Yu, it had reduced the rewards by 2/3, allowing for greater control over the situation. Yet, while destiny points had been conserved, the system found itself at a loss for action, being merely a fragment of the divine will of the great Tao. Previously, it had possessed no wisdom. It was only during the cataclysm of its former world that it had emerged from the collective will of sentient beings. Pensive, as the system pondered its dilemma, it suddenly sensed someone forcefully attempting to divine the future. Such matters had never piqued its interest. The future is mutable. Once a glimpse of it is perceived, it has already begun to shift. However, the one performing the divination was Qing Yue, Jiang Che's master, which rendered the situation rather intriguing. Why would she engage in such divination? And why was it intertwined with Jiang Che? A faint realization dawned upon her as the system emitted 2 sharp clicks, and 500 points of destiny value vanished from the data panel. By info, Qing Yue's beautiful eyes remained tightly shut, beads of perspiration seeping through her skin, saturating her white gown. Petals of peach blossoms danced in the air, cascading gracefully, yet none landed upon her. They simply lingered above. Just a moment more, she encouraged herself, believing that this affirmation might alleviate her inner turmoil. Uncertain of the source of the voice she had heard that night, or why her heart raced, she sensed its significance. A glimmer of white light ignited within her heart, illuminating the surrounding darkness. With her pale lips pressed together, she understood that she had successfully glimpsed a fragment of the future. Once the light faded, the origin of her heart's unease would be revealed. Gradually, the resplendent white light receded, leading her to an environment both familiar and alien. Familiar, for it was indeed the Zixiao sword sect. Alien, due to the debris, the leveled peaks, the soaring flames, and the endless wails that left her in disbelief. This was the place she had always called home. What had transpired? What calamity had befallen the future? Before she could fully grasp the shock, a furious roar pierced her ears. You shall pay. Though the voice bore a maturity tinged with despair and wrath, she instantly recognized its owner, Xiao Che. Following the sound, she beheld Jiang Che, his visage twisted in rage. His white robe, stained crimson with blood. Blood dripped from the tip of his crimson dragon sword, and countless corpses lay before him, his fellow disciples. In that moment, a sense of comfort enveloped Qingwei. Amidst the sect's grave peril, Xiao Che had chosen not to cower but to stand resolutely at the forefront, sword in hand, embodying the spirit of the sword sect for all to witness. Indeed, Xiao Che had suffered a blow to his Dao heart. Otherwise, why would he fight to the death for their sect in the future? Watching Xiao Che's fierce onslaught, Qingwei felt a surge of joy, yet as time trickled away, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Where were the elders? Why were there only a handful of them? Songhe, Xin, Su, Ziyang, and herself. Where had the others gone? Senior brother, what shall we do now? A disciple stepped forward after fending off a wave of enemies. How is the protective array's restoration progressing? We have identified the issue with the sect's array, came the reply. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry and fix it. It has taken so long just to find the problem. Are you fools? Zhang Chiese Fury erupted. He had assumed that after 2 days, the protective array would at least be restored, yet they had only discovered the root of the issue. It was crucial to know that with the protective array inactive for even a day, the number of fallen disciples would only continue to rise. Observing Zhang Chiese Furio's state, the speaking disciple hesitated but, recalling the sect's dire situation, gritted his teeth and continued, the problem lies at Bai Yinfeng. The array has been shattered by 3 sword energies. To repair it will take at least half an hour. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che fell into a momentary stupor, and even Qingwei in the sky found it hard to believe. The White Cloud Peak harbors no outsiders, and the focal point of the formation lies beneath that peach tree. Lin Yu had only recently accepted her as a disciple and had not disclosed this information to her. Thus, only the 4 of them were aware of the existence of the focal point. How could this be? At this moment, Jiang Che felt as if struck by lightning, staggering towards White Cloud Peak, with Qingwei hastily following. Moments later, Jiang Che arrived at White Cloud Peak, and indeed, the peach tree had been removed, revealing 3 striking sword auras within a deep pit. Gazing at the 3 sword auras, Jiang Che felt his entire body stiffen, unable to fathom the reality before him. The sword auras surged like a tempest, and the surrounding area bore marks of being scorched by lightning. Others may not recognize it, but the inner disciples could instantly identify it as the unique technique of the Zixiao sword sect, the Zixiao sword art. Senior brother now, a nearby disciple trembled, and even the elder from the artifact refining hall refrained from speaking. A traitor had emerged within the sect, and, crucially, it was at White Cloud Peak, a place where Jiang Che's most trusted family resided. They were genuinely fearful of being silenced. Jiang Che felt a profound ache in his heart, his blood surging, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The person he trusted most turned out to be a traitor. Quickly repair it. After discarding a pile of repair materials onto the ground, Jiang Che vacantly departed. Upon identifying the issue with the protective formation of the sect, he rallied his disciples to resist for a time, and the crisis was swiftly averted. Listening to the cheers of the sect's disciples, Jiang Che found it grating, silently seeking a place to rest. Observing Xiao Che, who tossed and turned unable to sleep, Qingwei felt a deep pang of sympathy. Her approach to discipleship emphasized character, and there were few rigid rules. White Cloud Peak was akin to their second home. Xiao Che had been raised there since childhood, and every individual in the peak was akin to family. Now, with family betraying him, how could he not be distressed? Understanding Xiao Che's anguish only fueled her anger. She treated every disciple equally. Why would anyone betray them? If she were to discover who it was, she would undoubtedly expel them from the sect. 3 days later, As the disciples of the sect were cleaning up the battlefield and burying their brothers, the sect leader appeared, accompanied by hundreds of the sect's pillars. Upon witnessing the sect's tragic state, they were first taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of fury. They had merely gone to aid the great Zhou to prevent a large-scale invasion by the demon clan, and in the span of just a month, the sect had been ambushed. In their anger, confusion soon followed. The sect possessed a protective formation that could at least withstand a full-force strike from the transformation realm. However, when inquiring why so many disciples were injured, the disciples hesitated, their gazes collectively shifting towards Jiang Che. How to explain this? Senior brother Jiang had nearly perished for the sect, yet the cause of such numerous deaths lay with the people of White Cloud Peak and with Elder Qinghua present. They dare not speak. Chapter 16. An oath taken. Jiang Che. Could you elucidate the situation? Ziang inquiret, her bro furoet. All eyes were fixed upon Jiang Che, eager to comprehend the circumstances. He remained silent, staring vacantly at the three figures behind his master, his senior sister, junior sister, and junior brother. Their expressions were a tapestry of emotions: rage at the departure of a comrade, confusion regarding the unactivated formation, yet devoid of any anxiety. Ultimately, Jiang Che's gaze settled upon his junior brother, who seemed to sense his scrutiny. His senior and junior sisters instinctively shielded him from view. Witnessing this tableau, Jiang Che felt a surge of amusement, yet words eluded him. Perhaps he could inquire of others, but should he suggest that his junior brother might be involved? His master and the others would surely regard him with disdain. He recoiled at the thought of encountering such contemptuous gazes. As Jiang Che turned to leave, Lin Yu's ire simmered beneath the surface. What are you doing? We have shown you enough tolerance, yet you cannot utter a few words? You have harmed your fellow disciples, slaughtered innocents, and conspired with malevolent entities. Any other disciple would have faced dire consequences for such transgressions. Were it not for your status as my pupil, I would. Upon hearing his master's words, Jiang Che halted, his countenance a portrait of desolation. He pivoted to gaze intently at her, completing the unvoiced thought. You truly wish to kill me? Why did no one believe him? He had been raised within the sect. His character should speak for itself. Yet even those he esteemed most, his master, his cherished junior sister, and even the one he held affection for, unquestioningly placed their trust in Lin Yu. All the misdeeds were attributed to him. Faced with the despair reflected in his disciples' eyes, Lin Yu's heart ached. Xiao Che was akin to her own child. How could she not chastise him for his missteps? If not for the immense pressure she bore, how could he still remain within the sect? Brother, how can you address our master in such a manner? Lin Yu emerged from behind his two senior sisters, his tone sharp and resolute. What I say is of no concern to you, Jiang Che retorted, his disdain for Lin Yu palpable. Those innocent lives were within his grasp of salvation, mere steps away from rescue. Yet this wretch stood before him, directly refining those souls, and when confronted, feigned innocence while shifting blame. Even his junior sister, without hesitation, relayed this matter to their master, leading to his confinement. The hard-won strength he had attained was reduced to the initial stages of tribulation due to the purging thunder of the Zixiao. He had been at the pinnacle of tribulation, only to see years of cultivation unravel before him. Were it not for the heavenly oath he had sworn, affirming his innocence, he might not have survived his master's disdain. Reflecting on the past and the present, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. In the heavens, a specter of Lin Yu from the past stood transfixed, surveying the assembly. Almost every disciple cast disdainful glances at Xiao Che. Why? When it was Xiao Che who had rescued them, when it was he who had turned the tide, did they offer no praise? What was the meaning behind their scornful gazes? In the presence of one's future self, why was the immediate ire directed at Xiao Che? Was it not already established that Xiao Che was innocent? What, then, is the meaning of harming one's own sect, or the massacre of an entire village, or collusion with the demon clan? There is no way Xiao Che could engage in such vile acts. His departure did not alleviate the tension in the atmosphere. Rather, Ruo Siwei stood by, berating him with words of disappointment, claiming she had misjudged him, stating he was unworthy of being called a senior brother. This only deepened Qingyue's incredulity. Why? What transpired in the future that even Si Wei, who favored Xiao Che the most, now harbored disdain for him, while others found nothing amiss? Let us not dwell on the past any longer. Standing before the gathered disciples, Qingyue furrowed her brow and stepped forward to inquire about the sect's recent assault. At that moment, who would dare conceal the truth? One after another, they shared what they knew. After hearing the accounts, silence enveloped the group, and several peculiar gazes fell upon the three disciples behind Qingyue. What are you staring at? How could we possibly be traitors? Ruo Siwei snapped at them in anger. Could it be that senior brother orchestrated this himself? He already has a history of collusion with the demon clan, and the forces behind this attack seem to be connected to them, Lin Yu speculated. Indeed, it is possible that he staged this, Ruo Siwei concurred, her disdain for the suspicion evident as she placed her hands on her hips in agreement. That scoundrel has committed so many heinous acts. This must be his doing. That is implausible. Senior brother has nearly perished at the hands of our enemies on several occasions. Were it not for his formidable strength and the elder's assistance, he might have protested a disciple who participated in a recent battle. This could all be an act of self-sacrifice. He is still alive, after all, countered others. If these disputing disciples were to investigate further, they would realize that, to varying degrees, they had all benefited from Lin Yu's kindness. The surrounding discussions left the sect leader and Qingyue in silence. Jiang Che once served as the paragon of the sect. It was not inconceivable that he might employ a ruse of self-harm to reclaim his former glory. Take me to Baiyun Peak, Qingyue instructed. Upon arrival, they beheld the uprooted peach trees carelessly discarded aside. Qingyue and her disciples, save for Lin Yu, were momentarily taken aback, a flicker of barely concealed anger passing through their eyes. On what grounds have you felled the peach trees? Could you not have simply uprooted them? What is Jiang Che up to? Ruo Siwei, regardless of the status of those present, expressed her ire at the sight of her beloved trees being uprooted. Xiaochan, relocate the peach trees to behind the house, Qingyue coldly commanded before proceeding towards the heart of the formation. Xiaochan, maintaining her composure, approached the peach trees, paused for a moment, and then, gathering her magical energy, levitated the trees and their roots, following in Qingyue's wake as they moved to the rear of the house. Indeed, the sword energy that caused this devastation belonged to the Zixiao sword technique and originated from Xiao Che. Gazing at the sword marks within the deep pit, Qingyue remained silent for a moment, her expression complex. Before the crowd could speculate further, she continued, however, you should recognize that this sword energy has been incorporated into a scroll and triggered by another. This pit also contains a faint trace of demonic power. Indeed, I had anticipated it was he. Who else but Bai Yunfeng could perpetrate such an act, aside from those few elders, as long as the four of them are aware? The elders have been part of the sect for millennia and would never be involved. Listening to Si Wei's unwavering conviction, Qingyue felt a profound weariness. Let us summon Jiang Che and inquire. Although all evidence points toward Xiao Che, it is undeniable that Jiang Che played a significant role in this recent conflict. Ziyang still found it difficult to believe the accusation. Kang nodded and promptly departed from Bai Yunfeng. After a short incense sticks time, the slumbering Jiang Che was brought forth. He seemed to have anticipated this moment. If Si Wei was not mistaken, she sensed her senior brother's gaze lingering upon her. Jiang Ke, to how many individuals have you bestowed your sword energy? Ziyang inquired. He still wished to clear Jiang Che's name. After all, he was a promising talent in swordsmanship. If he were willing to divulge the particulars, Ziyang was confident he could uncover the true culprit through the slightest clues. One person, Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. Who? Si Wei was taken aback, recalling the impossibility from 3 months prior. How could your sword energy be given solely to me? Are you lying? Januke outfitted the Dopyavaripsilonsmai. I, Jiang Che, call upon the heavenly Tao to bear witness. This was the 3rd time he had sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao, all in a bid to clear his name. Whether regarding the massacre of a village or collusion with the demon race, had he not sworn such an oath, his cultivation would have been stripped, leaving no trace of him behind. As Jiang Che unwaveringly made his vow, the heavenly Tao responded, leaving the assembly in a contemplative silence. Is that sufficient? I have invoked the heavenly Tao's oath to inform you that I was entirely unaware of the disturbance at the array. With this, Jiang Che's suspicions were alleviated, and Xiang's gaze shifted to Siwei. Siwei, what about the sword energy Xiao Che provided you? Siwei turned to Lin Yu, her tone resolute. The sword energy was requested on behalf of my junior brother. However, I assure you, he is in no way an infiltrator. It is possible that some other cultivator imitated my senior brother's sword energy. The crowd's attention then turned to Lin Yu. I utilized that sword energy. The situation was dire, and a senior brother from the sect can attest to it. Moreover, I am not aware of the array's location, Lin Yu spoke calmly. Siwei hesitated. Had she not informed her junior brother about the array? Despite her doubts, she chose to remain silent. No sooner had she spoken than Wu Chan stepped forward. I was present when Lin Yu employed the scroll, but I cannot definitively say that the sword energy was indeed bestowed by senior brother Jiang Che. Though reluctant to concede, he was present at that moment. Lin Yu did not expect Wu Chun to step forward, nor to utter such words. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. It was quickly concealed. Since my senior brother has sworn an oath, I shall do the same to prove my innocence. With that, Lin Yu confidently stepped forward. Lin Yu, call upon the heavenly Tao to bear witness. As Lin Yu completed his oath, no divine retribution descended from the heavenly Tao. Jiang Che was taken aback. He was certain that the disturbance at the array was undeniably linked to Lin Yu. Yet, why did the heavenly Tao not unleash its wrath? Chapter 17. Returning to the imperial city, failing to achieve the desired outcome, and with the unsettling knowledge of a traitor within the sect, Xiang found himself in a state of profound agitation, uttering a few terse remarks before departing. Bayan Peak was left with only 5 disciples, and the atmosphere instantly shifted to one of eerie tranquility. No one spoke, merely exchanging glances, while Ruasawai's dissatisfaction with the earlier events was palpable. Jiang Ke, what did you mean by that? Are you attempting to cast aspersions upon me? Junior sister, I was merely stating the facts. Since the sect master is in search of an infiltrator, I felt compelled to share what I know. Moreover, I have truly only bestowed the sword chi upon you. Jiang Che explained softly, convinced that Ruasawai had been misled by Lin Yu, despite her unpleasant tone. And what do you believe? Enough. Ruasawai was about to elaborate further when Qingwei interrupted, directing her inquiry at Xiao Che. Do you have any suspects? The array's core is known solely to us 4. I wish to know if you have disclosed this information to anyone else. Why are you looking at me? How could I possibly reveal the array's core to others? Ruasawai retorted coldly. Really? Of course it is true. After speaking, Ruasawai's peripheral vision caught sight of her junior brother, who had entered late and was unaware of the array's specifics. However, she thought to herself that as a disciple of the master, she should not withhold anything from him. Thus, when her junior brother asked, "You wouldn't have any secrets from me, would you?" she had casually divulged the information. Seeing Ruasawai's expression, Jiang Che became increasingly convinced that this matter was connected to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do you not wish to clarify? You are aware of the array's core, and my sword chi is also in your possession. Apart from you, I cannot fathom who else could tamper with the array. Lin Yu managed a bittersweet smile. Senior brother, I have already sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao. Do you truly wish to cast doubt upon me? Jiang Che, what are you doing? It has been stated that the sword chi has already been utilized. Why do you persist in suspecting the junior brother? Ruasawai, like an incensed hen, spread her arms protectively in front of Lin Yu. Xiaoke, Ino, why do you always seek to slander Xiaoyu? Qingyue's brows furrowed with anger. Very well, if that is the case. If Lin Yu can swear an oath to both the literary sage and the heavenly Tao that his sword chi was genuinely expended prior to this, I, Jiang Che, will bow an apology. At that moment, Jiang Che yearned to unmask this fellow. Why? Why does the master side with Lin Yu once more? Observing Jiang Che's contorted expression, Qingwei found herself at a loss for words and turned her gaze to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, perhaps. Master, I have already sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao. It is utterly impossible. Lin Yu's anger surged as he confronted his senior brother. What have I done to offend you? Why do you target me? Do you truly believe I am the cause of your current predicament? He could not possibly take the oath. His current points were insufficient to purchase a talisman of avoidance. He had to redirect the suspicion towards Jiang Che. Listening to Lin Yu's nearly thunderous voice, Qingwei felt a pang of guilt. Jiang Che, perhaps you should enter seclusion. Jiang Che? Upon hearing those frigid words, Jiang Che felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. For reasons unknown, he suddenly found himself wanting to laugh. As laughter turned to tears, they streamed down his face. Ah, baby. Since you all refuse to believe me, I shall take my leave. Departing? Whether it be the clear moon in the sky or to the current state of Lin Yu, Qingwei felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Soon, Jiang Che provided an answer. With a sudden motion, Jiang Che drew his sword and thrust it towards Lin Yu's chest. Jiang Che appeared startled, failing to evade the attack. No! Qingwei reacted swiftly, rushing forward to strike Jiang Che's chest with her palm, interrupting his assault. As she gazed at the unconscious Jiang Che, the Qingwei in the sky let out a sigh of relief. He was her disciple. How had it come to this? What should she do? Turning her gaze towards the dazed Lin Yu, a feeling of desolation spread within her heart. In the sky, as Qingwei contemplated whether to continue observing, she noticed everything around her seemed to freeze. A pull emanated from her body, and the surrounding scenes began to whirl rapidly. In that moment, she understood she had reached her limit. Yet, she was reluctant to leave, for the swiftly changing images pierced her deeply. The scenes revealed that Jiang Che ultimately departed from the sect soon after, delving into the demonic path, becoming a traitor. The final straw that broke him was, in fact, the sect itself. Why? Jiang Che had already sworn an oath to the heavens. Why did the sect still consider him the mastermind behind this incident? And Qingwei, why did she not intervene and instead choose to severely injure Jiang Che? She could not fathom any of this, her entire being radiating with light before vanishing from sight. Gasping for breath, Qingwei swept her gaze around her surroundings, finally fixing her eyes on the peach tree before her. This tree stood as a testament to the bond between teacher and disciple. As she recalled the eventual fate of this peach tree and the vision she had seen, a single tear rolled down her cold visage. What had transpired in the future? Jiang Che had fought valiantly, yet no one accepted him. He was even compelled to betray the sect. Had he truly harmed his fellow disciples, slaughtered villages, and colluded with the demon race? Was this the reason he was misunderstood by the world? Qingwei could not believe Jiang Che would commit such acts. He was not that kind of person. As a thought struck her, Qingwei froze, resembling a helpless young girl, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. She had come to believe it. Just because of a few words from Siwei, she had accepted that Jiang Che was indeed such a person. Reality. For days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Che finally rid himself of the resentment within, stretching with satisfaction. System. Is there any news from the Imperial City? System. Unclear. It had been attempting to awaken Qingyue's memories from her past life over the past 2 days. Unfortunately, Qingyue was a crucial protector in Lin Yu's growth. Not only was it unsuccessful, but it was also overwhelmed with tasks, lacking the time to address these matters. Jiang Che was at a loss for words. Aren't you here to help me? Aren't you afraid I will be killed by Mei Xianyan? Damn, I truly forgot that Mei Xianyan was in the Imperial City. Noticing the creature's silence, Jiang Che left the cave and casually approached a passerby. Moments later, a faint smile appeared on his face. There is no need for concern. Mei Xianyan does not engage in indiscriminate killings. Nan Xingqing spared his life, and for 3 consecutive days, she did not take any action, indicating that the order to kill him was merely a casual remark. She is somewhat familiar with Mei Xianyan, which suggests that as long as she is not provoked in the future, this matter can be considered resolved. With the threat now dissipated, it is imperative to return swiftly. Wu Chun, that fool, must be convinced that he is in peril. After an hour, Jiang Che returned to the Imperial City, where the surroundings remained unchanged. He made his way along Nan Street towards the Wu residence, and along the journey, he did not encounter any rumors regarding his disappearance. This was fortunate for him, yet somewhat peculiar. The vanishing of a disciple from the Zixiao sword sect is indeed a significant matter. If the Great Zhou fails to provide an explanation, it would incur the wrath of the cultivation sections. Logically, there should be at least some whispers circulating. It appears someone has concealed the news of his disappearance. A smile played on Jiang Che's lips as he instantly thought of a certain individual. Aside from his esteemed junior brother, he could hardly conceive of anyone else. However, it seems he has only recently arrived in the imperial city. How has he acquired such considerable influence? His curiosity is undeniably piqued. Chapter 18. The Stroll of Ruo Siwei Zhang. Have you found our senior brother? In the courtyard of the Wu family, dozens of disciples from the Zixiao sword sect were seated, each face shadowed by a cloud of worry. Wu Chun paced back and forth, his anxiety palpable. 3 days had passed since old Jiang had knocked him unconscious, and there had been no trace of him since. Furthermore, signs of battle had emerged at the mass grave 100 miles outside South City, leading him to suspect that old Jiang might have encountered an insurmountable predicament. I was thinking of mobilizing the army of the Great Zhou for assistance, Wu Chun continued. But with the Yin Wang controlling part of the Imperial Guards and the Prince's status, we have no one but ourselves to rely on. Zhang shook his head. Brother, perhaps we should contact the sect. Our senior brother is acting quite strangely. He not only refuses to cultivate, but even seems to desire a mundane life. I fear he may run away. As for the notion of danger, that seemed implausible. Since the recent slander, each direct disciple had acquired additional treasures. Even if they were outmatched, reaching out to the sect was still feasible. Wu Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems we have no other choice. Upon deciding to contact the sect, the atmosphere lightened slightly. These past 3 days had been exhausting, and with their sect support, their search for their senior brother would surely accelerate. I wonder what Ruo is thinking. Despite our senior brother's disappearance, she appears utterly unconcerned, even enjoying the night market and admiring the lanterns. One disciple remarked, incredulously. She is his junior sister, another added, emphasizing the bond. The group fell silent. After all, Ruo was the disciple of Elder Qingwei and the favored student of Jiang Che. Despite their senior brother's current disdain, it was likely he would forgive her, as he had always done in the past. Should she continue to conspire behind his back, she might find herself at the receiving end of Zhang's wrath one day. Another mused. Enough of this. Our priority is to contact the sect. Wu Chun produced a communication token, sending news of old Zhang's disappearance. No sooner had he completed the message than several figures appeared outside the courtyard. What brings you here with such leisure? Wu Chun scoffed without lifting his head. Initially, he had held Ruo Siwei in decent regard, considering the previous incident a mere accident that could be rectified with an apology. However, his sentiments had soured. Wu, there seems to be no need to contact the sect just yet. It has only been 3 days. With our senior brother's formidable strength, how could he possibly be in trouble? Lin Yu, seemingly oblivious to Wu Chen's tone, entered carrying a large bundle of items, with Ruo Siwei following behind. A smile illuminating her face as if thoroughly pleased with her shopping expedition. Look, this is the imperial city of the Great Zhou, blessed by Dragon Qi. No demons could cause harm here. Besides, our senior brother is amiable. Disciples from other sects would not dare to harm him. You're worrying too much, Wu. Ruo chimed in, her cheerful demeanor unwavering. I bought so many things this time. Come and see. I even have gifts for you all. As they awkwardly accepted the offerings from their exuberant junior sister, the group shared strained smiles, their hearts heavy with the sense that her enjoyment was a stark contrast to the sacrifices their senior brother had made for her over the years. For over a decade, he had cared for her, indulging her every whim. Yet in his absence, she seemed to revel in her carefree life. Just as the crowd was about to speak, a figure appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing the person, Wu Chun and the others instantly felt a surge of joy, abandoning their gifts to rush towards the entrance. Ruo Siwei turned around, and upon seeing her senior brother had returned, exclaimed, I knew it. You must be fine, look, you're back. With that, she dashed to her senior brother's side and took hold of his hand. These past few days in the imperial city have been delightful. I prepared a special gift for you. It's a pity you weren't here. You have been dazzled by last night's lanterns. They were truly breathtaking. Ruo Siwei chattered incessantly, while Jiang Che showed little interest in continuing the conversation. He turned to Wu Chun and said, recently, make sure Ant doesn't go out. Several demons have infiltrated the imperial city, likely targeting Waya Academy. Demons? Wu Chun understood immediately. No wonder that fellow had knocked him out. Have you been alright these days? Jiang Che withdrew his arm and walked towards the courtyard. If it weren't for my good fortune, you truly wouldn't have seen me. The statement seemed both explanatory and mocking. The crowd was briefly stunned before a chorus of exclamations erupted. His senior brother had managed to escape from a demon at the Broken Void stage. It was quite extraordinary. Moreover, it appeared he had not sustained any injuries. Jiang Che was escorted into the courtyard, and his junior brothers were eager to hear about his encounter with the demons. While Ruo Siwei was somewhat taken aback, did senior brother really encounter danger? Lin Yu approached to offer comfort, saying, "You didn't know senior brother was in peril? Don't worry. Once his heart is restored, he will surely forgive you. Now that you're also at the Spirit Sea stage, even if you knew, senior brother wouldn't allow you to engage in anything so perilous." After a considerable amount of reassurance from Lin Yu, Ruo Siwei nodded earnestly. "I had no idea senior brother was in danger, and even if I did, I couldn't do anything." Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Che observed the naivete of his junior sister, shaking his head inwardly. In my past life, I truly was a fool." "Old Jiang, I'm asking you a question." Wu Chun interjected anxiously. "Since it was a broken void cultivator you faced, how did you manage to escape?" He had finally reached the peak of the spirit platform, close to catching up with that fellow. Could it be that this rascal was secretly cultivating to astonish everyone? What level of cultivation does this rascal possess? Jiang Che took a sip of tea and replied, "I already said it was luck. There's a mass grave to the south, and when I fled there, I discovered demons absorbing resentment. I couldn't defeat the demons, so I devised a small tactic to incite them to turn against each other. Although demon cultivators bore the name demon, they were still part of the human race, albeit practicing cruel methods." Wu Chun was taken aback. "Was that your doing?" "The mass grave is merely 100 miles from the imperial city. The battle 3 days ago had many cultivators worried, almost believing the demons were about to wage war against the Zhou. Of course, if I hadn't stirred up some commotion, would I have been able to escape?" Zhang Ge replied, exasperated. He then inquired, "By the way, has anyone come looking for me these past few days, especially from the Wanhua Tower?" The expressions of the crowd immediately turned peculiar. Having just escaped death, he was already pondering that matter. His senior brother was rather unconventional. Observing the peculiar expression of his junior disciple, Jiang Che realized that he had misunderstood the situation. However, he felt no inclination to clarify. He merely inquired if there had been any visitors. Although Mei Xianyan did not regard him as significant, the humiliated Nan Xingxing would undoubtedly seek to reclaim her dignity. Wu Chun stifled a laugh. Indeed, numerous visitors had come over the past 3 days. Besides the disciples from various sects, both the esteemed princess of the Great Zhou and the Prince of Yin had paid brief visits, delivering gifts before departing. As for the Wanhua Tower, Wu Chun paused momentarily before continuing. The Wu family, being a prestigious lineage, would likely not permit those from the realm of frivolity to approach without being turned away at the threshold. After he spoke, Wu Chun mischievously leaned closer to Jiang Che's ear, suggesting that while drinking at the Wanhua Tower could be quite an experience, one could not openly declare such sentiments. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to witness it for yourself," he added. Although his voice was hushed, the presence of extraordinary individuals around them restrained their laughter, as they bit their lips in amusement. The usually noble Jiang Shixiang had indeed stumbled at the Wanhua Tower. How hilarious! If this were to be revealed, the female disciples of the sect would likely be driven to madness. It was well known that the women in their sect possessed unparalleled beauty. Yet Jiang Shixiang had never even cast them a glance. Could it be that the women of the Wanhua Tower understood the art of allure better? Jiang Che felt an urge to strike Wu Chun for tarnishing his reputation. "Must you speak so? I would never set foot in the Wanhua Tower. And since there have been no visitors, I shall retire for the night." The Wanhua Tower undoubtedly harbored demonic entities, and he dared not contemplate the matter further. Chapter 19. The imprisoned Gu Shi in the residence of the Prince of Yin, upon receiving the news from the scout, Gu Qingxiu turned to his advisor beside him. "Jiang Che has returned. Should we pay him a visit?" The advisor, Yao Exant, who had been by the side of the prince for many years, chuckled lightly. "That depends on whether His Highness truly wishes to forge an alliance with him." The sixth sister visited Jiang Che the day before yesterday. She must be dissatisfied with our father's arranged marriage. If we can bind him to our cause through her, it might prove to be a wise choice. The beauty of the sixth sister is unparalleled throughout the Great Zhou. Marrying her to the Prince of Qi is a perplexing matter. Had it not been for the fervent support of my elder brother, I would have questioned our father on this ludicrous match. How can that old man, ugly and over 50, be deemed worthy of her? Yao Xian fell silent, deeming it prudent to refrain from commenting on royal affairs. Although the Prince of Yin was resolute in his pursuit of the throne, he still valued familial bonds. The sixth princess had trained in martial arts since her youth and was closest to the prince. If he could assist her in securing a favorable marriage, it would undoubtedly strengthen the prince's position, provided the sixth princess had no interest in the throne. What is the situation with the sixth sister? Yao Xin Bunda. Once the affairs of Waishuan conclude, His Majesty will issue a decree to marry the princess to the Prince of Qi. During this time, numerous sects have been active in the imperial city. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the crown prince has imprisoned the princess in Yunqi Pavilion. Currently, the power of Qi is not inferior to that of Great Zhou, should the crown prince manage to win them over. His claim to the title of crown prince would be all but secured. The Prince of Yin chuckled. My elder brother remains as heartless as ever. It seems I must pay a visit to the imperial palace. Although he too was manipulating the sixth sister, he believed his intentions were noble. If she were to marry the Prince of Qi, she would undoubtedly face considerable suffering. Within the palace, an enraged roar echoed from the southwest. Let me go. By what right do you confine me? I demand to see my elder brother. Where is he? Bring him to me at once. Gu Shi stood before the door of Yunqi Pavilion, kicking fiercely against it, filled with anger and helplessness, while Xiao Yun looked on with concern. Your Highness, perhaps we should return for now. The guards outside are merely obeying the orders of the crown prince. They will not report our situation. Gu Shi paused her assault on the door, tears streaming from her expressive eyes. Why? Why must I marry the Prince of Qi? Wasn't my elder brother very fond of me before? I refused to wed him. For the past few months, she had refrained from tears, as her mother had once said that tears were a sign of weakness. Yet, with the impending opening of Waishuan and no means to escape her predicament, she felt utterly powerless. Xiao Yun, who had been with the princess since childhood, felt a pang of sorrow at her distress, yet wondered what could be done. Your Highness, what if we were to escape? On the day of the wedding, we might find an opportunity to flee, and at that time, Gu Shi shook her head. No matter the method, fleeing from the marriage is the least feasible option. As a princess of Great Zhou, having enjoyed the privileges of the royal family, I cannot disregard the plight of the common people. If she were to escape, or if a substitution were made, the state of Qi would undoubtedly mobilize against the Great Zhou. For centuries, the Great Zhou has been gradually declining while the vassal states have grown increasingly powerful. Should Qi take action, the other states would certainly not remain idle. Although the Great Zhou has experienced considerable growth in recent years, she cannot gamble the future of her kingdom on her own marriage. In the chaos of war, it is the common people who suffer, and she cannot allow such a fate to befall them. Xiao Yun fell silent. Could it be that she truly had to marry the king of Qi? As the personal maid of the princess, she would eventually have to wed into that family. Having seen the king's portrait with its unattractive and aged visage, she was resolutely against it. Moreover, rumors suggested that the king of Qi was notoriously licentious, with none of his women ever surviving beyond 3 years. Sixth sister, I've told you not to be so understanding. Just then, the door to Yunqi was suddenly kicked open, and Gu Qingshu stood there, arms crossed, looking somewhat helplessly at Gu Shi. It's just the state of Qi. When has my third brother ever been afraid? Third brother. Although she had only been imprisoned for a few days, the mental torment was unimaginable. Upon seeing her brother, Gu Shi rushed forward and embraced him, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls. Third brother, I don't want to marry the king of Qi. You must speak to father. You command 300,000 troops of the Great Zhou. If you advocate for me, father will surely agree. Gu Qingshu felt a flush of embarrassment as he peeled his sixth sister off him. Once they were shielded from prying eyes, he gazed at her with concern. You mustn't speak such words. One might think I am attempting a coup. Although he wielded significant military power, there were certain things that could not be said lightly. Their father was no longer the formidable figure of his youth, and had entrusted power to their elder brother. If such words fell into the ears of the wrong person, his command could be jeopardized. Am I truly destined to marry the king of Qi? Gu Shi realized she had misspoken and murmured softly. Gu Qingshu chuckled lightly. Didn't he wish to find Jiangche? He has returned. He had a plan that could spare her from marrying the king of Qi, though it might tarnish her reputation. Gu Shi was taken aback. You're not suggesting that we should get him drunk, are you? Gu Qingshu snapped his fingers, a broader smile spreading across his face. You truly are my sister. You guessed my intentions perfectly. Jiang Che's character was well known, and he would undoubtedly make an excellent husband. His talents and connections posed no threat to the state of Qi, nor did he fear the crown prince. By placing her in his company, regardless of the outcome, she could elude the marriage alliance with Qi. Of course, this arrangement didn't necessitate any actual consummation. It merely required that the world perceive them as a solitary pair, alone together, igniting rumors. Though Qi was a formidable power, it would not dare to provoke the celestial family, and the relationship between the great Zhou and the Zixiao sword sect would serve as a deterrent. Gu Shi glanced at Xiaoyun, who had retreated to a safe distance, then blushed and asked, "Can this truly work?" She felt a flicker of excitement and was astonished by her brother's audacious plan. Initially, she had sought a scholar, hoping to demonstrate her worth in the great Zhou through the Waya Academy, which far surpassed the prospect of marrying into Qi. However, upon learning that Jiang Che had also come to the great Zhou, her thoughts swiftly transformed. Her affection for him became a widely known matter, leading the eldest prince to misunderstand the nature of their relationship. Although Jiang Che was not particularly adept in Confucianism and Taoism, and would undoubtedly struggle to achieve commendable results at Waya Academy, his formidable background and exceptional talent, coupled with his status as a disciple of the esteemed Qingyue Xinzuan, afforded him a unique standing. Even if Jiang Che were reluctant to wed her, she could very well declare her intention to remain unmarried for life. After all, her aspirations lay not within the confines of a secluded chamber, but rather in the vast world of martial arts. This was her original conviction. However, when juxtaposed with the thoughts of her third brother, her perspective appeared rather naive. Gu Qingshu, taken aback, chuckled softly and reassured her, "Worry not. Since you're unconcerned with reputation, success is assured. Jiang Che has already ventured to the Wanhua Pavilion for drinks, so do not fret about the details. Leave that to me. For now, come with me out of the palace." Gu Shi, filled with joy, eagerly followed her third brother, while Xiaoyun, witnessing this, hurried to keep pace. As for the eldest prince, upon learning that the Yan Wang was escorting Gu Shi away, he had already resolved not to intervene. After all, both individuals were offspring of the emperor's most cherished consorts. Were it not for his status as the legitimate heir, he would have no hope of contending for the throne. What would it matter if he attempted to obstruct them? It might even result in a reprimand for himself, considering he had directly bypassed the emperor to confine Gu Shi. Chapter 20. The Banquet, my lord. This is the invitation from the Prince of Yan. We hope you can grace us with your presence at the Wanhua Tower. The young servant bowed deeply, presenting the golden invitation with both hands. Gazing at the ornate card, Jiang Che felt a surge of suspicion. What trickery was the Prince of Yan up to? During his brief disappearance, not only had gifts been sent his way, but the prince had also declined Wu Chen's requests. Now that he had returned, another invitation? After accepting the card and perusing its contents, his curiosity deepened. Inform the prince that there's no need for Wanhua Tower. I shall attend the banquet at the prince's residence tomorrow. Since he had no intention of cultivating, he would refrain from entangling himself with Nan Qingqing and her ilk. A visit to Wanhua Tower would certainly lead to her scheming against him. As for the prince, he would be residing in the Great Zhou from now on. It was only fitting to show a modicum of respect to this future general who would protect the nation. The servant paused, then nodded and withdrew. Once the messenger from the prince's residence had departed, Wu Chen glanced at the invitation with a smirk. The prince is indeed generous, inviting you to the very top of Wanhua Tower. The expenses must be in the tens of thousands of taels of silver. The power behind Wanhua Tower was none other than the Prince of Yan, he could afford such extravagance. Jiang Che tossed the invitation onto the table nonchalantly. You will accompany me tomorrow. Huh? But this invitation is exclusively for you. It wouldn't be proper for me to join. Wu Qin hesitated. I have no desire to partake in the competition for the crown prince. Your presence will help guard against any insidious rumors. By the way, invite those disciples to come along as well. I've heard the princess residence boasts a number of imperial chefs. With that, Jiang Che retired to his room to rest. As Wu Chan stared at the casually discarded invitation and then at Jiang Che's departing figure, his mind began to stir with intrigue. There are many secrets indeed. He was aware that Wanhua Tower had royal connections, but Jiang Che had accurately identified it as the Prince of Yan, along with the mention of imperial chefs, information he had never heard from the officials within the residence. Nor had he known of any imperial chefs being bestowed upon the prince. However, the culinary skills of those chefs were indeed remarkable. The following morning, upon awakening, Jiang Che found all his disciples waiting at his door, each face adorned with bright smiles. Senior brother, shall we set off? I have yet to experience the dishes prepared by the imperial chefs, and I wonder how they compare to the fare in our sect's grand dining hall. Though we are all disciples of the Zixiao sword sect, not everyone is affluent, especially when it comes to royal delicacies. It's a rare treat, even for some of our inner disciples. Jiang Che rubbed his forehead, bemused by their early excitement for an evening banquet. They're feasting tonight. Why are you all gathered here so early? Whether it's one meal or two, it's still a chance to indulge. Wu Qin grinned, exposing his bright white teeth. He had refrained from eating the night before in preparation for today. Jiang Che paused, considering that logic. Well then, wait for me a moment. Let us go and enjoy this feast. Although it may not adhere to conventional etiquette, there were no elders present, and the prince was of similar age. He likely would not mind. At this, the group erupted in cheers, embarking on their journey to the prince's residence. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Lin Yu and Si Wei, their gazes filled with complex emotions, a blend of isolated anger, completely forgetting the guilt of the previous day. Senior brother, where are you all headed? As a guest, did old Wu not inform you? Jiang Che disregarded the watery-eyed gaze and turned to Wu Chun with a puzzled expression. Wu Chun had anticipated this scenario and, equally perplexed, glanced toward his disciple beside him. You didn't tell Sister Ruo? He inquired. Sister Ruo dislikes cumbersome protocols. I assumed she had no interest in the Yanwang mansion, so... Zhang Shidi chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing that even Wu Shixiang was evading responsibility. Observing the mutual avoidance among the group, Lin Yu's expression darkened. Indeed, Jiang Che could not remain. He had done nothing. Yet the disciples of the sect began to ostracize them. If he stayed within the sect, how could he establish his own authority? Regaining his composure, Lin Yu stepped forward with a smile, saying, Brother, would you mind taking me and Sister Jia along? As you wish, Jiang Che replied coldly, continuing onward, with the other disciples following closely. Watching Jiang Che's retreating figure, Lin Yu unconsciously clenched his fists. Sister, let's depart as well. Ruo Si Wei's eyes were red and swollen, resembling a white lotus, evoking a sense of pity. Shitty, when will brother return to his former self? She lamented. She felt as though it was not merely a matter of a damaged heart, but rather a genuine distaste for her. Lin Yu grasped Ruo Si Wei's delicate hand and stepped closer, gently wiping away her tears with his sleeve. Brother will surely return. Did you not say he requires the teachings of a great scholar? Rest assured, even if he fails, I will succeed. The former eldest brother was gentle in nature, courteous to all, and never refused anyone. Such a kind-hearted individual was the easiest to manage. The current brother, however, was inscrutable to him. The presence of a dozen members from the Zixiao sword sect instantly captured the attention of various factions, particularly as they headed toward the Yanwang mansion, causing alarm. Shuzhu, what do you suppose the Zixiao sword sect is up to? Could it be that they intend to involve themselves in the succession of the secular dynasty? In a certain tavern, a group of female cultivators leaned against the window, speculating. At a table, a pair of delicate hands cradled a warm jug, her refined face pale, lending her an air of fragility. Jiang Che was gentle by nature, disliking worldly affairs and strictly adhering to etiquette. Since the rule forbade cultivators from participating in the succession of the throne, he would undoubtedly refrain from any involvement. Moreover, do you think a sword enthusiast would have the mind for such matters? One girl remarked, holding the warm jug with a look of resignation. Nangong Zian paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and smiled. Indeed, this fool lacks such intellect. Then what are they doing? The girl pondered. Perhaps the Yin Wang has learned of Jiang Che's arrival in the Great Zhou and wishes to invite him for a meeting. As for the number of people, maybe they're just seeking a meal, given that the Zixiao sword sect's food is notoriously unpalatable. The other female cultivators fell silent. That makes a lot of sense. While the Zixiao sword sect's meals were nutritionally balanced and excellent for replenishing vital energy, the taste ranked among the lowest in the entire cultivation world. Female cultivators were fond of gossip, and as they began to critique the Zixiao sword sect's cuisine, Yao Shuzhu intended to join the conversation, but was soon overtaken by a fit of coughing due to her frail constitution. Please continue your conversation. I shall return to my room for some rest, said Yao Shush. She rose with a sense of inevitability. Allow me to accompany you. South Palace Ziyun expressed her concern. There is no need. I am not yet at a stage where I require assistance. Yao Shush replied with a smile, and with that, she exited the room. As Yao Shush departed, a heavy silence enveloped the group. When will our senior sister recover? It is uncertain whether Waya Academy possesses a remedy. We can only hope that this time we do not return empty-handed. South Palace Ziyun did not speak, yet her demeanor grew resolutely determined. She will be well, of that I am certain. Chapter 21. A surprising visit from Prince Yin. The residence of Prince Yin is situated on the most bustling street of the imperial city, sprawling over several hundred acres, encompassing a third of the palace's size. Within its walls lie countless treasures, a testament to Prince Yan's extraordinary status. Sister, this evening, Jiang Che will be staying in the guest room next to mine after a night of revelry. Since you harbor similar intentions, I shall leave the rest to you, he remarked casually during breakfast as the siblings dined in the grand hall. Gushi lowered her head, her hair cascading to obscure her flushed cheeks. I understand, she replied softly. Observing her unusual shyness, Gu Chengshu chuckled lightly and shook his head. Jiang Che was a renowned swordsman. Though still among the younger generation, his eloquence, intellect, and striking appearance captivated countless young maidens. Despite Gu Shi's usual spirited demeanor, she was still a girl at heart, naturally susceptible to the charms of such a paragon. Moreover, after a day of conversation yesterday, Prince Yin had discerned that Gu Shi harbored feelings for Jiang Che, alleviating some of his guilt. He had no intention of feigning innocence. If he wished to persuade Jiang Che to his side, Gu Shi would need to make certain sacrifices. The breakfast had always been rather modest, although the table was expansive. It was merely set with a simple porridge, lending an air of desolation to the otherwise grand estate. My lord, several young gentlemen are seeking an audience with you outside, announced Butler Chun, hurrying into the hall. Young gentlemen? Prince Yin, a seasoned martial artist of the 7th rank and commander of countless troops, mused that aside from officials aligned with him, few would dare to visit. Exchanging glances, the siblings quickly realized it must be disciples from a sect of immortals. Did you ascertain their identities? Gu Qingshu inquired. The Great Zhou dynasty was cautious not to offend such sects, yet equally uninterested in forging alliances. Knowing their identity was crucial to determine whether to grant them entry. A sect with a poor reputation could lead to repercussions from his elder brother. Butler Chun shook his head. I have been in the residence for many years, and they wore no distinguishing attire. However, the leader introduced himself as Jiang Che. Gu Qingshu was taken aback. The invitation had specified the evening. Although the location had changed, the timing remained unchanged. It was still only the 3rd hour of the day. Why arrive so early? Despite his doubts, he decided to invite them in. Third brother, should I withdraw? Gu Shi asked. Their early arrival surely indicates they seek to discuss something serious. Gu Qingshu smiled lightly. No need. Surely, you wish to see if Jiang Che is as the rumors depict, elegant and refined. Her cheeks flushed at his teasing remark. Before long, a group from the Zixiao sword sect was ushered into the residence, with Jiang Che at the forefront, clad in resplendent robes and holding a folding fan. Upon noticing both Prince Yin and the future empress of the Great Zhou present, he paused momentarily before breaking into a warm smile. Your Highness, I hope my early arrival does not inconvenience you, Jiang Che said jovially. Young Master Jiang, you flatter me. It is indeed an honor to have you accept my invitation. Gu Qingxi replied, rising with a genial smile before taking a seat. However, upon noticing the disciples trailing behind Jiang Che, he was taken aback yet again. Surely, not all disciples of the Zixiao sword sect had come. Sensing the Duke of Yan's confusion, Jiang Che elucidated that upon hearing of his impending visit, everyone was eager to sample the culinary skills of the royal chef and urged the Duke not to take offense. Offended? He was delighted beyond measure. The disciples of the Zixiao sword sect had all gathered here. Even without uttering a word, the overwhelming rumors circulating outside were undoubtedly beneficial for him. Indeed, while the Great Zhou was reluctant to forge alliances with the immortal sects, exceptions were made for the top-tier powers. How could that be? Brothers, please take a seat. The martial path differed from the immortal path. Even if one cultivated to the 9th rank, their vitality would merely be as formidable as a dragon. Whereas even the most ordinary gathering spirit realm cultivator possessed unimaginable strength, let alone those of the spiritual sea realm. The disciples, showing no hesitation, took their seats. Wu Chun, with a playful grin while rubbing his belly, remarked, Your Highness, I have not eaten all day for the sake of the chef at the royal residence. Do you mind if I ask for an extra pair of chopsticks for this breakfast? Wu's family had not engaged in the competition for the crown prince, and as he hailed from a sect, there was no need for him to show excessive reverence towards the Duke. A casual demeanor sufficed. In truth, without Wu Chen's suggestion, Gu Qingxiu also intended to have Steward Zhang prepare additional dishes. After some polite exchanges, Gu Qingxiu approached his sixth sister with a smile, introducing her. Allow me to present my sixth sister, Gu Shi. Since childhood, she has been spirited and has always admired young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang. At this moment, Gu undicesimo find a SAY de minor, gently nodding towards Zhang Ke. Observing this scene, Wu Chun and the others were not oblivious. They instantly grasped the reason behind the Duke of Yan's hospitality, exchanging glances that reflected mutual understanding. There was a spectacle to behold. Gu Shi, who had trained diligently in martial arts, bore a complexion that, while not overly pale, was certainly striking, lacking only the delicate fairness often seen among the women of the immortal sections. Her features were exquisite, and her demeanor was poised, surpassing that of most women in the world. Even Wu Chun and his companions were somewhat taken aback by her beauty. Clad in armor, she would appear as a gallant general, her presence rivaling that of the female cultivators of the Miaoyan sect, truly befitting a princess of the Great Zhou. Ru Siwei, clutching her skirt, cast a glance at Gu Shi that was laden with a hint of hostility and disdain. Her senior brother favored the eldest senior sister. How could he possibly be enamored with a princess of the dynasty, whom she regarded merely as a junior? Zhang Kichakold. The sixth princess is indeed a paragon of excellence. Though she is a woman, her vitality surges with the might of a fifth-rank warrior. Not only that, it seems she has also studied Confucianism, which is truly commendable. Flattered by such praise, Gu Shi's already rosy cheeks appeared even more radiant. Your compliments are misplaced, young master. Unfortunately, Confucianism does not favor women. Despite my talents, I cannot enter the Wuyo Academy. If it were not for this limitation, she would not have sought individuals at the Orchid Pavilion, nor would she have contemplated employing underhanded means to evade an arranged marriage. Jiang Che shook his head. Though I am not well versed in Confucianism, possessing talent should qualify you as a disciple of the Confucian school. Why then should you be barred from the academy? The constraints of the mundane world cannot confine those of extraordinary merit. Gu Shi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jiang Che, her heart racing incessantly. Was he truly appreciating her talents? The others were taken aback. Such words were indeed audacious. The academy admits only males. This is both a rule and a law, a tradition unbroken throughout history. Should such news spread, one cannot fathom how many literati would condemn my senior brother. However, before they could persuade him, he produced several books, which I had purchased yesterday in the alley of South Street. This particular volume is a collection of poems by the remarkable woman, Li Qingzhao. Upon perusing her verses, one cannot help but be struck by her extraordinary talent, which might indeed assist you in honing your own poetic prowess. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Li Qingzhou. The collective gaze of the onlookers shifted towards Lin Yu, recalling the name mentioned by the servant in the Wanhua Tower days ago, alongside Lin Yu's own composed verses. Their eyes then fell upon the books in question, pondering whether his poem might be included within this anthology. If so, Lin Yu would surely be embarrassed, and the sect would face humiliation. Although he had merely uttered a single line, the rest had been recounted by that servant. Yet one could discern much from the style of the poetry. Chapter 22. The first breath of talent. How could this be? Hadn't I killed that fellow? How could poetry from the Huaxia still emerge? Lin Yu fixated intently on the set of books before him, his heart a tempest. Gushi took the complete works of Li Qingzhao and, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, observed his composed demeanor, which reassured her enough to begin. Each poem flowed into her mind, transforming her initial skepticism into sheer awe. A brief silence enveloped the hall as everyone anxiously watched Gushi, even craning their necks to glimpse the contents. Lin Yu's fists clenched tightly beneath the table, and he was oblivious to the beads of sweat forming. Sixth sister, what is written in that book that has you so entranced? As time trickled by, Gu Qingshu could no longer contain his curiosity. To live as a paragon of humanity, to die as a heroic spirit. Even now, I think of Xiang Yu, unwilling to cross the river east. Gushi spoke in a daze, her spirit stirred by the grandiose lines, instinctively channeling the talent within her. Upon finishing the verse, a strand of talent coalesced from the heavens and entered her being, filling her with exhilaration, as if something had shattered within her. Sixth sister, have you broken through to the status of a scholar? Gu Qingshu exclaimed in astonishment. His words jolted Gushi back to reality, and she felt the transformation within her. Indeed, she had truly ascended to the rank of a scholar. A surge of excitement and myriad emotions blossomed within her heart. A mere girl under 20 had achieved this remarkable feat once her exhilaration subsided. She promptly closed the book and returned it to Jiang Che. Young Master Jiang, this is far too precious. Ordinarily, reciting poetry would not summon talent into one's body, which implied that the verse she had just recited was scarcely seen by others, and no scholar had ever harnessed talent to evoke it before. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that the poem now belonged to her. Jiang Che shook his head, insisting that one could not reclaim what had been given. Moreover, the poetry could be found for sale at the Wenhua bookstore on Poetry South Street, rendering it not particularly rare. Available for sale? How could this be? Gushi was taken aback. Sensing her excessive reaction, she composed herself, offered an apology, and clarified the talent within a scholar naturally activates when they write poetry, and the verses reflect back upon their essence. That verse just now, I was the first to channel talent through it. The group fell momentarily silent, still processing her words when Gu Qingshu exclaimed, "Are you saying that Li Qingzhao is not a Confucian or Taoist practitioner? Her poetry resonated with your talent. As you recited it, Gu," she nodded earnestly. "Indeed, that poem is already mine." Upon her affirmation, Gu Qingshu's gaze shifted to the thick volumes on the table, his eyes igniting with fervor. Such a substantial tome could surely yield a grand scholar. Wu Chen appeared perplexed. "Wait, how can it be yours?" He was not alone. All disciples of the Zixiao sword sect were equally bewildered. How could Gushi claim the work of Li Qingzhao as her own? Ghostwriting, Gushi elucidated, explaining the unique aspects of Confucian and Taoist practices. Have you ever been punished to copy texts, and then sought help from someone else to transcribe for you? Wu Chun and the others exchanged glances, while Ruo Si cautiously lifted her gaze to her senior brother. Nonsense. How could that possibly not have been done? Jiang Che feigned surprise, implying that scholars could indeed ghostwrite, allowing those with remarkable literary talent to compose poetry without infusing their own brilliance, subsequently presenting it to those in need. When the recipient recited the poem with flair, it would be acknowledged by literary saints, and the reciter would become the author. Precisely, that is the sentiment. Gushi had not anticipated that Jiang Che, despite his lack of understanding of Confucianism and Taoism, could grasp the concept so swiftly after only a few words. If that were the case, wouldn't it imply that one could continually seek others to write poetry, thus swiftly enhancing their own literary cultivation? Wu Chun was perplexed. It cannot be so simple. Scholars possess their own pride, and such a route is ultimately trivial. Moreover, who can consistently produce universally acclaimed masterpieces? Gu Shi shook her head and turned her gaze back to Jiang Che. Now you ought to comprehend the significance of these volumes. I cannot accept this book. Jiang Che scratched his head. How could this girl be so foolish? He had already stated that it was a gift. At that moment, Steward Zhang approached, followed by a group of maidservants who set the breakfast upon the table. Gu Qingshu seized the opportunity to gather the books. Since they are a gift from young Master Jiang, sixth sister, you should graciously accept them. He had no intention of returning these volumes. After all, they would soon be his brother-in-law, so it could be considered an advance on the betrothal gifts. Third brother Gu, she felt a surge of anger. They had originally planned to tarnish Jiang Che's reputation by accepting these books. How could she maintain her dignity thereafter? It's all right. I'll ask Steward Zhang to procure a few volumes from the Wenhua study on South Street later. Didn't he, brother Jiang, say those books were available there? Gu Qingshu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the prince's words, Steward Zhang smiled and bowed before departing. Watching Steward Zhang's retreating figure, Lin Yu's expression darkened, instantly comprehending his intention to visit the Wenhua study. Anxiety crept into his heart. After Gu Shi recited that poem, he realized that the poetry of Huaxia had truly been published. Although he claimed to have forsaken Confucianism, if he had genuinely relinquished it, why would he have resorted to killing that young servant? Moreover, the system had already informed him that the young servant bore no traces of other system influences, signifying that other transmigrators, besides himself, were still alive. Senior brother, why don't we also visit the Wenhua study? Jiang Che waved his hand dismissively. We were there just yesterday. What is the point in going again? Junior brother, your talent in swordsmanship is inherently lacking. Your primary focus should be on honing your swordsmanship, rather than aspiring too high. Confucianism is not so easily attained. Lin Yu was taken aback, a sudden flare of anger igniting within him. This fellow was always lecturing him. Was it merely because of slightly better talent or entering the field earlier that he felt qualified to admonish? Suppressing his rage, he smiled and said, Senior brother is jesting. Isn't the eldest senior sister fond of reading? I was merely considering purchasing a few books for her to peruse. If I can't even master the sword, how could I possibly pursue Confucianism? Gu Shi, puzzled, responded, but you possess talent within you, although you may only be a child scholar. It must have taken considerable time to cultivate. She still recalled the incident at the Wanhulu, and she had noticed a page torn from the book earlier. Since Jiang Che wished to counsel his junior brother, she naturally intended to lend a hand. To embark upon the path of Confucianism and Taoism, one must immerse oneself in a plethora of literary works. Although still a novice, several years are indeed requisite. One must dedicate oneself to swordsmanship and scholarly pursuits alike. It is only through unwavering focus that one can achieve significant accomplishments. TSK, 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 it is no wonder that your swordsmanship is so lacking, Wu Chun remarked teasingly. What do you mean, senior brother Wu? Ruo Sui retorted fiercely, as if protecting her own. The junior disciple had only been practicing for less than a year, yet had already reached the Spirit Sea realm. He had never slacked off and was indeed more accomplished than I. Senior brother is typically strict regarding training, despite his fondness for her. He would never permit any negligence in her cultivation. He stated that the junior disciple had no objections, but what was Wu Chen standing? Ah, yes, indeed. Countless resources poured into it, and Lin Shitty has indeed displayed remarkable talent in reaching the second level of the Spirit Sea. Wu Chen scoffed. Was he unaware of the resources Lin Yu had access to? In Jiang Che's hands, without concern for foundational stability. It would take no more than a month to break through to the Dao Palace, even with a cautious approach. His cultivation speed would still be several times that of Lin Yu. And what was Ruo Siwei really? Jiang Che had allocated 70% of his cultivation resources to her, and yet she remained at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea. Even a dog would shake its head at such an outcome. recalling the recent disappearance of old Jiang. Wu Chen's regard for Ruo Sui diminished entirely, especially as she had been cheerfully accompanying Lin Yu during their outings. Ruo Sui found herself at a loss for words, casting a pitiful glance at her senior brother. The junior disciple's innate talent is inherently lacking. Had it not been for those spiritual herbs to enhance his aptitude and clear his meridians, he might not have even broken through to the spirit sea realm. But that is a matter for Baiyun Peak. What concern is it of yours, Wu Chun? Her soft, plaintive voice failed to elicit even a fleeting glance from Jiang Che. Only when there was something to lament did she seek attention. Otherwise, she was swiftly cast aside, a situation all too familiar from her past life. Chapter 23. Butler Zhang's assault. Old Wu, my junior brother has never slackened in his cultivation. Henceforth, refrain from speaking lightly about matters that could disrupt the unity of our sect. Although I wish to disregard Ruo Siwei, Lin Yu's vengeful nature compels me to speak a few words in his defense. It is plausible that upon my departure from the sect, he may seek retribution. Moreover, has he not already achieved his objective? Ruo Siwei was elated. Indeed, her senior brother still favored her, albeit in a manner different from before. Yet this signifies a promising beginning. Wu Chen was taken aback that old Jiang would deign to defend these two. Though vexed, he chose to remain silent. Breakfast soon concluded, and it must be said that the fare at the Yan Wang residence was truly commendable. Each disciple of the Zixiao sword sect had consumed at least 4 bowls of rice porridge, along with an ample array of dishes. A group strolled leisurely through the back courtyard of the Yan Wang residence, savoring the remnants of their breakfast. Alas, if only the cuisine at our sect's cafeteria could boast even a fraction of this flavor, we would not have to shamelessly seek sustenance at the Yan Wang residence, which made us appear as though we had never experienced the world before. Junior brother Zhang remarked, cradling his distended belly. The taste was indeed delightful, yet it paled in comparison to what old Jiang would prepare. Wu Chun recalled past missions undertaken with Jiang Che, where they often found themselves in dire straits. During those times of hunger, Jiang Che would always conjure up something to comfort his junior brothers. That is an exaggeration. While my culinary skills are commendable, they cannot compare to those of the imperial chef. One must possess self-awareness. Although my cooking ranks among the finest in the sect, those few bowls of porridge could not contest with his. But I genuinely believe my senior brother's culinary skills are quite admirable. Some disciples chimed in with laughter. That was merely because you had gone 2 or 3 days without food, coupled with the weariness from battle. Under such circumstances, it is only natural that my cooking would appear commendable. Ha ha, true enough. The disciples erupted into laughter. Most of the disciples present had previously undertaken missions alongside Jiang Che, even those who had not held him in high esteem. As conversations flowed, they reminisced about past events, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Initially, Ruo Siwei, who stood beside Jiang Che, sought to interject, but each time she prepared to speak, Jiang Che would intuitively sense it and seamlessly continue the conversation with another junior brother, gradually pushing Ruo Siwei to the periphery of the gathering. Third brother, did you not say that Jiang Che dotes on his junior sister? From a distance in the pavilion, Gu Shi observed Ruo Siwei's exclusion and felt a pang of confusion. The nature of her marginalization seemed to transcend mere disappointment. Gu Qingshu took a sip of tea. A few months prior, a significant incident had transpired within the Zixiao sword sect that nearly tarnished Jiang Che's reputation, even risking his expulsion from the sect. Subsequently, Gu Qingshu divulged the intelligence he had gathered, which was more detailed and specific than what Gu Shi had overheard in the Wanhua Tower. Upon learning of Ruo Siwei's role in the incident, Gu Shi's gaze was laced with disdain. Jiang Che's indulgence towards his junior sister was notorious in their cultivation community. Even during my time in the palace, I had heard whispers. If what third brother claims is true, then Ruo Siwei is indeed a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. All the evidence was provided by her. Let us refrain from involving ourselves in the matters between the senior disciples. By the way, what is your impression of Brother Zhang's Jr.? I found his behavior at the dining table rather peculiar today, and he hastily departed after the meal. Could it be that the mission of the Zixiao sword sect in the Great Zhou, apart from the Wuyo Academy, harbors ulterior motives? Reflecting on the torn page of lyrics, Gu Shi scoffed. People often say that Master Qingyue values character over talent in her disciples, yet that Lin Yu seems unworthy of such esteem. Just watch. Steward Zhang will either be ambushed or fail to procure the books Jiang Che mentioned. Gu Qingshu was taken aback. Was that young man from the Wanhua Tower Lin Yu? He had paid little mind to a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, especially one embroiled in a plagiarism scandal. Hence he had not conducted any investigation. Nevertheless, he never anticipated that the individual in question was Lin Yu. However, regarding Steward Zhang, he must have set out over an hour ago. Even if Nanjia is quite distant, he ought to be returning soon. Could it be, as Sixth Sister suggested, that something has indeed gone awry? Your Highness, Steward Zhang has returned, but he appears to be injured, a servant reported hastily. Gu Shi leisurely sipped his tea, wearing an expression of prior knowledge, while Prince Yin felt a surge of anger. Steward Zhang had been by his side for over a decade. Even ordinary officials would show him respect. Contemplating Sixth Sister's words, he inquired if his injuries are not severe. Summon Steward Zhang. I wish to see who dared to commit such an act in broad daylight. The servant withdrew, and soon Steward Zhang was assisted into the pavilion, sporting several wounds on his arms and waist, though they seemed non-fatal, indicating he had managed to avoid critical harm. Please explain the situation. Steward Zhang bowed and reported. I took a carriage to the cultural book study, where indeed there were the books young Master Jiang spoke of, nearly 100 in total and comprising 3 sets. According to the study steward, those books were delivered by a white-clad hero wielding a sword and carrying a jug of wine, and there will be no more like them. Young Master Jiang purchased 1 set, while I acquired the remaining 2. Everything was proceeding smoothly until, as I was leaving Nanjia, a masked assailant in black burst through the window of the carriage, attempting to steal those books. At this point, Steward Zhang appeared visibly shaken. Though I'm a 5th-grade martial artist, the assailant's swordplay was formidable and employed cultivator techniques. Unable to withstand it, I was forced to relinquish 1 set, and I sustained injuries in the scuffle. Your Highness, I accept responsibility for my negligence. Please mete out punishment. The matter of purchasing the books was known to no one, and to outsiders, it was merely a few ordinary volumes, with few privy to the details. Nearly 100 volumes. How could they be taken without a spatial ring? Apart from Lin Yu, the other disciples had remained under their watchful gaze. Excluding Lin Yu, he could think of no one else. With a resounding thud, Gu Qingshu slammed his palm against the stone table, his killing intent palpable. What audacity! Even if he is a disciple of the Zixiao sword sect, committing violence in public is punishable by death under the laws of the Great Zhou. Brother San, do not act impulsively. We still possess a collection of ancient poetry. Your paramount task is to extract its first glimmer of inspiration. Becoming enraged now would be counterproductive. I shall visit young Master Jiang and confront him, which will also afford you some precious time. Gu Qingshu regained his composure, realizing that Sixth Sister was indeed correct, and promptly departed under the guidance of Manager Zhang. Once Brother San had left, Gu Shi adjusted her long dress and proceeded in the direction of Jiang Che and the others. Meanwhile, although the scenery at the Yan Wang residence was quite splendid, the walk had become somewhat tiresome, prompting them to seek refuge in a pavilion. Upon noticing Gu Shi approaching, the group turned to Jiang Che with teasing glances. Brother Jiang, it appears that Her Highness the Princess is seeking you, one remarked. Remove the word appears. Just moments ago, during our meal, the princess seemed quite taken with you. Coupled with young Master Yan's invitation, how intriguing. As Gu Shi drew nearer, Ruo Sui hastily wiped away her reddened eyes, attempting to feign indifference. She stepped forward and inquired, Your Highness, what brings you here? Despite Brother Zhang's current disdain for her, his affections lay with Senior Sister, and their mutual feelings must be safeguarded at all costs from any intruder. Gu Shi coldly retorted, This is my Brother San's residence. My whereabouts are of no concern to you. Do you dare to believe I could have you expelled? Ruo Sui, already in a foul mood, bristled at the sharp retort. I came here to extend you a courtesy. Ruo Sui, have I not taught you that a kind word warms in winter, while harsh words chill in summer? Harmony is paramount. If you have nothing constructive to say, you should remain silent. Jiang Che's voice was icy, reminding them that they were guests, and it was quite audacious for guests to threaten their host. The other disciples were taken aback by Brother Jiang's lack of mercy, and their gazes towards Ruo Siwei shifted to one of sympathy. Previously, Ruo Siwei had often wielded her influence over others, relying on Elder Qingyue and Brother Jiang to shield her from significant missteps, while frequently boasting of her connection to the Zixiao sword sect. Were it not for Brother Jiang's continuous interventions, no one would have entertained her presence. Ruo Siwei looked at her brother in disbelief, only to find his expression frosty, as though she were a stranger. Especially upon seeing Gu Shi strut toward them like a proud peacock, her tears could no longer be contained, and she fled in distress. Old Jiang, though he harbored no fondness for Ruo Siwei, he recognized her as Elder Qingyue's disciple. Jiang Che pondered, "Go check on her. Do not concern yourself with her, just ensure she does not err." Chapter 24. Senior brother, truly a good man, your highness. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? After inviting Gu Shi to take a seat, Jiang Che feigned ignorance, although he had already surmised the reason. Once the matter at hand was broached, Gu Shi adopted a serious demeanor. Butler Zhang was ambushed on his return from purchasing books, and the assailant's objective was solely the volumes you mentioned, young Master Jiang. The poems contained within those books are essentially ownerless. Whoever first invokes the essence of the verses claims them as their own. It seems that only a select few of us are aware of these books, is it not? Jiang Kichakol Das. Are you insinuating that I, or my disciples, may be implicated? Gu Shi hastily waved her hand. I'm certainly not suggesting that you, young master. You possess a magnanimous heart. Had you been interested in those books, you would not have gifted them to me. However, your disciples. As she spoke, her gaze darted to the dozens of disciples from the Zixiao sword sect standing nearby. Your Highness, please express your thoughts directly. Your hesitation is making me feel somewhat uneasy, Jiang Che declared with righteous conviction. Seeing Jiang Che's demeanor, Gu Shi reluctantly produced the book she had perused that morning and opened it. You tore this page to protect your disciple's reputation. I surmise that the anthology containing that poem in the Wenhua Book Studio has also suffered a similar fate at your hands. However, Lin Yu was unaware of this situation and had hastily departed from the Yan Wang Manor after breakfast. Jiang Che paused momentarily before turning to his junior brother Zhang, instructing him to call Lin Yu back. After issuing his command, Jiang Che turned to Gu Shi with a smile. Your Highness, the disciples of the Zixiao sword sect are not capable of such despicable acts. Should your suspicions prove unfounded, I would appreciate an apology extended to my junior brother. Of course, Gu Shi replied readily, confident that Lin Yu was indeed the perpetrator against Butler Zhang, given that he had secretly cultivated Confucian principles. It was implausible for him to overlook the significance of those books. While Jiang Che and Gu Shi conversed, Zhang, the junior disciple, exited the pavilion and attempted to contact Lin Yu via his token, yet his messages fell into an abyss of silence, igniting a sense of urgency within him. After exchanging a glance with senior brother Jiang, he hastily departed to locate senior brother Wu. Wu Shixiang, if you and junior sister could attempt to reach Lin Yu, I fear that the individuals from Yan Wang Manor suspect him of the recent attack. This concerns the reputation of our sect and Elder Qingyue. Impossible. How could the junior disciple possibly attack Yan Wang Manor? Ru Siwei was 100% unconvinced. In her eyes, the junior disciple had always been kind-hearted, even somewhat timid. He would never have the audacity to act against Yan Wang Manor. Let's set aside that for now. Calling Lin Yu back is of utmost importance. Otherwise, should the Yan Wang report this incident, regardless of its veracity, other sects will undoubtedly take action against us. To assault mortals is a grave taboo. A moment's carelessness could lead to being branded as demonic cultivators. Wu Chen stated, then began to contact Lin Yu, but his messages too vanished into silence. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Ru Siwei produced her token. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time slipped away, and her anxiety escalated. Previously, her communications with the junior disciple were met with swift replies, yet now, had he truly attempted to assassinate someone from Yan Wang Manor? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Ruo Siwei immediately dismissed the possibility. Her junior brother was certainly not the type to act in such a manner. Unable to reach Ruo Siwei, Wu Chun retrieved a talisman from his waist, a sound transmission talisman that could convey messages instantaneously across vast distances, ensuring that the recipient would undoubtedly receive it. Though it might be considered overkill, there was no time for such concerns now. As the talisman ignited, Wu Chun spoke coldly, expressing that if Lin Yu did not return within a quarter of an hour, dire consequences would ensue. Despite the fact that Dezhou was a realm of mortals, it boasted martial artists, Confucian scholars, and a suppression of dragon energy. If Lin Yu could not prove his innocence, it would be tantamount to provocation. Although the atmosphere among cultivators seemed tranquil, each aspired to be the foremost sect, which could easily ignite conflict. Furthermore, Dezhou was not weak and held no fear of the Zixiao sword sect. Ruo Siwei was taken aback. Dire conséquence? Surely it could not be that severe. Their master was a formidable figure at the brink of life and death. Even if the junior brother had intervened, hadn't that steward survived? In a secluded corner of the imperial city, Lin Yu was hastily reciting all the poems he could muster, oblivious to the glowing token at his waist. However, with each poem recited, his expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that all the renowned verses familiar to the people of Huaxia had already been claimed by others, such as the 4 lines from Henku, Xiaoyaoyu, and Pipa Xing, none of which had garnered him any talent. Although there were some decent pieces, they paled in comparison. The more widely recognized a poem was, the more substantial the rewards for its author. At that moment, Lin Yu could only lament why he had not grasped this talent sooner and why he had initially recited poems he already knew. In a fit of frustration, Lin Yu cast the book aside, when suddenly, Wu Chen's urgent voice echoed in his ears. Return quickly. A sound transmission talisman? Lin Yu glanced at the scar on his shoulder, feeling a hint of talent within him. After consuming 2 pills, he swiftly made his way to the Yin Wangfu. In less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived back at the Yin Wangfu, where Ruo Siwei hurried towards him. Junior brother, where have you been? Gulme, we must find Gu Shi. She dared to wrong you, and I will ensure you receive justice. Wu Chun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, noticing he had changed into a different outfit, causing a sense of foreboding to settle in his heart. Lin Shidi, do you not wish to rest for a moment? Engaging in battle with a 5th-tier martial artist would undoubtedly deplete your spiritual energy and may even have caused you injury. Despite my personal feelings towards that individual, the dignity of our sect is at stake, and some discretion is warranted. Lin Yu declined the kind offer. No need for that. Please, tell me what transpired. As Zhang Shidi spoke, he guided them towards the pavilion while recounting Gu Shi's suspicions. Through the narration, Lin Yu began to understand why he had come under scrutiny. Yet he found little concern over this lack of evidence. Before long, the group arrived at the pavilion, where Jiang Che and Gu Shi were engaged in lively conversation. Even the disciples nearby were unable to suppress their laughter, clearly entertained by the exchange. Witnessing this scene, Ruo Siwei grasped her junior brother's hand, inexplicably tightening her grip. Meanwhile, upon noticing Lin Yu's return, Jiang Che's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he remarked, "They have returned. Princess, you may now inquire with my junior brother." Gu Shi was taken aback by Jiang Che's swift change in demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been amusing her. "Senior brother, I heard that Her Highness the Princess is looking for me," Lin Yu stated while bowing. "Lin Gongzi, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of your attire from this morning?" Gu Shi asked candidly. Lin Yu feigned confusion, explaining that he had changed after being splashed with mud while out. "If the princess requires it, I can take you to Senior Brother Wu's residence." Gu Shi smiled lightly. "There is no need for that. I merely wish to examine your shoulder. This morning, when Steward Zhang was attacked, he injured the assailant's shoulder. Might I? Of course. But as the princess is a lady, it may be. No matter. I too am a practitioner of martial arts." Upon hearing Gu Shi's words, Lin Yu willingly bared his shoulder, revealing fair skin devoid of any scars. Gu Shi stepped forward, brushed her hand across the fabric, glanced at Jiang Che, then retreated a step, clasping her hands in a gesture of apology. "I misjudged you, Gongzi. Please forgive me." With that, she departed. Seeing that his junior brother had indeed been wronged, Ruo Siwei stood tall and proud, resembling a victorious rooster. Just as she was about to mock Gu Shi's retreating figure, Jiang Che abruptly tugged at her sleeve, nearly causing her to stumble. He turned to Wu Chun and said, "Junior brother Wu, you may leave first. I have matters to discuss with my junior brother." Wu Chun nodded and led the other disciples away. Noticing Ruo Siwei standing in a daze, Jiang Che added, "Junior sister, you should also take your leave." "I will not. What could possibly be hidden from me?" "Senior brother, let her stay," Lin Yu interjected, confident that Jiang Che would not suspect him, as there was no evidence. Seeing Lin Yu ese nonchalant demeanor, Jiang que secretly smiled, recognizing his youthfulness and lack of cunning compared to the future. However, he was reminded that he was merely a stepping stone for Lin Yu's growth in performance and mental fortitude, which caused him some discomfort. "Very well, I shall be direct. Why is that patch on your shoulder so pale, and why does your undergarment carry the scent of blood? Furthermore, you claimed you were returning to the Wu family. Why is it that from the Yin Wang's residence to the Wu family, no one has seen you? The organization, known as the Dark Guards in the capital, could detect even the most skilled practitioners, and it would be prudent for you to refrain from concealment." With those three inquiries, Lin Yu comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gushi had already deduced he was the culprit. The disparity in the skin's hue and the distinct scent of healing elixirs were telltale signs. Although he had changed his clothing, it was easy to deceive common folk, yet challenging to mislead cultivators. As for the final question, he had never anticipated it. By the time he realized they were onto him, the Yin Wang had already dispatched individuals to investigate. Realizing they had deduced his involvement, Lin Yu bowed in contrition. "Senior brother, I was in the wrong. You are aware that a few days ago, I penned a verse at the Orchid Pavilion. The servant subsequently completed it, although one line was mine. The style closely mirrored that of Li Qingzhao's collection. Should this verse appear in the anthology, it would tarnish the reputation of our sect. I have acted with the sect's best interests at heart." At that moment, his heart was filled with regret. He contemplated his injuries and the increase of his internal energy. Yet he failed to consider that he was in the imperial city, surrounded by countless spies, and he particularly did not realize that she was a martial artist. Had he been more mindful, the current predicament could have been avoided. Jiang Che, indifferent to the matter, impatiently stated that this issue should be put aside, and that the poem had been torn to shreds, leaving no evidence against him. No one would speak of him again. At most there would be some controversy. He advised against any further mischief, reminding that they were in the Great Zhou, not a sect. What he said was utter nonsense. "Have you seen the collection of poems? Only then would you understand the style of the lyrics." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then he inwardly scoffed. Indeed, he was a fool with a good heart. Upon seizing the poetry, he discovered that a page from Li Qingzhao's collection had been torn out, and it was obvious who was responsible. Now this fellow had even asked Shi to let the matter slide. What a good senior brother he was. It made Lin Yu feel quite embarrassed. Chapter 25. Avoidance is imperative. Ruasawai never anticipated that it was indeed her junior who had taken action. The impression he had left on her over the years crumbled in an instant. Her junior, Jiang Che, had little interest in Ruasawai's inquiries, nor did he care for Lin Yu's flowery words. After feigning a semblance of kindness, he departed without hesitation. Upon exiting the courtyard, he discovered Shi leaning against the wall. "Waiting for me?" she inquired. The eyesight of Qingyue Xianzuan leaves much to be desired. One disciple is morally corrupt, while the other is utterly foolish, Shi remarked with a smile. "If it were not for your brother maintaining appearances, the reputation of Qingyue Xianzuan would have been utterly tarnished by those two." With the matter resolved, Jiang Che felt no inclination to engage in idle chatter with Shi. "I shall not attend tonight's banquet. If you wish to dissolve your engagement, you might consider seeking out Nangong Ziyun of Miaoying sect. Your father has endured much in recent years." After uttering these words, he disregarded Shi's changing expression and left the Yin Wangfu. Upon seeing Shi, he had surmised the purpose of the banquet. She was reluctant to remain in the depths of the palace and preferred the vastness of the world. In a past life, Shi had entangled herself with him after Lin Yu exited the academy to avoid marrying Qi Wang. Although Qi State held an interest in Zhou, they dared not oppose Zixiao Sword Sect, leading their envoy to depart hastily, followed by news of Qi State retreating 300 miles. Now, with Lin Yu embroiled in trouble at Wanhua Tower, the focus inevitably turned towards him. However, Jiang Che harbored no aversion. On the contrary, he admired Shi's audacity. as she cared little for her own reputation, striving solely to protect the people along the borders of Dezhou while successfully extricating herself from her engagement. Unfortunately, her aspirations to traverse the world in her previous life remained unrealized, and she had instead become the Empress of Dezhou. Though he was reluctant to immerse himself in the murky waters of court intrigue, there remained a way to resolve the situation. The Emperor of Dezhou had once been a figure of great talent and vision, yet his indecisiveness regarding the throne had fostered resentment from certain individuals. Otherwise, he would not now be indulging in debauchery in pursuit of immortality. In his past life, the emperor maintained this dissolute existence until his death. By revealing this matter ahead of time, as long as he could enlist Nangong Ziyun's aid, the power struggles within Dezhou would soon come to a close. With the internal strife quelled, Qi state would refrain from rash actions. Furthermore, with the military genius Gu Qingshu at hand, while it might take time to vanquish the remaining vassal states, ensuring the populace's peace and prosperity was certainly within reach. Upon exiting the Yin Wangfu, Jiang Che inquired of the system within his mind. System, how many destiny points do I currently possess? Inciting a rift between the future Empress of Dezhou and Lin Yu, thereby delaying her machinations within the court, will yield 2,000 destiny points. Disrupting Lin Yu's path of Confucianism and Taoism will grant 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. You now possess 20,300 points. Noting the system's excitement, Jiang Che remained unfazed. He was merely 200 points shy of the requisite destiny points for the substitute puppet. Once the Waya Academy opened, he would seize the opportunity to acquire the necessary points from those ancient sages. With this thought, Jiang Che felt a surge of exhilaration. The substitute puppet could act on behalf of the host, indistinguishable from a living person. Should the puppet perish, any remnants, whether in the form of soul stones left at the sect or previous traces, would likewise vanish, ensuring that no one would ever discover his true identity. He refrained from fleeing because, at the outset, he possessed a soul stone that belonged solely to him. This stone enabled him to ascertain his circumstances, regardless of his location, and even speculate on his whereabouts. He earnestly wished to avoid any contact with Ruasawai and the others. Each encounter involuntarily resurrected memories of his past life, filled with repugnant recollections. Fortunately, once the matters of Waishuan concluded, he would be free to soar as he pleased. What's wrong with Brother Jiang? He seems to be in good spirits. A voice, ethereal as a bird's song, resonated in Jiang Che's ears. Turning to glance back, he spotted the young woman in white and teased, "Oh, isn't this the little princess who nearly became my fiancée?" At that moment, he felt quite jovial, willing to engage in conversation as long as it did not involve Lin Yu and his cohorts. Yao Shuzhu, slightly vexed from their prolonged separation, retorted, "Brother Jiang, you've become quite the smooth talker." "Haha, I merely speak the truth." Yao Shuzhu was frail, possessing a rare constitution, and, as the daughter of the sect master of Yemen, she was destined to inherit that esteemed position. In her father's quest to empower her against the elders, he sought both remedies for her condition and a suitable suitor. By chance, a few years prior, she had saved Yao Shuzhu, and 6 months later, the sect master had come to propose. "Alas, if only my master and the sect master had agreed, I would have been your betrothed back then," Jiang Che lamented, his gaze lingering on Yao Shuzhu. She possessed long, elegant legs, a figure reminiscent of flat hills, skin as fair as snow, and a delicate demeanor akin to willow swaying in the breeze. Blushing, Yao Shuzhu said, "If Brother Jiang consents, I could persuade my mother to visit Zixiao Jianzong once more." Jiang Che was taken aback, retreating in alarm. "Heaven forbid," he exclaimed, startled by her earnestness. He had merely jested. How could she take it to heart? He had painstakingly procured a substitute puppet, and any contact with her, even if the plan succeeded, would surely be ephemeral, as he would undoubtedly be discovered. Though Yao Shuzhu could not cultivate, her almost monstrous schemes were unparalleled, likely unmatched across the realm. In his past life, he had stumbled countless times due to her machinations. Changing the subject, Jiang Che curiously inquired, "What brings you to Dazhou?" Although he anticipated Nangong Ziyun's arrival, Yao Shuzhu was rarely seen, and it seemed the affairs of Waishuan held no relevance for her. "Why, I simply came because I could. I do not know how much longer I have to live, so I must seize the opportunity to explore while I can, she replied, devoid of any sorrow as she spoke. Jiang Che was momentarily at a loss for words. Fear not, you will recover, he reassured her. Since departing from the sect in his previous life, although he had encountered Yao Shuju only a handful of times, she had indeed persisted, even managing to cultivate in secret, guiding the world from the shadows, plotting on behalf of Lin Yu and Miao Yimin. I have come bearing my master's orders, and I must secure a great Confucian scripture to return with, so I shall take my leave for now. Very well. I shall visit you at Baiyun Peak in due time, Yao Shuju replied with a light laugh. Let's speak again. After the Waixun, he would no longer present himself before the world. Even a visit would merely amount to an audience with a puppet. After bidding farewell with a wave, Jiang Che departed. As she watched his retreating figure, the smile on Yao Shushu's face gradually faded. Recently, she had been fixated on him, and she intended to investigate the situation at the Zixiao sword sect as well. The maid beside her did not inquire about the reason and simply acknowledged her before falling silent once more. Shushu, what brings you here? At that moment, Nangong Ziyun's anxious voice echoed from a distance, laced with a hint of anger. Do you know that your sudden disappearance almost had me scouring the entire imperial city? Yao Shushu remained silent, merely casting a pitiful glance at Nangong Ziyun. The latter, who had been ready to unleash a tirade, found the words stuck in her throat upon seeing Shushu's expression and could only glare at her with mock severity. Come on, my little ancestor, it's freezing out here. You and T want to catch a cold. Hee, you're the best, Ziyun Jia. Yao Shushu immediately linked her arm with Nangong Ziyun's, her face aglow with a radiant smile. By the way, Ziyun Jia, I just saw Brother Jiang. He has changed so much that he even made jokes about marriage. Really? That guy has always been infatuated with Lung Xinchuan. I doubt he would jest with female cultivators. Even females within 3 feet of him are a rare sight. Indeed, and just now he actually scrutinized me like a lecher. If I didn't know his character, I would have plucked his eyes out. In that moment, Yao Shushu resembled a giddy little girl, chattering away with innocent exuberance. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Che had reappeared around the corner, a perplexed expression adorning his face. This Yao Shushu is truly an enigma. I merely made a jest, and she feels the need to investigate me? No wonder she has only Nangong Ziyun as a friend. There are plans ahead. I must avoid her at all costs. Chapter 26. The quirky Jiang Che in the ensuing days. Jiang Che enjoyed a rare respite, and following the banquet, Wu Chun provided him with an explanation regarding the absence of troops from the Yan King in searching for him. It was not Lin Yu's doing. Rather, during this period, the imperial city was teeming with people, and numerous incidents of martial misconduct had arisen. Without the presence of the imperial guards, chaos could have ensued. Upon learning this, Jiang Che felt a twinge of surprise, yet he found it reasonable upon reflection. Cultivators often possess a sense of superiority over mortals, and although they could not harm them, it was quite common to assert dominance in subtler ways. Old Jiang, we should be on our way, Wu Chen announced, knocking firmly on the door. Understood, Jiang Ke replied, rising from his contemplative state. After tidying himself, he opened the door, revealing that all the disciples were already prepared, adorned in the attire of inner disciples of the Zixiao sword sect. Must we rush? Our mission from the sect is merely to congratulate Waya Academy on its inauguration and present some gifts. There is no requirement for us to breach the Academy's defenses. He remarked, today, the Emperor of the Great Zhou holds a grand banquet, inviting us cultivators. We must show the appropriate respect, Wu Chan urged, pushing him forward. While it was true that the Zixiao sword sect stature would render their absence unremarkable, disdain for the human emperor could lead to unwarranted repercussions. Furthermore, the Wu family still resided within the Great Zhou, and he wished to avoid any potential slights against his clan. Zhan Duke chuckled, understanding Wu Chan's eagerness to depart early. Cultivators often enter seclusion for a span of 3 to 5 years, or even decades, and Wu Chan was likely concerned about future complications for the Wu family. The imperial city bustled with vibrant festivities, lanterns adorned the streets, and the populace rejoiced in anticipation of Waya Academy's opening. The academy opened once every decade, and it was believed that the great Zhou would experience bountiful harvests for 3 years thereafter, an event of immense significance for the common folk. As they traversed the lively streets, Jiang Che found himself uplifted by the smiles surrounding him. How wonderful it would be if the people could always wear such smiles. Such a notion is unrealistic. Wu Chen replied with a faint shake of his head. He has undertaken missions amidst the rampant demon incursions and endless border conflicts. Were it not for the imperial city, how could one witness such peace? Indeed, Jiang Che mused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, he had tirelessly sought to thwart Lin Yu and protect humanity, remaining steadfast even when wrongfully accused and vilified. Yet in the end, scholars sought his demise. Mortals yearned for his downfall, and demons alike wished to eradicate him. It was ironic that in this new life, he would be so profoundly affected by these mortals. Why is there no repentance? He pondered. Lost in introspection, Jiang Che was abruptly jolted back to reality by a light pat on his shoulder. He turned to see Yao Shuzhu, hands behind her back, playfully gazing at him. "Senior brother Jiang, you arrived quite early," she remarked, casting a glance at her attendant. Jiang Che took a step back. "Miss Nangong, you ought to support her. If she falls, I shall not take responsibility." Nangong Ziyun stepped forward, rolling her eyes at him as she linked arms with Shuzhu. "I told you he was a blockhead. You didn't believe me." Yao Shushu playfully stuck out her tongue at brother Jiang, saying, "Why do you avoid me like a venomous snake? Am I not attractive?" Jiang Che mused to himself, acknowledging that even a snake could not match her toxicity. Outwardly, however, he denied any gender distinctions, replying, "With your beauty, you must have numerous admirers. I fear being dragged into a dark alley." Hee, brother Jiang truly enjoys jesting. Yao Shushu giggled, covering her face in apparent embarrassment, her laughter ringing like chimes. "Sister Lung is adored by countless admirers, yet you have never flinched in your relentless pursuit. Why should a frail person like me cause you such concern?" Suddenly, Jiang Che's gaze turned icy, without warning, as if an icy blade had pierced through to Yao Shushu. The lively sounds of the crowd seemed to separate them into two distinct realms, the chill in the air causing the onlookers to instinctively draw back. The maid behind Yao Shushu gripped her spiritual sword tightly, stepping protectively in front of her, her eyes filled with shock. Such a murderous intent could only arise from one who had traversed through a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. The abrupt shift in atmosphere left a palpable tension, akin to drawn swords. Yao Shushu speculated silently, observing the maid's firm grip on the sword. This maid had been specially assigned by her mother and was a peak practitioner, capable of founding a sect in an ordinary clan, a formidable figure even within the renowned Miaoyin sect. Yet now, she appeared intimidated by a mere glance. "What are you standing there for?" Lei Mo's voice shattered the stifling silence. Jiang Che averted his gaze and continued toward the palace. "What? Am I unwelcome?" "Lei Mo feindiest." Nangong Ziyun chose to ignore Lei Mo, but Yao Shushu engaged him in conversation, saying, "Who would have known? I merely mentioned Sister Long, and brother Jiang seemed ready to kill me. Did she speak ill of her senior sister?" Yao Shushu protested innocently. "I merely noted his unwavering pursuit of Lung Xinchuan. That's hardly slander." Jiang Che's affection for Lung Xinchuan was no secret, yet alas, it was a case of unrequited love. Nevertheless, it was indeed not disparaging, as Lung Xinchuan was cold towards everyone, with the exception of Jiang Che, who seemed to elicit a slightly different response. Though it was not love, rumors circulated that Lung Xinchuan harbored feelings for Jiang Che, though her inability to express them left it unconfirmed. Observing Yao Shushu's innocent and sorrowful expression, Lei Mo consoled her. "Wait, I shall avenge you. If he dares to intimidate you, I will teach him a lesson. Is that appropriate?" Yao Shushu asked, biting her lip. Lei Mo patted his chest, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, I have long been displeased with him, always trailing behind Lung Xinchuan like a lovesick dog. As the top disciple of the Burning Flame Valley, he never considered himself inferior to Jiang Che, as his strength surpassed Jiang Che's by considerable margin. Yet Jiang Che was heralded as the most likely prodigy to ascend to immortality in a millennium. Why was that? Having never had the opportunity to compete before, he now saw a chance to challenge Jiang Che under the guise of avenging Yao Shushu to prove that he was not weaker than anyone. Jiang Che was simply not his equal. Yao Shushu pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling with admiration, while Nangong Ziyun could only facepalm, knowing misfortune awaited yet another individual. The glance that Jiang Che cast just now instilled a sense of trepidation even in Sister Wu, who exists at the pinnacle of the crossing tribulation realm. How dare a mere practitioner from the Dao Palace's third-level claim superiority over him? And as for that little demon, does he not know when to cease? Although Lei Mo has his share of minor flaws, at the very least, he has not been rumored to commit any malevolent deeds. With this latest ruckus, the relationship between the Zixiao Sword Sect and the Burning Flame Valley is likely to become even more strained. Sister Shu, let us proceed to the banquet. We must not squander our time. Sensing the intense gaze from Ziyun, Yao Shuji shivered slightly and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Lei Mo, shall we be on our way?" Due to her frail constitution, no one within the sect would dare to scold or strike her, not even her mother, who is too tender-hearted to raise a hand. However, Ziyun is truly bold enough to give her a beating, and due to his understanding of her physical condition, he can make her cry out in distress without causing any real harm. The disciples of both sects quietly followed behind Yao Shuji and Lei Mo, while the two in front engaged in lively conversation. Yao Shuji rarely ventured out, yet she has earned the title of sickly beauty and has even secured a place among the top 10 on the fairy ranking. Lai Montak, having encountered few female cultivators as exquisitely beautiful as Yao Shuji, felt somewhat elated by her affectionate address of him as brother. As he boasted about his prowess, he was convinced he could defeat Jiang Che to the point of disorientation. Unbeknownst to him, he resembled a peacock displaying its feathers, exuberantly flaunting the beauty of its plumage. Nangong Ziyun quietly supported Shuji, lowering his head as he moved forward, lost in his own thoughts. It was truly a sight to behold. With such an unstable temperament, he was easily led astray by Shuji's charms. How on earth did he become the disciple of the Burning Flame Valley's leader? Chapter 27. Drunken departure. Ever since his encounter with Yao Shushu, Jiang Che exuded an aura that repelled others, leaving no one daring to utter a word. Even upon entering the imperial palace, he remained engrossed in his solitary drinking. What has happened to senior brother Jiang? Zhang Shidi inquired cautiously, seated beside Wu Chun. Wu Chun shook his head, reflecting on their previous conversation. He couldn't discern any impropriety. In the past, no one had hesitated to jest about cold senior sister and old Jiang, yet old Jiang never took offense, merely smiling it off. The atmosphere at the Zixiao Sword Sect felt rather peculiar, naturally drawing the attention of many. Some literati and cultivators, eager to engage, refrained from approaching upon noticing Jiang Che's displeasure. Before long, disciples from Yaoying Gate and Finyangu arrived in the Grand Hall. Lei Mo, under Yao Shushu's repetitive calls of senior brother, initially intended to confront Jiang Che. However, upon witnessing his demeanor, he became more composed. What on earth did junior sister Yao say to him? Jiang Che appears so irritable that even a dog passing by would receive a few slaps, Lei brother remarked. What troubles you, Lei brother? Yao Shushu innocently inquired. Lei Mo cleared his throat. Nothing. I shall teach him a lesson for you. Regardless of the situation, he couldn't afford to lose face in front of beauty. After all, Jiang Che was merely at the first level of the Dao Palace, while he was at the third. After straightening his attire, Lei Mo strode confidently to Jiang Che, snatching the drink from his hand. Junior brother Jiang, it's been a while. Your temper has certainly grown. Do you think you're strong enough to disregard me? His words undoubtedly referenced the earlier incident of being ignored on the street. Although the onlookers were oblivious to the specifics, they were eager for the spectacle. Momentarily taken aback by the theft of his drink, Jiang Che looked up to see Lei Mo shaking his cup, his expression exuding arrogance as he glanced at Yao Shushu, who had already seated herself nearby, observing with keen interest. Zhang Gukichakud softly. Indeed, this fool would act upon Yao Shushu's provocation. Just moments ago, upon meeting Yao Shushu, he had heard the system's notification. The Emperor's injuries had healed, and he had acquired 3,000 points of destiny value. With enough destiny value to purchase a puppet, He was now contemplating his escape. Though anger seemed abrupt, he was indifferent to others' opinions as long as it provoked Lin Yu. With this thought, he refilled his cup and stood. I did not notice seeing your brother late earlier due to my poor state. I apologize. Come, let's drink a few cups together. Before making his escape, he had no intention of retaliating against Lin Yu's provocation. It was better to turn hostility into camaraderie, especially since the drink contained something special. Seeing Jiang Che adopt a humble demeanor, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, still processing the shift, when Jiang Che poured another cup, clinked it in the air, and downed it in one gulp. Reluctantly, Lin Yu followed suit, and, as the liquor coursed through him, he was momentarily stunned. Jiang Che then placed a hand on his shoulder, pulling him down to sit as if they were long-lost friends, sharing heartfelt conversation over fine wine. This sudden transformation left the surrounding cultivators in a state of bewilderment. Shushu, it seems you have encountered a formidable opponent, one murmured. Nangong Ziyun chuckled, as if watching a performance, marveling at the rarity of maintaining clarity of mind in a state of intoxication, swiftly dismantling any potential challenges. Yao Shuzhu remained silent, delicately savoring her drink. Do you not find this reminiscent of Jiang Che? When has the sword-mad man ever exhibited such temperament? Nangong Ziyun furrowed her brow. It cannot be, for he is under strict protection. Who would dare to usurp a disciple of the Zixiao sword sect? Especially one who is Elder Qingyue's apprentice? Who knows? Yao Shuzhu shrugged. From my investigation, I do not believe it to be possession. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that the current Jiang Che is unfathomable, as if he has become a different person altogether. As they discussed, Lin Yu had succumbed to drunkenness, lamenting to Jiang Che, "Old Jiang, let me tell you, I am, after all, the foremost disciple of the Burning Flame Valley, and I am not unappealing. Why is it that no one fancies me? Lung Xinchang, your senior sister, I fell for her at first sight. Yet after pursuing her for half a month, I received not a single glance. I truly envy you. The Zixiao sword sect is teeming with beautiful women, while I, in the Burning Flame Valley, have so few to choose from. I have courted a dozen, yet none have offered me a kind countenance." At that moment, Jiang Che, slightly intoxicated, responded, "I envy you more. The beauty of the Zixiao sword sect is abundant, but I hardly have time to appreciate it. My days are consumed with cooking, laundry, and guiding Ruosi in her cultivation, leaving me no time for my own practice." He then poured out the burdens of his years at Baiyun Peak, lamenting, "Not to mention being exhausted beyond measure, I was wrongfully accused, and after risking my life to rescue them, ended up in the law enforcement hall. You can only imagine my feelings during that time." The two shared their grievances, oblivious to the wide-eyed onlookers around them, as they appeared intent on continuing their conversation. Wu Chun, quick-witted, stepped forward to cover Zhang's mouth. The incident of the false accusation was behind them, and it seemed old Jiang had lost his mind to even bring it up, as he could already envision the sect leader's wrath upon their return. The disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, witnessing this, also rose to pull Lin Yu away. What a splendid drama! The surrounding cultivators and scholars exclaimed in delight. They had not anticipated that Lin Yu would seek a partner, nor that Jiang Che, who had always been diligent and uncomplaining, harbored such discontent toward the sect. Jiang Ke, heavily intoxicated and receiving no response, quickly succumbed to slumber, while Lin Yu, in a similar state, rambled on incoherently, prompting the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley to resort to knocking him unconscious. "What do you think, Shuzhu?" Nangong Ziyun inquired with an air of leisure. Though Jiang Che appears to lead a glamorous life outwardly, he seems less than content within the sect. Perhaps he could be swayed. "There is something amiss with that wine," Yao Shuzhu remarked, her gaze fixated on the wine jug on Jiang Che's table. As cultivators of the Dao Palace realm, consuming hundreds of jars is trivial. We may become intoxicated, but we would never descend into rambling nonsense. Yet after merely 3 jars, he is utterly incapacitated. As Jiang Che fell into slumber, Wu Chun grasped the wine jug, inhaling its aroma. Discovering no peculiarities, he poured himself a cup and took a mere sip, only to be enveloped by a wave of warmth. The spiritual energy. It was no wonder that the two had been drinking incessantly. The potency of this wine was unparalleled in his experience. Silently, he stored the remaining wine into his spatial ring and turned to Zhang Shidi, speaking with gravity. Let us escort old Jiang back. In such a state of inebriation, he cannot partake in the banquet. Zhang Shidi nodded and stepped forward to assist senior brother Jiang. At that moment, Ruo Siwei also approached, intending to lend a hand, but another junior disciple preemptively grasped Zhang's other arm. There's no need to trouble junior sister Ruo, he remarked coldly. They could hardly fathom that senior brother Jiang was living a life akin to that of an outer sect disciple at Baiyun Peak. He was hailed as the future of the sect, yet here he was, reduced to washing clothes, cooking meals, and fetching water. Were they to believe that Baiyun Peak had fallen into such poverty that even an outer disciple could not be afforded? Day in and day out, year after year, had they truly relegated their senior brother to the role of a servant? He had just calculated that, if what senior brother Jiang had said was true, his own cultivation time was indeed diminished by 2/3 compared to Zhang's. Ruo Siwei froze in place, feeling utterly bewildered. Was there truly anything amiss? When she had joined her master, he had assured her that second senior brother was gentle in nature and that she could approach him with any concerns. She did not know how to wash clothes. Her brother would assist her. Lacking funds and cultivation resources, he would generously share some of his own. Moreover, his culinary skills were truly commendable. The meals from the sect's cafeteria paled in comparison to those he prepared. Naturally, she would implore him to cook for her. This had always been their dynamic. She believed she had done nothing wrong. As a junior sister, it was only fitting that her brother cared for her. Yet, the cold glances and hushed whispers surrounding her made her feel as though she were perched on needles, enveloped in discomfort. Chapter 28. The Emperor's intimidation. The departure of Jiang Che did not render the atmosphere within the grand hall stagnant. Rather, it ignited a fervent discussion. Curiosity sparked among the attendees regarding Lei Mo's relentless pursuit of a partner, only to be met with rejection. Those privy to the details recounted, indeed. Lei Mo possessed both exceptional talent and striking appearance, yet his intended suitors were no less formidable. Gu Yuyu, Lung Xinchang, Nangong Xiun, Luo Qianqian. Each harbored aspirations of ascension to immortality, making it implausible for them to divert their focus to romantic entanglements. Upon hearing the list of Lei Mo's intended, the crowd could only feel a sense of embarrassment. It was no wonder he faced consistent denial. Beyond the discourse surrounding Lei Mo, the spotlight increasingly shifted to Jiang Che, who had previously expressed considerable grievances, seemingly dissatisfied with the sect. Under such scrutiny, the disciples of the Zixia sword sect wore increasingly uncomfortable expressions, unsure of how to counter the critique, and thus remaining silent. Lin Yu lowered his head, unable to conceal his amusement. Ah, brother, you brought this upon yourself, allowing the sect to bear a tarnished reputation, subjecting our master to public scrutiny, and possibly incurring the label of a false mentor. You shall face the consequences upon your return. The deep, resonant sound of a horn echoed outside the hall, momentarily startling the assembly, who turned to gaze towards the grand entrance. Shortly thereafter, a corpulent middle-aged man, towering at 2 meters, strode in, clad in a black dragon robe. His eyes, sharp as a lion's, sent shivers through the gathered cultivators. Following closely behind him were Gu Shi, Gu Chengxiu, and numerous princes. It was only when the middle-aged man took his seat upon the dragon throne that they regained their composure. Long live His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Is this truly the great Zhou Emperor? Hadn't he been characterized as indulgent, tyrannical, and obsessed with immortality? Yet what was with that piercing gaze? They found themselves unable to meet his eyes. As he looked upon the familiar figure of His Majesty, Right Chancellor Qin Shao was overcome with tears, as if he were witnessing the ambitious youth who once aspired to unify the realm. Gu Longcheng chuckled lightly, observing the recognition in his former brother's eyes. My dear minister, you do recognize me, it seems. Qin Shao stepped forward, bowing deeply to the emperor. Your Majesty, you have gained weight. The remark carried the weight of countless years of anticipation. He had finally laid eyes upon the young man he once vowed to assist. Ha ha ha, though I may be aging, I am still capable of conquering the world, Gu Longxing declared, his imperial aura enveloping the room, pressing down upon the cultivators until they struggled to breathe. Gu Qingxiu, your son is here. Gu Qingxiu, clad in cold armor, clasped his fists and knelt on one knee before his esteemed father. His eyes, devoid of any scheming for the throne, filled instead with the resolve of a son and a general. I command you to lead 150,000 Iron Cavalry to seize the seventh sword of Long Tai and to crush the Ghost Crane sect. The great Zhou, standing for a millennium, had never feared any cultivator. The cultivators did not engage in the struggle for imperial power, not out of benevolence or nobility, but rather out of fear of Long Tai. Long Tai, established by the first monarch of the great Zhou, comprised 9 tiers, each housing thousands of flying swords. The higher one ascended, the more potent the sword became. The 9th tier held the power to slay peak practitioners of the life and death realm. The 7th sword of the dragon platform resides within the 7th tier of the dragon platform, containing 7 flying swords, each capable of ruling a world and suppressing the rivers and lakes. When united, they transcend life and death, cleaving through mountains and rivers. I shall obey the command. Gu Qingxu responded with eager nods. As he watched the departing King Yin, the assembly of cultivators stood in stunned silence. The Ghost Crane sect, wielding malevolent spirits, had its practitioners command at least 3 evil entities each, alongside their expertise in puppetry and mechanisms, with the current sect master being a peak expert of the Void Realm. Could it be that the great Zhou intended to eradicate the Ghost Crane sect? Gu Longcheng paid no heed to the cultivators' reactions, turning instead to Gu Shi with an affectionate gaze. Princess Haiyue, retrieve the sword from the 6th tier of the dragon platform, lead an army of 100,000, and cleanse the great Zhou of bandits and wicked cultivators within a year. Although Gu Shi was adorned in a flowing gown, her demeanor was resolute. I shall adhere to your command. With a playful smile directed at her father, she felt a sense of relief. Her father had finally returned to his former self. As the imperial decrees were issued, the cultivators began to comprehend that the Emperor of Great Zhou was sending a warning intent on purging the realm. Brother, has something occurred? Lin Yu whispered in inquiry. Each decree seemed to target the cultivators, conveying the message that no matter their prowess, they must abide by the laws of Great Zhou, or face death. Wu Chun sighed in resignation. Why do you ask me? I have never laid eyes on the Emperor, and the rumors I have heard revolve around his alchemical prowess and his fondness for beauties. Now, I find myself bewildered by the unfolding events. The Emperor of Great Zhou is indeed a hidden gem. At that moment, the banquet had transformed into Gu Longqing's inaugural audience in years. Although he had not attended court for a decade, leaving all affairs to the crown prince, who, despite his factionalism, had not strayed from the correct path. The state of finances, military strength, and the number of literati had multiplied several-fold, possessing the power to suppress the wicked cultivators. The officials did not advise against the emperor's actions. Rather, they supported him. Many regions of Great Zhou suffered from dire straits, exacerbated by the pressures from various feudal lords and the threats posed by evil cultivators and beasts. If they could contain these forces, it would mark a qualitative leap in Great Zhou's development. After issuing all the decrees, Gu Longqing turned his gaze towards the Zixiao sword sect and the Miaoying sect, noting the 2 vacant seats beside Wu Chun and curiously inquiring, has Jiang Che not arrived? Were it not for Jiang Che's timely warning, he would still be under control, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude, particularly concerning his daughter, who might be able to secure a commendable match. Wu Chun replied helplessly, Your Majesty, Brother Jiang is unable to hold his liquor. I sent a disciple to escort him home to rest. Drunkenness? Gu Longqing was somewhat skeptical. Though the palace's wine was pleasant, it was hardly potent enough to intoxicate a cultivator. Before he could probe further, a nearby young eunuch leaned in and recounted the events yet to unfold. Upon grasping the context, Gu Longqing cast a peculiar glance towards the Zixiao sword sect before turning to the Miaoying sect, addressing Nangong Ziyun. You have aided me in escaping the Ghost Crane sect's grasp. What reward do you seek? In that instant, the assembly comprehended why the emperor had chosen to strike against the Ghost Crane sect upon his arrival, realizing that for years, he had been under their control. The monk, initially intending to rise and inquire about the reason, was rendered speechless. To control the emperor was tantamount to opposing the entirety of the human race. Extermination would be a lenient fate. Nangong's Yun paid no heed to the complex expressions of those around her, and stood to pay her respects. For His Majesty was the sovereign of the great Zhou, and every word and action bore significant implications for the survival of its people. It was only natural to attend to His Majesty's well-being. The monk spoke of causality. Had it not been for her, Gu Longqing might have remained befuddled until his demise. As for the emperor's gratitude, she did not wish to be dismissed with mere rewards. One could never know when such favors might be required in the future. Gu Longqing chuckled softly, noting the young lady's heightened sense of vigilance. Very well, the girl beside you seems to be experiencing some ailments. The tranquil heart pool may prove beneficial for her. Take her there for a few months. Should you require anything in the future, you may return to seek me out. As long as it is not excessively demanding, I shall oblige. The restoration of his faculties had prevented discord among his sons, and such a favor was indeed substantial. Nangong Ziyun was taken aback by Gu Longqing's generosity. The tranquil heart pool was a sanctuary for rejuvenating the spirit. Glancing at Shuju, who had suffered for years from illness and had long been weakened, she recognized that the gentle spiritual energy of the pool would greatly aid her. Thus, she bowed deeply and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Longqing smiled and soon engaged in conversation with his ministers, even discussing matters pertaining to Wire Academy, completely forgetting about his earlier intention to reward the Zixiao sword sect. Chapter 29. Where the clouds are deep and unknown unbeknownst to Jiangche. Events transpiring within the court were of little concern to him. Upon his return, he promptly exchanged for a substitute puppet. Observing the doll before him, whose demeanor and appearance mirrored his own, Jiangche circled it twice and posed several inquiries before nodding in satisfaction. System, is this puppet akin to a doppelganger? 25,800 points of fate value. Wasn't it previously stated that only 25,000 points were required? Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me? Now, he grasped the reason behind his numerous attempts to eliminate Lin Yu in his past life. Each time, Lin Yu had managed to survive due to the existence of the substitute puppet. Yet, such an extravagant item left him pondering how that individual could afford it. You are preparing to depart. Would it not be better for me to reset your fate value to 0? The system did not deny this, adopting a tone that suggested it had his best interests at heart. Jiangche paused, finding a semblance of logic in its words. Are you certain this will not be discovered? Rest assured, unless one possesses divine insight, they will never perceive this as a mere puppet, the system assured, transforming into a diminutive sprite that patted its chest confidently. Having withheld numerous points of fate from Jiangche, the system had already siphoned off over 100,000 from him. Thus, it was only natural that he would ensure the puppet was crafted meticulously. In response, Jiangche retrieved a long robe from his storage ring, draping it over the puppet's form before adorning it with the ring. He then seated himself before a mirror, gently massaging his face. He had no intention of employing magical means to alter his visage. Instead, he opted for a method that involved adjusting the skeletal structure of his face and reducing facial musculature, making detection far less likely. Soon, his handsome features transformed, now appearing merely refined, an entirely different countenance. Once clad in the long robe, Jiangche commanded the system to ascertain whether anyone lingered outside. Receiving confirmation of solitude, he swiftly vaulted over the wall, departing from the Wu residence and vanishing into the night. After exiting the imperial city, he sought a secluded spot, relinquished his cultivation, and adopted a new technique, elevating his prowess to the pinnacle of the spirit sea. Having completed his preparations, he bore no remnants of his former self. Casting a glance towards the direction of the Zixiao sword sect, a complex array of emotions washed over him. All of his past entanglements now resided within the puppet. As long as he refrained from revealing himself, he would assume the identity of Lin Yu, an ordinary wandering cultivator. Are you hesitating? Let the winds carry away the past. Love, hatred, and all grievances. Jiangche chuckled lightly, setting forth along the broad path. Under the pines, the young apprentice gathers herbs amidst these mountains. The clouds are deep and unknown. Jiang Che ambled away, leisurely reciting poetry, entirely unaware that after his departure, Lin Yu had materialized in his wake. The warm sunlight, filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, cast a mottled glow upon her visage. Clad in garments as white as snow, her ethereal beauty now bore a tinge of sorrow. She longed to call out to Xiao Che, yet the heartfelt smile he wore pierced her deeply, suggesting that leaving the sect and Baiyun Peak was a liberation for him. Time passed unmeasured, and as Lin Yu regained her composure, she ultimately turned and departed in the opposite direction of Jiangche. After the banquet in the grand imperial city of the Great Zhou, Wu Chun and his companions returned to the Wu residence. Upon their arrival, however, they sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The Wu family had always been lenient with their servants, and given the festive occasion, they had instructed the staff to prepare some delicacies while they attended the banquet. Yet now, the house was eerily silent, and no servants came forth to greet them. Just as they feared something amiss, the steward hurriedly approached, anxiety etched upon his face. "Young master, you have finally returned. The elder from the immortal sect has come to visit. You must see what has transpired," he urged, visibly shaken. "The presence of that celestial being is overwhelmingly daunting. Even sitting there, it felt as if a mountain bore down upon us, making it hard to breathe." Not only Wu Chun, but also his fellow disciple from the Zixiao sword sect were left in stunned silence. An elder? Why would an elder come here? They pondered. Their curiosity piqued. With a sense of trepidation, Wu Chun and the others made their way to the main hall, where they found all the maidservants dismissed, leaving only Qing Yue seated there, her gaze fixed upon them. The assembled cultivators hastily bowed in reverence to the elder, addressing her as master. Surely, attending a mere banquet could not warrant the visit of the esteemed Qing Yue immortal. Furthermore, this task seemed of little significance. Merely a matter of fulfilling numbers for the Zixiao sword sect, they mused internally. Qing Yue nodded coolly, gesturing for them to rise before revealing the purpose of her visit. "A few days ago, you mentioned that Xiao Che had gone missing. I grew concerned about potential mishaps and came to check on you." Ruosi Wei stepped forward, embracing her master's arm, her face alight with mischief. "Master, you arrived long ago, didn't you?" Qing Yue affectionately stroked Ruosi's soft hair. "Indeed. I came the very day you sent word, but seeing you all in such high spirits, I refrained from interrupting." Although she had glimpsed certain future events, she understood Ruosi's forthright nature and wondered why she would speak harshly toward Xiao Che. Clearly, a misunderstanding was at play. At this revelation, Lin Yu was taken aback, recalling the ambush on Steward Zhang and feeling a sudden wave of unease. If Master had been present all along, did that mean she had witnessed all his actions? "How was the banquet today? I trust you enjoyed yourselves?" Qing Wen inquired, her demeanor light and unassuming. She preferred not to pry into her disciples' private matters. And had Xiao Che not emerged from the palace today, she would have chosen to remain in the shadows. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Even Ruosi Wei cast cautious glances at her master, none daring to speak. "Is there someone who has shown you disrespect?" Qing Yue asked playfully, her smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Deep down, she had already surmised the situation. Ruosi was straightforward, and if anyone had spoken out of turn, she would have retorted on the spot, only to return and lodge a complaint. The current silence undoubtedly indicated that Xiao Che had done something untoward. After a prolonged silence, Qing Yue, seeing none would speak, turned to Wu Chun with a sigh of resignation. "Wu Chun, why don't you share?" Lin Yu and Ruosi were both her disciples. If Xiao Che had indeed acted inappropriately at the banquet, it would be easy for personal feelings to cloud their judgment. As for Lin Yu, although his talent was lacking, his character was commendable, and the Baiyun Peak had not been unkind to him. He must have witnessed some aspect of the incident that led to this misunderstanding. The other disciples, being merely ordinary practitioners, held her in profound reverence, refraining from criticizing Xiaoche's mistakes. Wu Chen approached his duties with earnestness and pragmatism, and with their master being Elder Xuanxu, there was no cause for fear. He should be able to recount the events in their entirety. Over the course of these days, Wu Chun and Jiang Che had formed a friendship, transcending their previous interactions that were solely focused on cultivation. However, when Elder Qingyue posed her inquiries. He felt compelled to respond, silently mourning for old Jiang in his heart. As Wu Chun narrated the unfolding events, an air of anxiety enveloped the onlookers, fearful of collateral damage. Yet, Elder Qingyue seemed unfazed. Did the words Xiaoqie uttered at the banquet evoke more sorrow than witnessing his departure? Upon seeing Xiaoqie leave, regardless of what had been said at the banquet, she had foreseen it all, yet did it truly not affect her? "I shall go check on Xiaoqie," she declared, rising to her feet and heading toward the courtyard where Jiang Che resided. Ruo Siwei wished to follow, hoping that their master would not scold her senior brother. "Do not go. It would only result in old Jiang wounding your fragile heart again." Wu Chun intercepted her path, his tone cold. "Old Jiang is still inebriated and may utter nonsensical remarks. Ruo Siwei, you tend to speak freely, and in times of discontent, you share your grievances. I would prefer that no further rumors arise. Step aside. Matters between our master and disciple are none of your concern." Ruo Siwei attempted to push past Wu Chun, yet the disparity in their abilities rendered her powerless, leaving her to express her frustration angrily. "It may not concern me, but old Jiang's false accusations are indeed relevant to someone. Were it not for you, would he have been sent to the law enforcement hall? Were it not for you, would he have spoken carelessly in his drunken stupor? Old Jiang once treated you all with great kindness, and I remained silent then. But now he seeks only to distance himself from you. As his brother, I must lend my assistance. From a distance." Qingyue heard these words, and her emotions became exceedingly complex, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 30. The Unbounded Academy opens in the secluded chamber located on the right side of the back courtyard. Jiang Che's room lay quietly, bordered by a wall that could be easily traversed with a gentle leap. As Qingyue gazed at the wall from which the young Che had departed, her eyes shifted to the peacefully sleeping figure of Xiao Che within the room, leaving her momentarily stunned. Had she known better, she would have refrained from visiting him, thus avoiding the sorrow of witnessing his departure and the painful realization that the Xiao Che before her was but a mere puppet. Stepping inside, she found Jiang Che sprawled on the bed, the sharp scent of alcohol permeating the air. Qingyue stood quietly by the bedside, observing him. His sleeping posture mirrored the essence of Xiao Che, and the soul stone resonated with him, intertwining with the same flow of the Zixiao sword technique. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing this, she would never have been able to believe that this was not her Xiao Che. Reflecting on the words spoken by Wu Chun, Qingyue retrieved a jar of peach blossom wine and settled by the window, toasting to the bright moon while reminiscing about the fragments of their past. Xiao Che had entered the sect at the tender age of 6. He had been a frail, timid child, fearful of everyone except for Xiao Chan, to whom he clung with unwavering dependence, despite her often cold demeanor. In due course, Xiao Che's exceptional talent in swordsmanship was revealed, prompting the sect leader to consider him as a potential successor. However, Xiao Chan expressed her desire to take him as her disciple, and Xiao Che, adamant in his wish to follow her, was accepted as her pupil. Though she was not particularly adept at teaching and found the responsibility of mentorship burdensome, Xiao Che proved to be a quick learner, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. Perhaps owing to his unique experiences in the world, which endowed him with an unparalleled kindness and an extraordinary resilience. Having long surpassed the need for sustenance, Qingyue was indifferent to food, unlike Xiao Chan, who, though merely 2 years his senior, had been pampered since childhood, unable to endure the meager rations of the sect. Xiao Che volunteered to cook. From the moment he took charge of the kitchen, Xiao Chan's meals became a continuous affair, leading her to sometimes question if she had gained weight. The presence of these two little disciples brought a touch of warmth to the otherwise desolate Baiyun Peak. And Xiao Che gradually matured. She prided herself on treating both disciples equally, never harboring any prejudice or debt toward Xiao Che, save for one instance 3 months prior. Although she typically refrained from meddling in sect affairs, she held the rules in high regard, particularly regarding the harm inflicted upon fellow disciples, which was utterly intolerable to her. Initially, she could hardly believe that Xiao Che would commit such an act, yet, swayed by the impassioned accusations of Si Wei, the grievous injuries of Xiao Yu upon his return, and the appeals for leniency on behalf of her senior disciple, Her anger led her to hastily send Xiao Che to the enforcement hall without a thorough investigation. When the truth finally emerged, she found herself at a loss on how to confront Xiao Che, especially since the source of the accusation stemmed from two disciples ensnared by illusion. She could not comprehend why, given Xiao Che's character, he would not staunchly deny the false claims, especially when he had seemingly confessed in the enforcement hall, even suggesting the revocation of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect. What merit did the mortal realm possess? The inevitable cycle of life and death. The burdens of daily existence, the oppressive taxes. These trivialities were, in their eyes, a tremendous weight. Moreover, she was bewildered as to why Xiao Che refused to forgive her. She acknowledged her mistake this time, nearly causing harm to Xiao Che, yet who was without fault. After years of nurturing and guidance, can one truly negate all of it due to a single error? Even not a mere puppet which she wished to associate with her. At this moment, Qing Yue's fair visage bore a faint blush. As the moonlight cascaded down, her intoxicated eyes gained a touch of clarity. Was Xiao Che truly inebriated at the banquet? Had she not witnessed his departure, she might have believed so, but now she was enlightened. Once the discussions from the banquet spread, the sect might remain unaffected, but she and several disciples would undoubtedly face criticism. Regardless of whether Xiao Che had genuinely cared for them or had been exploited, the world would only perceive that he had been unhappy at Baiyun Peak, although they could not sever their master-disciple bond. Leaving Baiyun Peak was a path no one could obstruct. After all, he was but a puppet, a mere puppet. To what extent did Xiao Che harbor animosity towards them? To the point of not wishing to be associated even with a puppet, a mere substitute for him? Qing Wei stood there, gazing at Jiang Che as the cold dew of autumn fell, slipping from her warm arm, sending a bone-chilling sensation through a powerful being of the realm of life and death. Jiang Che awakened from a deep slumber. The morning breeze carried a hint of chill, and he tightened the blankets, sensing something amiss, abruptly sitting up and looking warily towards the window. Outside, the trees swayed gently, and before the window, Qing Wei rested her hand on the table, gazing intently at herself. Upon seeing her master, Jiang Che spoke calmly, "Master, what brings you here?" It seemed it was truly identical. Gazing at Jiang Che, who bore no flaws, Qing Yue felt a bittersweet smile within, rising to leave the room. Today marked the day of the Waya Academy's opening. It was time to prepare. "Master, are you leaving already?" Just after rising, Ruo Siwei, who had been seeking her master, questioned the butler multiple times in disbelief. "This cannot be. Master is always dotes on her. It's unprecedented for her to leave after a day without speaking to me." Indeed, Master Qing Wei mentioned there were matters to attend to in the sect and departed at dawn. The butler responded respectfully. As Jiang Che entered the hall, he glanced at the sorrowful Ruo Siwei and turned to Wu Chun, moving closer to engage him in conversation. "I hope I didn't speak out of line yesterday," Wu Chun remarked, his expression peculiar. "Did Elder Qing Wei not reprimand you?" Jiang Che sat down, sipping the sobering tea. "I saw Master at the window this morning. She said nothing before leaving. Also, why would she reprimand me?" Just as Ruo Siwei was about to inquire whether Jiang Che had spoken ill of her the previous night, she was taken aback. "Senior brother, don't you remember what happened after you and Lei Mo got drunk yesterday?" "What is the point of remembering? The spirit of the wine was potent. I was too busy competing with Lei Mo for it," Jiang Che coldly responded, rising to his feet. "Let us go. We are some distance from Waya Academy." The estrangement was palpable. All disciples recognized that their senior brother had no desire to converse with Ruo Siwei at this moment. A group of individuals arrived before the Boundless Academy, where an assemblage of literary scholars had already gathered. Although it was not a throng, the atmosphere was quite lively. Jiang Che purchased 2 fruits from a nearby stall and tossed one to Wu Chun, beginning to indulge in it while voicing his thoughts. The attendees are all scholars. As disciples of the celestial sect, aren't we inviting humiliation upon ourselves? Why must we always participate whenever the Boundless Academy opens its doors? Wu Chun shrugged, who can say? In any case, it's merely a spectacle to behold. A visit here is of little consequence. Entry to the Boundless Academy is not granted freely. Only those who earn its recognition may enter. In previous instances, it was commendable for the celestial sect to have 4 or 5 members gain admission, and Wu Chun was well aware of his own limitations. He tossed the pit in his hand aside, and Jiang Che nodded in agreement. Junior brother Jiang. Throwing things carelessly is rather impolite, came a teasing voice from Nangong Ziyun, who had appeared unannounced. Glancing towards a nearby trash bin, Jiang Che chuckled. If I can't even throw it accurately, perhaps I should reconsider my path as a cultivator. No sooner had he spoken than the wooden bin creaked and swayed slightly, causing Jiang Che to pause and cast a peculiar glance at Wu Chun. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Wu Chun, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and hurried over to the trash bin to retrieve the litter he had carelessly discarded. You ought to practice diligently. Even this simple task eludes you, Jiang Che remarked, covering his face in exasperation. After all, you're at the pinnacle of the spirit platform. Failing to throw something just 3 or 4 meters is quite disheartening. Wu Chun continued to force a smile, secretly admitting that he had not noticed the trash bin. He had merely followed Jiang Che's casual throw, though he would never concede to this. It was better to be deemed clumsy than to be accused of lacking morals. Chapter 31. Young Master. Save us. After Jiang Che expressed his grievances, he turned his attention to Nangong Ziyun. It seems that the Waya Academy does not permit the entrance of women. How could Miaoying Sek be here? Is it that you truly wish to avoid my presence? Nangong Ziyun raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a hint of malice. Several years prior, the sect leader had visited the Zixiao sword sect to arrange a marriage for Shuju, and although Shuju was not present, she observed everything keenly. Although the esteemed Qingwei rejected the proposal, she still sought Jiang Che's opinion, suggesting that if it were agreeable, the two could spend some time together. However, this fool, upon hearing the mention of marriage, reacted with uncharacteristic fervor. The sect leader had personally come to pay a visit, and to Shuju, who was akin to a younger sister. Such a proposition was unbearable, leading to an altercation. Both were evenly matched, and Jiang Che showed no mercy, nearly causing her to cough up blood. Every subsequent visit to the Zixiao sword sect left her yearning for retribution, yet alas, they both ended up suffering equally. Jiang Che hastily shook his head, clarifying that it was not a matter of desire, but rather a wish to avoid injury. As a thought struck him, he lamented that after every bout with her, the disciples of the sect would accuse him of being a heartless destroyer of beauty, fearing that he might never find a bride in the future. Nangong Ziyun paused, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Truly, as Shuju had mentioned, Jiang Che had undergone a significant transformation. What? Are you no longer pursuing Lung Xinchang? Jiang Che waved dismissively, attributing his youthful ignorance to confusing gratitude with affection. In the distance, atop a tower, Qingwei observed Jiang Che engaging in conversation among the crowd, her last vestige of hope gradually dissipating. He appeared tangible, with a soul devoid of any flaws. Even his playful banter with Nangong Ziyun strikingly reminiscent of Xiao Che. There was simply no evidence to prove he was a puppet. 300 miles from the imperial city, Jiang Che, or rather Lin Yu, as he should be called, found himself equally perplexed. Traversing narrow paths, he never expected to encounter acquaintances. Young master, please save me. A stunning woman, encircled by bandits within a carriage, pulled back the curtain and gazed at Lin Yi in terror. This woman was none other than Nan Qingqing. It must be said, Nan Qingqing was a skilled actress. Had Jiang Che not been privy to her circumstances, he might have been easily deceived into executing a heroic rescue, perhaps even seeking some monetary reward in return. The dozen or so bandits, already captivated by her beauty, felt their desires intensify at her apparent distress, beginning to contemplate dragging her back to their lair as a captive bride. Upon hearing her cry for help, they turned their gaze towards Lin Yi. Seeing only a young man burdened with a pack, seemingly powerless, the leader of the rough men let out a hearty laugh, directing his gaze back to Nan Qingqing with a lecherous glint in his eyes. Ha ha ha, my dear, you would be better off pleading with me. Perhaps I might even show you mercy in bed. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Nan Qingqing's eyes, quickly replaced by an expression of hopelessness as she looked towards Lin Yi. The crude leader, noticing her continued pleas for help, coldly scowled at Lin Yi. You little brat. Get lost? or I shall show no mercy with my blade. The young man, clad in a long robe and possessing a remarkably delicate complexion, was likely a scholar who had recently departed from the imperial city. In the tumultuous realm of the great Zhou, the fate of wealthy merchants' female can often lead to their encirclement, leaving them unharmed. With her prowess as a third-tier warrior, she felt confident in her ability to escape. However, should a scholar from the academy suffer injury, the repercussions could extend to the annihilation of entire clans. Although uncertain of the identity of this suddenly appeared youth, caution seemed prudent. Very well, I shall take my leave, Jiang Che said with a sycophantic smile, averting his gaze and resuming his path. Yet, a sense of unease compelled him to break into a sprint, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving Nan Qingqing unable to discern even his silhouette. "My lady, it appears the person you sought assistance from is rather inadequate," remarked a burly man wielding a large blade, casting a disdainful glance in Jiang Che's direction as he departed. However, no sooner had he spoken than a chill gripped his neck, and his vision began to blur, the world spinning around him. With a resounding thud, he felt as though he had collided with something. Nan Qingqing clapped her hands and observed as the bandit leader and his dozen companions bled profusely, their necks gushing like hot springs. She calmly retreated into her carriage. "Master, that young man has fled," Mei Xianyan remarked, cradling a teapot with a curious expression. "Pursue him." Although the young man's strength may be unremarkable, his clarity of mind and the seamless flow of his meridians suggest he possesses an extraordinary potential, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. With a little nurturing, he could easily surpass the threshold of life and death. It has been some time since any intriguing events transpired within the demon realm. Bringing him back could stir the still waters and create some ripples. Unaware of her master's intentions, Nan Qingqing needed only to execute her orders. After ensuring the carriage resumed its course, she immediately set off in pursuit of Jiang Che's fleeing figure. At that moment, Jiang Che was running desperately, not daring to pause. After an indeterminate distance, as he contemplated a brief rest, a flash of a green skirt beneath a nearby tree instilled in him a sense of foreboding, prompting him to change direction and continue his flight. Yet, Nan Qingqing's speed was unmatched. She plucked a leaf from a branch, and in an instant, it transformed into a razor-sharp projectile hurtling toward Jiang Che. The leaf grazed Jiang Che's cheek before embedding itself into a massive tree, which slowly toppled, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Che halted awkwardly, turning to regard Nan Qingqing with a humble expression. "Heroine, I wonder how I have offended you." With a smile gracing her lips, Nan Qingqing approached him leisurely, her arms crossed, accentuating her figure, and gently lifted his chin with her delicate hand. Surely, it would be an easy task for one at the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm to deal with a mere third-tier warrior. Feeling the warmth radiating from her touch, Jiang Che was at a loss for words, pondering why this woman was so keen on emulating Mei Xianyan. He continued to feign trepidation, ingratiating himself further. "I merely noticed your presence, and thus felt no need to intervene." As he spoke, his mind raced, contemplating how to escape. While his own strength was lacking, his perception of divine consciousness was not feeble. That earlier probing sensation had been unmistakable. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would have sensed it. That familiar divine consciousness gave him a strong conviction that Mei Xianyan was indeed inside the carriage. Nan Qingqing paused. "Have you already discerned my cultivation level?" "This is simply impossible." With her methods of concealment, even a formidable expert from the Void Realm might fail to discern her true prowess. Upon hearing this inquiry, Jiang Che felt an overwhelming urge to scoff. How could the youthful Nan Qingqing be so naive? It was clearly a flattering remark. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to respond candidly. "Well, esteemed lady, I did not perceive your true abilities. I merely refrained from intervening to avoid courting trouble." Nan Qingqing seemed to have heard a jest as she pressed on with her questioning. "Are you truly afraid of a third-tier martial artist? Unless you provide a reasonable explanation, I wouldn't mind taking you apart." Observing the seriousness in Nan Qingqing's demeanor, Jiang Che's heart sank. What was happening? Did she genuinely seem angered? Though perplexed, Jiang Che began to explain earnestly. We are merely 300 miles from the imperial city, a distance insignificant for cultivators. The Great Zhou boasts both scholars and warriors. It is inconceivable that bandits could wreak havoc around the imperial city. Thus, I surmise that these brigands have a powerful backing. As one who values life, I dare not offend the authorities. Upon hearing this seemingly reasonable explanation, Nan Qingqing's ire diminished significantly. She considered her own beauty to be quite exceptional. Though she could not compare with the esteemed master, she surpassed the vast majority of women. Men, regardless of their status, remain susceptible to charm. Yet, this fellow not only failed to rescue her, but also fled without uttering a word. Had it not been for the master's presence, she would have rushed out to inquire whether she was perceived as unattractive, even repulsive. Why else would this scoundrel flee? Now, having received his explanation, she felt no inclination to press further. When faced with a choice between life and beauty, indeed, there was no need for contemplation. Come now, accompany me back. My esteemed master wishes to meet you. Chapter 32. Ensnared by enchantment, Jiang Che had not anticipated that it was the enchanting Xian Yin who sought him. A fleeting glance at himself soon illuminated the source of the issue. His innate gifts were undeniably captivating. With an unblemished physique, a robust constitution, and a flawless dantian, achieving supremacy among the strong was merely a matter of adequate resources. System, grant me 1,000 Li void escape talisman. Since it was Xian Yin who desired his company, escape was utterly improbable. Thus, he could only place his hopes in the system. The 1,000 Li void escape talisman requires 50 points of destiny value. Host, I regret to inform you that your destiny value is insufficient. Within the system space, the little sprite grinned mischievously. It had never wished for Jiang Che to return to the mundane world. Since persuasion had failed, it was better to let him accompany Xian Yin. The demonic and beast clans were historically at odds, and Lin Yu's success was largely attributable to his beastly form. As long as the host followed Xian Yin, he was bound to encounter opportunities in the future. Such a fortuitous situation was not one to be overlooked. System, do not think me ignorant. The awakening of Gu Longqing's consciousness merely obstructs Lin Yu's schemes within the Great Zhou court, and delaying it by a few decades is entirely feasible. Not to mention, I have several thousand points of destiny value, if not 100,000. Moreover, regarding the Confucian Tao, I shall make all poetic works public, thus extinguishing any chance he has of pursuing that path. The opportunities of Waya Academy will never fall into his hands. Have I sacrificed so much destiny value only to be denied a single talisman? Jiang Che felt an urge to curse. He was unfazed by the loss of destiny value. After all, it was merely a talisman requiring 50 points. I earned that with my own merit. What will you do about it? The sprite taunted. To strike it would necessitate a return to the combat prowess of his past life, a prospect only achievable through the recultivation of the mysterious path. No other methods held promise. The sprite's insolent tone made Jiang Che grit his teeth in frustration. This wretched system, this cursed heavenly path. Why are you dawdling? Move. Nan Qingqing admonished, her displeasure evident. The esteemed master was not one who could be seen at will. Even among the demonic clan, few sought the true visage of the master. Yet this fellow appeared lost in thought. As he was urged onward, Jiang Che felt tears welling up. He longed to refuse. But uttering such words would render him not even a ghost, let alone a mortal. Moments later, a carriage approached from the distance, halting before them. Master, I have brought this lad back, Nan Qingqing announced, bowing respectfully. She glanced at Jiang Che, who stood in a daze. With a subtle flick of her finger, spiritual energy emanated from her fingertip, striking his knee. Jiang Che winced in pain. Though he did not kneel, he reluctantly offered a salute. Junior Lin, Yi pays respects to the elder. Inside the carriage, Xian Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with heightened curiosity. The force of Qingqing's previous strike was sufficient to compel a spiritual platform realm cultivator to kneel, yet this boy merely winced in discomfort. It seemed his physique was even stronger than she had anticipated. Enter, she beckoned. The curtain lifted with a breeze, floating in midair. Nan Qingqing leapt into the carriage and turned to Jiang Che, warning him that should he dare to disrespect the master, she would gouge out his eyes. As if I would ever covet such an appearance, Jiang Che silently retorted before climbing into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was far more spacious than he had anticipated. However, it was a confined space, suffused with a faint, ethereal fragrance that lingered at the tip of his nose. This aroma, unlike the cloying scents of the perfumed powders from the brothel, offered a refreshing sense of tranquility. Following the source of the scent, he beheld an ancient incense burner, wisps of blue smoke rising gracefully. How exquisite, crafted from pure heart lotus, truly befitting of a demon lord. Yet, there seemed to be something intriguing within the incense burner. Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Che lowered his head. Feeling like a mere wandering cultivator who typically assisted mortals with trivial matters, having never engaged in any malevolent deeds. If it pleases you, might you allow me to leave? He implored. Nan Qingqing, observing Jiang Che's demeanor, was pleased, mistaking his submission for fear of the Lord. However, the Lord's subsequent words caught her off guard. You're not afraid of me. The enchanting Xian Yin spoke with a knowing tone, her crimson lips slightly parted. Your heart remains tranquil. There is no trepidation typically seen in lower-tier cultivators when faced with a stronger opponent. Your physical body and soul are remarkably resilient, rivaling even those in the Dao Palace realm. Furthermore, while your cultivation methods appear eclectic, there seems to be an underlying purpose to it. Zhang Guqiese Art sank, fear flickering in his eyes as Xian Yan's next words deepened his dread. Typically, wandering cultivators are those of lesser talent, struggling to find their place within a sect. They possess an innate reverence for the powerful and seldom dare to offend anyone. In pursuit of an opportunity to attain a comprehensive cultivation system and access greater resources, they often resort to flattery. My young lord, she continued, her legs gracefully uncrossing as she leaned slightly forward, her warm breath brushing against Jiang Che. Might you enlighten me as to your true identity? As her alabaster skin danced tantalizingly before him, Jiang Che's heart raced uncontrollably, a burning sensation spreading through his lower abdomen. His gaze began to blur, and the fear that once consumed him trembled in the face of such beauty, laying bare his innermost thoughts. I was once a peak cultivator of the Dao Palace. In a bid to seize a treasure, I killed a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley, and fearing retribution, I altered my cultivation method. Xian Yan remained poised, while Jiang Che, entranced, divulged his past experiences and the reasons for coming to the imperial city, revealing all of his secrets without hesitation. Nan Qingqing gazed at the Lord with admiration. Indeed, no one could escape the allure of the Lord's charm. When Jiang Che finally regained his senses and recalled his earlier admissions, he collapsed in terror. What have you done to me? Xian Yin playfully twirled a strand of her flowing hair. Since you intend to find a secluded place to cultivate, why not accompany me? I can offer guidance. Realizing the weight of his words, Jiang Che understood that escape was futile and despondently nodded. Observing this, Nan Qingqing instructed him to step outside and tend to the carriage. Once Jiang Che exited, Nan Qingqing questioned the Lord, but we are in human territory. Keeping him with us may not be safe. We have yet to reveal our identity as demons, and should we do so, through their earlier conversation, she had discerned Jiang Che's character. Though he had his flaws, he was undoubtedly aligned with the greater good of humanity. No matter, Xian Yan replied with a smile. What does it matter if her true identity is exposed? How many among the human race could possibly slay her? Even if they could, the cost would be beyond their capacity to bear. In comparison, Lin Yu is far more worthy of her study. Outside the carriage, Jiang Che, holding the reins, wore a look of delight, seemingly satisfied with his recent performance. Foolish women remain foolish a millennium later, even more so than 1,000 years ago. A significant portion of Mei Xinyan's power derives from illusion. She has never doubted her innate talent, nor has anyone ever escaped her enchantments. Yet, this mere fragrant mist that bewitched him seems rather presumptuous. It was this very arrogance that led to punishment in her past life, resulting in the relinquishment of the title of Demon Lord. Reflecting on his previous existence, Jiang Che felt a tinge of helplessness. In that life, he had contended against Lin Yu, seizing the position of Demon Lord, leveraging the demon race to confront the human race. Regrettably, Lin Yu's schemes ran deeper, and the entire demon race was ultimately doomed by his hand. Did he feel guilt? Not in the slightest. Without his intervention, the demon race might have fallen under Lin Yu's manipulation, becoming mere puppets, oblivious to the threat, destined to perish alongside the world as nourishment for Lin Yu's ascension. Reflecting on his past life, Jiang Che felt a sense of melancholy. In this lifetime, it seems unlikely that the demon race will experience a period of resounding glory again. Chapter 33. Fishing as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars adorned the night sky. A meandering stream lay beside a campfire that warded off the chill of the night. The blazing flames transformed the fish into a golden delight, releasing an alluring aroma. "I never expected your skills to be lacking, yet your fish is quite splendid," remarked Nan Qingqing, savoring the meal in small bites as the fish quickly dwindled in her hands. "Naturally, my cultivation is driven by the pursuit of sustenance," Jiang Che replied earnestly, his gaze fixed on the bobbing float on the lake's surface, a hint of pride lacing his tone at Nan Qingqing's praise. "I had initially considered hiding from the pursuers of the Burning Flame Valley and opening a restaurant. Few in the realm of cultivation could rival my culinary skills. I would set my establishment along the path frequented by cultivators, profiting from their weary travels with a few spirit stones." "Ah, you're just boasting," Nan Qingqing retorted, rolling her eyes at the self-absorbed fellow. While the grilled fish was indeed delightful, she had tasted far superior dishes. "Puffed. It's merely the simplicity of the setting, devoid of any seasoning that hampers my full potential." Jiang Che held an unwavering confidence in his culinary abilities, having once sought the guidance of a cultivator whose path revolved around cooking. Although his initial intent was not culinary, he had nonetheless gleaned a significant portion of wisdom. "Since that's the case, how about you take charge of our meals from now on?" Mei Xianyan suggested with a smile, setting aside her grilled fish. Despite its simplicity, she sensed his profound mastery over spiritual energy. Had he not concealed certain techniques, the flavor of this unseasoned fish could have been elevated several-fold. "Huh?" Jiang Che exclaimed in alarm. "I was merely speaking casually. Senior, please don't take it to heart. With your status, you needn't rely on a mere spirit sea cultivator like me for cooking. There are many whose skills surpass mine." "What do you mean, what?" "The esteemed master holds you in high regard." Nan Qingqing chuckled without reservation. Although she had tasted countless delicacies, they were currently in human territory, and the chefs from the Demon Palace could not be summoned. With him around, they could indulge their appetites. Mei Xianyan stifled a laugh. Encasing the fish with her spiritual energy, preserving the aroma of the charcoal while preventing the outer layer from charring, she employed some unknown herbs to impart a unique fragrance, resulting in meat that was firm, elastic, and nuanced. Had her mastery of spiritual energy been more refined, this simple grilled dish could have reached even greater heights of flavor. "It seems you need to learn how to master your spiritual energy during this time," she mused, her playful tone causing Jiang Che to feel somewhat embarrassed. Why suddenly act clever now? Jiang Che understood that Mei Xianyan had discerned something unusual. Damn, had I known, I would have just grilled it casually. His culinary skills were already commendable, and he held high expectations for food. He had assumed she wouldn't notice his unique grilling technique. Yet here was a formidable being from the realm of life and death scrutinizing his cooking. "Then I must trouble you, senior." After this brief exchange, Jiang Che resumed his fishing, while Mei Xianyan returned to the carriage to rest. Though she had indeed noticed Jiang Che's peculiarities, she ultimately regarded him merely as a spirit sea cultivator, rendering his unique grilling method inconsequential to her. In the absence of the esteemed master, Nan Qingqing settled beside Jiang Che, observing him as he fished. Time slipped away, and she could no longer refrain from voicing her critique. "It has been nearly 2 hours, yet you have not caught a single fish. Why continue this futile endeavor?" Jiang Che retorted. "Who says I haven't caught anything? I merely released a fish I found pitiable." He gestured to a minuscule creature, scarcely large enough to serve as bait. Was it not wise to set it free? Nan Qingqing unabashedly mocked him, recalling how he had claimed to possess exceptional fishing skills after disembarking from the carriage. Had she not intervened to catch a few fish, they would be left with empty stomachs. Fishing demands patience. If you lack understanding, Perhaps you ought to remain silent, Jiang Che exclaimed, exasperated. Oh, are you truly flustered? You can't bear to hear criticism about your culinary skills? She replied, is it not true that your earlier attempts frightened all the fish away from my river? Jiang Che refused to acknowledge his lack of skill, attributing all blame to Nan Qingqing and growing increasingly convinced of the validity of his reasoning. He began to ridicule her in return. As cultivators, we can endure hunger for days. Why the urgency? In my past endeavors, I would catch at least 3 pounds. Yet now, after your ruckus, not even a scale has graced my sight in 2 hours. Hey, I was fishing downstream. Your position has nothing to do with it. She insisted. How can it be unrelated? Fish communicate. This river-s fish are akin to a large family, as Jiang Che spoke of aunties and uncles. Nan Qingqing raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Could it be that beneath the surface lay a true community? However, her observations indicated that these fish lacked intelligence. I shall give a try. From her spatial ring, Nan Qingqing retrieved a garment she had worn at the Wanhua Pavilion, extracting silk from it. After a bit of tinkering, she fashioned a fishing line. She then ascended to the carriage, severing a small piece of iron, which she shaped into a hook with her spiritual energy, creating a tiny hole at its end to thread the fishing line through. Grabbing a wooden stick, she began to fish. Inside the carriage, the enchanting Mei Xianyan, peering through the curtain, could only shake her head at the sight of Qingqing darting about. If one were to say she lacks intelligence, her cultivation is advancing swiftly, and she can thread a needle. Yet, how could she believe Lin Yu's nonsense? Nan Qingqing, instead of meditating, leaned against the window, watching the 2 little ones fishing, one growing increasingly sullen, while the other waved her rod with unbridled excitement. As dawn broke, Jiang Che's face had darkened almost to the hue of a pot's bottom, while Nan Qingqing, beaming with vigor, continued to cast her line. Clenching his teeth, he lamented, had I known, I would have refused to sit beside you. What a stroke of misfortune. With a grin, Nan Qingqing raised her rod. Tossing the fish she had caught into a small pond she had encircled, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Che. Skill is skill, and you still dare to speak of fish communicating? Jiang Che felt as though he had been pierced multiple times in the chest, yearning to retort but succumbing to self-doubt upon witnessing the numerous fish in the pond. Could it truly be that his fishing prowess was so lacking? Observing Jiang Che's silence, Nan Qingqing triumphantly approached the catch, leaving behind 4 or 5 fish before releasing the rest. She placed a small, golden-tailed fish into a glass bottle and turned to Jiang Che. Why are you standing there in a daze? Come and prepare these fish for roasting. Jiang Che felt that this was a mockery directed at him. How could he possibly acquiesce? What a ridiculous notion to roast something so early in the morning. Eating fish at such an hour was simply unbearable. TSK, what was the point of such pettiness? I shall generously offer you a piece of fish later. After all, this was a catch she had personally reeled in, and one must savor its taste. Was this merely about sharing a single fish? 2, to be precise. Jiang Che held up 2 fingers, fixated intently on Nan Qingqing. After fishing all night and coming up empty, he resolved to consume every single one. No problem at all. Nan Qingqing, undeterred, simply wished to relish the fruits of her labor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che merrily gathered firewood and, after a quarter of an hour, he cast a glance at the cart before meticulously skewering the clean fish and placing them over the fire. Prior to doing so, he carefully enveloped the fish in his spiritual energy. Inside the cart, Mei Xianyan observed Jiang Che's actions with quiet intrigue as he divided his spiritual energy into countless fine strands, gently vibrating to remove excess moisture from the fish. Meanwhile, he retrieved the weeds from the previous night, crushed them, and sprinkled them over the fish. The tranquil strands of spiritual energy vibrated once more, infusing the fish with the fragrant essence of the herbs, effectively eliminating any unpleasant odor. At that moment, Mei Xianyan grew increasingly curious about how Lin Yu had come to acquire such skills. Chapter 34. The City of Bei. After finishing their breakfast, the trio boarded the carriage to continue their journey. Jiang Che drove from outside, while Mei Xianyan and Nan Qingqing sat within, observing as the latter fiddled with a small goldfish in her hands. Once a daughter of a prominent family, Nan Qingqing's fate had taken a tragic turn when political turmoil led her family to choose the wrong side, resulting in their annihilation. Noticing her exceptional talent, Mei Xianyan had rescued her, taking her in as a maid. Though their enemies had exacted revenge years ago, perhaps due to her prolonged stay in the demon realm, or perhaps from years of witnessing death by her side, Mei Xianyan rarely saw a smile on Nan Qingqing's face. Yet now, a mere fish, an ordinary little goldfish, seemed to bring a splash of color to her usually solemn visage, leaving Mei Xianyan perplexed. "Is this fish truly worthy of such joy?" she inquired. "It is the first fish I've ever caught, and I didn't even use any spiritual power." Nan Qingqing replied with pride. "Is it really necessary to be this ecstatic over fishing? I seldom see you smile so brightly," Mei Xianyan remarked, leaning closer to poke the little goldfish with her finger. Nan Qingqing paused, unable to articulate why she felt so happy. Her mind flickered back to the previous night when Lin Yu had angrily tossed aside her fishing rod, her sour expression vividly etched in memory. "The greatest joy comes from a sense of accomplishment. Lin Yu was infuriated with me all night. So how could I not be delighted? Senior, if you ask me, I should just toss this fish away to teach her a lesson about the treachery of human hearts." Jiang Che, holding the reins, interjected with a hint of envy. "Unable to catch even a single fish, yet you call yourself a fishing expert. You're merely jealous." Nan Qingqing snapped back, focusing on the silhouette outside the carriage. "What do you know? It was my fishing hook that was inadequate." "Oh, then my hook is certainly not as good as yours, yet I still managed to catch fish," Jiang Che retorted. "You merely stumbled upon a dead rat by chance." In that moment, Nan Qingqing resembled an assassin, delivering precise strikes to Jiang Che's vulnerabilities, while he stubbornly refused to concede, which left Mei Xianyan momentarily taken aback. It became apparent to her why Nan Qingqing was so exuberant. Humans are ultimately social creatures. As a demon, Mei Xianyan understood the importance of strength. The more powerful one is, the greater their voice holds. Without strength, one is relegated to the dirtiest, foulest, and darkest corners of existence. She had grown accustomed to this reality, yet Nan Qingqing had not. Nan Qingqing had followed her after she ascended to demon lord status, and in the demon realm, no one dared confront her or engage in carefree conversations. However, Lin Yu was different. She paid no heed to Nan Qingqing's strength, nor did she know her background, let alone her true identity as a demon. Thus, a friendship had blossomed between them. Mei Xianyan lowered her gaze, her mind flooded with vivid images, her previously dazed expression transforming into one of resolve. She did not require friends. Regaining her composure, she turned to gaze out the window, pondering whether the little one would remain unfazed upon discovering their true identities. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Che had guided the carriage to a fork in the road. Observing the two paths ahead, he inquired, "Senior, which way shall we proceed?" "The southern path. We are bound for Bei City," Nan Qingqing replied. Beicheng is the most prosperous city on the border of the Great Zhou. Beyond Beicheng, 100 miles further, lies the territory of the Chu and Jin states. Both states, vast and sparsely populated, are often shrouded in ice and snow. Their citizens are robust and valiant warriors. However, they harbor no intentions against the Great Zhou, concentrating all their military strength in the north to fend off the demon race, leaving little defense against the Great Zhou. The Great Zhou admires their bravery and annually allocates significant resources in the form of soldiers, arms, and provisions to support them. In a sense, they remain a vassal state of the Great Zhou. Upon hearing the name Beicheng, Jiang Che immediately thought of the Ghost Crane sect and recalled the reasons behind Gu Longsheng's incompetence. Sharing this insight with Gu Shi, he felt a twinge of curiosity about whether the once inept emperor of the Great Zhou, who regained his wits only at the end of his life, might take action against the Ghost Crane sect. What purpose do we have in Beicheng? Although it is now the height of summer, it remains a land of ice and snow. "To visit an old acquaintance," replied Mei Xianyan, resting her chin on her hand and gazing out at the serene bamboo forest. An old acquaintance? Jiang Che was taken aback. He had come to understand Mei Xianyan as a solitary figure, aside from Nan Qingqing. He could scarcely recall anyone she might refer to as such. A person worthy of being called an old friend by a venerable figure must surely be someone of great stature. Mei Xianyan smiled, but said nothing more. Of great stature? Does that include those who resort to petty tricks? John Duque pondered aloud. Why all the questions? Let us just be on our way. Observing the silence from her master, Nan Qingqing chided him. In truth, she too was curious about whom her master wished to meet, but since the master was unwilling to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Unlike Lin Yu, who was overtly inquisitive. West at a hide. We'll be accompanying you, so we will naturally meet this person in due course. It would be prudent for you to prepare me in advance, lest I embarrass you. Jiang Che urged as he guided the carriage down the right path. I am but a novice in the spirit sea realm, having never encountered anyone of similar caliber as you. If this old acquaintance resembles you, that would be fortunate. However, should they possess a peculiar temperament, I would prefer not to meet an early demise. Jiang Che's incessant chatter enlivened the otherwise quiet carriage. Mag Xianyan exasperated, rubbed her temples. Has no one ever told you that excessive talking can lead to premature misfortune? Zhang Duque nodded. Indeed, I have heard that before. But since you have chosen to keep me, I trust you will not dispose of me so easily. Moreover, I am merely looking out for my own interests. As a latecomer to the path of cultivation, I am unfamiliar with the customs of the immortal realm and may inadvertently offend others. It would be wise for you to share more insights, so you have to come to my rescue later. Noticing Jiang Che's seemingly endless stream of words, Mag Xianyan chuckled softly. This journey to Beicheng is to meet a down-and-out Taoist, and indeed, as you say, he was once a formidable figure in his prime. Now, let's focus on the journey. He is not one to bear a grudge. With that, Jiang Che understood it was time to remain silent. He quietly resumed guiding the carriage, channeling his spiritual energy to nourish the 3 horses, ensuring they would not falter along the way. After a month, they finally arrived at Bay City. The journey was marked by sparse human presence, occasionally interrupted by a few wandering swordsmen and bandits, all of whom were effortlessly dealt with. Jiang Che gleaned some information from these martial artists. The Great Zhou had declared war on the Ghost Crane sect, with Gu Qingshu at the helm. As he gazed at the heavily guarded gates of Bay City, Jiang Che awkwardly paused beneath a nearby tree and inquired, Senior, do you possess a decree? The citizens of Great Zhou were not permitted to roam freely, nor could they leave their locality without proper authorization, except for cultivators and martial artists, who were always in possession of such decrees. The decree served as an identity token from their sect. Lacking one signified a lack of recognition by the state, often implying one might be a demonic cultivator. Thus, entry into any city would be prohibited. Nan Qingqing, curious, remarked, surely you must have one? Although Jiang Che was using the alias Lin Yu, he had yet to procure a decree. His embarrassment surfaced as he replied, I am still being hunted by the Burning Flame Valley. My name and identity are on the decree, and using it would easily expose me. Realization dawned on Nan Qingqing. It was well known among the demonic clan that carrying a decree was essential when venturing outside, and it was indeed surprising that a cultivator living in Great Zhou would lack one. However, Lin Yu's absence of a decree posed a considerable dilemma for entry. At this moment, after a lengthy silence, the enchanting figure of Mei Xianyan spoke, I shall impart to you the method of concealment. Let us forge a new decree. Chapter 35. The Demon Suppression Division. After imparting the method of concealing one's aura, the enchanting Xianyan and her companion were the first to enter Bay City. Although Jiang Che contemplated slipping away, it was evident that Xianyan would easily track him down. After assuming a different appearance, Jiang Che utilized the technique of aura concealment to alter his presence before proceeding towards the city gate. As he approached, a soldier stationed at the gate demanded Jiang Che present his passage token. Jiang Che explained that he was a wandering cultivator visiting the world for the first time. Upon learning of Jiang Che's status as a practitioner, the soldier's gaze softened, infused with a measure of respect. Please wait, I must report to the officer. Jiang Che stood patiently, and soon the soldier returned, accompanied by a young man clad in resplendent attire. The young man possessed a piercing gaze and an almost imperceptible air of menace, indicative of a seasoned general. What is your cultivation level? He inquired after sizing up Jiang Che. Lin Yu, peak of the spiritual sea realm, Jiang Che replied. The young man continued to pose questions, to which Jiang Che answered earnestly, devoid of any arrogance despite his status as a cultivator, thus earning the young man's favor. Come with me. Bay City can provide you with the necessary credentials, the young man said, his previously cold tone now considerably softened as he led Jiang Che into the city. Bay City was even more prosperous than Jiang Che had anticipated, teeming with a continuous flow of people and an array of restaurants and shops that seemed to spring forth endlessly. As he strolled through the streets, Jiang Che could not help but observe his surroundings, even spotting some individuals with peculiar appearances. General Chun, it seems there are quite a few outsiders in the city, he remarked. Chen Yinji followed his gaze and explained. Bay City lies at the crossroads of three nations. Although it is situated within the borders of the Great Zhou, its thriving commerce attracts countless people seeking opportunities. As for those blue-haired, blue-eyed individuals you see, they are half-demons. While there are indeed demons within the Great Zhou, as long as they do not commit evil acts or take lives, they are largely left unbothered. Demons can temporarily assume human form upon reaching the Dao Palace realm, and once they ascend to the Crossing Tribulation realm, they can procreate with humans. Half-demons possess two bloodlines within them, and if they attempt to cultivate both, a conflict arises, often resulting in explosive demise. Their unique appearances are thus met with disdain by humans. However, Bay City prioritizes economic contribution. Merchants here are indifferent to appearances. Moreover, due to the strict regulations in place, cases of half-demons being bullied are relatively rare, which has led many half-demons to settle here. Understanding this, Jiang Che proceeded to inquire further about Bay City, to which Chun Yinji responded in kind. Their conversation continued until they arrived at the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division, scattered across various regions inhabited by humans, serves as the Great Zhou's institution for subduing evil spirits. Anyone with sufficient cultivation can join, granting access to all necessary resources for their training. Of course, the prerequisite is undeniable strength. Upon entering the Demon Suppression Division, guided by Chun Yinji, they approached a bronze mirror. Stand before the mirror and channel your spiritual power, Chun Yinji instructed. With that, he stepped aside to allow Jiang Che access. The mirror bore many names, such as the demon-reflecting mirror or the sin mirror, wherein even the mightiest of demons could not hide their true forms before its gaze. Simultaneously, he utilized the mirror to detect past transgressions. The ancient bronze mirror would reflect 7 hues based on the individual's history before it: black, red, purple, blue, cyan, green, and white. The deeper the color, the greater the number of lives taken. As Jiang Che stood before the mirror, his fiery red spiritual energy began to circulate, causing the mirror to transform in his gaze. The once plain bronze mirror became resplendent, as if drawn into an alternate dimension, where countless eyes sought to penetrate Jiang Che's inner world. He did not hinder their observation. Instead, a wisp of crimson energy slipped from his fingertips and gradually merged with the mirror. While Jiang Che examined the mirror, Chen Yinji was also observing it. To his surprise, there was no color manifested throughout the process. This revelation indicated that Jiang Che had never taken a life. Cultivators, driven by the struggle for resources, would inevitably resort to killing, and rogue practitioners were even more ruthless. Chen Yinji had anticipated that Jiang Che would display at least a green or cyan hue. Yet he found it astonishing that even the simplest white had not appeared. The mirror's requirements for cultivators were not stringent for those below the crossing calamity stage. As long as the colors were not red or black, a decree would be granted. As for those above the crossing calamity stage, they simply did not concern themselves with the demon subduing division. Beyond the imperial city, no other city could impede their steps. As Jiang Che opened his eyes, the mirror remained unresponsive, prompting Chun Yinji to chuckle. Another disciple from a major sect? Aside from the unparalleled prodigies of the great sects who rarely descended from their mountains, he could scarcely envision a sea of spirit cultivator who had never killed a soul. Jiang Che smiled, requesting Chun Yinji to keep this matter confidential. Regarding the decree, he wondered if it could be inscribed in blue. Blue resided within the intermediate tier, It indicated a fair number of lives taken without inciting fear among the soldiers of various cities. It was a simple request. Although decrees could not be fabricated, the disciples of major sects could indeed navigate their trials without attracting undue attention, as long as their requests were not excessively outrageous. Subsequently, under Chun Yinji's guidance, Jiang Che filled out numerous documents and traversed various locations, ultimately acquiring the decree. Upon exiting the Demon Subduing Division, Chun Yinji remarked, "Friend Lin, take this decree. Be cautious in your future endeavors, for the Demon Subduing Division can trace your whereabouts through it." The decree was more than just a passage token. It held numerous hidden applications. For instance, the current token was a light blue, yet if the number of lives taken were to exceed a certain threshold, its color would change accordingly. Once it turned red, the Demon Subduing Division would sense it, and he would become a target of the Great Zhou's pursuit. Jiang Che replied with a smile, acknowledging that he was not unfamiliar with the decree. While Chun Yinji's assertions held some truth, severing ties with the decree was a straightforward task for one with a meticulous grasp of spiritual energy. If it were as Chun Yinji suggested, who would dare to obtain such a decree? That would be a fool's errand. After bidding farewell to Chun Yinji, Jiang Che made his way to the Wuyou Inn, the location that Nan Qingqing had mentioned to him before entering the city, where they were currently awaiting his arrival. During his conversation with Chun Yinji, Jiang Che had already inquired about the location of the Wuyou Inn. Thus, he effortlessly arrived at the inn's entrance. Upon entering, he spotted Nan Qingqing waiting for him on the first floor, who cheerfully remarked, "Please pay for me, as I currently possess neither spirit stones nor even a single coin." "You truly lack any sense of propriety," Nan Qingqing retorted, casting a glance at him before tossing the key to Jiang Che. "The fifth room on the left on the second floor is where you insisted I accompany you. You ought to attend to my basic needs." After pocketing the key, Jiang Che leisurely settled down and poured himself a cup of tea. "Where is our senior? Surely she has not gone to meet that old acquaintance? What are you thinking? After traveling for over a month, she must certainly be resting now. There is no urgency in our matters. Had it not been for waiting for you here, she would have planned to enjoy a hot bath and indulge in a refreshing sleep." Jiang Che smiled. "In that case, I shall also retire for the evening. These past few days of cart driving have utterly exhausted me. How dare you complain of fatigue? My little goldfish perished because of you." Jiang Qi shrugged. "You were the one who insisted on climbing out of the cart. It was bumpy and fast. Who can you blame for a shaky hand? Yet, I was simply feeling stifled," Nan Qingqing replied somewhat helplessly, although she had lost interest in the little goldfish by the time it met its demise. It was still a catch of hers, one she had intended to return to the river. All right, we can always catch another later. If you're not tired." "I certainly am," Jiang Che said, yearning for slumber, and after offering a few words of comfort, he ascended the stairs. Chapter 36. The Grand Army approaches the direct road to Bay City, stirred up clouds of yellow dust, filled with a palpable atmosphere of impending doom amidst the clashing of metal. Gu Qingxiu, clad in silver armor, marched at the forefront of the army, behind him trailing a formidable force of 150,000, resembling an endless black dragon weaving through the dense jungle. "Your Highness, we are merely 300 miles from Bay City. Should we not summon the city lord to greet us?" The Yan Wang cast a sidelong glance at the speaker. The Guehe sect lay 700 miles east of Bay City. Their forces had publicly claimed to be aiding the Jin Kingdom upon their deployment. Was it not a waste of precious time to have the city lord come forth? Though he felt the urge to rebuke, he restrained his tongue, considering that the individual before him was merely a useless support dispatched by the immortal sect. Accepting the map from a soldier, he began to strategize on how to ensure none of the Guehe sect could escape. Yao Xian leaned closer, pointing at the map. "The army is too conspicuous. If we deviate from the direct path, the Guehe sect may become aware of our movements. Instead, let us split into 3 divisions. One division, led by myself, will rest here with the ordinary soldiers. Your Highness can lead 7,000 warriors of the 5th rank or above through this small path. We shall reach the Guehe sect in half a day. The 3rd division will be led by Prime Minister Qin Shao, who will send disciples and scholars from the immortal sect to negotiate with the Guehe sect, persuading them to provide a few puppets. Ideally, We would gather all the elders of the Gueha sect together under the pretense of aiding the Jin kingdom against the demon race. They should harbor no suspicions. The Gueha sect is a considerable force within the immortal sect, boasting formidable experts in the void transformation realm. It is certain that the Yin Wang will be the first to strike, aiming to eliminate these powerful foes. The deployment of 150,000 troops serves not merely as a frontal assault, but as a means to eradicate the threat entirely. During the battle, their foot soldiers could cover the 300 miles swiftly, encircling the enemy before the fight concluded. I have no objections, Qin Xiao, both the prime minister and a scholar, declared. Though not a grand Confucian, he could certainly hold his ground for a brief moment against those in the void transformation realm. The Yin Wang found the plan agreeable, but suggested, the 7,000 warriors need not accompany me. Let them circumvent to the rear of the Gueha sect. The immortal sect possesses remarkable abilities to manipulate objects. Once they are behind, they can gather their vitality to forge a cage, ensnaring them completely. Those who dare to strike against my father will find their lineage severed this time. The intensity of his killing intent, forged through years of warfare, was utterly terrifying. Observing the Yin Wang, Qin Zhao's eyes glimmered with a smile. Should the emperor fail to unify the realm in his lifetime, perhaps the Yin Wang would be a worthy successor. Though he wished to remain uninvolved in factional disputes, his desire for the prosperity of the human race outweighed all else. Yalexin, however, felt a twinge of concern. Despite the Yin Wang's formidable strength, he remained merely a 7th-rank warrior. Facing the challenge alone would not be an easy feat. Yet, upon seeing the sword box behind the Yin Wang, he ultimately chose to remain silent. As he folded the map, the Yin Wang turned to Jiang Che, Nangong Ziyun, and the others from the immortal sect. If any of you wish to withdraw, I shall not impede you. Ahead lies Bay City. You may dismount and rest. After I achieve victory, we can reminisce. The Immortal Gate and the Great Zhou have never been united in purpose. Although they ostensibly assist one another, there lingers a fear that, during times of great conflict, these individuals might betray him. Nangong Ziyun chuckled softly as she manipulated the emperor's divine soul, a task that required resisting the Great Zhou's fortune. Before his departure, His Majesty had promised me that once the battle concluded, I would be allowed to question several high-ranking officials about the situation, a promise I intend to keep. The Miaoing sect cultivates the soul before perfecting the body. If I could glean some insights from a Ghost Crane sect, it would greatly enhance my path of cultivation. The Yin King nodded, already aware that it was Nangong Ziyun's secret arts that awakened his father, seemingly at a cost to his own essence. Such a trivial request would surely be granted. I was about to return, but my master ordered me to come here instead. I had hoped to rest in Bay City, but returning under such circumstances would be difficult to explain. Jiang Che shrugged nonchalantly. The group paused, then shared soft laughter. Well, since everyone is staying, I shall take my leave first and await your intelligence. With that, the Yin King dismounted and vanished into the thicket. Qin Xiao also led Nangong Ziyun and the others on horseback towards the direction of the Ghost Crane sect. Meanwhile, in Bay City, Nong Qingqing and her companions strolled leisurely along the streets, admiring the surrounding architecture and occasionally indulging in local delicacies. Lin Yu, could you possibly refrain from eating? Nan Qingqing, veiled, expressed her mild exasperation at Lin Yu, who seemed insatiable, eager to buy and sample everything. We can't just wander about like fools without making purchases. Zhang Ge, Owevu, was undeterred. Though the flavors were rather mundane, even a single spirit fruit far surpassed these offerings. The unique tastes, coupled with the exhilarating freedom from their previous sect, heightened his appetite. Moreover, in his past life, he had never allowed himself such indulgence. Here, try this snowmelt fruit. Jiang Che retrieved a cluster of thumb-sized fruits from his pouch, but suddenly reconsidered. Eating while veiled is rather uncouth. I shall let you taste it once we return to the inn. Nong Qingqing, who had just lifted her hand to accept, awkwardly retracted it, her eyes flashing with irritation. This rogue, always intent on vexing her. Observing Lin Yu, who was voraciously devouring skewers of fragrant grilled meat, curiosity piqued within her. Could it truly be that delicious? Glancing at their leader, she noticed that her attention was elsewhere, allowing her to stealthily snatch a skewer from Lin Yu. swiftly plucking the meat off the stick and popping it into her mouth. The meat had been removed with her spiritual energy, leaving no trace of grease on her hands, and the skewer disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a remnant in mere seconds, save for the astonished expression of one individual. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze upon her, Nang Qingqing's face flushed crimson. After shooting him a fierce glare, she discreetly chewed her prize, casting a sidelong glance at their leader, who seemed still preoccupied with searching for an old acquaintance. In that moment, she hesitated, her cheeks reddening further, wishing to expel the meat from her mouth. Yet when she caught Lin Yu's teasing gaze, she resolutely swallowed it down. How outrageous! You fool! Do you wish for death? How could you add so many chili peppers? Jiangche averted his gaze and suggested to his senior, perhaps we should separate and search individually. It would expedite our efforts. Mei Xianyan pursed her lips, remarking that he wouldn't leave, so they might as well take their time to stroll about without haste. You may not be in a rush, but your companion beside you is in dire need of water. Jiangche silently scoffed, casting a helpless glance at Nan Qingqing before leisurely sipping his juice. Nan Qingqing felt her mouth swell, and the fiery sensation in her abdomen was unbearable. With a ravenous glare, she eyed the juice in Lin Yu's hands. As the master turned his gaze toward a beggar in the corner, she could no longer contain herself and lunged forward to seize the juice. However, Jiangche was prepared, swiftly concealing the drink. Nan Qingqing's eyes turned red with indignation, and, sensing the master's awareness, she attempted to retract her hand. Yet at that moment, Lin Yu, the scoundrel, firmly grasped her, leading to a scuffle. The commotion attracted Mei Xianyan's attention, and upon glancing back, she witnessed the scene. One of Lin Yu's hands shielded the juice while the other tightly held Nan Qingqing. What on earth are you two doing? Mei Xianyan feigned ignorance as she inquired. Senior, she's trying to snatch my juice. Just earlier, when I suggested buying 3 cups, she refused. Yet now she wishes to take what I've already sipped, Jiangche lamented, putting on an act of grievance. No, I did not, Nan Qingqing retorted, pulling her hand back and stammering in her attempt to explain to the master. It's merely a cup of juice. We can simply purchase another. Mei Xianyan glanced at the numerous bags in Jiangche's possession and interjected to mediate. Upon hearing this, Nan Qingqing felt a pang of injustice. Her illustrious reputation was tarnished by this rascal. Ignoring her murderous glare, Jiangche went to buy the juice and casually discarded the empty bags into a trash bin. When he returned, despite her frustration, Nan Qingqing swiftly accepted the juice and drank it down. The icy refreshment coursed down her throat, bringing relief to her insides. At last, it's no longer spicy. Chapter 37. The might of Long Tai. In my opinion, it would be better if you all removed your veils. After all, the purpose of a shopping excursion is to enjoy oneself, and it's quite impractical to eat while veiled. Jiangche, with an array of items in hand, extended them toward Mei Xianyan. Nan Qingqing chided, snatching the bag filled with meat skewers away, remarking on the esteemed status of the Lord and the inappropriateness of consuming unknown food. Just as Mei Xianyan was about to reach out to sample, she withdrew her hand. Maintaining her composure, Jiangche was speechless. It was no wonder that in his past life, Mei Xianyan exhibited insatiable curiosity. It stemmed from this very reason. Disregard her words. While it is true that mortal food may harbor slight toxins, these can be eradicated through meditation. Life is but a fleeting few autumns. What matters is the joy we derive from it. Although you, esteemed elder, possess an endless lifespan, if you have not savored the myriad delicacies of the world and have not experienced the bittersweetness of life, what is the point? The roasted meat tastes delightful. Just moments ago, Nan Qingqing had stealthily sampled the skewer. Mei Xianyan cast an odd glance at Nan Qingqing before finally taking a skewer herself. You little rascal. Your strength may be lacking, yet your thoughts are quite intriguing. At my level, the mundane pleasures of the mortal realm no longer pique my interest. The pursuit of immortality and enlightenment is my true aspiration. Indeed, esteemed elder, Jiangche replied with a chuckle, but one must also learn to relish life. He smiled in agreement. Having spent days within the depths of the demon lair, Immersed in sleep and cultivation, he had never truly engaged with the world of mortals. It was no surprise to him that she could utter such sentiments. He himself had once been solely focused on gaining strength. As she tasted the spicy heat that danced on her tongue, Mei Xianyan was momentarily taken aback. Taking a sip of juice to temper the peculiar flavor before inspecting the skewer in her hand. Was that sensation pain? It had been countless years since she had felt any discomfort. Yet this sensation was unlike the torment of reverse blood flow during cultivation or the intense pain of injuries sustained in battle. It was instead a curious sensation, one that even sparked the desire to take another bite. Jiang Che interjected, "That is spice, not pain. It is the unique blood pepper from the northern regions. A gift from the heavens to the taste buds of cultivators. Regardless of cultivation level, everyone can experience its heat." Blood pepper was a seasoning he had encountered in his previous life. During his first taste, he nearly thought someone had poisoned him. However, he grew fond of it over time. When purchasing the roasted meat earlier, he had insisted the vendor use blood pepper, despite its exorbitant price, as it was well worth it. Mei Xianyan nodded, continuing to eat in small bites, quickly finishing one skewer before retrieving another from the bag, and then another, one after the other, savoring the roasted meat while sipping juice. Her enjoyment made Nan Qingqing's mouth water. "Do have a bite," Jiang Che urged, offering a skewer to Nan Qingqing. She hesitated, not out of desire but out of fear. The Lord had already overlooked her earlier act of theft. It was a great kindness that she had not faced punishment. "There's no need to be so reserved. I brought you along precisely because you are of the human race and do not harbor such profound fear of me," he reassured. Thus, the three of them continued to enjoy their snacks while meandering through the streets. Jiang Che would occasionally approach vendors, and upon his return with purchases, the two women would continue to indulge. It was unclear if it was merely an illusion, but everything Jiang Che bought seemed to captivate both of their interests, with nothing ever falling short of their tastes. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the sky in the distance, expanding relentlessly while the ground began to tremble. Jiang Che's gaze shifted eastward, where beneath the golden radiance lay a crimson dragon soaring. A sight he was all too familiar with, the 7 swords of Long Tai and the martial formations of warriors. What could be transpiring over there? That area was the location of the Ghost Crane sect, yet the specifics eluded my knowledge. Jiang Che lowered his head and continued to indulge in his culinary delights. "Master, shall we go and take a look?" suggested Nan Qingqing, her excitement palpable. "The immortal sect and the great Zhou are clashing. This bodes well for the demon clan. Haven't the elders always spoken of invading the human race? This might be a fortuitous opportunity." Though she belonged to the human race, her kin had perished at the hands of humanity, and she had been raised in the demon clan since childhood. Her fate was undoubtedly to embrace her demonic heritage. Mei Xianyan was intrigued by the unfolding events among the humans. After millennia of peaceful coexistence, the dynasty and the immortal sect had inexplicably turned against each other, prompting her to grasp both of their hands and fly toward the Ghost Crane sect. They were not alone. Numerous powerful beings from Beiyi City were equally curious about the commotion. Beneath the city gates, a ragged, blind beggar raised his gaze, a look of terror creeping across his soiled visage. Had the auguries been incorrect? Or had a predetermined fate been altered? "Prince Yen, the Ghost Crane sect and the Great Zhou have traditionally maintained a peaceful coexistence. Are you truly intent on opposing the entire immortal sect?" An elderly man glared with fury at Prince Yen, fear flickering in his eyes, his white beard already stained crimson with blood. Before Prince Yen lay an open sword box. One sword's light dimmed, yet the remaining 6 swords still radiated a formidable brilliance. He cast a dismissive glance at the elder, declaring, "The Ghost Crane sect attempts to control the human emperor with soul manipulation. Such a crime warrants execution." With that, 3 swords from the box surged forth like blazing suns, illuminating the heavens, and pierced through the elder's chest, utterly shattering him. Even as the enemy lay defeated, the swords did not relent, soaring fearlessly toward the highest peak. Undeterred by the protective formations or the dozens of elders attempting to intercept them, they sliced through the mountain as if it were mere parchment, cleaving it in two. The towering mountain, once majestic, now lay transformed into an unfathomable chasm. As Mei Xianyan arrived, she witnessed this astonishing scene. Her enchanting eyes behind the veil, now tinged with gravity. Was this the might of Longtai? A 7th-grade warrior could slay a late-stage void transformation practitioner with a single strike, cleaving an entire mountain in half. How formidable! Nan Qingqing gasped, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Indeed, it is quite powerful, Jiang Che remarked, astonishment etched across his features. Even upon a second viewing, he remained awestruck by the might of the 7 swords of Longtai. Yet this was merely a fraction of their true power. Should the great Zhou consolidate its strength and unify the human race, the fate of the world would rest with the human emperor, and the 7 swords of Longtai would suffice to slay those of the creation realm. Master, perhaps we should take our leave for now, Nan Qingqing suggested, as a thought seemed to dawn upon her amidst the shock. The dragon platform does not take action against mortals, nor is it a tool for the Zhou to solidify imperial power. Rather, it stands as the final bastion of the human race, tasked with vanquishing demons, slaying monsters, and exterminating immortals. The Lord of the Demon Clan, remaining here, risks revealing his presence. However, it is of no concern. Although the sword is formidable, its power does not stem from my hand. Mei Xianyan possesses deeper secrets regarding the dragon platform, while the sword inevitably draws blood. As long as it is not wielded by the human emperor, it remains merely a weapon devoid of a sword spirit, unable to detect her. Furthermore, beneath the cleaved mountain peaks, there seems to be something intriguing. After severing the mountain, 3 flying swords returned to the side of the Yan Wang, settling steadily into the sword box. All the formidable members of the Ghost Crane sect were annihilated, fulfilling the mission of the 7 swords of the dragon platform. Yet the sword box, which should have been closed, remained ajar. Although the Yan Wang is a prince, he is not one destined to inherit the throne. Thus he is forbidden from probing into the secrets of the dragon platform. He is unaware of the reasons behind this. But the Zixiao sword sect has amassed a wealth of information regarding the dragon platform. After Jiang Che dispatched the enemies before him, he raised his voice in warning. Your Highness, the formidable members of the Ghost Crane sect have yet to be entirely vanquished. We must not be complacent. Jiang Che's voice resonated loudly, almost a roar, easily audible to all. The sounds of battle momentarily ceased as the Yan Wang, who had intended to first deal with the remaining soldiers before seeking to close the sword box, fixed his gaze and began to scour for enemies. The earth trembled as a colossal hand emerged from the depths below, dislodging massive boulders that cascaded down from the mountaintop, while fissures began to spread across the quaking ground, causing numerous soldiers to unwittingly tumble into the chasms, all under the watchful eyes of their comrades. Chapter 38. The Steel Giant, a colossal hand struck the ground, raising clouds of yellow dust amidst the cacophony of metal clashing and the anguished cries of cultivators. All were momentarily frozen in shock by this unforeseen calamity. As the dust settled, a 10-jong tall head emerged from the fissure, followed by tremors that shook the earth, revealing the monstrous figure. 100-jong tall steel giant. Goodness, is that a transformer? Lin Yu gazed upwards in astonishment, her mind reeling. Was she truly transported to a technological realm rather than a fantastical one? What is this? Wu Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Ghost Crane sect excels in spiritual and puppet arts. This must be a unique automaton crafted through mechanized techniques. Qin Xiao remarked gravely. The methods of the celestial sects are indeed unfathomable. They can even create such towering puppets. One can only hope they are more show than substance, or that their energy consumption is exorbitantly high. Otherwise, this display of power may prove formidable. Yet still, it cannot rival the 7 swords of the dragon platform in a lone hand. In the heavens, the King of Swallows snorted derisively, and the last 3 flying swords transformed into streaks of light, tracing elegant arcs through the air before merging upon contact with the giant. A surge of formidable force surged forth as Qin Xiao positioned himself before the soldiers, raising a protective barrier. The waves of impact intensified, leaving a desolate landscape devoid of life within a 100-mile radius. Silence enveloped the scene. The King of Swallows glanced at the returned flying swords, now completely devoid of brilliance, and raised his gaze to the swirling dust, his tone tinged with skepticism. Has it been vanquished? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the ground erupted with a thunderous crack, crimson spiritual energy surging forth to engulf all present, leaving the giant unscathed before them. Little one, you are neither the emperor of humanity nor the pinnacle of the great Zhou era. You cannot unleash the true power of this sword. A brazen voice emanated from within the giant. The Berserker is a peerless artifact forged by my Ghost Crane sect over millennia. Not even those at the brink of life and death could harm it. How dare you? Mere ants attempt to slay a deity? The Grand Elder of the Ghost Crane sect concentrated his spiritual energy, causing the forces drifting through the cosmos to converge in the giant's grasp. The overwhelming power instilled fear in the hearts of the cultivators present. Nangong Ziyun and the other cultivators of the celestial sects possessed an acute awareness of danger, acutely sensing that if this convergence of celestial energy were to strike, survival would be impossible. The giant bore an outer layer of protection, which explained the flying sword's failure to penetrate. To overcome it, they must first shatter its defenses. Nangong Ziyun recalled the moment the flying swords were repelled and quickly devised a countermeasure. As a barrier rose around the giant, a flash of white light emanated from its brow, likely indicating the location of its defensive array. Yet, where would the power source that animated the giant reside? The back. Jiang Che interjected suddenly. The back has a complex structure. If we can destroy it, we might just sever the giant's mobility. He had just soared around the giant with his sword and discovered that it was not yet fully perfected. The metal on its back appeared to have been hastily affixed, revealing numerous flaws, even exposing the conduits that transported spiritual energy. With a swift step, Qin Shao employed a technique to shrink his surroundings, instantly appearing on the giant's back. Upon discerning the network of tubes resembling human veins, he realized that Jiang Che's words were indeed true. Without hesitation, he inhaled deeply, his aura rapidly escalating as he recited a verse. The mountains and rivers do not betray the tears of heroes. Let the sharp sword pierce the vast sky. This line, a gift from His Majesty, was perfectly suited for the occasion. As his righteous power erupted, the air resonated with the sounds of countless soldiers defending against foreign invaders, charging in a battle like a sharp sword piercing the heart of the enemy. Suddenly, the sound of breaking air echoed. The clamor of iron and warhorses faded, coalescing into a colossal sword that, guided by Qin Zhao's gaze, plunged directly towards the giant. Upon the sword's strike, the giant erupted in a crimson glow, and even the gathered celestial energy momentarily froze. Simultaneously, the 7 swords of the dragon terrace above the heavens, though dimmed, emanated a golden light. The Prince of Yin, bewildered by the unfolding situation, lost control over them, and they fell from the sky. The power of the Emperor, murmured the watching Mei Xianyan. A golden radiance enveloped the earth, rejuvenating the injured soldiers of the great Zhou in that instant. It seemed that they had forged a connection with the sword case in the sky, their vitality flowing continuously towards it. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of all, the sword case emitted a series of dragon roars, and as the light dissipated, the ethereal figure of Gu Longsheng materialized, wielding the united 7 swords of the Dragon Terrace. The Ghost Crane sect, a rebellion against authority, shall be punished. With that declaration, Gu Longsheng vanished from sight, reappearing atop the giant's head, and with a single strike of his sword, a crackling surge of flames erupted, cleaving the giant in 2 from above. Despite the giant's formidable abilities, it had no chance of survival. As the giant collapsed, the 7 swords of the Dragon Terrace transformed into golden rays, departing towards the imperial city of the Great Zhou. The giant's demise plunged the disciples of the Ghost Crane sect into utter despair, prompting the Prince of Yin to seize the opportunity to command the execution of the remaining remnants. I never anticipated that the Ghost Crane sect possessed such capabilities, Nan Qingqing remarked, observing the fallen 100-foot giant, unable to suppress her voice. If the giant had been fully perfected, it might not have faced defeat. Master, should we investigate? Since the giant can be created, there may be blueprints, suggested one. Mei Xianyan shook her head. It is merely an external object. Moreover, it cannot be mass-produced. Jiang Che, surprised, remarked, your insight is commendable. You discerned that. The giant's form was forged from metal, necessitating vast quantities of iron ore, if intended to combat cultivators. This or would require additional forging and enhancement with various rare metals to achieve significant hardness. Most crucially, its ability to withstand attacks from the realm of life and death was not solely due to the metal itself, but rather the intricate fusion of myriad formations and extraterrestrial materials. Contemplating this, Jiang Che promptly proposed further action. I believe there is still something to be found. Although the giant poses no threat to the Elder, these metals serve as the finest materials for weapon crafting. Since the Ghost Crane sect is capable of constructing such a colossal mechanical giant, they must possess valuable data. It would indeed be beneficial to forge armor and weaponry for their disciples from these metals. These peculiar techniques neither extend lifespan nor enhance physical strength. Thus, the Celestial sect remains disinterested. However, the Great Zhou holds these materials in high regard. I recall that the Great Zhou utilized this giant to create heavily armored soldiers, which could withstand even the assaults of the spirit platform realm. Mei Xianyan once again shook her head, asserting that there would be no data concerning the metals. The giant's form is imbued with the essence of celestial meteorite iron, which is the source of its formidable strength. Let us depart. There is no reason to linger here. Throughout the encounter, she observed that while the giant is indeed extraordinary, it is excessively cumbersome. Although it can channel the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, its speed is severely lacking, and it demands a tremendous amount of power. It is simply not worth it. Likewise, while the metals can indeed be fashioned into armor, they are only suitable against foes of the Tao Palace realm. Given the hardness of the metal, a practitioner of the spirit platform or one adept in body refinement could easily penetrate it. To mortals, it may be a valuable item. However, for her and the demon clan, it is of little interest. Although Mei Xianyan remains unimpressed, Prince Yin is exceedingly eager. After detaching a shard of the fractured metal, he exerted all his strength to bend it. Your Highness, this is an excellent material for crafting armor, Yao Xian exclaimed, rushing forward in excitement. Initially believing it to be a celestial technique, he now comprehended the significance of these metals upon witnessing the prince's struggle to bend it. Regardless of whether for armor or weaponry, they are indeed exquisite materials. I understand, replied Prince Yin, a seasoned warrior with considerable knowledge of weaponry. These metals are not only resilient and flexible, but also possess a manageable weight, making them highly suitable for the construction of heavy infantry and cavalry. Chapter 39. All survive Lin Yu, what are you pondering? Jiang Che raised his gaze towards the direction of the Ghost Crane sect, recollecting the fierce battle he had faced against them. In his previous life, the Titan possessed the formidable strength of the pinnacle of life and death realm, and he had nearly perished in his endeavor to vanquish it. Surely, such a creature should not have been so easily defeated. Had he overlooked something? With a resounding bang, the earth trembled violently. Even from 100 miles away, the soaring flames were visible, and despite being situated in Northeast City, he could still perceive the fierce blaze. The intense shock waves, the falling debris, the panicked crowd, and the roaring fire. At that moment, Jiang Che finally recalled that the Titan had the capacity for self-detonation. Northeast City was safeguarded by a formation that had been activated long before the clash with the Ghost Crane sect. Although the ground shook, there were no casualties, and under the reassurances of the guarding soldiers, the populace quickly regained their composure. Looks like we returned just in time. We nearly stumbled into disaster, Nan Qingqing remarked, patting her chest to alleviate her tension. Indeed, their timing was fortuitous. In his former life, he had also departed from the Ghost Crane sect shortly before the explosion occurred. Since it had not affected him, he had forgotten about the incident. However, he recalled that this explosion had been quite severe, centered around the Ghost Crane sect. The surrounding area had been reduced to rubble, and many smaller sects had perished in the flames. The cause of the explosion was simple. Someone had coveted the treasures of the Ghost Crane sect and had extracted something from the fallen Titan, leading to the catastrophic detonation. As memories flooded back, Jiang Che's understanding of the explosion's aftermath became clearer. This incident was perhaps one of the stains on his conscience. He had long succumbed to darkness. Yet due to his senior sister's pleas and the greater good of humanity, he had chosen to intervene. During the explosion, Lin Yu had suffered the most severe injuries, barely escaping demise, while the cultivators from the celestial sect had also faced heavy casualties, as if it were a trap he had left behind. After all, apart from him, everyone else had been harmed. How many soldiers do you think survived? Nan Qingqing pondered aloud, given that Northeast City had felt the tremors. And, considering the distance to the Ghost Crane sect was at least 400 to 500 miles, they were situated at the core of the explosion, leading her to believe that no one could have possibly survived. All survived, Mei Xianyan replied softly, gazing at the gradually fading flames. Besides myself, there was another expert of the life and death realm present, who had relocated the Titan prior to the explosion. What? Nan Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. The number of life and death realm experts among humanity was scant. A mere minor sect, like the Ghost Crane sect, had not only employed the Seven Sword of Longtai, but also had a powerful figure of the life and death realm stationed there. Surely this cannot be true, Jiang Che thought to himself, puzzled. Life and death realm experts should not have been present. The explosion had nearly slipped from his memory. Could it be that someone had foreseen this calamity? Mag Xianyan gently tep non kinkingsforet. Did you not notice that those disciples were from various top-tier celestial sects? Jiang Che suddenly realized, indeed, let alone others, Nan Gongzun and Lei Mo are both the future of their respective sects, and both have their guardians. Moreover, when Nangong Ziyun was in the Void Transformation Realm, she was protected by the elder of the Nangong family. How could anything possibly go wrong? On the street, Chen Yinji, who was soothing the citizens, spotted Jiang Che and walked over with a smile. Brother Lin, I didn't expect to find you here. Jiang Che responded with a smile. The commotion outside was too great, so I came out to take a look. Does General Chen need something from me? Chen Yinji nodded. It's nothing serious. ISNT the Yin, Wang suppressing bandits? He sent troops here earlier, stating that after the bandit eradication, he needed to rest in Bay City. You may not know, but some disciples of considerable status from the Immortal Sect accompanied Yin Wang on this trip. The city lord has recently taken troops to the North Wilderness and has entrusted all affairs to me. Since I haven't interacted with those gifted individuals, I thought I would ask you how to entertain them. Sensing the peculiar gazes from Mei Xianyan and the others, Jiang Che chuckled. General Chen is jesting. I am merely a wandering cultivator, hardly acquainted with those prodigies. However, I surmise they must be tired of exquisite delicacies. So it might be better to treat them to some specialties of Bay City. Chen Yinji wanted to inquire further. Brother Lin, you might not be aware, but the disciples coming this time are extraordinary. Zixiao Sword Sect, Miaoying Sect, and Fenyangu are among the top-tier powers. Would you mind elaborating? In his perspective, Lin Yi undoubtedly belonged to one of these elite sections. Although Bay City was formidable, it paled in comparison to these forces, and he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Feeling Mei Xinyan's increasingly strange gaze, Lin Yi inwardly smiled wryly. General Chen, did you not hear the explosion earlier? Aren't you concerned for their safety? What is there to worry about? I shared the same battleground with Yin Wang in the past, and we often exchanged letters. This time, he comes bearing the seventh sword of Longtai. At most, a few soldiers may be lost, Chen Yinji replied with a smile. In the correspondence, he had glimpsed the youthful ambition of Gu Qingshu, noted his intent to relinquish the throne, and witnessed his flaunting of the seventh sword of Longtai. Furthermore, the Chancellor had accompanied him, and with such a figure present, there was no need for concern. Rather than fretting over their safety, attending to the Immortal Sect disciples seemed more pressing. This was not the Imperial City. The absence of dragon aura suppression meant that while he was unafraid of the Immortal Sect, the citizens were. Those arrogant disciples of the Immortal Sect appeared glamorous on the surface, but behind the scenes, they had committed many unscrupulous acts based on their strength. Wasn't he the Ghost Crane sect a prime example? He was already wary of the Ghost Crane sect, despite the good reputation of the Zixiao Sword sect. Was the Ghost Crane sect any better? In his eyes, all sects were essentially the same. If it weren't for the absence of any bloodshed on Lin Yi's part, he would be reluctant to engage in conversation with them. But I truly have no way to accommodate everyone. Tastes differ greatly. The sects you mentioned are thousands of miles apart, and their culinary delights vary significantly. Jiang Che genuinely wished to distance himself from them. especially upon learning that a powerful being from the life and death realm was also accompanying them. Let us go see. There is a little fellow I wish to meet. Mei Xianyan suddenly spoke up. Qingqing had mentioned that the little rascal who teased her in the Wanhua Tower was secretly cultivating demonic arts. She found it curious that so many powerful figures from the Zixiao sword sect seemed oblivious to the transformation of such promising talent. Or perhaps the sect was merely composed of individuals with a facade of righteousness. With Mei Xianyan now speaking, even if Jiang Che wished to refuse, it was no longer an option. He could only acquiesce with reluctance. Let me clarify. I will only prepare dishes that I enjoy. If they're displeased, that is not my fault. Of course, of course. Upon hearing Lin Yu's agreement, Chen Yinji instantly became animated. After bowing to the two ladies, he led them towards the city lord's mansion. Previously, Lin Yu had been adamant in his refusal, but the veiled lady's casual remark had prompted his consent, indicating she was likely from a prestigious background, much like Lin's brother. Although this was merely speculation, it was certainly wise not to offend. Chapter 40. The request of Chen Yinji. Under the guidance of Chen Yinji, the trio arrived at the lord's residence, where several chefs were swiftly summoned before them. Brother Lin, feel free to inform them directly of the meals you wish to prepare. A gentleman should refrain from the kitchen. Although Chen Yinji was a martial general, he was also a scholar. Nonetheless, he understood this aspect well. While Lin Yu was a cultivator, he was likely more delicate than a mere scholar. Jiang Che nodded and then inquired, you mentioned earlier that the sects you came from include the Zixiao sword sect, Miaoyin sect, and the Burning Flame Valley. Are there any other forces among them? Chen Yinji shook his head. While it was crucial to cater to the disciples of these celestial sects, the kitchen was short-staffed. Among the visiting disciples, these three factions were the most formidable. As long as their needs were met, the others would likely not raise any objections. Jiang Che realized this made matters considerably simpler. The Zixiao sword sect focused on the pursuit of enlightenment through sword cultivation, placing little emphasis on culinary demands. To them, any sustenance that could satiate hunger and replenish vitality would suffice. Simply preparing local delicacies from Bay City without concern for taste would be adequate, as long as the food was hearty and satisfying. The meals of the Zixiao sword sect resembled mere pig slop. As long as it was superior to the cafeteria fare, they would relish it. He knew Wu Chun and his companions well enough to understand that filling their stomachs was paramount. Although Ruo Siwei had a somewhat discerning palate, with his substitute puppet present, he would merely offer a few complaints without daring to overstep. The chefs behind Chen Yinji hurriedly took notes, as the general had instructed that they must adhere entirely to this immortal's advice. Though they were unaware of his identity, they had no desire to offend the celestial sect. Seeing them take notes, Jiang Che continued, the Burning Flame Valley comprises mostly male cultivators, primarily practicing fire-related techniques. They enjoy both warmth and coolness. Given that Bay City has its blood peppers, let us serve them generously, ensuring ample spice. Additionally, prepare some chilled beverages or perhaps alcohol with ice shavings. This was tailored to Lei Mo's preferences, which would surely satisfy the other disciples as well. As for the Miaoyin sect, Jiang Che stroked his chin, lost in thought. The Miaoyin sect generally favored lighter fare, but this time, the leader was Nangong Ziyan. Due to frequently attending Tiao Shuzhu, their meals were often bland and lacked personal favorites. Even in his past life, aside from his reluctance to dine at the Zixiao sword sect, he seemed not to be particularly picky. This posed a challenge. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he smiled lightly. Let us prepare some light dishes for the Miaoyin sect, and we must not forget the desserts. Ah, yes, prepare a pot of shuyin. Upon noticing Lin Yu's hesitation, Chen Yinji felt his heart leap to his throat. Among all the sects, the Miaoyin sect was the closest to Bay City, making it unwise to offend them. He had thought that Brother Lin might be unaware of the dining preferences of the Miaoyin sect, so upon hearing him speak, he promptly instructed the chefs to begin preparations. Shuyin was an ancient and exquisite wine, renowned not only for its complex brewing process but also for its scarce ingredients. Furthermore, this wine required a minimum of 30 years to mature in an ice cellar. The longer it aged, the richer the aroma became. While it was difficult to find elsewhere, Bay City happened to possess this fine vintage. Having arranged everything, Chen Yinji's heart finally settled. Brother Lin, your kindness is beyond words. Once the disciples of the celestial sect depart, I shall invite you to indulge in a few flagons of wine. By his estimation, it would take no more than 4 or 5 hours before those celestial disciples arrive, leaving little time for idle chatter, as he still needed to greet them at the city gate. With Chen Yinji's departure, only 3 remained in the courtyard. Sensing Nan Qingqing's peculiar gaze, Jiang Che smiled and explained, "It was General Chen who guided me when I went to the Demon Suppression Division to craft the decree. Being a cultivator, I naturally became familiar with him. There are many cultivators in Bay City stronger than you. Yet I find myself curious as to why he specifically inquired about how you would welcome the celestial sect. Could it be?" Mei Xianyan lowered her head, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Che. "Is your background extraordinary?" Throughout this month of interaction, she had discovered that Jiang Che's talent surpassed her expectations. As long as he entered a sect, he would acquire a complete cultivation system, achieving rapid progress without doubt. More importantly, he displayed no interest in women. Despite the presence of 2 stunning beauties, he had never shown a hint of desire in his eyes. With unwavering will and astonishing talent, he already possessed the qualities of a potential powerhouse. Would the celestial sect truly forsake such a promising seedling? This thought had arisen in her mind multiple times. She felt that Lin Yu was somewhat extraordinary, even very familiar with her. Jiang Che felt a twinge of embarrassment. Did General Chen not mention that the city lord went to the North Wilderness? Perhaps those formidable beings accompanied him. If my background were indeed impressive, would I still be trailing behind you like a mere beast of burden, driving horses and carts, and even enduring the torment of certain individuals? I must be seeking punishment. His voice carried a tone of grievance, and his unwavering gaze made Nan Qingqing feel somewhat bashful. "You are but a servant of the Lord. What is wrong with asking you to prepare a meal?" Indeed, Jiang Che's current status remained that of a slave. Although their relationship had grown closer over time, the underlying hierarchy had not shifted. Furthermore, she not only guided his cultivation, but also provided him with ample resources. What was wrong with asking him to cook? She had not even complained about his sharp tongue. "Is that cooking? I am merely feeding pigs. Even pigs cannot consume as much as you do." Gianluca retorted provocatively. "Lin Yu, are you looking for trouble? Come on. If you have the skill, kill me in front of our senior. Let us see if you dare." Jiang Che adopted a demeanor of fearless defiance, challenging Nan Qingqing with his gaze. "Ah, you." Nan Qingqing was flustered. At that moment, she truly wished to slap this scoundrel. With her looks and figure, no one had ever dared to call her a pig, nor would they ever. Observing the playful banter between the two, Mei Xianyan chuckled softly. Indeed, if this lad were truly a disciple of the celestial sect, he would not be at the Spirit Sea realm, nor would he act subserviently. Moreover, during our first meeting, Jiang Che divulged all his secrets. I do not believe anyone could ignore my charm. Little Leaf, I'm feeling a bit hungry. There's a kitchen here, stocked with all sorts of seasonings. Since you've been boasting about your culinary skills, why not prepare a couple of dishes for us to savor? Huh? Jiang Che was taken aback. What is it? Were you not boasting about your culinary skills all the way here? What's the matter? Have you lost your nerve? Nan Qingqing mocked. Just wait, I never brag. Jiang Che retorted with a scoff, striding purposefully in the direction the previous chef had departed. Indeed, youth was a double-edged sword. A mere provocation had succeeded. Nan Qingqing crossed her arms, a triumphant expression adorning her face. Mei Xianyan pressed her lips together. Though she remained silent, she too felt that Lin Yu was rather inexperienced. Upon reaching the kitchen, a flicker of resignation crossed Jiang Che's eyes. Evasion was no longer an option. Although Mei Xianyan was largely unfamiliar with many aspects of human affairs, her thoughts were astute. Despite her efforts to avoid him during this period, it seemed she had still revealed a vulnerability. Had it not been for her enchanting spell that had ensnared him previously, the term undercover might very well have been applied to him. With Nan Qingqing's presence, he could indulge in banter to lower his guard. Yet, given Mei Xianyan's earlier speculation, it was perhaps wiser to remain cautious. When Jiang Che arrived, the chef preparing the meal was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing he had overlooked a request. He quickly approached to inquire. but Jiang Che merely gestured for him to continue with his own tasks. Soon after, Jiang Che found a corner to himself. Although he had the chef's space to cook, he quickly retreated under the watchful gaze of the overseer. Observing this, Jiang Che stepped forward, retrieved a small pot, and commenced his culinary display. Chapter 41. The pitiful bones by the uncertain river. After Chun Yinji exited the city lord's mansion, he made his way directly to the southern city gate. Clad in resplendent silver armor, he stood tall at the gate, while officials of various ranks from Bay City gathered behind him. After approximately half an hour, dozens of luminous figures appeared in the sky, gracefully descending before the city gate. Observing the celestial maiden standing before Prince Yan, Chun Yinji felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. What was transpiring here? Although the great Zhou treated cultivators with respect, the Prince Yan, being the third prince of Great Zhou, held no fear of any cultivator. His mind swirled with questions, but upon noticing the prime minister's presence and his apparent lack of displeasure at the maiden's audacity, a sense of understanding dawned upon him. This maiden appeared to be an elder from the celestial sect, her strength likely formidable. Your Highness Prince Yan, esteemed talents, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chun Yinji greeted with a smile as he stepped forward. Seeing his former comrade, Gu Qingxiu, filled with joy, exclaimed, "It has been nearly 5 years since we last met. Aren't you going to change out of that silver armor?" They had both been thrust into the military at the tender age of 12 or 13. Sharing similar backgrounds and enduring the trials of battle, they had become sworn brothers. Chun Yinji had often jested that the silver armor and dragon spear made them targets on the battlefield, and on several occasions. It was his distinctive armor that led them into ambushes. This silver dragon armor and dragon gallbladder spear were gifted to me by my father. They symbolize my honor. Why should I change? Chun Yinji retorted. Gu Qingxiu understood the significance of the silver dragon armor to Chun Yinji, and after teasing him a few more times, he turned his attention to Elder Qingwei. Elder Qingwei, please come inside. Master, let us hasten our steps. I have never been to such a place before, Ruo Siwei exclaimed with excitement, for she cherished exploration. Rumor had it that Bay City was prosperous, a hub of commerce where merchants from various nations converged, promising a plethora of intriguing treasures. As they entered the imperial city, Bay indeed lived up to its reputation of splendor, rivaling the imperial city itself, with even more captivating curiosities. As they walked along, their senses were overwhelmed by the vibrant sights. Despite their status as cultivators, they were still young and had spent most of their time immersed in training within their sects, leaving them little opportunity to traverse the world. Even Wu Chun found himself dazzled by the bustling streets. Retracting his gaze, he noticed Jiang Che's expression remained unperturbed, seemingly unfazed by the city's opulence. He nudged him softly. "Have you been here before?" Jiang Che replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Bay City lies on the frontier of Great Zhou. I would need time to visit." The Zixiao sword sect was situated tens of thousands of miles away, nestled at the intersection of 3 nations. Aside from those disciples who traveled, who could venture here without the sect's directive? "Why are you not the least bit intrigued then?" Wu Chun inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Have you truly immersed yourself in cultivation to the point of folly?" Cultivators are taught to remain unaffected by external distractions, beauty, wealth, power. They must learn to let go. At that moment, a blue-haired, emerald-eyed maiden sauntered by, her grace captivating. Jiang Che could not help but glance, only to immediately avert his gaze. This scene elicited uncontrollable laughter from Wu Chun. Nangong Ziyun pursed her lips and glanced at the departing maiden, whose appearance was indeed remarkable, bearing the distinctive charm of the northern regions. It was no wonder that Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance. In truth, all the male disciples regarded her with admiration. Amidst their casual conversation, the group arrived at the Lord's residence, which had already been thoroughly cleared. Upon entering, apart from a few busy attendants, there was no one else present. Under Chun Yinji's guidance, they proceeded to the reception hall, where a maid ushered the disciples from various sects to their seats. The number of disciples was not particularly large, making the arrangement quite manageable. However, given that Qingyue Xianzuan was a formidable figure at the life and death realm, the younger generation felt a certain apprehension sitting alongside her. Chun Yinji, with no other option, had to invite her to a separate table prepared for King Yin and Prime Minister Qin. Shielded by a screen, it might foster a more congenial atmosphere. Since Si Wei and Lin Yu were Qing Yue's disciples, they naturally sat with their master. Nangong Ziyun and Lei Mo, being the direct disciples of the two sect leaders, were also seated together. As for Jiang Che and Wu Chun, both were acutely aware that heading behind the screen would undoubtedly lead to conversation rather than dining. After a month of hardship, they naturally chose to remain outside for a hearty meal. With the original seating arrangement disrupted, Chen Yinji, feeling anxious, promptly made his way toward the side hall while the maid poured tea. At this moment in the side hall, Nong Qingqing and the others had already indulged in their fill of food and drink and were engaged in light conversation. Chen Yinji burst in hurriedly, causing the trio to momentarily freeze. "Aren't you supposed to be attending to the disciples of the Immortal Gate? What brings you here?" Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. Chen Yinji chuckled ruefully. "Brother Lin, a powerful figure from the life and death realm has arrived at the Immortal Gate. Reluctantly, I had to arrange for her to sit with King Yin. However, that table was prepared according to King Yin and Prime Minister Qin's dietary preferences. What should I prepare for Qingwei Xinzuan?" He had already contemplated that since the table included disciples from various sects, they could follow Lin Ye's earlier suggestion to offer a variety of dishes, yet he genuinely did not know Qingwei Xinzuan's tastes, which prompted him to seek Lin Ye's opinion. Qingwei Xinzuan, Jiang Che, and the others were taken aback. Although she seldom ventured from her mountain retreat, her name resonated throughout the cultivation world like thunder. Nong Qingqing glanced at her master, her gaze questioning. Their purpose in coming to the Lord's residence was to ascertain whether Jiang Che had truly turned to demonic cultivation. Yet with her master present, they could not observe him without risking exposure. The master was somewhat less concerning. As long as she did not exert her full strength, discovery was unlikely. However, given her still nascent cultivation and the fact that she practiced demonic techniques, she could easily be discerned. Jiang Che had not anticipated that his master would accompany him. Though he was unaware of her arrival in the Great Zhou, he shook his head, saying, "That individual is a powerful entity of the life and death realm, who has long since transcended worldly concerns. Moreover, she is rumored to have remained in seclusion at the Zixiao sword sect, and few have encountered her. Who could possibly know her culinary preferences? Staple grains would hardly pique her interest. We should prepare accordingly. Even if it does not suit her palate, her status would not lead her to chastise us." Chen Yinji hesitated but found merit in Lin Ye's reasoning. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the two young ladies. "Do either of you have any suggestions? Since she is associated with Lin Yi, her background must be extraordinary. Moreover, as a woman herself, she may offer some valuable suggestions. After all, she is the esteemed Qingwei Xinzuan. If we can manage her well, it would undoubtedly benefit the development of Bay City." Nan Qingqing glanced at the esteemed master, and the enchanting Xian Yin smiled at Qingwei Xinzuan, who had transcended to the realm of life and death 2 centuries ago and had long resided in Baiyun Peak. "Her strength immeasurable." "Senior, General Chun inquires about your thoughts." Jiang Che interjected, slightly apprehensive of Xian Yin challenging her master and causing unforeseen complications, which might draw attention to himself. Although he was confident in his transformation, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. "Thoughts?" Xian Yin replied with a seductive smile. "Perhaps you could fetch me a jug of murky wine, Xinshang." Jiang Che's pupils constricted as he gazed at Xian Yin in astonishment, wondering if this was truly a jest. Chen Yinji, confused, asked, "Senior, what kind of exquisite wine is Xinshang? I have never heard of it." Xian Yin glanced at the collection of poetry on the table and chuckled lightly. "Pity the bones by the indifferent river, yet they still linger in the dreams of spring chambers. Wasn't a jug of Shuyin prepared earlier? That will suffice." Chen Yinji was even more bewildered. Qianshang with Shuyin? He wanted to inquire further, but Jiang Che swiftly pulled him out of the side hall, whispering urgently, "Do not mind her words. Proceed as usual." Additionally, the name Qianshang should not be mentioned. Otherwise, the entire Bay City might not endure. That is a person whom our master admired in her youth, a presence akin to a forbidden scale. Chapter 42. Young Master. My miss invites you after Chen Yinji departed. Jiangche leisurely stepped into the room, feeling the probing gaze upon him. With a hint of helplessness, he remarked, "Senior, do you wish for the entire populace of Bay City to perish?" That name is one even the esteemed Ang Junren dares not utter casually. Had it not been for certain experiences in my previous life, he too would remain in ignorance. Mei Xianyan raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Jiang Che. That incident had transpired over 5 centuries ago, and those privy to its secrets were either long deceased or kept their silence. She was intrigued as to how Lin Yu had acquired such knowledge. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Che produced a yellowed tome from his bosom, chronicling significant events within the celestial sect over the millennia. I had always regarded it as mere storytelling, yet upon hearing you mention Qianshang, I realized the veracity of its contents. This book was procured from the Wenhua Book Pavilion. Although reluctant to remain in her presence, he could not ignore the fact that she was his master. In his previous life, this very tome had been the catalyst for numerous secrets. To avoid repeating past mistakes, he had decided to keep it hidden. His fear of suspicion was precisely due to this book. Mei Xianyan accepted the tome, her expression shifting as she glimpsed the characters inscribed in the lower left corner of the cover. Truly remarkable, she mused, not fixating on the name, but rather the handwriting. Unmistakably that of the old man. How could it have come into Lin Yu's possession? Where did you acquire this book? She inquired. Janu que casually replied. There exists a hidden compartment in the Wenhua Book Pavilion. I simply seized the opportunity to acquire this tome as well. However, the content was so astonishing that I tore most of it away. Upon opening the pages, Mei Xianyan's face turned dark. You truly are a wastrel. The pages were blank. He had entirely shredded the book, replacing it with sheets of white paper. In other words, aside from the cover, nothing remained. Feigning curiosity, Jiang Che remarked, "It merely documented certain events. Surely that does not constitute wastefulness." Mei Xianyan was rendered speechless. Setting aside the content, the torn pages, if overlaid with a special method, could still reflect the recorded events, rendering them undeniably authentic. Though exasperated, she could not be bothered to engage with such a fool. She laid down the book and fixed her gaze on Jiang Che. "How much do you remember of its contents?" Jiang Qiao inquired the stepped back. "Senior, I have vowed in my heart that should I reveal the contents to anyone, my path shall be severed, and I shall never attain rebirth." Nan Qingqing was taken aback. This fellow, who had always donned a playful demeanor, unexpectedly uttered such a dire oath. What could possibly be contained within that tome? Mei Xianyan shared her thoughts, yet upon reflection, found it unsurprising. The writings of that elderly gentleman were undoubtedly laden with secrets, and one could even suspect that the content was potent enough to incite discord among human cultivators. However, this young man was commendable, having unearthed so many secrets. He chose to swear an oath rather than exploit them for cultivation resources. The old man's writings invariably stirred turmoil and bloodshed, and she believed this tome would be no exception. In a manner of speaking, this lad had salvaged his own life. Since you have made a solemn vow, I shall refrain from further inquiries regarding the content. With this book in hand, I believe the individual I seek shall indeed be located. Jiang Che was taken aback, yet he found no fault in the statement. Aside from the esteemed Tianji, who else could warrant a personal visit from the illustrious demon lord? Shall we remain here, or venture forth to seek the old acquaintance of the senior? Jiang Che was eager to depart from the city lord's mansion, as he harbored a persistent premonition that lingering here might invite unforeseen calamities. Why the haste? Let's first meet that intriguing little fellow, Mei Xianyan remarked, unhurried by the circumstances. With the possession of this book, her urgency had diminished further. After the passage of half an hour, she instructed, "You may go to the parlor and invite Jiang Che to join us." Lin Yu wished to decline, but upon meeting Mei Xianyan's teasing gaze, his heart sank, realizing that refusal was not an option. "Very well, but if the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley should discover my true identity, you must come to my aid." With that, Lin Yu exited the side room. Observing his retreating figure, Nan Qingqing remarked, "Master, he is currently being pursued by the Burning Flame Valley. Is there not a risk of his identity being uncovered? His concealing technique has reached a novice level. As long as he refrains from using spiritual power, he is unlikely to attract attention. Among rogue cultivators, aside from innate talent, those like him who dared to confront the Burning Flame Valley possess survival skills that were maximized. A crafty hare has 3 burrows, he mused, considering that even Lin Yu's current appearance might not be his true visage. Half an hour is neither long nor short. It would suffice for Chen Yinji and the others to finish their meal. During this waiting period, Jiang Che sought to decline again, yet Mei Xianyan remained resolute, leaving him no choice but to proceed to the parlor. Standing outside the courtyard, he could still faintly hear the lively chatter within. While he was confident in his transformation, the fact remained that his master was a formidable figure in the realm of life and death. Coupled with years of familiarity, he was genuinely apprehensive about being discerned. Contemplating that his master was concealed behind the screen while Jiang Che was in the courtyard, he believed that no one would suspect him to be the true Jiang Che. Once he steadied his emotions, Jiang Che stepped into the courtyard. At that moment, the disciples had mostly indulged in their repast and were now resting in the sunlight. The female cultivators sat to one side, cradling glasses of juice and engaging in hushed conversations, while the male cultivators, unbothered by appearances, boisterously exchanged tales on the other side. Observing this, Jiang Che could not help but chuckle inwardly. Despite their external reputation as prodigies, they had yet to experience the true treachery of the cultivation world, remaining, at heart, youthful and naive. At this juncture, Jiang Che was in conversation with Wu Chun, planning a stroll through Bay City, when Lin Yu's arrival interrupted their discourse. "Is there something you require?" Jiang Che inquired, his gaze lifted in curiosity. Lin Yu lowered his head, his countenance imbued with respect. "I have heard that young Master Jiang has arrived in Bay City. My young lady wishes to extend an invitation for a meeting." He maintained a connection with the substitute puppet, yet after departing the imperial city, he had severed that link unilaterally. Though the puppet could recognize him, he still needed to put on a facade for the sake of others. As Lin Yu's words fell, the surrounding male cultivators gazed enviously at Jiang Che, with Wu Chun delivering a playful punch to his chest. "Why am I not blessed with such fortune? You are quite the charmer." Jiang Che rose to adjust his attire, feigning pride. "Ah, my charisma is beyond your reach." Amidst a wave of melancholy, Jiang Che followed Lin Yu as they made their way outside the courtyard. Lin Yu, initially elated by the seemingly smooth progress, was abruptly interrupted by an untimely voice. "Where do you think you're going?" Ruo Siwei swiftly emerged from the courtyard, blocking their path with an unfriendly tone. "Pay her no mind," Jiang Che replied with detachment, leading Lin Yu onward. "Brother, how can you treat sister like this?" Ruo Siwei exclaimed in exasperation. Having been pushed aside, Jiang Che paused momentarily, and Ruo Siwei, thinking her brother was intimidated, continued, "Do you truly believe I did not hear his words? She is merely the daughter of a noble family from Bay City. In terms of background and talent, how can she compare to sister? Over the years, the rumors surrounding you and sister have only increased, yet she has never stepped forward to clear her name. You were already mutually enamored. Now, with your departure, how will the disciples of the immortal sect regard sister?" Every word from Ruo Siwei was laced with concern for Jiang Che, yet he found it all rather ludicrous. Mutual affection. This was perhaps the most absurd joke he had ever heard. Chapter 43. Concealing one's thoughts at this moment. Jiang Che emanated an aura of coldness as he turned to glance at Ruo Siwei. "I confess, I once harbored feelings for my senior sister, but that was due to her saving me in my youth. My previous actions may have led to misunderstandings on her part, yet you tell me, where is the evidence that she has any affection for me?" Over the span of more than a decade, his feelings were etched upon his countenance, known to all but her, who had never made her stance clear. Was he to be treated like a mere dog, summoned and dismissed at will, unable even to meet with a woman? Ruo Siwei, in her urgency, exclaimed, "Are you not aware that the cultivation method of our senior sister affects her emotions? She simply struggles to express herself." Although she had joined the sect, the Lung family was also a lineage of cultivators, and their methods were forbidden practices. Being of the same gender, Ruo Siwei could sense that the senior sister undoubtedly held affections for her senior brother. Lin Yu, who had been stooping, scoffed. How could he be oblivious to whether she likes him or not? In a past life, for Lin Yu's sake, She had manipulated his feelings, wronged him, and even pierced his heart with a sword, treating emotions as mere bargaining chips. Such a person, even if genuinely enamored, was unworthy. Januke chakol lightly. I do not care whether she likes me or not. I possess no feelings for her now. His resolute tone left Ruo Siwei momentarily dazed. How could it be that her senior brother, who once cherished the senior sister, had transformed so drastically? Brother, what has happened to you? If there is blame to be laid, it should be upon me. It was I who was ensnared by illusions, misinterpreting your intentions. And it was I who nearly brought you unjust suffering. What fault lies with the senior sister? Tears as large as beans cascaded from the corners of Ruo Siwei's eyes as she gazed at Jiang Che, her expression a blend of stubbornness and helplessness. Yet, to Jiang Che, she appeared more akin to a jester, a pathetic figure concealing her true emotions, evoking his disdain. Lin Yu, feeling exasperated, addressed Jiang Che, young Master Jiang. Perhaps you should attend to matters here. My young lady does not wish to see discord between you and the fairy Ruo. Januke remained silent, opting instead to exit the courtyard. Lin Yu, disregarding decorum, hurriedly followed suit. Upon leaving the courtyard, Jiang Che waved dismissively. Please convey to your young lady that I shall not be attending. With that, he departed towards the gates of the city lord's mansion. Inside the courtyard, Wu Chun expressed his resignation. It seems there is no hope left. After all, Jiang Che had finally acquiesced to a woman's invitation, only to be interrupted. It appeared that Bai Yunfeng truly regarded him as a servant. This was merely a casual invitation. If Jiang Che were to genuinely fall for someone in the future, would someone not intervene, perhaps even threaten her family? The emperor may not be in a hurry, but the eunuchs are. Whom Jiang Che chooses to favor is his own affair, irrelevant to anyone else. Even if he once adored senior sister Lung, there existed neither the bonds of marriage nor a formal engagement, merely the title of senior and junior. What then? Would pursuing someone else be a transgression of heavenly law? Wu Chen pondered, and the other disciples, who had initially thought Jiang Che too heartless, were momentarily stunned. Indeed, what concern did his personal feelings hold for Ruo Siwei? Why the tears? Under the guise of concern for senior sister Lung, they prevent women from approaching brother Jiang. Are they truly intent on condemning him to a lifetime of solitude? The gazes of the onlookers grew increasingly peculiar. At that moment, Lin Yu emerged from the room, having overheard the hushed whispers of the disciples and the tearful figure of third senior sister standing at the gate. He quickly interjected, Wu Chun, silence yourself. The affairs of Bayan Peak are none of your business. What is your intention in stirring up discord here? Are you attempting to sow seeds of division? Wu Chun, unfazed, shrugged his shoulders and retorted, Then please enlighten me. Which of my words is untrue? Is it that old Jiang no longer even possesses the right to be in the company of a woman? Lin Yu coldly scoffed. I'm unaware of what transpired earlier, but your words tarnish the reputation of our sect and, more importantly, besmirch my master. Wu Chun fell silent, casting a glance around the courtyard and smirking. Yet he refrained from further comment. This Lin Yu only knows how to suppress others with his authority. Were it not for Elder Qingyue's presence, he would surely have taught him a lesson. In terms of defamation, none could surpass Lin Yu himself. Had it not been for old Jiang tearing a page from Li Qingzhao's collection of poems, who else would be responsible for bringing disgrace upon the sect? Gu Xian and Wang fared better. At least they retained their names after garnering the first hints of inspiration from those poems, publishing them unchanged, attributing them rightfully to their original authors. Although they benefited, they did not erase the legacies of great poets like Li Qingzhao and Li Taibai, whose sources of inspiration became widely known. But what of certain individuals? Had it not been for a servant aware of those eminent poets, this fellow would have copied countless verses at the Wanhu. Had those poems not been discovered by old Jiang, the entire sect would have faced humiliation. Elder Qingyue, having witnessed this intimidation, saw that all the cultivators ceased their discussions on the matter. Lin Yu, recognizing this, rushed to comfort Ruo Siwei, taking her hand. The weather outside is frigid. Let us retreat indoors to rest. Brother Jiang surely did not intend to frighten you. He understood that Ruo Siwei was particularly sensitive about her reputation, and Wu Chen's scolding would undoubtedly make her reluctant to linger. Elder Qingyue was already aware of the circumstances and turned to request, "Please arrange a bedroom for my disciple to rest." She harbored doubts about her own perceptions. Although Xiao Che had seemingly departed entirely, why was he now in Bay City, accompanied by a lady-in-waiting? After giving her instructions, she departed. Chun Yinji too wished to leave promptly, hastily standing to guide Ruo Sui and the others away. He had no desire to become entangled in the affairs of the immortal sect, lest he attract misfortune. With Elder Qingyue's exit, the once quiet courtyard buzzed with activity again. Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, even among cultivators. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having left the reception hall, hurried back inside. "Senior, should we not make our escape? I seem to have stirred up trouble." Nan Qingqing, curious, inquired, "Isn't it merely a matter of inviting someone? What trouble could arise from that?" Lin Yu promptly recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing the tale, Nan Qingqing's expression grew increasingly strange. Isn't Ruo Siwei's reach a bit too long? Does she really need to meddle in whom her senior brother meets? One might mistakenly think she shares a special bond with Jiang Che. Lin Yu felt a flush of embarrassment and implored, "Could we refrain from such unfounded speculation?" Mei Xianyan did not mind that you mentioned Jiang Che leaving the city lord's mansion. Lin Yu nodded, affirming that with Ruo Siwei's meddling, he had lost all interest in seeing you and had waved goodbye to me before heading off to stroll through the streets. Upon hearing this, Mei Xianyan glanced at the yellowed ancient book in her hand and thought, well, if he has left, then so be it. The desire to see Jiang Che was merely a casual whim. Since he had departed, there was no reason for her to linger here. Lin Yu's heart leapt with joy upon realizing that Mei Xianyan was about to leave. Finally, the time to depart had come. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a figure clad in white, Qingyue, stood at the door. Nan Qingqing, unaware of who this person was, inquired with curiosity, "Who are you?" Qingyue pressed her lips together, observing the two women within the room. Nan Qingqing bore a hint of coldness on her face, adorned in splendid attire that did not diminish her beauty, while Mei Xianyan exuded an air of casual elegance, her long legs subtly visible beneath her red skirt, captivating all with her enchanting demeanor. Both women could be hailed as breathtakingly beautiful, possessing extraordinary strength as well. It was no wonder that Xiao Che chose to remain in their company. Lin Yu turned, fixing a hostile gaze upon Qingyue. "Hey, Qingqing asked you a question. Do you not have a mouth?" Nan Qingqing was taken aback by the fact that this scoundrel dared to address her as sister in front of a stranger. Although her expression remained impassive, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. In contrast, both Mei Xianyan and Qingyue appeared rather perplexed. This lad certainly had audacity. How could Xiao Che speak to her in such a manner? As Lin Yu's words resonated, the atmosphere in the room fell into silence. With both women's gazes fixated on Lin Yu seemed to sense the unusual tension and took a small step back, leaning closer to Mei Xianyan with a nervous inquiry. "Senior, you should be able to defeat her, right?" Chapter 44. Why? The corner of Mei Xianyan's mouth curled slightly, her eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. "Can you guess?" Lin Yu's smile transformed into one of flattery as he turned to the celestial Qingyue. "Allow me to pour you some tea." Qingyue had never before witnessed such obsequiousness from Xiao Che, had she not seen him transform into this visage. She would never have believed that the young man before her was her disciple. The pretense of feigned ignorance struck her with a mix of emotions. At this moment, Nan Qingqing also discerned that the visitors were not benign and that they were far from the mere mortals she had initially perceived. The reason for her inability to see through their cultivation was that their prowess far exceeded her comprehension. She rose slowly, positioning herself behind the master. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit?" Mei Xianyan asked with curiosity, taking a sip of tea. Qingyue lifted her gaze to the anxious Xiao Che. "Your servant possesses commendable talent, though he has not received proper guidance. Since you do not mind, would you consider bestowing him upon me?" Upon hearing this, Nan Qingqing stared in astonishment at Lin Yu. The master's favor was one thing, but now even the esteemed Qingyue wished to take him as a disciple. Was this young man truly so gifted? Lin Yu lowered his head, skepticism brewing within him. His master had never judged disciples based on talent. Even Lin Yu had only been accepted after much pleading from Ruo Siwei. Why would Qinghua wish to take him as a disciple? Especially when he was currently acting so subserviently? Had he inadvertently revealed some flaw? Mei Xianyan met Qinghua's gaze, noting that the latter already had 4 disciples and likely lacked the time to mentor this young man. Moreover, Lin Yu showed promise and excelled in culinary skills. Although she had not yet taken him as a disciple, she had been contemplating it. A gentleman does not usurp another's favor, especially when it concerns such a promising talent. Qinghua, you might be overstepping your bounds. Mei Xianyan's eyes sharpened, her gaze fixed firmly on Qinghua. She was unafraid of revealing her true identity, should a confrontation arise. Escaping the clutches of humanity would be effortless unless an elder demon emerged. Qinghua paused in her tea serving, stating, "It may be premature to discuss taking on disciples." Are you certain he would agree? While she had indeed misjudged Xiao Che, she was well aware of his character. Such an act would be tantamount to betrayal. And if his true identity were ever uncovered, Qinghua would undoubtedly sever ties. She would not place this acquaintance in a precarious position. Little Leaf, do you wish to become my disciple? Mei Xianyan inquired of Lin Yi with a smile. After a month of interaction, although Lin Yi had initially feared her, they had come to a comfortable understanding. Compared to the unrelated Qinghua, his decision should be straightforward. He had known that staying at the city lord's residence would lead to unforeseen circumstances. Under the scrutiny of both women, Jiang Che silently lamented. He had no desire to take on any master. Mei Xianyan was the demon lord, and serving her would mean enduring the harsh environment of the demon realm, while becoming Qinghua's disciple would render his escape meaningless. Furthermore, regardless of whom he chose, he would inevitably tread the same arduous path, fraught with toil and peril, potentially leading to his demise. Heaven above, what sins had he committed to deserve this fate? Host, I am still here, the system timely interjected. During this period, no matter how it called out, Jiang Che was unwilling to respond. Were it not for the knowledge that Jiang Che's power had not yet been restored, it would have doubted whether it had been muted. In this predicament, it seemed that only one option could be chosen, and once a choice was made, it would signify a return to the old path. Its opportunity had arrived. Be quiet and get lost. Already vexed, the system's annoying presence only exacerbated his irritation, especially considering that this entity could indeed be deemed a creation of fate. Jiang Che's silence caused Mei Xianyan's smile to stiffen. Do you refuse to take me as your master? A faint aura of murderous intent suddenly filled the air, snapping Jiang Che back to reality. With a flattering gaze directed at Mei Xianyan, he remarked, although I am unaware of your strength, esteemed senior, I perceive you to be immensely powerful. To have the fortune of becoming your disciple is a blessing I could only aspire to after years of cultivation. Hearing this response, Mei Xianyan displayed a satisfied smile, casting a taunting glance towards Qingyu. Qingyu Xianzun, it appears this little one has found his answer. Qingyu's expression darkened visibly. Little one, you had better be certain of what you are saying. Currently, I am not in disguise. Xiao Che could not possibly fail to recognize me. To acknowledge another as your master before me not only disregards our long-standing master-disciple bond, but also turns me into the subject of your jest. Lin Yu maintained his composure and addressed Qingyu. Qingyu Xianzun's name resonates throughout the continent. She stands as humanity's most vital bastion, a figure worthy of admiration. It is my honor that you would condescend to recruit someone of my humble stature. However, I am but a fragile soul, unworthy of your grace. With a resounding bang, Qingyu slammed her palm onto the table, her furious gaze fixed on Jiang Che. What audacity! You truly intend to take her as your master? For centuries, she had never been so enraged. The sudden surge of anger left Jiang Che momentarily stunned, particularly when he noticed the look in his master's eyes, as if she had seen right through him. In a moment of urgency, he interjected before Mei Xianyan could rise. Perhaps my earlier words have led the esteemed seniors to misunderstand. Indeed, compared to Qingyu Xianzun, I would prefer to take you as my master. But that is under the condition that I have no sect. Although I have left my sect, I have not severed my ties with my master and have no intention of seeking another master. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's fury intensified. You intend to sever our master-disciple relationship? The oppressive aura of the life and death realm enveloped them, its overwhelming presence causing Jiangche to feel his blood surge, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, despite this, he remained steadfast, meeting his master's complex and pained gaze with determination. Yes, in that moment, even the dullest of minds would comprehend that his master had discerned his true identity. He did not know how she had perceived it, but the vivid memories of his past life reminded him that being her disciple was no simple task. This singular word struck Lin Yu like a heavy hammer to her chest, and the sight of Xiao Che's indifferent and justifiable gaze made her feel as if everything atop Baiyun Peak had become a farce, an elaborate deception. She longed to utter the word good, thereby dissolving her master-disciple relationship with Xiao Che. Such an ungrateful apprentice was hardly worth keeping. Yet, the thought of that pitiful little figure with a bun atop the Baiyun Peak, yearning to learn magic behind her, and the steadfast child declaring, "I will protect my master beneath the peach tree," rendered the words stuck in her throat. This was a child she had watched grow from a mere toddler. Due to the peculiar nature of Xiaochan's cultivation methods, she had to return to her family periodically, and it was only when Wei was 12 or 13 that she became her apprentice. Throughout Baiyun Peak, it was Xiao Che who had always remained steadfastly by her side. What? A myriad of sentiments surged within her, yet at this moment, she could only voice 3 words. She yearned to understand why Xiao Che wished to depart from the sect, to leave Baiyun Peak, and even more so, to utter the words that would sever their master-disciple bond. Gazing at her anguished master, Jiang Che pressed his lips together, unsure of where to begin. Was it due to the scornful glares he received when falsely accused, the selflessness she showed, or the pain of facing a blade drawn against him, leading a host against his own? Time and again, disappointment had washed over him, followed by fleeting hope until apathy and despair enveloped him before death. There was so much to articulate, yet he found himself at a loss. But all of this had yet to transpire. Even if he were to express it, would she believe him? And even if she did, could the agony he had endured in a past life truly be erased? Chapter 45. Seeking no path. Entering the mundane world, Jiang Che, resolute in his demeanor, did not wish to elaborate further, his unwavering gaze fixed upon his master. Despite Qingwei having committed no offense against him, the intensity of his stare, sharp as a sword, inexplicably caused her to feel a sense of discomfort, rendering her hesitant to inquire further. It seemed that such a question could irrevocably sever the bond between master and disciple. Since Jiang Che commenced speaking, Mei Xianyan had remained silent, observing the two until Qingwei departed, at which point she turned her inquisitive gaze towards Jiang Che, seated nearby. "Might you reveal your identity?" Initially, she believed she comprehended everything about him, yet it appeared this young man harbored numerous secrets. Although their earlier exchange had been somewhat perplexing, she was certain they were acquainted. Once seated, Jiang Che took a moment to regulate his breathing before offering a wry smile and shaking his head. "What identity do I possess? If I must define it, I am merely a failed individual who devoted everything and ultimately reaped nothing. Senior, I shall return to the inn to rest," he declared, rising to leave. As she observed Jiang Che's solitary figure retreating, Mei Xianyan's curiosity intensified. "Nong Qingqing, do you comprehend what is unfolding?" He not only refused you, but also confronted Qingyue Xianzuan directly. Mei Xianyan chuckled softly. Who can truly fathom his intentions? At that moment, her resolve to bring back the demon clan grew stronger. Given their recent dialogue, even if he were to agree, Qingyue would certainly not acquiesce. Yet, it was precisely this dynamic that rendered the situation all the more intriguing. "Let us depart. Tomorrow we shall visit an old friend of mine." Nan Ging So Mewat Bui nonetheless followed her master as they exited. The disappearance of Qingyue Xianzuan did not surprise Nangong Ziyun. After all, beings of such stature seldom engaged in idle chatter with their lesser kin. After spending some time at the city lord's mansion, the disciples convened and agreed to explore Bay City, and with a unanimous decision reached, they made their way to the bustling streets. The night in Bay City remained vibrant, and considering their extensive hours spent in cultivation, they relished the opportunity to both train and revel in leisure. The streets thrummed with life. The night market awash in the glow of red lanterns. Though lacking the picturesque beauty of the mountainous landscapes, it possessed a unique charm in their eyes. Nangong Ziyun did not accompany his fellow disciples, but instead followed Wu Chun to a tavern. Wu Chun, unperturbed, procured 2 jars of fine wine and leapt onto the rooftop. The debris beneath his light steps emitted a crisp sound, and from the highest point of the tavern, he gazed down upon the opulence and desires of the world below. On the opposite side of the rooftop, a young man lounged languidly, the gentle breeze caressing his face as he poured the exquisite wine. Seemingly sensing their presence, he smiled and remarked, "What brings you here?" Indeed, Wu Chan possessed a keen understanding of his current state. He settled beside the young man, grinning. "If I had not come, you might well have decided never to return." Wu Chun had a fair grasp of Jiang Che. During moments of discontent, he would seek a vantage point to indulge in solitary drinking. And this tavern, with its view of both the bustling city and the natural scenery, was a probable refuge. After a brief silence, Wu Chun finally voiced his lingering concern. Why speak those words before the crowd today? Even if Ruasawai has wronged you. With your magnanimity and intellect, such foolishness is inconceivable. The last time, inebriation may have been a factor. This time, however, he is truly perplexed. Yet he understands that whether it is intentional or unintentional, it no longer holds significance. No one welcomes a disciple who spouts nonsensical utterances. Moreover, Jiang Che's recent demeanor clearly indicates his desire to sever ties with Bai Yunfeng and the esteemed Qingyue Xinzuan. Jiang Che chuckled softly, rising to his feet, his gaze peering through the gaps of his fingers into the starry sky, seeking the immortals and pondering the cosmos. To pluck stars and stir the moon is not my wish. Wu Chun, once you behold the pinnacle of existence, you shall understand that those who are deemed immortal are, in essence, no different. Immortals possess unclouded thoughts, neither seeking nor pursuing, sitting in solitude as time unfolds, idly observing the intertwining of life and the evolution of all things, devoid of desires and emotions. As a climber, you must comprehend that mountains have no summit, and the path is boundless. This intricate and obscure discourse left Wu Chun momentarily dazed, feeling as though Jiang Che, so close yet infinitely distant, was beyond his reach. "Are you departing?" he questioned, uncertain of the reason behind his inquiry, yet sensing that Jiang Che seemed on the verge of vanishing from his sight, from their presence entirely. Jiang Che smiled, gazing towards the bustling city, indulging in fine wine, and moving towards the life he yearned for. The splendor of the mortal realm is fleeting, and the vast immortal path offers no visible pinnacle. Not seeking the Tao, but entering the human realm, how delightful the mundane world surpasses the ethereal. In the hope of reunion, the desires have been fulfilled and wishes attained. The ceaseless flow of the crowd, the vibrant streets, obscured Jiang Che's figure, leaving only a vague silhouette of a youth reveling in song gradually fading away. At the moment, he was recognized at the city lord's residence. Jiang Che had already resolved to bid farewell. Though there was much joy in the company of Mei Xianyan and others, departure was his optimal choice. Casting aside the wine jar, he stood at the city gate. Glancing back towards Bei, Jiang Che chuckled lightly. Mei Xianyan, Iam Weari. I wish not to interfere with this so-called calamity of heaven and earth. However, should you desire, it may be worth a try. At this moment, he had once again changed his appearance. In the inn, Nan Qingqing, intrigued by the ambiguous conversation at the city lord's residence, pondered deeply before stealthily approaching Jiang Che's room. Yet upon opening the door, she found it empty. The bedding was neatly arranged. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, and upon witnessing this scene, Nan Qingqing seemed to grasp the truth. He has fled. But why would he choose to leave? Entering the room, she discovered 2 letters pressed beneath a teacup. Observing their contents, she hastily seized the letters and rapped on the master's door. Meanwhile, just as Jiang Che had not yet covered significant distance, a blind beggar obstructed his path. Though disheveled and filthy, Jiang Che recognized him. "Old sir, have you been waiting for me here?" Upon hearing this, the beggar plopped onto the ground, rummaging through his clothes to produce 2 copper coins, displaying a grin that revealed his two large yellow teeth. "Would you mind if I read your fortune?" "I would mind," Jiang Che replied sternly. The old man's every utterance is sufficient to sway the tides of the world. As for me, a mere youth, it is perhaps best to remain ignorant of certain matters. The old beggar laughed heartily, for these 2 coins, which I had arduously begged for, were meant to purchase a steaming bun. Since you have expressed your thoughts, I shall not squander them. However, I must offer you this counsel. The heavens are in disarray, the grand currents are shifting, and in the realm of mortals, entanglements of gratitude and resentment, right and wrong, cannot be evaded. You have returned, yet others may not be so fortunate. Jiang Che paused for a moment and, cupping his fists in respect, acknowledged the wisdom of the reputed old man. I have cast aside all, for what does it matter if they return? The past cause and effect will find resolution through others. With that, he turned and departed. The old beggar's hollow gaze followed Jiang Che's retreating figure, and he spoke calmly. What you cannot relinquish, they too will not allow you to abandon. The cycle of cause and effect endures. Jiang Che appeared not to hear, continuing deeper into the shadows until he vanished entirely beneath the vast moonlight. Then he furrowed his brow and inquired, "System, did you hear the words of the old man? Even he could not reverse time. My return is solely due to your assistance. Is it possible that others besides him can return?" The system responded, somewhat hesitantly. "I am merely a manifestation of the celestial order, tasked with bringing you back to this temporal juncture and assisting you in averting the great calamity. If they too have returned, it may be due to unforeseen circumstances that stirred the souls of other beings upon your arrival. It could not, under any circumstances, reveal that it intended to awaken their memories by stealthily borrowing the stolen fate value. Those individuals were crucial bridges in Lin Yu's growth. Evading the awakening of their memories would require an immense amount of fate value. If Jiang Che were to discover that not only had it pilfered fate value, but had also awakened memories of individuals he wished to avoid, it would likely lead to his ruin. Such a revelation was utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che harbored no suspicions. Instead, he found this possibility quite plausible. The very act of reversing time is fraught with uncertainty. The celestial order of this realm still relies on immortal cultivators for reinforcement, highlighting its fragility and increasing the likelihood of unforeseen events. What does it matter? I am no longer the Jiang Che they once knew, nor am I the devious ancestor of my past life. Even if they return, they should be blissfully together with Lin Yu, having no inclination to seek me out. Since the system claims to have returned with him, it implies they are at the same temporal point. This also indicates that they remain blissfully unaware of the events that transpired a century after his demise. Were it not for the system, he would remain oblivious to how ruthless Lin Yu could be in her quest for immortality. The system, feeling somewhat guilty, concurred. Chapter 46. This clearly indicates departure the following day. As the slumbering Lin Yu was roused by the clamor outside, he stepped out of his chamber in displeasure. Upon learning that Jiang Che had not returned throughout the night, and that his whereabouts were elusive, he turned to the disciple beside him and inquired, "What is happening?" "My senior brother is a practitioner of the Dao Palace realm, being in Beiyi City. It is rather unusual for such a commotion to arise over his absence for a single night." The disciple, possessing limited knowledge, could only relay that Wu Chun had stood vigil at the city lord's mansion all night. Early in the morning, he had dispatched guards under Chun Yan's orders to search for Jiang Che's whereabouts. Many soldiers had since returned, yet Jiang, the elder brother, remained unaccounted for. "Wu Chun, what has prompted your sudden concern for Xiao Che?" At that moment, Qing Yu also arrived in the courtyard. Seeing the anxious Wu Chun, she urged him to clarify the situation. "Last night, old Jiang accompanied me for drinks, not seeking the Tao, but immersing in the mortal realm. How delightful it is to revel in the mundane over immortality." The disciples were taken aback. They had not anticipated that their typically diligent senior brother would utter such carefree sentiments. However, they quickly grasped the reason for Wu Chen's urgency. This clearly signified a desire to depart. Qing Yu, evidently sharing this realization, recalled a conversation from months prior in the law enforcement hall regarding the exhaustion of cultivation, where he expressed a desire to live as a mortal. With the passage of time, compounded by the presence of two female cultivators beside Xiaoqie yesterday, she had nearly forgotten this matter. Yet now, Xiaoqie was merely a puppet, and a puppet that departs. I have found it. I have discovered young Master Zhang's whereabouts. Chunyin rushed into the courtyard, breathless. Where? Wu Chun queried urgently. Chunyin gasped for air and replied. According to the guards at the north gate, last night during the midnight hour, a young man clad in white departed. The description matches young Master Jiang. Upon receiving this news, Wu Chun glanced at Lin Yu, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to set off immediately, with the other disciples closely following suit. After all the disciples had departed, Lin Yu inquired about the residence of Mei Xianyan from Chunyin before leaving the city lord's mansion. Lin Yu observed these unfolding scenes without taking any action. To him, Jiang Che's recent rebellion was sufficient to jeopardize his standing within the sect. He merely awaited the opportune moment to bring him down from his lofty pedestal. His current focus was to remain still, devote himself to cultivation, and strive to showcase his prowess in the sect's grand competition in 2 months, aiming to leave a lasting impression. Young Master Lin, are you not following them? Prince Yin leaned against the door and asked. Your Highness, you yist. I am, but at the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea. How could I possibly keep pace with my senior brother? I shall remain here and await their return, Lin Yu replied with a smile before retreating to his room. Prince Yin chuckled lightly and approached Chun Yin, gazing at the closed door. What is your impression of him? Chun Yin spoke candidly. He does not seek to integrate with his peers and appears indifferent to others' opinions, yet he shows great respect for Lin Yu. Moreover, he often prefers to ponder in unseen corners. I cannot ascertain his character, best to avoid offending him. The disciples of the Immortal Gate can be described as a group of naive fools, possessing great strength yet harboring pure hearts. This is particularly true for those from powerful sects, whose emotions are as transparent as fresh parchment. However, Lin Yu stands apart. His years of managing Bay City have imbued him with a sense of unease. Yet, he is indeed a disciple of the esteemed Qingyue Xinzuan, and perhaps he is overthinking matters. King Yin smiled, clearly pleased, remarking that his time in Bay City has tempered the reckless nature of his companion. Come, let's share a drink. Yesterday, I was too preoccupied with attending to these immortal disciples. We Haven Tea had the chance to catch up properly. With that, the two friends left, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. In the inn, Mei Xianyan and Nan Qingqing had spent the night awake, particularly Nan Qingqing, whose eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Who exactly is Lin Yi to possess such formidable formations? It is as if he has harnessed the very essence of creation. Should this formation be activated within the territory of the demon clan, within a century, the dire environment will vanish entirely. While it may not rival the sanctuaries of the human race, it would certainly surpass the current conditions of the demon realm. Over time, not only would the environment improve, but the spiritual energy would also flourish. Mei Xianyan nodded slightly, acknowledging the harsh conditions of the demon realm, where miasma runs rampant, and 6/10 of the land is inhospitable to life. If the contents of the letter are to be believed, the elders would not be contemplating the invasion of the human realm. Her purpose for venturing out was not only to meet the Elder of Destiny, but also to evade the warmongers and explore ways to ameliorate the demon realm-s environment. She had not anticipated that Lin Yi would bestow upon her such a magnificent gift. Once the initial excitement subsided, Nan Qingqing inquired softly, Master, shall we still seek out Lin Yi? After stowing the letter in her spatial ring, Mei Xianyan gently shook her head. He likely knows our identities. By entrusting me with this formation, he is indicating that I should not pursue him. Nan Qingqing was taken aback. Could he truly have discerned our identities with his limited skills? Although this formation is indeed awe-inspiring, I doubt he could uncover our identities, especially since Qingwei did not recognize us yesterday. Mei Xianyan refrained from contesting this point. She was indifferent to whether their identities had been uncovered. The discovery or lack thereof was merely a subjective assumption. The existence of such a formation suggested that he was far more complex than he appeared. Very well. Come with me to meet someone before we return. Upon hearing this, Nan Qingqing rose and followed her master, with the book from Jiangche in hand. Mei Xianyan could now distinctly sense the location of the Elder of Destiny, unlike the random wanderings of previous days. However, they had not ventured far before Qin Yue's figure appeared before them, blocking their path. The three of them were all exquisite beauties, creating a stunning tableau as they stood together, causing many passers-by to pause in admiration, though they quickly moved along. Qin Yue surveyed her surroundings, and upon noticing the absence of Xiao Che, her expression grew colder. "Where's Lin Yu?" Mei Xianyan was taken aback by the apparent interest Qin Yue held for the young man. Having already lost composure the previous day, she was now seeking Lin Yu early in the morning. Although she was tempted to tease her with the formation in hand, she had no desire to continue conversing with the immortal disciples. She had left 2 letters the night before, but their whereabouts remained a mystery. Having spoken, she intended to circumvent and proceed. Yet Qin Yue once more obstructed their path, extending her hand and inquiring, "The letter?" Mei Xianyan paused, seemingly amused by an inconceivable jest, her gaze laced with scrutiny. "Why should I share with you a letter that the little one entrusted to me?" She was uncertain whether Qin Yue was privy to the letter's contents or had other motives for demanding the 2 letters, but she was resolute in her refusal to part with them. Qin Yue fixed her gaze intently on the 2, observing Nanqing's lowered head, her grip tightening around the whip at her waist, poised for action, while noticing Mei Xianyan's displeasure, which seemed to illuminate her understanding. "I am indifferent to the contents of the letters he sent you. I merely wish to ascertain why he departed." The demeanor of the 2 indicated that Xiao Che had not left her a letter at all. Thus, she would not subject herself to further humiliation. However, the reason for his departure still piqued her curiosity. Was it due to his identity being revealed, or was there another cause? Chapter 47. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets. Numerous rumors surrounded Qin Yue. Although the enchanting Xianyan had only succeeded the title of Demon Lord for 3 centuries, she understood the prowess of the human race thoroughly. Besides gathering information from the ancient beings of the demon clan, she had employed various other means to accumulate considerable knowledge. However, during their recent encounters, she discerned that Qin Yue was far from the legendary figure depicted. She was unexpectedly invested in a mere child. "Perhaps you might enlighten me as to why you are so concerned about a youngling in the Spirit Sea realm?" "To my knowledge, Lin Yu is a solitary cultivator. His techniques unrelated to your esteemed Zixiao sword sect. If your reasoning is substantial, I would not mind divulging why he departed. He is a junior of mine. As for the specifics of our relationship, that is not a matter for you to ponder." It was not prudent for Qin Yue to reveal that Lin Yu was, in fact, Zhang Ke. Upon hearing this, Xianyan gently stroked her fingertips. "I am afraid I am unaware of that. Upon our return to the inn, we found merely 2 letters. As for his reasons for leaving or his whereabouts, I suggest you investigate personally. Analyzing the circumstances of a Spirit Sea realm individual should not pose a challenge for you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall refrain from further idle chatter." With that, Xianyan led Nanqing away. Qin Yue stood still, contemplating for a moment, before following in their footsteps. During this period of Xiao Che's disappearance, she had attempted to deduce his location, but all results pointed to that so-called puppet, suggesting that all of Xiao Che's fate and destiny had been transferred to it. Though the cause remained elusive, employing deduction to locate Xiao Che seemed nearly impossible. Xinyan's previous statement clearly indicated she was aware of Xiao Che's reasons for leaving, yet chose not to share them. Perhaps by following her, Qin Yue might uncover the truth. Qin Yue did not conceal her presence, boldly trailing the 2, which caused Nanqing some anxiety. "Miss, should we allow her to follow us?" The individual the Lord wished to meet was an old friend. Given this designation, it was certain they were not a human cultivator, but likely a demon cultivator. Moreover, with the possession of powerful formation blueprints capable of amplifying the demon clan's strength several-fold, should any hint be discovered, Qin Yue would likely not permit them to depart the human realm easily. It matters not. If she wishes to follow, let her be. The one she sought was the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, a venerable figure renowned for their unfathomable deductive abilities, respected in any realm. Even if noticed, it would not draw her attention. Seeing that the Lord was unperturbed, Nanqing silently trailed behind. Thus, they proceeded, 2 in front, 1 behind, heading southward for a time. then turning into a narrow alley. After a series of twists and turns, the trio ultimately arrived at a secluded corner. Uncertain of their location, they found themselves amidst disarray, with numerous ragged beggars congregating, hinting at the area being a den of destitution. The beggars, having never encountered a beauty like Xianyan, were instantly filled with avarice upon seeing her. Nan Qingqing let out a cold snort, and the beggar nearest to her, imbued with a sinister aura, instantly perished. Upon witnessing this scene, Qingyue remained silent. The beggars were but mere mortals, imbued with a malevolent aura, suggesting they bore blood on their hands. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, a life taken demands a life in return. Even without the involvement of Nan Qingqing, those beggars could hardly escape their fate. Yet, why would a distinguished practitioner of the life and death realm come to this place? The ground was strewn with dismembered corpses, causing all the beggars to flee in terror. Moments later, only Nan Qingqing, along with two others, remained, along with an old beggar sleeping beneath a ramshackle hut made of straw. Nan Qingqing eliminated the noxious odors surrounding them and cleaned the bloodstains before turning her attention to the old beggar. Curling her fingers, she summoned her spiritual energy to cleanse him as well, when suddenly the enchanting Xianyan spoke. Qingqing, present the items you have brought to this venerable elder. Startled, Nan Qingqing gazed at the beggar, who possessed no trace of cultivation. Could this truly be an old friend of the esteemed master? She pondered various possibilities. A crafty old man who dabbled in petty thievery, a fortune teller with a stall, or perhaps a solitary beggar on the street, each more unique than the last. This was the most unfavorable outcome she could envisage based on the master's description. Never did she anticipate that the individual would be a filthy, foul-smelling old beggar huddled amongst a group of other beggars. His hair matted and his presence repulsive enough to induce nausea. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, even casting doubt on whether he was indeed the person the master sought. Nevertheless, she placed the chicken, duck, fish, and fine wine she had brought from the inn before the straw pile, then stood behind the master. Old man of heavenly secrets, I have now reached the pinnacle of the life and death realm. Might you reveal the mysteries of the past? Xianyan inquired respectfully, bowing slightly. As her voice faded, Qingyue felt her consciousness blur amidst the deafening thunder. The old man of heavenly secrets had vanished without a trace 500 years prior. And yet here stood this foul-smelling beggar, whom no mortal would spare a glance. Could it truly be him? How could this be possible? The old beggar seemed to catch a whiff of the wine, propping himself up and shambling towards the food, devouring it voraciously. The fine wine and delicacies dripped down his filthy beard, his hands smeared with grease. Once satiated, he opened his eyes to regard Xianyan. Yet, the sight of his empty eye sockets sent Nan Qingqing recoiling in horror. They were devoid of eyeballs. Since aligning herself with the master, she had slain countless demons and monsters, thousands, if not tens of thousands, but this lack of eyes was a sight she had grown accustomed to. However, the old man before her bore eye sockets that seemed to hold an abyss, as if containing countless stars within. Though Xianyan maintained her composure better than Nan Qingqing, she too was momentarily taken aback. As one who had reached the pinnacle of the life and death realm, she understood the immense power that once resided in those now empty sockets. What has happened to your eyes? Regaining her composure, Xianyan expressed her confusion, recalling that the old man of heavenly secrets had seemed perfectly fine in years past. With a knowing smile, the old man responded, "To glimpse the future and seek the secrets of heaven is an affront to the Tao itself. The heavenly secrets gate ought not to exist in this world. Yet I have glimpsed what should remain hidden, and thus this fate is only fitting." Seeing the elder unwilling to elaborate further, Xianyan set aside her doubts and inquired, "Elder, I have come to discern the true meaning behind your words from years past. 500 years ago, during her cultivation in the sacred land of the demon clan, the elder of destiny suddenly appeared before her, forcefully casting her fortune. After completing the divination, he uttered words that were difficult to comprehend. As her cultivation advanced, she gradually began to grasp a portion of their meaning. It foretold her demise, proclaiming her fate as one destined never to attain immortality. Yet, There remained an aspect that still eluded her understanding, as she had come seeking answers. The Elder of Destiny took a sip of wine, his hollow eye sockets scanning the three individuals. The threads of fate were in disarray, and the future once again shrouded in chaos. The words of old, once taken lightly, now seemed but a jest. What he had presumed to be a mere casual divination unexpectedly entangled the lives of countless beings and the great calamities of the world. The incomplete prophecy of that time had led to his current predicament. However, it appeared that a turning point was now at hand. Chapter 48. Who is he? Initially, he had no intention of meeting the enchanting Xianyan. Since that fateful oracle years ago, his cultivation had dissipated significantly. Continuing to divine would surely hasten his demise. This final reading was meant for the enigmatic youth within the prophecy. Countless beings were tethered to his fate, and only upon encountering him could one glimpse the ultimate conclusion. However, several months prior, he sensed a disturbance in the cosmos, a disarray of celestial mechanics, rendering everything obscured. Thus, he lingered in Bay City, merely as a jest. Who among the wise did not know that the old man of heavenly secrets had never faltered nor erred in his divinations? Naturally, Xianyan could not acquiesce to such frivolity, for she had been haunted by his words for centuries. Could a mere jest suffice to dismiss her torment? Old sir, I implore you for an answer. Otherwise, I may have to insist you accompany me for a while, she stated, her tone frosty and tinged with menace. She discerned the old man's diminished strength and the harsh environment of the demonic realm, even without resorting to extraordinary measures. His current constitution would scarcely survive in a place rife with miasma. Yet, Xianyan was unperturbed. She yearned solely to comprehend the significance of the prophecy from years past. Through the passage of time, amidst the vast return of gods and demons, she had toiled for years to grasp the meaning of the phrase. The realm of return was the final resting place of all beings, and it was inevitable that many formidable warriors would perish in the future. The old man was unafraid, continuing to sip his wine with an air of detachment. I have little time left, dear Xian. It would be wise not to squander your breath. Having already devoted half a divination to the little one from the previous night, he wished only to witness the unfolding of the future. As for his current circumstances and environment, what did it matter to a wretched beggar like him? Xianyan clenched her teeth. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiries, save for one. You once foretold that I would follow a man into battle. Pray tell me, who is he? Surely, that is not too much to ask. 500 years prior, she had been the saintess of the demon clan, her cultivation reaching the ethereal realm, having never regarded any cultivator with respect. In such a state, the infallible old man of heavenly secrets suddenly intruded upon her sanctuary, proclaiming that she would follow another. Had it not been for the man in the prophecy, how could she have been troubled for centuries? She simply wished to know who possessed the power to compel her submission. Her allegiance would signify the subjugation of the entire demon clan. Upon hearing Xianyan's words, both Nanqingqing and Qingwei were taken aback. Who was the lord she would follow? He was celebrated as the most gifted prodigy of the demon clan in millennia, having triumphed over the former lord 3 centuries ago to ascend to the position of demon sovereign. She, in the future, would follow another? Qingwei, equally perplexed, pondered the implications. At the pinnacle of the life and death realm, she was among the strongest on the continent. Moreover, from her observations, Xianyan was not particularly aged. Ascending to higher realms was merely a matter of time for her, and even the most reclusive ancient beings would struggle to command her respect. She was curious as to why the old man would utter such words. The old man reclined, softly remarking, "The fleeting past is but a dream. When the dream shatters, one shall naturally discover who he is." The enchanting visage of Xianyan was tinged with irritation. This old fellow, being addressed as Sir, felt superfluous. Aware of his reluctance to engage in conversation, she waved her sleeve and departed. Upon witnessing this, Nanqingqing hastily followed in her footsteps. Qingwei, however, remained, bowing respectfully to the Elder of Destiny, expressing, "I apologize for intruding upon your presence today, esteemed Elder. Yet, there lingers a doubt in my heart. Might you be willing to provide some clarity? I am weary, young friend. If your curiosity is genuine, I suggest you return to your sect, replied the elder. Qin Yue was taken aback. How could he discern her thoughts before she even voiced them? Nevertheless, the elder's words reminded her of the destiny mirror within her sect. After bowing once more to the elder of destiny, she turned and departed. After a day's efforts, Wu Chun and the others had failed to catch up with Jiang Che, nor had they even caught a glimpse of him. Dejected, they returned to the city lord's mansion, where they found Qin Yue awaiting them at the entrance. I shall return to the sect tomorrow. Make your preparations promptly. And what about Jiang Che? Wu Chun inquired. Jiang Che's intentions were unmistakable. He would not be returning. And if they could not locate him, a reunion seemed unlikely. Moreover, was not Qin Yue the master of the old Jiang? Why did she appear so unperturbed? With a calm demeanor, Qin Yue reassured, do not fret. I will bring him back during the sect's grand competition. She was able to ascertain the position of the substitute, heading towards the northern wilderness. Yet her objective was not to retrieve this mere puppet, but the true Xiao Che. Indeed, while they could not locate him, a formidable figure like Qin Yue could effortlessly deduce Jiang Che's whereabouts. Contemplating this, the disciples exchanged glances and retreated to their respective chambers. With merely 2 months remaining until the grand competition, their focus needed to be on diligent training and preparation for the trials ahead. The grand competition was not merely a test of strength. It served as a trial for the allocation of resources for the coming year. The higher one ranked, the more abundant the resources obtained. Resources were of utmost importance to them. Siwei, holding her breath in anticipation, reluctantly returned to her room to rest upon realizing her senior brother had not returned. Qin Yue observed this with a sense of relief. Indeed, the bond of siblinghood had endured through the years, and Siwei still cared deeply for Xiao Che. However, recalling the predictions she had seen, she found herself at a loss for words and quietly retreated to her chamber. The following morning, the group gathered at the southern city gate. Qin Yue retrieved a cloud boat from her storage ring and tossed it into the air, whereupon a vessel several dozen meters long appeared before their eyes. As the disciples of the celestial sect departed, Chun Yinji felt a wave of relief wash over him as he finally bid them farewell. Heaven knew what he had endured these past days. You are still burdened? You seem rather at ease to me, remarked Wang Yan with a light chuckle. Not only did he have a profound understanding of each sect disciple's tastes, but he also grasped the preferences of those prodigies well. The memory of Nangong Ziyun's bright eyes upon seeing Yin Shiyue and the voracious consumption at the Zixiao sword sect led him to wonder if Chun Yinji was indeed a member of the celestial sect. I had the assistance of a master. Without him, I would have been at a loss for how to entertain these guests. Chun Yinji replied with a mysterious smile, as if recalling something, and then inquired, next, you surely do not intend to return, do you? The Prince of Yin, feeling helpless, turned to gaze upon the formidable army of 150,000 in the northern wilderness. In confronting the Ghost Crane sect, they had only sustained losses exceeding 20,000. Regardless of provisions or other necessities, what we have brought is sufficient to sustain us for a decade. Do they truly believe our support for the Jin Kingdom is merely a fade? What lies ahead is ripe for conquest. My father has recovered. With his mastery as a Grand Master and his identity as the Emperor, even without these 15,000 troops, the feudal lords would not dare to provoke us. At most, there would be minor skirmishes. Beyond exterminating the Ghost Crane sect, he has another task, to train the army, forging the valiant soldiers of the Great Zhou through the trials posed by the monsters of the northern frontier. Might I? The eyes of Chun Yin gleamed with excitement as he looked earnestly at the Prince of Yin. Having been in Bay City for 5 years, he felt his spear was on the verge of rusting from disuse. The prince chuckled lightly. With a city lord present, I could indeed grant you permission to accompany me. However, you are now the commander of Bay City, and your presence is crucial here. Your Highness, let this young man accompany you, a resounding voice echoed from above. Raising their gaze, they beheld hundreds of warships swirling in the sky, resembling mighty dragons, their black banners billowing in the wind. A middle-aged man, brandishing a spear, laughed heartily and leaped down, landing gracefully before them. This lad is merely idling here. It would do him good to accompany you on your adventures. Chapter 49. The Cursed Crane, you wretched boy. idling about the city day in and day out, neglecting your training and not even bothering to seek a wife. Your very presence is irksome. Since His Highness the Yin Wang is set to lead the northern campaign, let him accompany you." The unexpected appearance of the middle-aged man caught Yin Wang off guard, especially as he descended from his own warship. Yet Chen Yinji was filled with excitement. "Did you hear that, old Gu? The city lord has given his consent." The middle-aged man wore an expression of dismay. Although he often claimed that donning armor transformed their relationship from father and son to city lord and deputy general, he had returned after much effort, only to find this young rascal utterly unfazed, as if their bond were merely that of superiors and subordinates. "Uncle Chun, were you not in the northern wilderness?" Yin Wang inquired, puzzled. Following the recent banquet, he had intended to pay Uncle Chun a visit, but Chen Yinji had informed him that the city lord had left for over half a year. How then had he appeared at the southern city gate? Chun Lin shrugged. "Your father commanded me to return." He and Gu Longcheng had grown up as brothers, yet ever since Gu Longcheng's descent into folly, and after his repeated admonitions fell on deaf ears, he had taken his leave to Northeast City, severing contact for a decade. Just half a month prior, he had been engaged in brutal combat in the northern wilderness when he received the imperial edict, a compulsion to return home, which had initially filled him with trepidation. Despite the lapse in communication, he remained informed about the affairs of the imperial city. It was absurd that the esteemed emperor was now pursuing the path of immortality. Previously, his indulgence in the harem was merely a sign of incompetence. However, the quest for eternal life bordered on tyranny. Were it not for the presence of the Chun family and Yinji's mother in the capital, he might have summoned troops to demand clarity. Over the past decade, he had managed Northeast City with great diligence. Despite occasional disturbances from rogue cultivators, the situation was vastly superior to that of other regions in the Great Zhou. Northeast City lacked for nothing, and thus he had recruited 70,000 soldiers to support the Wei and Jin states against the demon tribes. To him, the imperial edict felt akin to a knife, a blade wielded by the Chun family to threaten him. Many soldiers from a northern wilderness were reluctant to see him return, perceiving Gu Longqing's incompetence as a fear that Chun Lin would consolidate power and conspire against the throne. In truth, this sentiment was not limited to his subordinates. Chun Lin harbored similar doubts. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that Longsheng would understand his motives for recruiting troops. Recognizing his indifference toward the so-called imperial authority, after dismissing his apprehensive subordinates, he proceeded alone to the imperial city. Fortunately, matters were not as dire as he had feared. Upon seeing Gu Longcheng, stout yet sharp-eyed, Chun Lin understood without a word exchanged that his brother, who had once vowed to usher in an era of peace for humanity, had returned. The urgency of his return stemmed from the emperor's dispatch of 150,000 troops as the lord of Northeast City. He understood well that the Ghost Crane sect was not to be trifled with. Although he had not arrived in time, the outcome was fortuitous. As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon Gu Qingshu. Alas, the emperor sought a benevolent ruler, not a tyrant ready to unleash his ambitions like himself. "Uncle Chun, why do you look at me so?" Gu Qingshu asked, bewildered. Chun Lin patted him on the shoulder. "Qin Xiang has already departed, and the command of the 130,000 strong army is now entirely in your hands. Although you have led countless battles, this time you face the enigmatic ice demons of the North Wastes. Their methods are treacherous. Should you find yourself in doubt, do not hesitate to consult the leaders of the North Wastes. Remember, do not act recklessly. The King of Yin is still in his early 20s, brimming with youthful fervor. I truly fear that this young man may act impulsively in the North Wastes." Gu Qingshu nodded, well aware of this, as his father had already admonished him before the expedition. Chun Lin imparted further instructions, and only then did Gu Qingshu ascend the warship, bidding farewell with a wave. "Zhang, prepare the troops and be ever ready for battle," Chun Lin commanded, watching as the warship gradually receded into the distance. Though the majority of the soldiers are in the North Wastes, there remains a garrison of over 10,000 in Bay City, all heavily armored cavalry. The finest warriors of the city. With the demise of the Ghost Crane sect, various factions will undoubtedly clash fiercely over resources. Only these seasoned warriors, having fought the ice demons, can instill fear. A middle-aged man with a scarred visage, standing beside him, wore a serious expression. After acknowledging Chun Lin, he made his way into the mountains. As Chun Lin sought to prevent any insurrection among the sect's disciples, Qingwei returned to the sect. At this time, the peach blossoms had fallen, the mountains were lush green, and as she stood upon the cloud boat, she gazed down at the ever-changing, vibrant cascade of clouds. The Zixiao sword sect faintly visible through the mist. The white cranes soared upward, and the cloud boat landed steadily at the entrance of the sect. Upon disembarking, they discovered Elder Kang had been waiting for quite some time. What brings Elder Kang here? Elder Kang, the head of the law enforcement hall, appeared affable. Yet no disciple wished to attract his attention. Once marked, their fate became uncertain. He seldom ventured out, having last been seen personally presiding over Jiang Che's case several months prior. Could it be that another incident had arisen during this training expedition? The disciples, curious, paused to observe. Upon seeing Qingwei descend from the cloud boat only to swiftly depart, they concluded that Elder Kang was indeed awaiting the esteemed Qingwei. Kang scanned the surroundings, failing to spot Jiang Che, before turning his gaze to Qingwei. Where is Jiang Che? Lin Yu, standing beside his master, noted the stern expression on Elder Kang's face as he sought his senior brother, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Jiang Che's words at the royal banquet had reached the ears of the sect leader, and now it seemed a reckoning was at hand. He is away on a journey and will not return in the near future, Qingwei replied calmly. At this, Kang nodded in disappointment. A few days ago, we captured several mandala snakes, one of which seems to be the very one that bewitched our disciples. I had hoped to prepare snake soup for him upon his return. After the false accusations, he felt a sense of guilt towards the young man, and thus he personally ventured to Baiduan Mountain, eliminating all mandala snakes below the peak of the Dao Palace realm and above the Spirit Sea realm. Although he had fought the queen of the mandala snake clan, at least one of the snakes had been found. To his surprise, Jiang Che was still absent. Let us keep it for a while longer, perhaps after the sect competition. We can present it to him. Qingwei did not anticipate that Elder Kang would be so concerned about Xiao Che. However, upon reflection, she felt that her master had somewhat neglected his duties. After casually agreeing with a few remarks, she departed towards the main peak. At this moment, Lin Yu kept his head down, gripping his sleeves tightly, concealing the murderous intent within. He had always believed that it was the demon body's intrusion into the stronghold of powerful beings that had nearly cost him his life due to the aftermath of the battle. Little did he know it was merely Elder Kang seeking to avenge Jiang Che. How utterly ridiculous this was. It is worth noting that the demon body had already reached the pinnacle of the Lingtai realm, with the consumption of a few more demon beasts. Ascending to the Dao Palace would have been a trivial matter. Yet, due to the aftermath of that battle, 2.5 years of effort were rendered futile, and all the points accumulated through devouring were completely expended on healing. The current state of the demon body could very well be described as a return to square one. Kang, you truly deserve your fate. As for the captured mandala serpent, Lin Yu scoffed coldly. Indeed, how could a dignified expert of the Huashu realm possibly take notice of it, given that the demon body had already fallen due to the aftermath of the battle? Chapter 50. Senior brother, I wish to borrow the realm of heavenly mechanisms at Zixiao Peak. Ziyang sat in a pavilion on the back mountain. 2 cups of clear, dew tea resting upon the stone table. The scenery was enchanting, yet he found himself too preoccupied to appreciate it. Opposite him, Qingwei remained silent, gazing at the precipice, her eyes lost in the mist-shrouded woods where clouds and cranes soared into the heavens, free and unrestrained. What on earth is happening? Ziyang set down his teacup and finally posed the question that had lingered for days. Why had Jiang Che not returned, and what his words? Qingwei, taken aback, responded with a distant expression, I am equally perplexed. In the past, Xiao Che had never voiced grievances. With her discerning eye, she understood that he had always treated them sincerely, genuinely caring for every disciple of the sect. Everything had stemmed from the depths of his heart. So why had he uttered such words at the banquet? Ziyang's tone grew, tinged with anger. Jiang Che's talent was a rare gem, 1,000 years in the making, possessing an unparalleled affinity for the sword path. Yet, how could he harbor such profound resentment towards the sect? if Qingyue had devoted herself wholeheartedly to his guidance. Such a situation would have been utterly inconceivable. The events at the Great Zhou banquet, had they not been suppressed by the emperor, would have left not just Qingyue, but also Zhang himself in utter disgrace. Even if the news had not spread, many were aware, some old acquaintances mockingly insinuating in letters that he failed to recognize a treasure. Observing the continued silence of Qingyue, Zhang's fury reached its zenith. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I have long asserted that you are unfit to teach disciples." "You are unfit." I cannot speak on behalf of Lung Xinchong, for she belongs to the Lung family. But even with immense talent, she is not the future of the sect. Yet Zhang Ge, he is without roots or connections, the perfect candidate for future sect leader. Since you took him as your disciple, why not guide him with utmost dedication? Cooking and doing laundry, are these truly tasks for Jiangche? He lamented the day he had acquiesced to Jiangche's desire to become his disciple. Zhang found himself incredulous, nearly laughing in disbelief. You must reflect on your words. Before entering the sect, Jiangche was a beggar, already well acquainted with the world's harsh realities. He is afraid. He seeks to please. Have I not advised you to cherish him, to foster his trust and reliance on the sect? Qingyue's thoughts swirled, seemingly transporting her back to the moment Xiaoche had become her disciple, when Zhang had reluctantly yet excitedly urged her to care for him. In those very reminders lay the essence of her current thoughts. Had she truly overlooked Xiaoche? No, that was not the case. She had assured him upon entering her tutelage that Baiyun Peak was akin to home, free of reservations. Initially, she had indeed attempted to deter him. Yet Xiaoche had smiled and told her, "I'm not yet able to cultivate. I simply wish to engage in activities that interest me while honing my body." Before the age of 12, one's meridians are fragile and incapable of withstanding spiritual energy. Thus, it is essential to undergo physical training to strengthen the body. Only when the physical form meets the required standards can one begin cultivation. Although Xiaoche possesses commendable talent, managing to endure spiritual energy within merely 6 months of initiation, she still insisted on waiting until he turned 12 before teaching him the methods of cultivation and the absorption of spiritual energy. Considering that the 5 or 6 years spent solely on physical training would be rather monotonous, she consented to Xiaoche learning the art of cooking. She did not believe she was in error. Xiaoche genuinely enjoyed cooking. She could see the satisfaction in his eyes as he crafted dishes. Was it not permissible for him to pursue culinary skills? Zhang, in her frustration over his lack of ambition, found fault with his hobby. Yet, demanding he prepare 3 meals a day transformed it from a pastime into an obligation. Furthermore, he was tasked with laundry. He was destined to be the future sect leader. Had it not been for this banquet, she would have never imagined that she would be required to assist with washing clothes, and by hand no less. A considerable affront to her dignity. Was it possible that they were unaware of this? While others engaged in merriment and cultivation, she found herself burdened with laundry, cooking, and the care of the household. Who would not harbor grievances in such a situation? Qingyue paused momentarily, yet she did not perceive any wrongdoing in this arrangement. A cultivator should remain untainted, yet they still needed to bathe regularly. Although garments could be cleansed with spells, wearing them without a proper wash would still feel uncomfortable. Baiyun Peak had few inhabitants. Apart from Xiaoche, most were rather inept. When she was alone, it mattered little, as she could simply rinse her clothes in the stream. However, she noticed that Xiaoche took great care in washing his clothes, achieving a cleanliness that surpassed her own efforts, and she was reluctant to intervene. Furthermore, Xiaoche's pure heart bore no ulterior motives, which led her to assign him this task. She also recalled that Xiaoche only washed her clothes. Having firmly rejected Siwei and Xinchong on the basis of gender distinctions, particularly Siwei, whom he had adamantly refused, Zhang had much to express. Why she accepted Siwei and the others as disciples. Why she favored Lin Yu, who could not possibly compare to Jiangche. Why, during Xiaoche's recent unjust accusation, he was compelled to be sent to the law enforcement hall, nearly suffering a miscarriage of justice. And how Jiangche had been treated all these years. Yet, observing Qingyue's complete lack of awareness regarding her errors, she ultimately said nothing and resolved to depart. Senior brother, I wish to borrow the heavenly mechanism mirror. Xiao Chei's oath from his youth remained vivid in her mind. The respect he held for her and his fondness for Siwei were genuine. Before the incident of false accusations, every smile from Xiao Chei emanated from the depths of his heart, and his affection for Baiyun Peak was unmistakable. She did not believe he would voice such sentiments merely over trivial matters. There must be secrets unknown to her. Since the elder of the heavenly mechanism suggested her return to the sect, perhaps the heavenly mechanism mirror would provide her with answers. At that moment, Ziyang had no desire to engage further with Qingwei. She needed to consult with the other elders on how to redress the grievances against Jiang Che. This was the candidate she had awaited for so long, the most suitable future sect leader. If he were to be swayed by another sect, it would be too late for regrets. After tossing the token to Qingwei, she departed without hesitation. Clutching the command token in her hand, Qingwei momentarily lost her focus. She had not anticipated that Brother Ziyang would so readily entrust her with the token. It symbolized more than mere status. It reflected his deep concern for the selection of the next sect leader. A bitter smile crept onto her face as she realized he still felt remorse over past events. With the tokens safely stowed away, Qingyue promptly set her course for the Celestial Palace. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Locating the Celestial Mirror was of utmost importance. If she could find the mirror, perhaps she could uncover the reason behind Xiao Chei's transformation. The current Xiao Chei was a stranger, harboring disdain not only for her, but also for Baiyun Peak and even the entire sect. This was not merely a matter of a damaged heart. It was possible he had fallen under the influence of another's will. Particularly unsettling were Xiao Chei's words to Wu Chun, especially that verse. How could one so young in the Dao Palace possess such profound insight? The Celestial Mirror could glimpse the future and reveal the past. No matter the cost, she had to restore Xiao Chei to his former self. If he had indeed been possessed, a fierce intent to kill enveloped Qingwei. While she may not perceive the truth herself, the Celestial Mirror undoubtedly would. Chapter 51, Incitement. The Zixiao Palace is situated on a solitary floating island behind the main peak, surrounded by sheer cliffs. It is a forbidden area of the sect, guarded by a sentinel and numerous intricate formations. Without a sect leader's token or edict, even she cannot gain easy access. After presenting her token to the guardian, the heavy and ancient doors slowly creaked open, allowing Qingyue to enter unimpeded. Inside the Zixiao Palace are various forbidden techniques and divine weapons of the sect. Only those who have made significant contributions can take away these coveted treasures that countless cultivators yearn for. However, Qingyue harbored no interest in such matters. After walking 100 steps into the depths, she finally arrived at the heart of the palace. Before her, the Tianji mirror floated in midair, exuding a violet aura that seemed both like an array and as if some peculiar force emanated from the mirror itself. The moment her token made contact with the ethereal resonance, it radiated a faint halo, merging with the violet essence. Within a few breaths, the entire Zixiao Palace was suffused with formidable energy, causing all divine weapons and artifacts to tremble in response. This was a sight Qingyue had never witnessed before. But before she could comprehend the situation, the Tianji mirror suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, enveloping her. When she opened her eyes again, the scene before her had undergone a dramatic transformation. A wave of sorrow and anguish spread within her, a pain she had never experienced before, seemingly intertwined with boundless rage. Qingyue was bewildered by these emotions, and as she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was still within the Zixiao sword sect, accompanied by Ruo Sui, Lung Xinchang, and several disciples. Master, let us depart. Lung Xinchang's somewhat urgent voice interrupted her thoughts. Where to? Qingyue instinctively posed the question, but as the words formed, she merely nodded. In her moment of confusion, her body uncontrollably surged forth into the distance. The sudden turn of events left her feeling anxious. She could sense her skin, feel the warm caress of the breeze, and be aware of her entire body, yet she seemed incapable of exerting control. She suspected she had fallen into some kind of illusion, and just as she resolved to break free, she suddenly felt an unseen force observing her, suppressing all her strength. After several futile struggles, Qinghua had no choice but to relent. Noticing the speed of Xinchang beside her, she realized that Xinchang had already reached the late stage of the Tao Palace realm, while Siwei had attained the mid-stage of the Spirit Platform realm. Moments ago, she had been in the Zixiao Palace, suddenly transported to this location. With the peculiar occurrence of the Tianji mirror in mind, Qinghua began to understand. This was yet another glimpse into the future. With this thought, she felt no urgency. Rather, curiosity took hold of her as to where they were headed. Judging by her disciples' cultivation levels, this must be an event 6 months hence, though she remained uncertain what circumstances warranted her personal intervention. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the 100 Break Mountain. Centuries ago, the 100 Break Mountain belonged to human territory, but beyond this mountain lay the domain of the Demon Clan. However, with the Demon Clan rampant and the Great Zhou dynasty unable to suppress them, they ultimately had no choice but to withdraw the surrounding populace, relinquishing the land. The demon race here is not particularly formidable. Most are at the Spirit Sea Palace level, with only the Serpent Emperor, the azure-eyed green serpent, being a formidable demon of the Void Transformation realm. The Celestial Sect has designated this location as a trial ground for its disciples. In the prison of the Serpent Emperor's palace, Lin Yu and several dozen cultivators from the Zixiao Sword Sect find themselves bound in iron chains, utterly immobilized. Zhang Ge, however, is confined within an invisible cage, visible from their perspective. The serpent demons respectfully deliver a plethora of delicacies to Jiang Che, while the anger of Lin Yu and the others burns in their eyes as a ragged female cultivator is dragged forth. Treated like a lifeless dog and callously thrown onto the ground, her despairing gaze piercing their hearts deeply. Beasts! Januke, you wretched beast! The trapped cultivators roar in fury, hurling every vile epithet they know. Their mission had merely been to eliminate certain demon cultivators in the 100 Break Mountain and seek out a secret realm. Yet they had been scattered and captured en masse by the demon cultivators. Dozens of teams, hundreds of cultivators now reduced to merely a handful. Observing Jiang Che's treatment, they can no longer be oblivious to the traitor among them. How could a disciple of the illustrious Qinghua Xianzuan betray humanity and collude with demons? Listening to the disciples' vitriolic curses, an imperceptible thrill flickers in the eyes of Lin Yu, whether in his demonic or human form. The demonic form glances at the unconscious yet unscathed Jiang Che before approaching the cage that confines Lin Yu, selecting a female cultivator of pleasing appearance. The selected female cultivators, already paralyzed with fear, bow their heads in desperation, praying not to be chosen. Ignoring the scornful shouts around them, the demon selects Wu Nua, the younger sister of Wu Chun. Despite being merely 16, she possesses both beauty and grace. Under the gaze of the venomous serpent, Wu Nua trembles uncontrollably. Yet her cultivation has been sealed, leaving her powerless to escape her fate. No matter how she struggles, she cannot evade being taken away. The demon grips her ankle tightly, dragging her toward Jiang Che's cage, her body scraping against the uneven ground, filled with despair and helplessness, especially as she witnesses her senior sisters lying on the ground. Her terror peaks. Yet the demon shows no mercy, directly pulling her into Jiang Che's enclosure. The moment she is released, Wu Nua attempts to flee, but is yanked by her hair and forcefully thrown before Jiang Che. It is then that she finally notices him. Jiang de que sits bound in chains, completely unconscious. Wu Nua seems to comprehend the gravity of her situation, her fear intensifying as she gazes at the serpent demon, realizing that a demon of the Tao Palace realm would engage in such treachery. Is this truly the cunning possessed by newly manifested demons? This thought barely crosses her mind before fear surges anew as she watches the serpent demon begin to shed its garments. Faced with the impending horror, she desperately attempts to flee, only to be thrown back repeatedly, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. With her throat constricted and her body weary, she can emit no sound. Helplessly watching as the serpent demon approaches, its icy breath brushing against her delicate form. The demon revels in the look of its prey. But just as it prepares to act, it seems to sense something, rising in astonishment. The moment has arrived far too swiftly. Observing the curled-up Wu Nunu, the demon hesitated momentarily. A human. He had never consumed one before. Although he bore the form of a demon, the mere thought of devouring a human felt unsettling. However, considering what he had witnessed, after half a minute of struggle, he swiftly swallowed Wu Nunu whole. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring a cultivator at the peak of the Spirit Sea, earning 4,000 devouring points. 4,000 points? The demon was taken aback. He had previously consumed cultivators at the peak of the Spirit Sea, yet that had only yielded 3,000 points. Why then did devouring Wu Nunu result in an additional 1,000 points? The system soon provided an explanation. The human race possesses an extraordinary rate of growth, blessed by the heavenly Tao. Both their flesh and souls are inherently superior to those of ordinary demons, particularly when the host devours a cultivator. After absorbing the system's elucidation, the demon excitedly emerged from its confinement, gazing upon the corpses strewn across the ground, each at least at the peak of the Spirit Sea. With even two hailing from the Tao Palace realm, he recalled the deeds he had committed against them before their demise. Let be a little filthy. The bounty from the consumption is what matters. The demon resolutely gritted his teeth, transforming into his true form, and proceeded to devour them all. Chapter 52. But he aspires to become an immortal. Beep. The host has devoured a 5-layer spirit platform cultivator, gaining 10,000 devouring points. Beep. The host has devoured a 7-layer spirit platform cultivator, gaining 12,000 devouring points. The incessant notifications from the system echoed in his ears, and the nauseating feeling of consuming human flesh swiftly dissipated. The demon's demeanor shifted to one of growing excitement. 3 peak Spirit Sea cultivators, 10 spirit platform cultivators, and 2 Tao Palace cultivators. This was the source of a staggering 170,000 devouring points. If he were to devour all the imprisoned cultivators, a fierce killing intent flickered in the demon's eyes. No, he could not consume them all. What would become of his human form, and how his plans proceed? As he contemplated the imminent arrival of his master, the demon once again approached the cage, casually pulling out a female cultivator and activating the racial talent of the mandala snake to ensnare her in an illusion. The devouring system not only allowed him to acquire devouring points, but also enabled him to obtain certain abilities from the devoured. Currently, the abilities at his disposal were beyond his own reckoning, and with the enhancement of devouring points, his racial talent had reached its peak. Even cultivators of a significantly higher level could not discern the illusion. Watching the entranced female cultivator writhe on the ground like a madwoman, the demon moved behind Jiang Che, releasing his restraints and using 3,000 devouring points to purchase a puppet talisman, which he affixed to Jiang Che's back. At that moment, the demon's expression was complex. He knew his senior brother was a good person. In both past and present lives, he had never encountered a figure as selfless and heroic as his senior brother. However, he aspired to ascend to immortality. The Purple Cloud Sword sect could only have one paragon, one flawless senior brother. Exiting the cage where Jiang Che was held, the demon approached the confinement of Lin Yu and the others. At that moment, all the disciples gazed at him with bloodshot eyes, seemingly wishing to tear him apart. Unfazed, the demon squatted down to continue his search. The female cultivators he had previously sampled had already been used. This time, he intended to indulge himself before passing them on. Why should he settle for second-hand goods? Anger and discontent surged within him, and his greed was utterly unrestrained. This declaration instantly drained the color from the faces of the trapped female cultivators. Although the serpent demon had assumed a human form, the scales adorning its body and the forked tongue it flicked revealed its true, repugnant nature. You, the demon approached the female cultivator beside Lin Yu, resembling a beast devoid of any sense of propriety. With hands enveloped in scales, he tore her clothing apart, simultaneously shedding his own garments to reveal his dark green skin. The despair of the female cultivator and the helpless roars of the disciples echoed around them, as they could only watch in horror as their junior sister faced imminent humiliation. At that critical moment, an arrow pierced the demon's heart. The serpent demon collapsed to the ground. In the astonished gazes of the others, Lin Yu swiftly scrambled to his feet, seizing the key from the ground to cover his junior sister's body with his clothing, and quickly unlocked the shackles of his fellow disciples. Lin Jr. brother, how did you? Dangjun Questin Biwu. Unable to comprehend how Lin Yu had extricated himself and procured the key, Lin Yu spat at the demon. The key is on him. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the crowd towards Lin Yu were imbued with admiration. In their earlier fury, they had overlooked many details. Lin Yu was indeed remarkable, unflinching in the face of danger and possessing a keen intellect. However, now that we have exhausted our spiritual power, our immediate priority is to escape. Should we be captured, the consequences would be dire. Lin Yu, seemingly oblivious to their admiring glances, loosed a few more arrows into the beast's vital spots before turning to the confines of their prison with a grave expression. You all go ahead. I must eliminate that fiend. A disciple spoke up in anger. Jiangche SL was situated deep within the prison. If they fled now, how could they avenge their sisters who had been wronged? Hearing their companion's words, the others eagerly concurred. During their confinement, the cries of their sisters being taken one by one echoed in their minds. They could not let this go unpunished. Lin Yu felt a profound sorrow. Yet reason prevailed. Without their powers, how could they contend with him? Upon uttering these words, the group fell silent. Indeed, Jiangche was a cultivator of the 8th level of the Dao Palace. Even at their peak, they would not be a match for him. Now, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. As they prepared to leave, the fallen beast stirred awkwardly, stretching its neck and chuckling to itself, grateful for its past consumption of creatures capable of feigning death. Otherwise, it would have wasted its energy. Just as the beast reveled in its flawless scheme, a sudden explosion diverted its attention. Turning towards the sound, it beheld Jiangche, bloodied yet supporting a female cultivator, emerging from the wreckage of a cell, which had been forcibly breached. Observing the sword wounds on Jiangche and the disheveled state of the woman he was aiding, revealing but a hint of skin, the beast was taken aback by Jiangche's brutal yet righteous actions. This individual had managed to sever the control of the puppet talisman by inflicting harm upon himself, thus preserving the woman's dignity. Jiangche's sole desire was to locate the others and flee this place swiftly. However, mere steps from his cell, a figure obstructed his path. Although he could still wield his spiritual power, it was limited to the strength of the Spirit Sea realm. Nevertheless, he drew the Crimson Dragon, ready to confront the serpent demon before him. You should not have awakened at this moment. The beast furrowed its brow and swiftly appeared before Jiangche, delivering a blow to his neck. Without support, both collapsed to the ground. This predicament was troublesome. The wounds were clearly self-inflicted, and the female cultivator's essence remained intact. Allowing them to depart under these circumstances might raise suspicions of instigation. Yet what of it? There were many witnesses. Survival was paramount, especially since their master was present. With this thought, the beast administered a healing pill to Jiangche and swiftly made its escape through the secret passage. All that transpired was observed by a pair of cold eyes. Only after the beast entered the hidden pathway could she regain her own mobility. Lin Yu was bewildered. Moments ago, she had been engaged in battle with the Serpent Queen, and now her consciousness had inexplicably shifted into the form of the Serpent Demon, restricted to following its gaze. Before she could comprehend this anomaly, she felt a pull, and her consciousness returned to her own body. At that moment, the battle had concluded, and she, along with her 2 disciples, had just entered the cave prison. Master, will the little junior disciple be all right? Ruasawai asked with concern as she ventured deeper into the cave. They are safe, Qingwei began to respond, but upon hearing her anxious disciple's voice, she remembered that although she could sense everything about her body, she was unable to make any movements. After approximately a quarter of an hour, several figures emerged before the 3, revealing the long-lost disciples. Little junior disciple, Ruasawai immediately spotted Lin Yu among the group. Seeing that he was injured, but not severely, she rushed forward and embraced him. Qingwei scanned the surroundings and, not seeing Xiao Che, asked anxiously, "Where is Xiao Che?" "Yes, Xiao Che," Qingwei realized. Feeling a surge of panic within her being, She had witnessed Xiao Che covered in blood, in far more peril than Lin Yu and the others. Moreover, she was uncertain about the nature of the elixir the serpent demon had administered to Xiao Che and whether it posed any danger. Rescuing Xiao Che was now the most urgent matter at hand. "He is nothing but a beast," Tang Yun exclaimed, clenching his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 53. Cold Senior Sister. Save Michiyu stood in stunned silence, along with her fellow disciples, their hearts brimming with confusion. Although Jiang Che had committed several misdeeds, his benevolent nature had led him to assist the sect's disciples and train alongside them. Coupled with his long-standing prestige, many disciples still supported him within the sect. Why did Tang Yun berate Xiao Che? What had transpired? Lung Xinchang questioned. Since returning to the sect, she had observed a dramatic shift in her junior brother's reputation, transforming from a revered senior brother to a subject of disparagement, with even some disciples resorting to insults. Although her junior sister had informed her of the events that had unfolded during this period, she remained skeptical. No one knew her junior brother's character better than she did. Aside from their master, he would never commit acts of harm against his fellow sect members, nor was he a hypocrite. The frosty tone of her voice abruptly brought Tang Yun back to reality. He felt as if he were being pricked by needles. The presence of the esteemed Qing Yue and the eldest daughter of a Lung family was not something he could afford to offend. Had he truly lost his mind just now? To have insulted Jiang Che? The others were equally taken aback, lowering their heads to avoid meeting Lung Xinchang's gaze. They were mere ordinary cultivators. Although they held some status in the outer world, it was solely due to their identity as inner disciples of the Zixiao Sword sect. Even if these two were to slay them, the sect leader would never inquire about the reasons. With no one responding, Lung Xinchang's patience waned. Since they refrained from speaking, she would investigate herself. She was keen to discover what her junior brother had done to incite such fury in these individuals. Tang Yun and the others stepped aside, clearing a path. Qin was not particularly eloquent, yet she was equally anxious, hastening to follow in Xiaochan's footsteps. With her junior brother's company, Yusi felt much of her concern for her senior brother dissipate. Moreover, with her senior sister present, her senior brother would undoubtedly not divert his attention towards her. However, her curiosity about the situation inside remained, prompting her to tug Lin Yu along. What exactly transpired inside? Little junior brother, Lin Yu remained silent, trailing behind their master with a heavy heart. His hidden weapons, acquired through the system, were capable of inflicting fatal injuries upon cultivators at the 5th level of the Dao Palace, and with the element of surprise. The ground was littered with the corpses of serpent demons. The vivid crimson blood and the filthy surroundings caused Lung Xinchang to frown, layers of frost spreading from her feet, encasing everything in cold as she passed. Before long, she arrived at the location of the cage, a peculiar odor assaulting her nostrils. She retrieved a handkerchief from her waist to cover her delicate nose, scrutinizing her surroundings carefully. Suddenly, 2 fallen figures caught her attention. Their smooth, pale skin was partially visible. One of his hands glided from the back of the female cultivator's neck to rest upon her shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Lung Xinchang's icy gaze flickered with complexity. She did not misunderstand. Their posture suggested that the female cultivator had narrowly escaped a perilous situation, with her junior brother having rescued and supported her away. Yet they might have been ambushed, leading to their unconsciousness. "Please, I beg you, spare me." The unconscious female cultivator suddenly sobbed in supplication, her eyes fluttering open to find Jiang Che before her, causing her to recoil in terror. The retreating position of the female cultivator was precisely where Lung Xinchang stood, the biting frost momentarily restoring her reason. As she lifted her gaze, it was as if she had glimpsed her last lifeline, swiftly taking refuge behind her. "Senior sister Lung, save me, save me." Lung Xinchang felt a twinge of confusion. Why did this junior sister plead for her rescue when the enemies had been vanquished? Moreover, the fearful expression in her gaze towards the junior brother was perplexing. At that moment, the actions of the female cultivator rendered everyone hesitant to act rashly. Although the disciples who had escaped from the cage were aware of the situation, they could only glare in fury at the unconscious Jiang Che. "Senior sister, Since we have found him, let us depart. Despite the fact that the peculiar odor had diminished considerably due to the cold aura emanating from her, Wei Si still felt nauseous in this place. Lung Xinchang nodded, sharing her disdain for the environment. She circumvented the female cultivator to approach Jiang Che, intending to assist him. But the sight of the snake demon within the cage momentarily froze her expression. Without aiding her junior brother, she hastily exited. The others were bewildered, but upon witnessing the scene within the cage, they felt their blood boil, their anger surging towards the heavens. The cage was extravagantly adorned, filled with various delicacies. Yet the sight of dozens of snake demon corpses sprawled on the ground, devoid of clothing, did not incite their rage. What truly ignited their fury was the presence of a projection stone upon a chair, displaying a series of vile and humiliating images, dozens of snake demons and numerous junior sisters pleading desperately. At that moment, they began to comprehend why Tang Yun had berated Brother Jiang. "It is a fabrication," Qing Wei stated calmly. The disciples accompanying her were merely at the pinnacle of Dao Palace and could not discern the veracity of the projection, but Qing Wei was not blind. The figure of Xiao Che in the projection was a transformation of the snake demon, easily recognizable. Fabricated? Tang Yun clenched his fists. Then are our eyes deceiving us? During our confinement, we witnessed many junior sisters being taken away and the continuous arrival of exquisite delicacies to this cage, not to mention the voices we heard. Tang Yun's voice grew hoarse, seemingly denouncing Qing Yue for her partiality. With Tang Yun stepping forward, the other imprisoned disciples began recounting their own harrowing experiences. They had all suffered maltreatment and confinement together. Why was Jiang Che isolated? Why was the cell opulent? And where was the red dragon? They were all restrained, their meridians sealed, unable to summon even a trace of spiritual power. Why was Jiang Che different? The disciples were incensed, fueled by the indignities suffered by the female cultivators. Though their tone was somewhat harsh, Qing Wei did not take offense. Instead, she began to ponder the truth behind their words. The fact that all disciples were united in their animosity suggested that Xiao Che might indeed have committed heinous acts. However, his current condition clearly indicated he was attempting to rescue the previously fainted female cultivator from the enemy. The projection stone could not be false, meaning the images displayed were indeed real occurrences, albeit the Xiao Che depicted was a transformation by the snake demon. Could it be that Xiao Che was merely acting? As this thought crossed her mind, Qing Wei felt a pang of anguish. To harm fellow disciples without remorse. Could this truly be the Xiao Che she had watched grow up? Qing Yue felt a profound sense of discomfort, and the sentiment was mutual. Although she now considered herself independent, she was acutely aware of everything pertaining to Qing Yue and could naturally perceive her thoughts. A vivid image surfaced in her mind, reminiscent of the moment months ago when she personally escorted Xiao Che to the law enforcement hall. However, this recollection diverged from her actual observations. In reality, Xiao Che did not deny his actions. Instead, he accepted them outright, even expressing a desire to have his cultivation abolished and to be expelled. Yet in her memory, Xiao Che vehemently denied any wrongdoing, maintaining his innocence despite the application of punitive measures, insisting he had not harmed his fellow disciples. Ultimately, even though Jiang Che did not confess to his crimes, the farcical episode concluded with the summoning of 3 bolts of purple sky divine lightning, leaving Qing Yue in a state of shock. Chapter 54. Kill him when it comes to Xiao Che. Qing Yue would dare to assert that no one understands him better than she does. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. She would never shoulder blame that does not belong to her. During the frame-up incident, Xiao Che openly confessed to his wrongdoing and even contemplated leaving the sect, prompting Kang to report to the elders. After deliberation, they decided to consult the Tianji mirror to restore his innocence. Had it been several months prior, Xiao Che, much like the memory Qing Yue held, would have obstinately denied any wrongdoing despite the conclusive evidence against him. What would he have done then? As she pondered, a shiver ran down Qing Yue's spine. Xiao Che's identity was extraordinary. He was not only her disciple, but also the one whom the sect leader had quietly designated as the next successor. Mistakes may be forgiven, and Kang would likely deal with them leniently, But if one fails to repent, though not expelled from the sect, they might face punishment akin to that which Lin Yu called involving the Zixiao divine thunder. Xiaoche's desire to sever ties with them seemed to have emerged after the frame-up incident. Observing the scene before her, Lin Yu felt a surge of urgency, desperately yearning to break free from her constraints and regain control over her own being. Yet, this was merely a glimpse of the future, and she remained a mere spectator. All she could do was helplessly sense the seething anger within and the disdain directed at Xiaoche from the surrounding disciples. The crowd stood still, regarding Jiangche with the contempt one might reserve for refuse, no one stepping forward to lend a hand. After a brief moment, Jiangche awakened. Upon seeing the disciples confined behind his master, he realized that the danger had been entirely averted. Not only he, but many disciples had survived. A smile broke upon Jiangche's face, a release from pressure and a sign of his rescue. Yet, no one acknowledged him. Rather, every countenance reflected disgust and rage. Jiangche sensed an aura of animosity and was perplexed by the situation. Rising to approach and inquire about the circumstances, he found that everyone recoiled as if he were a plague. "Master, what is the meaning of this? Why do they regard me so?" A flicker of unease surged within Jiangche, and he anxiously glanced at his master, only to be met with Lin Yu's anger and disappointment. "Xiaoche, do you have anything you wish to share with me?" Lin Yu's tone was gentle, yet laced with a hint of hope, yearning for Xiaoche to divulge the truths of his time in confinement. If he could reveal the reality, she would take his place in bearing the punishment. "What should I say?" Jiangche was bewildered. After being captured by the serpent demon, he had plunged into unconsciousness. Though he had awakened unexpectedly, he had managed to protect the innocence of his junior sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's disappointment was palpable as she averted her gaze and exited the cave. After her departure, a chain emerged from the ground, binding Jiangche and dragging him outward. Listening to the insults hurled by Tang Yun and others, Xiaoche's confusion and attempts to defend himself made Lin Yu wish to turn back and intervene, yet she refrained. One might misjudge an individual, but surely not all disciples could be mistaken. At this moment, Lin Yu felt tormented. She was acutely aware of the truth, yet found herself unable to voice it. The insults from the disciples behind her, her own disappointment, and a whirlwind of emotions flooded her mind, driving her to the brink of madness. "You have misunderstood Xiaoche." Upon returning to the sect, Lin Yu did not head to Baiyun Peak, but instead led all the disciples directly to the law enforcement hall. She sensed something amiss. All her garments had been cleaned by Xiaoche, yet she had never perceived any depraved thoughts from him. The projection of Xiaoche was a mere illusion. Although the surviving female cultivator appeared somewhat beautiful, the number of female disciples enamored with Xiaoche was countless, with many possessing far superior looks. Furthermore, Xiaoche harbored affections for Xiaochan, and if he were genuinely interested in other women, there would certainly be some hint of it. More importantly, there was no reason for Xiaoche to ally with the demon race. Although he had once been forced to push a group of disciples forward to buy himself time while fleeing from the demon cultivators, tarnishing his reputation somewhat, his standing within the sect remained considerable. Aligning with the demons would yield him no benefits whatsoever. As she pondered this, her conviction that something was amiss deepened. Sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, she felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, even her future self chose to trust Xiaoche. Elder King soon arrived, and upon seeing the throng of people, he looked quizzically at Lin Yu, asking what had transpired since she had gone to rescue her disciple. Lin Yu elucidated the situation, and Kang merely chuckled, attributing it to the snake demon's meddling. "Fear not, I shall clear Xiaoche's name." Lin Yu had always been reclusive, never engaging in the affairs of the sect, whether in the past or present. So it was natural for her to be oblivious to the intricacies involved. However, having dealt with countless cases, he grasped the crux of the matter with a mere glance. The reason for his swift conclusion lay in his understanding of Jiangche. He was deeply infatuated with Lung Xinchan, making it implausible for him to have any interest in other female cultivators, let alone collaborate with the snake demon. It was clear that the scheming serpent had underestimated Jiangche. Kang approached the case with confidence, yet the inquiries he posed soon caught him off guard. There were 13 teams dispatched to Baiduan Mountain for this mission, each team operating independently. Logically, it was improbable that all would be captured. Certainly, a few should have escaped. Yet, without exception, all 13 teams were apprehended, with 7 suffering complete annihilation. It seemed the demon race at Baiduan Mountain had anticipated their movements, indicating the presence of an insider. Though the mission was not classified, many disciples were aware of it. However, the route taken was determined solely by the experienced disciples themselves, and they remained unaware of any leaks. Kang inquired further about the timeline of the captives' apprehension, and, without exception, all had been captured after Jiang Che. Moreover, Jiang Che's team was left with only him. Could Jiang Che be the traitor? This seemed unlikely, yet there was the possibility that, upon capture, he might have divulged the routes of the other disciples out of fear. Add to this the testimonies of the disciples regarding their observations and the harrowing account of the female cultivator who had nearly lost her purity. Most crucially, Jiang Che had no recollection of his capture. Why was it that the other disciples retained their memories, able to hear Jiang Che's voice, while he himself was completely oblivious? Everything pointed to the conclusion that Jiang Che had indeed conspired with the snake demon during this mission. If it were any other disciple, Kang would have already delivered a verdict. However, since the subject of investigation was Jiang Che, he resolved to delve deeper. Did Jiang Che fear death? He found it hard to believe. In the past, Jiang Che had never feared death during his trials. The last time he faced punishment, had it not been for Lin Yu's reluctance to endure further humiliation and her insistence on hastening the conclusion, he would have insisted on a thorough investigation. However, the Crane Elder overlooked the fact that this was the law enforcement hall. While he remained skeptical, some disciples were convinced. During Jiang Che's 6-month absence, his reputation had long since deteriorated. Coupled with the overwhelming evidence and testimonies presented in this trial, all the disciples witnessing the proceedings united in a fervent outcry. Execute him! Execute him! The law enforcement hall's trials are predicated on justice, allowing any interested parties to attend as observers. They had seen the projections and heard the testimonies from Tang Yun and numerous other disciples. The misdeeds committed by Jiang Che were indeed too numerous to enumerate. Only his execution could adequately assuage their anger and provide solace to the departed disciples. Chapter 55. Abolishing cultivation and being cast into the abyss. Jiang Che believed that his actions were just and honorable, that he owed nothing to the earth or to any disciple of the Zixiao sword sect. However, the voices echoing in his ears plunged him into despair. Why am I being accused of betrayal without having done anything, merely based on conjecture, labeled as a coward? Do you not know what kind of person I am? The indignant disciples were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, did Brother Jiang truly fear death? He had begun his cultivation at the tender age of 12, achieving spiritual awakening in half a day, and perfecting his energy accumulation in 7 days. He then spent 3 years refining his spiritual sea, reaching its pinnacle. Although his pace of cultivation had slowed thereafter, all disciples recognized his commitment to achieving perfection in every step. During this time, Brother Jiang had aided his fellow disciples. He never relied on his natural talent or the backing of the esteemed Qingyue Xianzuan to bully others. Instead, he undertook the most arduous and perilous tasks alongside them. Over the years, they had encountered danger, but did Brother Jiang fear death? No, he did not. The disciples who had once trained alongside Jiang Che fell silent. No one had greater authority to speak than they. In their hearts, they knew Jiang Che was certainly not a coward. Yet, those who had accompanied him in his endeavors were as insignificant as dust among the multitude of disciples. You are nothing but a shameless, deceitful scoundrel. Had everyone forgotten the events of a year ago? This wretch had mercilessly injured the disciples of Tongmen in a desperate bid to escape, feeding them to the Qingyan eagle, resulting in the tragic deaths of several. If you claim to have no collusion with the serpent demon, how do you explain the projection stone? Could it be that Brother Tang Yun would falsely implicate you? Many revered Jiang Che, yet numerous others harbored disdain and hatred for him. They would not miss this opportunity to cast him down. As questions arose, the crowd erupted once more. Although the speaker was discreet, Jiang Che noticed him, yet he found himself unable to refute the claims. Why was it that everyone else remained conscious while he fell into a stupor? Why had he been confined to a lavish prison? Jiang Che felt as if unseen hands were pushing him step by step into the abyss, condemned by the world while he found no evidence to defend himself. If mere mortals could be blinded by lies, as cultivators, they should understand that appearances can be deceiving. Elder Kang had already stated that the figure in the projection stone was not truly him. Give me time. I shall uncover the evidence to prove my innocence, Jiang Che declared solemnly to his master, Elder Kang. He had been wrongfully accused once before, and this time he would risk everything to unearth the mastermind behind it all. He cared not for the pain inflicted by the Zixiao divine thunder, but this stain on his reputation must be cleansed. After his previous wrongful accusation, he had sought to uncover the truth, to understand why his fellow disciples had turned against him. However, upon emerging from seclusion, he found that only a handful of those disciples remained alive, and those who did harbored deep-seated animosity towards him, refusing to engage in conversation. This time, he had done nothing wrong, yet a female cultivator had accused him of an affront, nearly tarnishing his reputation. It felt eerily reminiscent of the last incident. It was undoubtedly the work of the same malicious individual. Only by capturing them could he restore his honor and rid the sect of this malignant tumor. Observing the solemn yet hopeful Jiang Che, he hesitated, casting a glance towards Lin Yu. Although the evidence pointed towards Jiang Che, he believed that this young man was not one to fear for his life. Perhaps he could be granted some time to investigate the case. If no clues emerged, punishment could still ensue later. Despite this line of thought, with fewer than 20 disciples returning from a mission, it was imperative to provide an explanation for the fallen comrades, lest the disciples outside the law enforcement hall become restless. However, he could not acquiesce directly, for doing so would undermine the authority of the law enforcement hall. The notion that the hall master openly favored Jiang Che, who had connections, while disregarding the deceased disciples, was a grave accusation he could not bear. He lacked the authority to decide. But Lin Yu did. As Jiang Che's master, it was only natural for her to advocate on his behalf. Furthermore, she was not involved in the sect's affairs, so the disciples might merely perceive her actions as using her influence to grant Jiang Che a limited time frame to gather evidence. During this period, all of Jiang Che's actions would be monitored by the disciples. If he failed to produce any evidence by the deadline, punishment would be inevitable. Although this process might tarnish Lin Yu's reputation somewhat, if Jiang Che's innocence could ultimately be established, not only would it vindicate him, but would also enhance the disciples' esteem for Lin Yu and bolster her standing within the sect. Lin Yu could sense He's gaze and clearly discern the yearning in Jiang Che's eyes, understanding their unspoken message. Yet, recalling Jiang Che's previous misfortune, she averted her gaze. As the daughter of the former sect leader, she could not afford to be biased. She must not abandon the principles of the sect simply because the one at fault was her disciple. Feeling Lin Yu's thoughts, she trembled, questioning why she could not agree. Jiang Che was clearly wronged. Hidden within her consciousness, she could not bear to meet Jiang Che's disappointed gaze, longing to escape this moment. Master, do you not believe in me? Do you truly think I am afraid of death and responsible for the demise of those disciples? Anyone could misjudge him, but her master, who had watched him grow and treated him like family, why did she also suspect him? Despite enduring countless accusations without shedding a tear, Jiang Che's face was now streaked with tears. No, I believe in you. My master believes in you, Lin Yu hurriedly interjected, wishing to comfort Jiang Che, to embrace him and wipe away his tears. Yet, no matter her capabilities, she found herself powerless to control her body, forced to listen to her own voice in anguish. I believe in you, but I believe even more in justice. Falsehoods are not inherently terrifying. What is truly dreadful is the helplessness that follows the revelation of truth. In this moment, Lin Yu felt that despair acutely. Though she had witnessed everything, knowing Jiang Che was not at fault, she found herself powerless to intervene, forced to watch as he was scorned and ridiculed, even doubting him herself. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped her, and at that moment, Lin Yu felt akin to a drowning victim, grasped by the depths of the sea. The crane was taken aback by Lin Yu's profound affection for her own wings. to the extent that she harbored distrust even towards her own disciple, whom she had watched grow. His earlier gesture was unmistakable. It was inconceivable that Qing Wei did not comprehend it. She seemed to believe that Jiang Che was precisely the type of individual who would refrain from stepping forward. Observing Jiang Che's silent tears cascading down his cheeks, the crane felt a deep pang of sympathy. However, as the head of the law enforcement hall, she could not allow her emotions to cloud her judgment. According to the sect's regulations, collusion with demonic entities and the harm inflicted upon fellow disciples, resulting in the demise of 84 members, warranted a decisive response. Now that the evidence was irrefutable, I shall proclaim the verdict against Jiang Che. His cultivation shall be annulled, and he shall be cast into the abyss of demons. This abyss serves as a prison for the most heinous of criminals within the Zixiao sword sect, housing not only demonic cultivators and entities, but also terrifying existences from the realm of life and death. For an ordinary disciple, entering this abyss is tantamount to a death sentence. Although Jiang Che possessed an exceptional foundation, bereft of his cultivation, he would merely become prey for the inmates of the abyss. Chapter 56, The Path of Heaven's Reflection, Abolishing Cultivation and Being Cast into the Abyss. The hand of Qingya, concealed within her flowing sleeves, trembled not, for she was acutely aware of the nature of the abyss. Once Xiao Che was sent there, his demise would be inevitable. Her prior silence stemmed from Xiao Che's breach of his sex regulations, yet she harbored no desire to see his cultivation nullified, having watched him grow from a child. Upon Qingya stepping forward, the excited disciples fell into a profound silence, with Kang questioning his own perceptions, while Jiang Che, through tears, found solace in the belief that his master indeed trusted him. It appeared that everything was unfolding in a favorable manner, yet only Qing Wei comprehended the turmoil within her own heart. I recall a particular sect rule: when a disciple errs, the master may bear the punishment on their behalf. Xiao Che is my disciple. The calamity he has wrought is a reflection of my own negligence in his guidance. Allow me to accept the punishment for Xiao Che. As a practitioner of the realm of life and death, she need not abandon her cultivation to take on this punishment. Yet it would not be a trivial matter. She must vanquish a demon of equal standing, a task fraught with peril. Xiao Che's infamy could not be so easily erased. Feeling the weight of her disappointment and care, Qing Wei found no joy, rather a profound discomfort. She could have intervened sooner, could have contested this judgment. Yet now she had verbally acknowledged Xiao Che's transgressions. You are indeed Xiao Che's master. Once you concede, who would dare to overturn the verdict? Even if Xiao Che's innocence were proven, the stigma attached to Jiang Che would remain, an indelible mark. If even family members doubted Xiao Che, what faith could others possibly have in him? To bear the punishment in his stead? Kang was dumbfounded, and all disciples stood in stunned silence, while Lin Yu slowly unclenched his fists. Qingyue's response diverged sharply from their expectations. Master, I truly did not harm my fellow disciples. I am utterly bewildered by this situation. Jiang Che, in desperation, believed his master intended to refute the judgment, only to find that she sought to shoulder the penalty on his behalf. Should this guilt be acknowledged, how would disciples from other peaks regard him and his master thereafter? Hypocritical, lax in discipline. Silence. Do you not feel sufficiently humiliated? Qing Wei rebuked. She had not anticipated Xiao Che's obstinate denial. Had he not been her disciple, she would have long since forsaken the matter. The realm of life and death is a height many practitioners aspire to but never attain, and even a mere hint of pressure left Jiang Che severely injured. The other disciples, though not bleeding as profusely, suffered nonetheless. Kang felt as if Qing Wei had lost her senses. Unable to fathom her determination to firmly affix the blame of collusion with the serpent demon upon Jiang Che. Are you certain you wish to proceed thus? Qing Wei inquired, casting a glance at the semi-conscious Xiao Che, and nodded solemnly. The rule permits the master to bear the punishment for the disciples' transgressions. Kang was at a loss for words. Was there a disconnect in their communication? He posed a question, yet her response seemed to address an entirely different issue. I'm not at fault, nor do I require my master to suffer on my behalf. Jiang Che, spitting blood, staggered to his feet. Summoning the scant reserves of spiritual energy, he possessed amidst the furious gazes of the onlookers. Jiang Che, wishing to have the heavens as his witness, proclaimed that should he ever commit any act contrary to morality, his soul would perish, and he would fall eternally into the abyss of hell, imploring the heavens to bear witness to his vow. As he spoke, Jiang Che turned his gaze towards the crowd. Was this sufficient? He recalled that the sect not only could impose punishment on his behalf, but also allowed for the establishment of a heavenly oath to demonstrate his innocence. If sanctioned by the heavens, even with overwhelming evidence, one could be deemed blameless. The heavenly oath was not something any cultivator dared to undertake lightly. The repercussions could range from a diminishment of one's path to dire consequences akin to the vow itself. Furthermore, it was said that after establishing a heavenly oath, for reasons unknown, one would face calamities with greater strength than their peers in the same realm, which posed its own challenges in cultivation. No one anticipated that Jiang Che would swear such an oath, and feeling his intense gaze, those who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads. The heavens are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder, yet the heavenly oath is the epitome of justice. Now, after Jiang Che's declaration, no divine punishment descended, and the sky remained clear and serene. In this moment, they could not help but comprehend that Jiang Che had been wronged. Qin Yu's expression was complex. She had not expected little Che to be innocent. In her joy, she felt a pang of regret for having so readily assumed he was in league with the demon race. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiang Che looked towards his master. Though his master did not believe in him, she was nonetheless willing to accept punishment on his behalf. From a young age, he had diligently studied the sect's rules and understood the implications of his master's sacrifice. Indeed, while the heavenly oath might influence future tribulations, he was far more concerned about his master's well-being. Feeling the weight of little Che's gaze, Qin Yu found herself unable to meet it. Lin Yu, who had remained silent until now, was engulfed in fury. His meticulously orchestrated scheme had crumbled at the mere act of swearing an oath. Brother, I have truly underestimated you. But rest assured, next time, I shall not grant you the opportunity to swear. Seeing this, he declared that since the heavens had indicated Jiang Che posed no threat, he would announce Jiang Che's innocence. Could it truly be that simple? A mere heavenly oath could rectify the tragic fates of those junior disciples? Tang Yun, filled with resentment, glared at Song He, his voice laced with anger. Even if Jiang Che had not conspired with the serpent demon, the downfall of those disciples was inextricably linked to him. The route had been determined by Jiang Che. He owed them an explanation. The expedition team seeking the secret realm would gain access upon discovering its location. To secure the position of heir to the Tang family, he had summoned numerous elite disciples from the Tang clan, all of whom now lay lost in the treacherous 100 Broken Mountains. He turned to Jiang Che, asking if he had anything to say. An explanation was indeed warranted. Jiang Ge fell silent. The route to explore the secret realm had been devised by him, but he was not alone. Captains of all 13 teams were aware of the path. Should he deflect responsibility? They had falsely accused him. Why should he bear the entire burden? Yet, thinking of the tormented female cultivators in the projection stone and those fallen disciples, Jiang Che let out a bitter smile. Let be. Lin Yu, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of delight. He had initially thought this frame-up would come to naught, but unexpectedly, there was a pleasant turn of events. With punishment now in play, it would be much easier for him to maneuver. Keeping Tang Yun around had indeed been the right choice. Before embarking on the task, he thoroughly investigated the circumstances of all the team leaders. These living disciples harbored ambitions and did not genuinely admire Jiang Che. Their focus was primarily on personal gain. Numerous individuals followed Jiang Che on this mission, such as Wu Nuo, who was perhaps his most devoted admirer. Regrettably, fate obstructed his path. He earnestly beseeched the Hall Master for severe punishment, believing that only such measures could appease the spirits of the fallen disciples. Tang Yun was unaware of Lin Yu's thoughts. He merely sought to provide an account for the Tang family's elite. As he knelt, 7 or 8 disciples subsequently requested the same. They implored the elders for stringent retribution. The disciples who had once accompanied Jiang Che on his journeys remained silent, understanding their senior brother's reluctance to rebut. In past experiences, whenever a disciple had perished during their endeavors, their senior brother would lament his inability to save them and would resort to rigorous training as a means of self-soothing. After imposing self-discipline, he would extract lessons to ensure the safety of future disciples during their trials. His heart brimmed with kindness. Chapter 57. The Host. The fish's hooked, gentle breeze caressed her face as towering mountains loomed in the distance, and the ominous thunderclouds churned above. Purple lightning cascaded from the heavens, and Qingwe's heart raced as she watched the bolts strike the ground. Fortunately, though the young man beneath the tempest seemed to be in pain, he was not in peril. As the storm clouds dispersed, she yearned to rush forward to assist Xiaoqi, only to find herself momentarily dazed. Sensing an unexpected shift in her form, was she capable of movement now? Before she could grasp the situation, the surroundings were enveloped in thick white mist. The clear waters of the mountains, the platform of judgment, gradually fading into darkness, losing their vibrancy. The dazzling light pierced her eyes, and when she opened them again, she found herself before the Zhixiao Palace. The familiar towers and a plethora of books confirmed her return. At that moment, the heavenly mirror had returned to its original position. Yet Qingwei remained lost in thought, instinctively touching her heart. It ached, as if pricked by a needle. It seemed to be the anguish of Qingyu upon learning the truth. She tilted her head toward the vaulted ceiling. Her emotions had returned with her. The intertwining of two distinct sentiments left her in a daze. Uncertain whether she was Qingwei or Qingyu, the accusation had not transpired, implying the scenes she had witnessed were not reality. However, the pain felt all too genuine, compelling her to acknowledge that had Xiaoqi not confessed during the trial, the subsequent events would inevitably unfold in the future. She must prevent those occurrences. In that moment, Qingyue's gaze was resolute. What a pity she could not endure until the moment Jiang Che was falsely accused. 1,000 miles away, upon a solitary boat, the system shook its head in regret as it observed the diminishing fate value. Even with the vow to the heavenly path established, Jiang Che was still deemed to be colluding with the serpent demon. If only Qingyue could witness this, she would discern Lin Yu's true nature. This was merely the beginning of Lin Yu's exposure of his fangs. Casting a glance at Jiang Che, who lay beneath a straw hat shielding his face from the sun, and then at the bobbing fishing float on the lake surface, the system could not resist offering a reminder. Host, the fish is hooked. Departing from Zhixiao Palace, disciples from various peaks were diligently practicing, and Qingwei realized that over a month had passed. Only 20 days remained until the grand sect competition. She did not return to Baiyun Peak. Siwei and Xiaoqi had already established solid foundations. As for other aspects, both had practiced under Xiaoqi's guidance and now needed only to continue their training methodically, without her assistance. However, without a destination, Qingyue found herself wandering aimlessly, as if the vast sect offered no place for her to go. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at Wangshan Pavilion. Wangshan Pavilion, a place of leisure, was perched on a steep cliff, affording a panoramic view of the mountains, lakes, and the beauty of the human world. Yet, seated within the pavilion, even amidst the picturesque scenery, Qingyue found her heart devoid of the desire to appreciate it. She was uncertain how to confront Xiaoqi. His transformation had begun in the trial hall, and in Qingyue's memories, he had made an entirely different choice. He had not confessed, and had become one who feared for his life. She glimpsed a fragment of the future, guided by the wise Elder Tianji. The sudden transformation of Xiaoqi may well be attributed to Elder Tianji as well. In other words, it is quite possible that Xiaoqi is equally aware of his impending fate, perhaps even possessing more knowledge than she does. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to depart from his blind master. The thought that she could doubt a child she had watched grow up filled Qingyue with a desire to chastise herself. Master, you have emerged from your seclusion. Lung Xinchang floated gracefully through the air, landing with poise at the Wangshan Pavilion. Her dark hair cascaded elegantly around her waist, and her ethereal beauty, accentuated by a simple azure robe, could scarcely conceal her divine aura. She had returned for several days, and with both little ones engrossed in their cultivation and her own restless spirit, she sought solace in this place. The Longshan Pavilion was not accessible to all disciples, but her junior brothers had often brought her here in secret. Though she did not comprehend Xiao Chei's feelings, she always found comfort in their solitary visits, particularly while savoring the pastries he had prepared and sipping the sweet peach blossom brew. Time would slip away unnoticed. She had intended to find peace here, but was unexpectedly delighted to encounter her master. "Wasn't it said you would remain in seclusion for some time longer?" she inquired. The cultivation method practiced by Lung Xinchang was a forbidden technique of the Lung family, necessitating training in extremely frigid environments to suppress the complications arising from their practice. Departing midway could easily lead to a reversal of vital energy and damage to the Dantian. Lung Xinchang pressed her lips together. "I'm also a part of Baiyan Peak. With the sect's grand competition approaching, I naturally must contribute." Not wishing to dwell on the matter, she redirected the conversation. "Where is my junior brother? I've returned for over 10 days, yet I have not seen him." He, Qing Yue's smile gradually faded as uncertainty clouded her thoughts. The entanglements surrounding Xiao Chei now lay with that puppet. Unless he chose to reveal himself, discovering his whereabouts would be impossible. Even if she were to find him, would he be willing to return? The mere thought of what she had witnessed made her feel unworthy of being Xiao Chei's master, especially considering the resolve he had shown in severing ties with the sect and their master-disciple relationship after the accusation of colluding with the demon race. There were likely even greater sorrows in store for him, yet she struggled to articulate these thoughts to Lung Xinchang. "Master, do you truly not know where my junior brother is?" Lung Xinchang asked, perplexed. Qing Wei, her emotions a tapestry of complexity, gazed at Lung Xinchang and posed a question. "What would happen if, one day, I were to commit an act that wronged Xiao Chei?" Lung Xinchang was taken aback, uncertain why her master would pose such a question. But after a moment's thought, she responded earnestly, "He would certainly forgive you." During this time, she had been plagued by a recurring dream, one that had aided her in overcoming difficulties in her training and allowed her to emerge from seclusion early. In the dream, her master had indeed acted foolishly, tarnishing her junior brother's reputation, yet he harbored no grievances, remaining the same as ever. "Are you not aware of the kind of person my junior brother is, master? Indeed, little Chei is such a remarkable child. It is perplexing to ponder why he would engage in such unfathomable actions." Qing Wei could not help but smile bitterly, as a thought struck her, causing her expression to stiffen. Why did she find it difficult to trust little Chei? She recalled the first time she glimpsed the future, witnessing little Chei nearly perish while resisting the sex assault. In the end, instead of receiving accolades, he was compelled to swear an oath to the heavens to prove his innocence. Ultimately, he even defected solely to unveil Lin Yu's true nature. The accusations of conspiracy with the serpent demon and other charges bore no connection to little Chei, yet these heinous allegations were unjustly attributed to him. Contemplating little Chei's impending suffering and despair, Qing Wei began to scrutinize Lin Yu's character. Lin Yu had merely entered the sect a little over a year ago, spending a significant portion of that time in external training. Although a profound master-disciple bond may develop over time, their current relationship was hardly deep. The initial defamation stemmed from her misplaced trust in Si Wei and Lin Yu's testimonies, compounded by the disciples' statements, leading to little Chei's unjust transfer to the law hall without proper investigation. Noticing Lin Yu's presence in both visions she had seen, Qing Wei turned earnestly to Xiao Chuan. "What are your thoughts on Lin Yu?" Since she accepted Lin Yu as a disciple, the opportunities for these two apprentices to meet had been exceedingly rare, and perhaps Xiao Chuan could offer a different perspective. Cold-hearted Chuan shook her head, unwilling to comment on others indiscriminately, especially considering Lin Yu was also her junior. Faced with this, Qing Wei felt rather helpless. Indeed, her disciple rarely extended kindness to anyone but little Chei, making it unlikely for her to observe others closely. Although she did not garner any useful opinions from Xiao Chuan, Qing Wei resolved to investigate Lin Yu. Given that Xiao Chuan was now in the third level of the Dao Palace, it meant that the events she witnessed would soon unfold. If Lin Yu truly harbored ill intentions, this would present a timely opportunity for her to probe further. Thinking of little Chei's puppet, Qing Wei instantly devised a plan. Setting aside her thoughts, she smiled at Xiao Chan. Do not dwell on little Che's matters for now. The pressing concern is to prepare for the sect's grand competition. I have heard that Gu Yuyu seeks revenge against you. Gu Yuyu's talents were on par with Xiao Chan's, and they had always been rivals. Particularly after little Che nearly incapacitated her, escalating tensions between her and Bai Yunfeng. Siwei's strength was too feeble to pose a challenge, and little Che fought like a wild man, making Xiao Chan a natural target for Gu Yuyu. Chapter 58. Gu Yuyu. Upon recalling Gu Yuyu, a gradual smile graced the icy countenance of Lung Xinchang. In truth, there existed no conflict of interest between them. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, ever since she had nearly been incapacitated by her junior disciple years ago, it seemed they had developed an adversarial relationship. In every aspect, she felt compelled to vie for superiority against Gu Yuyu. Lung Xinchang could not fathom the origins of this enmity, yet an instinctive urge prevailed within her, dictating that she must not allow Gu Yuyu to triumph. Over the years, their contests had been evenly matched, with each claiming victories in turn. Yet this time, she harbored unwavering confidence in her impending victory. As the master and disciple engaged in conversation, a young maiden emerged from the Wujin Gorge, her long, raven hair cascading down her back, her sun-kissed skin glowing, and clad in a black training outfit that exuded an air of spirited elegance. Jiang Che was indeed a madman. His physical prowess allowed him to withstand the fierce winds within this domain. Gu Yu seemed to mock him, yet envy flickered in her eyes. Currently, she could only venture a mere 1,500 steps inward, which was her utmost limit. For Jiang Che, this was likely just the beginning. After all, had it not been for his formidable physique years ago, she would not have faced defeat. To compare oneself physically with him was tantamount to courting disaster. A voice resonated from within the gorge. Wu Chun, who had commenced his training at the tender age of 12, a few years later than the rest of them. Nevertheless, at 10, he could lift a boulder weighing 100,000 pounds, overpowering those of the spirit sea realm with mere physical strength. With such prowess and body refinement, it would be wiser to hone one's control over spiritual energy. Perhaps there lay a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Wu Chun's garments had already been shredded by the fierce winds, his robust muscles causing nearby female cultivators to blush and hastily avert their gazes. Gu Yuyu remained unfazed. She knew she could not hope to rival Jiang Che's physical strength, and moreover, she was a woman. What significance did her well-toned physique hold? Wu Nuonyuo approached from a distance, casting a disapproving glance at her elder brother. She tossed a garment from her spatial ring onto Wu Chun's face. You expect me to prepare your clothes all day? Have some dignity. Every time you emerge from the Wujin Gorge, you waste an entire outfit. I'm not your maid. Mother sent me to the Zixiao sword sect for you to take care of me, not for me to look after you. Wu Chun chuckled sheepishly, turning his gaze towards Nuonyuo. What can be done? Our family is impoverished, unlike senior sister Gu, who possesses fine silks that offer ample privacy. I must rely on my most adorable sister. Gu Yu, speechless, recognized that this fellow was attempting to take advantage of her kindness. Were it not for the fact that he was privy to her secrets, she would ensure he experienced true suffering. In a couple of days, I'll send you a set. Will that suffice? Haha. Then I shall thank you, senior sister Gu. Ah, the heavenly silks. In my childhood, our family was destitute, and I never had the opportunity to wear such fine garments. Wu Chun expressed his satisfaction with Gu Yuyu's understanding, casting furtive glances around before inquiring. Would you like me to share some news about old Jiang? Gu Yu's face flushed crimson as she shot him a fierce glare, swiftly departing. She had already conducted her own investigations into Jiang Che. There was no need for him to divulge any information. Watching the silhouette of his senior sister fade away, Wu Nuonyuo glared at her elder brother in frustration. With such a wonderful sister-in-law, how can you not have any thoughts? Jiang Shixiang does not harbor feelings for senior sister. Perhaps you still have a chance. Wu Chun donned his attire and cast a disdainful glance at his younger sister. Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. Lao Jiang harbors no intentions towards you, a mere sprout. Nuonyuo instinctively lowered her head, and upon catching sight of her toes, she bared her teeth and engaged in a scuffle with Wu Chun. I'm still young and have room for growth. How dare you, my scoundrel of a brother, humiliate me? Have you no shame? Wu Chun, undeterred by her protests, seized her with ease, a smug smile gracing his lips. With mother absent, I fear you not. Would it not be better to comply? How dare you resist? At home, he toiled tirelessly under the whims of this whimsical sister, and now that he had the opportunity to teach her a lesson, he was not about to let it slip away. Wu Nuo was taken aback by her brother's sudden aggression. With her hands firmly restrained, any movement threatened to fracture her bones. A wave of grievance swelled within her, and tears streamed down her face in an instant. Oh no! Wu Chun quickly released his grip on his sister, glancing at Nuo with a flustered expression. Surely, you won't report this, will you? Although mother is quite far away, the sect competition is imminent in 20 days. While the Wu family is not a lineage of cultivators, she will undoubtedly come to watch my match. He had no doubt that his sister, who held grudges fiercely, would seize the opportunity to inform their mother of his misdeeds. Now, Nuo, I implore you for a favor, Wu Chun said, adopting a servile demeanor as he gazed at his younger sister. Wu Nuo turned away, continuing to weep. Unwilling to listen, Wu Chun could only manage a bitter smile, pondering how he had been foolish enough to provoke this little tyrant. Observing the sparse flow of disciples around them, he leaned closer and whispered, Speak up then. What demands do you wish to make? I shall accommodate you. Non nos obs diminiscit significantly. Really? Of course. Should I reveal to mother that I bullied you, I would be signing my own death warrant, Wu Chen replied, exasperated. Nearly 16 years of age, and this little girl still resorted to tears to negotiate. Wiping her tears, Nuo beamed. I want to participate in the sect competition. Very well. Wu Chun readily acquiesced, having anticipated a more arduous demand. It was merely this. Recently, his little sister appeared to have received guidance from a master, advancing from the first to the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Spirit Sea in just a few months, thus meeting the requirements for the competition. This would indeed broaden her horizons, and given his standing among peers, the other disciples would not resort to fatal measures, likely just a few broken ribs at most. Nuo's smile faltered momentarily. She had expected a lengthy negotiation before her brother would acquiesce, and now she felt a twinge of regret. However, the prospect of participating in the sect competition reignited her joy. Months ago, a set of techniques and insights had mysteriously appeared in her room, and within a mere 4 months, her prowess had soared considerably. Despite only being at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea, she felt unfazed even by those at the 7th level. At the sect competition, she was determined to astonish all the disciples. Chapter 59. Onping Village Wu Nuo, like her elder brother, was diligently cultivating at Songjin Peak. After registering, she cautiously glanced at her brother and, after much hesitation, finally spoke with a hint of anxiety. Brother, do you truly know the whereabouts of senior brother Jiang? Since the events at Waya Academy, no one has seen him. There are rumors he went out to train, while others suggest he is hiding and unwilling to return to the sect. Countless speculations abound, yet the truth remains elusive. How would I know his whereabouts? Previously, it was merely playful banter. If you miss him, it would be wiser to focus on your own cultivation, Wu Chen replied, gently poking his sister's forehead and smiling. Wu Nuo, hands on her hips, shot an indignant look at her brother. Why shouldn't I think of him? When senior brother was around, everyone worked tirelessly to cultivate, hoping to join him in his training. Now, many disciples have grown complacent. Are you yearning to train alongside old Jiang? Or are you simply infatuated with him? Wu Chen teased. Your infatuation with senior brother is hardly unique. It seems I am not the only one. Wu Nuo defended herself. I am merely stating a fact. Among our generation of cultivators, 9 out of 10 admire senior brother Jiang. Given that her brother spent more time with Jiang, she understood just how pure-hearted he truly was, which only deepened her admiration. Wu Chen chuckled. Indeed. All female disciples seem to favor Jiang Che. I suppose I shall not leave you a sister-in-law then. Would that suffice? It was not just the female disciples who admired old Jiang. Many male disciples were equally captivated. There was an inexplicable aura about him that inspired those around him to strive for excellence. Standing behind him felt like being sheltered by a towering mountain, shielding them from all storms. This was a sentiment shared by all who wished to follow him. Wu Nuonyuo quickly shook her head. That one T do. If all the female disciples like him, mother would surely tear me apart. Although she had not returned home during her seclusion at Wire Academy, her mother had written to remind her to keep an eye on her brother and the female disciples around him, to see if any were a suitable match. Though you know our mother is earnest in her wishes, she believes that you, her son, should establish a family. But the matter of a partner holds little interest for me. Cultivation demands focus, and only in tranquility can one achieve true progress, Wu Chen expressed, a hint of frustration in his tone. Wu Nuonyuo understood that her brother was currently engrossed solely in his cultivation, and thoughts of a partner were far off. She continued to inquire about Jiang Che, as the returning disciples from Waya Academy seldom mentioned their training experiences, and when they did, it was merely trivial gossip. Is Jiang brother's absence related to his training? Wu Chen nodded slightly. Do not concern yourself with old Jiang's matters. If he wishes to return, he will. Upon his return, he recounted Jiang Che's words to his master, who remained silent for a long while, ultimately advising him to focus earnestly on his cultivation. Although the master uttered no further words, his silence spoke volumes. Old Jiang had long since forged ahead, a path unattainable for him and the so-called prodigious disciples. Wu Chun lifted his gaze. Encircled by mountains, the swirling autumn leaves danced in the breeze, revealing countless souls ardently pursuing the Tao. How splendid it is to revel in the mortal realm, surpassing the ethereal. Old Jiang, where art thou truly? Mr. Lin, are you off to fish again? A septuagenarian, mending nets in Onping village, greeted a young man trailing a group of children with a smile. The youth, carrying a fishing rod in one hand and a wooden bucket in the other, cheerfully replied, Indeed, I discovered a spot yesterday. It should yield 3 or 4 pounds of sizable fish. Old sir, why not join me? The old man's smile faltered as he waved his hand in refusal. No need, I must hurry to finish mending the nets. Mr. Lin was commendable in all respects, yet his luck in fishing was rather lamentable. Despite visiting the same location, he often returned empty-handed when accompanied by Mr. Lin, praying fervently for even a few fish. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the old man, Jiang Che continued along the narrow path. A light rain had fallen the previous night, rendering the ground somewhat slippery. After cautioning the children trailing behind him, he walked for approximately the duration of half an incense stick before finally catching sight of the lake. Sir, we have arrived. A youth following Jiang Che spoke softly. Though the boy was dressed modestly, with several patches adorning his clothing, he exuded a courteous and refined demeanor, clearly not a child of common folk. A discerning eye would reveal the latent talent coursing through his veins, indicating his embarkation on the path of Confucianism. Jiang Che turned to the 7 or 8 children before him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Pei Chuan, one of the prominent families among the 5 great clans of the Pei family. Since learning his name, Jiang Che had recognized him, though he remained oblivious as to why the young boy found himself in this remote area. He felt no inclination to delve deeper. Take those brats over there, and do not disturb my fishing. Though Pei Chuan was scarcely 10 years old, he stood an impressive height of 6 feet. Having feasted on many fish in recent days, his previously gaunt frame had developed some flesh. After bowing respectfully, he led the children away, watching their departing figures. Jiang Che approached the lake, selecting a prime spot to commence his fishing, seemingly unconcerned for their safety. The moment his fishing hook touched the water, ripples spread across the lake's surface, producing bubbles as if a sizable fish had entered the area. Observing this, Jiang Che shook his head in resignation, retrieving a gourd from his waist and pouring 2 cups of wine. As if drawn by the fragrant aroma, the lake's surface became tranquil. Binged Jiang Ke, an octogenarian approached with surprising agility, seizing one of the cups and savoring the drink while smacking his lips, gazing at Jiang Che with lingering delight. 1 cup is sufficient. The old man paid no heed to Jiang Che's words, relying on his superior strength to attempt a direct snatch. However, Jiang Che was unwilling to yield, firmly tilting the gourd. If you attempt to take more, no one shall drink. Observing that even the slightest tilt could cause the wine to spill, the elderly man begrudgingly conceded, "You little rascal, you are rather miserly." Jiang Che, speechless, retorted, "You won't even spare me a single fish. Yet you dare to call me stingy? Do you have any shame?" He prided himself on his angling skills, having chosen bait meticulously tailored to the preferences of the fish. Yet over the past 2 months, he had only managed to catch 7 or 8 substantial fish, the chief culprit being this man. Were it not for his understanding of hunting, he would surely starve relying solely on fishing. The old man clicked his tongue, proclaiming, "This lake belongs to me. I can fish for whomever I choose. Do you believe I could make it so that you won't see a single fish again? Hand over the wine to me, and I shall ensure you catch a fish weighing 100 pounds." Jiang Che scoffed disdainfully, "Transform into a great demon. Keep babbling, and I'll report you. Do you believe I won tea?" The old man remained unfazed, declaring, "I summon clouds and rain, safeguarding the creatures of this realm. Go ahead, I await your report." Jiang Che found himself at a loss for words. The elderly figure before him was steeped in merit, having protected this land for at least a millennium, revered as a deity by the living. Who would dare to slay him? It would be akin to courting death. Reporting him seemed, indeed, utterly futile. Chapter 60. Without background. He would not believe merit is an intangible yet profoundly existent force, capable of manifesting at certain thresholds, allowing one to withstand divine retribution. No one dares to strike against those endowed with great merit. Indeed, within the sect resides a venerable figure whose immense virtue enhances the sect's fortune, enabling it to endure for millennia. However, this particular location is situated in Bay City, a borderland of the human realm, far removed from the territories of the demon race by countless miles. I find myself curious as to why a creature of the demon race would take refuge here. The Jiaolong, a being of immense value, possesses flesh that can be medicinally potent and scales that can be forged into weapons. Coupled with its great merit, any elixirs or weapons crafted from it would exhibit effects magnified several-fold. It is akin to a veritable treasure walking among us, capable of orchestrating schemes against others with human cunning to eliminate this elder without incurring repercussions. Having lived for so many years, this individual cannot possibly be oblivious to the strategies employed by humans. The old man turned his gaze toward the lake, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation to the capriciousness of fate. Fortune had not favored him, and defeat, after all, is still defeat. Due elaboraci. Perhaps I might offer you some counsel. Jiang Che expressed his interest, having never encountered the elder in his previous life, which ultimately ended in demise. The elder's demeanor suggested that he was not compelled to seclude himself here under duress. Thus, what could be the underlying reason? The elder chuckled lightly, indicating he did not wish to dwell on his own matters. "Let's speak of you instead. What have I to share?" Jiang Che retorted, his gaze fixed upon the surface of the lake. "Though I have not traveled in millennia, certain truths remain apparent to me," the elder remarked, seemingly penetrating Jiang Che's facade with a knowing smile. "Your physical form rivals that of a newly hatched dragon, undoubtedly a product of systematic cultivation and the consumption of myriad heavenly materials, resulting in your current prowess. Though your internal spiritual energy may occasionally become obstructed, some attributes are innate, and no amount of pretense can mask them. Even the most deluded bloodlines among dragons possess peak spiritual power at birth. In other words, while this youth may only be at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, he stands undaunted against those at the peak of the spiritual platform realm. Without a background, you would not believe it. Enough with the prattle. Keep your distance, for you disturb my fishing," the elder replied with a chuckle. "I'm rather curious about your identity, as you show no reverence toward me and have deliberately concealed yourself in this desolate locale. Are you a fugitive, or have you slain someone who ought not to have been harmed?" When they first crossed paths, the elder was idly chatting at the entrance of Omping village. This youth, with his distinct accent and attire, did not strike him as a native of the northern lands. Initially, he paid little heed to him, continuing his idle banter, until he suddenly sensed a probing gaze, a sensation akin to being seen through. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it heightened his vigilance. Despite having lingered in the void realm for a millennium, and though he had remained unseen for 1,000 years, he had numerous adversaries among the human race, with many wishing for his demise. Thus, He began to observe Jiang Che, soon realizing that the youth was far from an ordinary wanderer. However, this young man was indeed not the scout he was seeking, and it seemed he had endured considerable trauma, not of the physical kind, but rather a mental devastation akin to his own. Intriguingly, as time passed, he discerned that this lad did not appear to have been betrayed. He seemed enveloped in a thick mist, shrouded in mystery. Otherwise, how could a mere peak practitioner of the spiritual realm warrant his presence and the exposure of his prowess? Jiang Che remained silent, gazing quietly at the lake's surface. This time, the old man did not intrude, and he genuinely managed to catch several fine fish, sufficient for a soup and a feast of whole fish that evening. As dusk approached, a few young ones returned to his side. Pei Chuan, seeing that the master had indeed caught fish, joyfully stepped forward, saying, "Master, let me help you with that." Jiang Che waved his hand in refusal. Having finally caught fish worthy of showing off, he naturally wished to display them. Otherwise, no one would be inclined to lend him their small boat for fishing in the future. Pei Chuan and the others wrung out their clothes and followed him back to Jiang Che's abode, promptly adopting their obedient demeanor, their gazes ablaze with anticipation directed at him. They were well aware that the master's culinary skills were unparalleled, and today they would once again indulge in a delightful feast. Even Pei Chuan, brimming with expectation, approached Jiang Che's side, ready to assist. Though he would one day attain realms of scholarship that many scholars would find unattainable throughout their lives, he was still merely a 10-year-old child at present. "Help me scale the fish," Jiang Che instructed as he rendered 2 fish unconscious and set them aside. Then resumed preparing the ingredients. Pei Chuan knelt down earnestly, meticulously attending to a 5-pound carp. Meanwhile, at the southern end of the village, a 17 or 18-year-old maiden stood hesitantly at the doorway, glancing toward the east. The young lady, in the bloom of her youth, though her attire had faded, possessed a remarkable beauty. The middle-aged man inside the house could not help but chuckle at the sight. Xiao Chuan might be at Mr. Lin's house. Why don't you go call him back for dinner? Then, father, you eat first. I shall fetch Xiao Chuan. Upon hearing her father's words, joy flickered in the maiden's eyes as she swiftly ran toward the east. Although Lin Yu had only resided in Anping village for a little over a month, his refined demeanor had captured the hearts of many young women in the village. Moreover, as a scholar who established a school to free of charge teach the village children to read and write, he had earned the respect of everyone in the community. In this era, literate individuals were held in high regard. Though the village was situated in a remote area, there was still a profound reverence for scholars. The Pei family was not particularly wealthy within the village, yet their daughter was naturally beautiful, renowned as a belle across the surrounding regions. Thus, Pei's father was understandably reluctant to see his daughter marry a mere fisherman without consideration. Since his daughter admired Lin Yu, he was more than willing to entertain the prospect. If a union could be forged, it would indeed provide a commendable future for her. Anping village housed 300 families, and despite the dense housing, Jiang Che had only recently moved in, residing a mere few hundred meters from the village itself. It did not take long for Shi'er to notice the curling smoke from cooking fires. Standing at the door, she adjusted her attire before cautiously knocking on the door. "Mr. Lin." The gate was soon opened, revealing Pei Chuan, who initially thought a guest had arrived. Upon seeing his sister, he paused for a moment, hesitating as he glanced into the courtyard. "Sister, I'll come back later. The meal is just being prepared by the master." He was well aware that his sister had come to call him, yet the opportunity to savor the master's culinary skills was too precious to abandon. What a pity it would be to leave just as the feast was about to begin. Pei Shi'er was also taken aback to find her younger brother at the door. The enticing aroma of the fish dish wafted from within, causing her to instinctively swallow. Their village was not affluent, and every meal required frugality. However, Mr. Lin seemed to possess an abundance of provisions. She had fortuitously managed to partake in his cooking once before, and it had been nothing short of divine. Noticing the longing glimmer in her brother's eyes, Pei Shi'er hesitated for a fleeting moment before softly declaring, "I will come back to call you." Mustering the courage to summon Xiao Chuan to Mr. Lin's residence had taken all her resolve. Although she too desired to partake in the meal, she felt a tinge of shyness about imposing. Upon hearing his sister's words, Pei Chuan's face lit up with joy as he nodded vigorously. Xiao Chuan? Who is that? Just as Pei Shi'er was about to depart, a voice suddenly resonated. Jiang Che. Chapter 61. Life is a dream. How much joy can one find? Pei Shi'er was eager to flee, yet Jiang Che had already positioned himself at the door, smilingly inviting her in. Ah, Shi'er, come in and sit. Today I caught several 5-pound carp. You must try my culinary skills. Hi, sia fit hit teeks flush. Acutely aware that she seemed to be inviting herself to a meal. Observing this, Pei Chuan grasped his sister's hand and led her into the house. Though their father claimed not to favor sons over daughters, the family's poverty meant that while his sister could fill her belly, she had never dined well. Today, however, offered an opportunity for her to savor a decent meal. If things progressed, he could indulge in good food every day. The mere thought thrilled Pei Chuan. Upon entering, the children had already set the table with an array of dishes. Jiang Che urged them to sit and eat, chiding them that they were growing taller and looking rather sallow. He served each person a generous portion of fish and placed some snow rabbit meat before Pei Shi'er, encouraging her to make herself at home. Nervously, Pei Shi'er gripped her chopsticks, her head bowed as she softly acquiesced, prompting Jiang Che to chuckle quietly. The meal concluded swiftly, with Pei Shi'er eagerly gathering the dishes. Jiang Che did not refuse her assistance, though throughout the process, her glances occasionally darted in his direction. Reluctantly, Jiang Che ended his playful interactions with the children, sending them off while disregarding Pei Shi'er's adoring gaze, calmly shutting the courtyard gate behind him. The young girl was quite lovely. With cultivation, her beauty would ascend even further. Did he truly harbor no thoughts about her? An elder emerged from the shadows, cradling a jar of wine and teasingly remarking. He had been present from the moment the girl was invited into the courtyard until her departure. Her affections were almost written plainly on her face. Jiang Che smiled, retrieving 2 plates of steaming delicacies from his storage ring and placing them on the table. He extinguished his errant thoughts and offered a stick of incense at the Zen altar. Being alone had its own merits. The silvery moonlight cascaded down like a chilly feathered garment draping Jiang Che, enhancing his already refined demeanor with a touch of solitude. Accepting the wine jar, he seated himself on a nearby stone stool, his gaze deep and clear. As he opened the jar, the rich aroma of the wine enveloped him, filling his cup to the brim before inviting the elder to join him. You literati, always speaking in ways I cannot comprehend, the elder remarked, seemingly at a loss, as he casually settled across from Jiang Che. This wine had been pilfered from Bay City. Not only was it rich and fragrant, but it also possessed a potent spiritual essence, which he deemed inconsequential, though it could be quite beneficial for someone at the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm. Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? After a few rounds of wine, the elder mused. This child's temperament promised future greatness. He doubted the young man's sect would easily abandon the pursuit of his whereabouts. Should they find him, it could spell unprecedented disaster for Anping Village. Life is but a dream. How much joy can one truly find? Jiang Che gazed up at the starry sky, reflecting on a lifestyle he had never experienced, fishing in leisure, drifting alone upon a boat, and indulging in the splendid beauty of the world. The old man was witnessing for the first time a young powerhouse who displayed no interest in cultivation. Although you appear carefree and unrestrained, your fate is nonetheless tethered to the hands of others. Months prior, the destruction of the Ghost Crane sect ignited a fierce competition among the major factions for spiritual stone veins, spiritual herbs, and medicinal elixirs. While the spiritual sea realm may hold some value among scattered cultivators, it merely represents the threshold when gazing across the vast world. Without diligent cultivation, the ravages of war will soon extend to this place. How will you resist? Upon entering the city, he observed that Bay City had already entered a state of readiness for battle. Clashing weapons and galloping steeds filled the air, and the streets were strewn with the corpses of cultivators. The spiritual sea realm was woefully insufficient. John Duque fed silent, acutely aware that in merely 2 months of remaining here, he had discreetly dealt with 7 or 8 malevolent cultivators. Had it not been for his mastery of spiritual energy far exceeding that of his peers, he might have already met his demise. This was not a realm for mortals. To enjoy a peaceful old age appeared more arduous than the path of cultivation itself. Sometimes, merely the aftermath of a powerful confrontation was enough to shatter the earth. The lifespan of an ordinary person is not something one can easily control. Yet cultivation, Jiang Che harbored no fondness for it invariably entailed the act of killing and the need to confront those from his past. The former evoked little feeling, but the latter made him feel nauseous at the thought of reconnecting with them. In this era, the Emperor of Man possessed grand ambitions. With his presence, the celestial sex dared not act recklessly. Jiang Che reassured himself in this thought, until he found himself in dire straits. He had no desire to cultivate indiscriminately. His master had already discerned that the puppet was not truly him. While the absence of a cultivation puppet could conceal some aspects, once he began to cultivate, unexpected calamities could arise at any moment. After all, if the Elder of Heavenly Secrets could detect him, well, the Mirror of Heavenly Secrets. That artifact was a sacred relic of the Heavenly Secrets sect. Only by refraining from cultivation and preventing any leakage of his aura could he maintain a fade of tranquility. Every additional day of leisure was a day well spent. Observing Jiang Che's nonchalance, the elder realized he could not persuade him further and chose not to dwell on the topic. Having dwelled in this land for over a millennium, although it was not the territory of a dragon clan, he had developed genuine sentiments for it. Since this young man was unwilling to depart, when his sect eventually arrived, he could simply cast him out. Above all, it was imperative to preserve the serenity and harmony of this place from the encroachment of those cultivators. Since the demise of the Ghost Crane sect, Bay City had indeed become plagued by incessant troubles, as Chun Lin had anticipated. Both righteous and so-called demonic factions engaged in a relentless slaughter for the resources of the Ghost Crane sect. Fortunately, with his preparation of 30,000 iron cavalry, the casualties among the common folk had not been severe. City Lord, the casualties among our soldiers have already reached several thousand. If this continues, it may be extremely detrimental for us, Deputy General Chun stated gravely. The soldiers of the Great Zhou consisted mainly of martial artists, although some were scattered cultivators. They were fundamentally on a different level than those with backgrounds and comprehensive cultivation systems. What suggestions do you have? Chun Lin was well aware that the soldiers of the Great Zhou struggled to contend with these cultivators. But what could he do? He could not simply stand by and watch as these cultivators wreaked havoc upon the common people. To apprehend the thief, one must first capture the king. These self-proclaimed loose cultivators are beyond our reach, yet we can seize those spirit stone veins. As long as we acquire these veins, even the mightiest of cultivators will have to consider the emperor's prestige. Chun Lin furrowed his brow. Do you think I desire this any less? Spirit stones are not only paramount for cultivators, they also significantly aid martial artists in their training. The problem is that once Bay City enters the fray, the sects will unite, and with the forces I currently command, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Deputy Zhang presented a letter to the city lord. Princess Hao Yue will arrive at Bay City tomorrow, leading 100,000 troops. Her Highness is currently executing the Emperor's edict to purge the Great Zhou, and she possesses the 6th tier of the Dragon Platform Sword. Perhaps Princess Hao Yue could lend her assistance. Although the 6th sword of the Dragon Platform may not rival the sword wielded by Prince Yan, it is more than capable of vanquishing ordinary cultivators of the Void Realm. If we can channel all the resources of the Ghost Crane sect into the treasury of the Great Zhou, all issues will be resolved. The Ghost Crane sect, a stronghold for millennia, has already succumbed to the Dragon Platform Sword, showcasing the might of the Great Zhou. Even if those sects harbor ulterior motives, they can no longer act brazenly. As for any underhanded maneuvers, Bay City can easily suppress them. After perusing the letter, Chun Lin relaxed and smiled. No wonder the Emperor has delayed sending reinforcements to quell the minor threats. The sects frolicking during this time will likely face substantial losses. The letter provided even more details than Deputy Zhang had conveyed. Gushi not only brought the Dragon Platform Sword, but also a collection of warships long stored in the national treasury. These vessels could easily obliterate several minor sects, and even conquer a 2nd-tier sect with ease. Stowing away the letter, Chun Lin languidly stretched. He ordered 1,000 iron cavalry to guard Bay City while the remaining troops prepared for the arrival of Princess Haoyue. He had been restless for nights, and after instructing Deputy Zhang, Chunlin turned back to the city lord's mansion to indulge in a comfortable slumber, ready to embrace the grand ceremony of the following day. This night, let those cultivators still vying for the spirit veins revel in their madness, for tomorrow shall mark their demise. Chapter 62. How to be worthy of him. 600 miles from Bay City, dozens of metallic warships hovered in the sky. At the forefront, She donned a black armor adorned with a phoenix belt, flanked by bronze heart guards, the shimmering fabric of her skirt swaying gently, producing a sound akin to metallic clashing. Her crimson cape billowed in the wind, and wielding a long spear. She was no longer the princess of the bright moon of the Great Zhou, but rather the general of the bright moon, a vision of valor and beauty forged in months of warfare. How much longer until we reach Bay City? Gushi inquired, gazing into the boundless night. In half an hour, Xiao Yun replied calmly. Although she served as a maid, her years spent alongside the princess had endowed her with martial prowess, now a fourth-tier warrior. When the emperor commanded the princess to purge the Great Zhou, she donned armor alongside her, and, after months of training, she had shed her former frailty. Upon hearing this, Gushi raised her hand to signal a halt, commanding the troops to rest and resume their journey at dawn. She was aware of the sects around Bay City that might take advantage of the situation. Her purpose was to instill fear rather than annihilate. At their current position, the nearby sects would certainly take note, and she allowed them 2 to 3 hours to ponder. Should they remain obstinate, she would eradicate them at first light. Gushi's calculations proved astute. When the flotilla of warships materialized near Bay City, many scouts from various sects took notice and promptly reported the developments. Elders from the Thousand Birds sect, the Tiger Shah sect, and others convened in discussion, some suspecting the warships were a means of intimidation to prevent rash actions, while others speculated they were there to assist the northern wilderness, with thoughts rapidly proliferating. However, they had never considered that this was an opportunity being extended by the Great Zhou. Most of the vassal states had already extricated themselves from the Great Zhou's dominion. Even though the human emperor could manipulate the dragon platform, the power at his disposal was no longer as formidable as it had been a millennium ago. Traditionally, the celestial sects and the imperial dynasty maintained a non-interference policy. The Ghost Crane sect's attempts to dominate the human emperor led to the Great Zhou dispatching troops to eradicate them, leaving the sects with no retort. Even the most powerful factions would support this action, but only in the pursuit of their own interests. Internal conflicts among the celestial sects were not uncommon, as they vied for resources following the Ghost Crane sect's destruction. A matter, of course, that the dynasty had no authority to obstruct unless they were prepared to engage in all-out war with the celestial sections. Naturally, some sects, fearful of the Great Zhou's might, withdrew their disciples, opting to observe the unfolding situation. The Great Zhou had decimated the Ghost Crane sect, and they could just as easily pursue others. Though these sects could be deemed somewhat powerful, standing against the Great Zhou, which could effortlessly annihilate the Ghost Crane sect, was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Gushi sat at the prow, sipping strong liquor, seemingly awaiting the choices of these sects. Though her thoughts had already drifted thousands of miles away to the Zixiao sword sect, just a fortnight away. In a fortnight, the sect's grand competition would commence, and she needed to resolve the troubles of Bay City swiftly. "Your Highness, what are you pondering?" Xiao Yun teased, supporting her chin as she gazed at her princess. During this time, Gushi had often appeared lost in thought, occasionally inquiring about the Zixiao sword sect in which prince or minister would represent the Great Zhou at the competition. As the princess's closest maid, she was well aware of her mistress's contemplations. The fiery liquor scorched her throat, causing Gushi to squint her eyes in discomfort. Her naturally rosy complexion appeared less conspicuous. "Xiao Yun, what manner of woman does young Master Jiang favor?" Xiao Yun, casting her gaze downwards towards the princess, replied playfully, "Young Master Jiang is as gentle as jade, affable and generous. Surely, many women within the sect admire him. To be worthy of him, one must not be a mere flower, but a paragon of beauty, like the princess herself, capable in both martial and literary pursuits." You do possess a sweet tongue, Gushi retorted, her cheeks flushed as she shot Xiao Yun a glare. Though internally she shook her head slightly. Anyone could embark on the path of immortality. Yet as a member of the Dezhou royal family, one could only ascend through martial and literary prowess. The path of martial arts was as daunting as scaling the heavens. Even attaining the rank of Grandmaster would grant merely 3 centuries of life. Jiang Che, in contrast, would possess at least a millennium of lifespan, while she was limited to a mere few hundred years. How could she ever be worthy of him? Before she had the chance to meet Jiang Che, she had been merely curious about the exalted disciple lauded by the sect. However, upon their encounter, she discovered that Jiang Che was indeed unlike other disciples. He never regarded himself as superior. That gentle demeanor lingered in her thoughts, consuming her. She was not shy, nor was she the type to remain confined within her chamber. If she harbored affection, she would express it. Yet, first and foremost, she must be deserving of the one she admired. Contemplating the ephemeral nature of martial prowess, Gushi found herself stifling her desires. Over the millennia, aside from the first emperor who possessed a lifespan of 10,000 years, and the first generation of Dezhou officials with their unimaginable longevity, no scholar warrior had broken free from the shackles of mortality. Gushi did not consider herself an exception, nor did she believe she could be the first in a millennium to transcend the limits of lifespan. Her journey to the Zixiao sword sect was not driven by her infatuation, but rather a farewell. Though she cherished her feelings for Jiang Che, it was merely affection. She had reached the age of marriage. Her father had rejected the union with the Qi kingdom and had permitted her to journey. Yet the matter of her marriage must be resolved before she turned 30. Since there was no possibility with Jiang Che, she would rather bid him a final farewell, then cast aside her feelings completely and indulge in a decade of adventures, ensuring she bore no regrets. Perhaps she might even encounter a companion for life during her travels. Xiao Yun, unable to hold her liquor, succumbed to sleep after a few cups, leaving Gu Shi to admire the night until dawn. As the morning light dispelled the darkness, Gu Shi rose slowly, donned her armor, and wielded her spear as the warship received orders to advance and obey. Though she had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, Chun Lin stood on the city walls, brimming with vitality. Vice Commander Chun presented her with a list, which she took with little enthusiasm, observing the names of several sections. "Was there no activity last night?" she inquired. Vice Commander Chun nodded helplessly. "Your Highness, they have been stationed 600 miles from here overnight. These sects are exceedingly cautious. However, rest assured, aside from these minor sects, the Thousand Birds sect seems to be quite active. The sect leader is a cultivator at the 3rd level of Transformation Void. Though not as formidable as the Ghost Crane sect, it remains a top force within Bay County, controlling tens of thousands of miles around the Thousand Birds sect." Upon hearing that the Thousand Bird Gate looked down upon the princess, Chun-Lin finally allowed herself a smile. Annihilating a few minor sects seemed rather trivial. Since Her Highness had brought along the Longtai sword and those battle vessels she had once hesitated to deploy, it was only fitting to eradicate forces of the caliber of the Thousand Bird Gate. The strongest among the names listed were merely at the level of breaking illusions, hardly capable of instilling fear. Only by vanquishing sects like the Thousand Bird Gate, which possessed entities in the void transformation realm, could the Northern Yi County enjoy 2 centuries of peace. Should a few generations of enlightened rulers arise, no cultivator would dare to act recklessly. As she pondered, the sunlight that warmed her cold armor was suddenly obscured, prompting Chun-Lin to smile. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to crush it, while the armor gleamed like golden scales under the sun. Chapter 63. The Edge of the Sword. Uncle Chun, are there only these few sects to handle? Gushi inquired, casting a perplexed glance at the list in her hands. The celestial sects, even those of lesser renown, held themselves in high esteem. Over the past 2 months, she had quelled numerous minor sects, yet, even in the face of calamity, their pride remained unshaken. Apart from the Thousand Birds sect, the other names on Uncle Chen's list were insignificant in the realm of celestial powers. It was essential to remember that this was the border of the Great Zhou, a land rife with unruly cultivators. His Highness the Yin Wang had already instilled fear in them. Your arrival will undoubtedly heighten their vigilance. The Thousand Birds sect stands as one of the most formidable forces in the Bay County, second only to the Ghost Crane sect, which suffices for our purpose. Chun Lin squinted, gazing at Gu Shi with a benevolent expression. It had been nearly a decade since he had laid eyes on her. Seeing the spirited young woman before him made it hard to reconcile her with the adorable little glutinous rice dumpling he remembered from her childhood. Gu Shi nodded in agreement, recognizing that subduing the Thousand Birds sect would indeed send ripples of fear through the others. Sensing Uncle Chen's gaze upon her, she raised her eyes and asked curiously, "Uncle Chun, why do you look at me like that?" Chun Lin, slightly roused from his thoughts, chuckled, "My rebellious son has been idling away in Bay City. When he returns from a northern wilderness, I shall have him accompany you to learn a thing or two." Gu Shi stifled a laugh. If Brother Yinji hears you say that, he might become quite upset. She was well aware of the actions her brother had taken over the years. Though confined to the bustling city of Bay, he had never indulged in the pleasures of the brothels. Instead, he diligently honed his martial skills, now reaching the pinnacle of a 7th-grade warrior. While Uncle Chun was away, the affairs of the Chun family in Bay were entrusted entirely to Yinji, who had managed them without incident. If such a person could be deemed idle, what then could be said of the young scions of the imperial city? It is only natural for a father to reprimand his son. That rascal would dare to rebel and still be angry? Chun Lin fumed, yet inwardly he felt a surge of joy. It seemed that, despite the years apart, she still held affection for that rascal. Uncle Chun remained stern with Yinji, which left Gu Shi feeling somewhat helpless. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she set off in the direction of the Thousand Birds sect. "Young man, you must be cautious from here on," an elder under the shade of a lakeside tree advised, turning to Jiang Che with a serious expression. "The Great Zhou is preparing to strike at the Thousand Birds sect, and Anping County lies merely 100 miles away. This could have repercussions for this area." Jiang Che was taken aback. The reasons for his retreat to Bay County were twofold: to mislead his master into believing he had already departed and to ensure his safety. Knowing that no significant disasters were likely to occur here in the next 300 years, especially following the downfall of the Ghost Crane sect, which significantly enhanced the region's security. Just how formidable is the Thousand Birds sect that it warrants the Great Zhou's intervention? Zhang Duke pondered. The sect leader is at the 3rd layer of the transformation void, supported by an elder at the 6th layer. Upon hearing that there was only a 6th-layer expert, Jiang Che's expression relaxed. An inferior 2nd-tier sect. No wonder he was unaware of the Thousand Birds sect. Such a faction was merely cannon fodder. The Great Zhou would not let this affect us. Their foundation is not weak. If they choose to act, it will be a decisive blow. Besides, you're still here, are you not? Having concluded his words, Jiang Che brushed off the weeds clinging to his attire and departed with a book in hand. With the pinnacle of the void realm and the blessings of virtue, if these two elements were insufficient to safeguard Anping County, one might as well throw oneself against a block of tofu. The school in Anping Village was woefully inadequate, merely a rudimentary thatched hut with dilapidated desks scattered throughout. Apart from him, there were no other instructors. Nonetheless, this establishment evoked considerable envy from neighboring villages, for in the Great Zhou, merely knowing a few characters did not qualify one to be a teacher. Despite never having ventured into Confucianism, Jiang Che, in this new life, had no trouble possessing some talent. As he approached the classroom, the sound of recitation filled his ears. At the beginning of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. Human natures are similar, but habits diverge. Dozens of children were vigorously reciting the 3-character classic. Although the environment was poor, it did not diminish their passion for learning. Jiang Che felt great satisfaction witnessing the children's enthusiasm, affirming his choice to teach in this place. Stepping onto the podium, he clapped his hands to signal the students to pause. "Children, have you all mastered the 3-character classic?" Indeed, though young, their voices resonated loudly. Jiang Che chuckled and randomly selected 6 students, 3 to supervise and 3 to recite. During their recitation, he gestured for Pei Chuan to approach, inquiring if he had any questions. Pei Chuan's aptitude far surpassed that of these children, while others may require 10 days or more to master the three-character classic. He accomplished it fluently in just 3 days. Naturally, Jiang Che held him to higher standards, expecting not only flawless recitation, but also a comprehension of its meaning. Unfazed, Pei Chuan posed his doubts. The three principles are the righteousness between ruler and subject, the affection between father and son, and the harmony between husband and wife. Ruler and subject, father and son, husband and wife must communicate and respect one another for the nation to thrive in peace. Yet, sir, it is common in the village for men to beat their wives and children. Each year, when officials come to collect taxes, they maintain a lofty demeanor and impose numerous exorbitant taxes. Whenever the village head speaks out, he faces severe repercussions. Communication is not always a solution. How should one address such issues? Jiang Che was taken aback. Was this child truly only 10 years old? What had he been doing at that age? Perhaps he had been hauling heavy stones up mountains. Reflecting on this, Jiang Che felt a sense of pride in his own capabilities. While he may not possess the child's intellect, his strength was undoubtedly superior. Then let me ask you, what are the 6 arts of a gentleman? Ritual, music, archery, charioteering, writing, and mathematics. Pei Chuan did not grasp the connection between his question and Jiang Che's inquiry, but answered promptly nonetheless. Jiang Che smiled. That was indeed the answer. Huh. Pei Chuan remained perplexed. Scholars are not frail individuals. They are equally robust and vigorous. When confronted with foolishness, one must confront it directly rather than engage in trivial discussions. Jiang Che stated plainly, then paused to elaborate. Of course, this is an exaggeration. Resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement is certainly inappropriate. The Great Zhou is currently in a state of disarray, and with the emperor having neglected state affairs for many years, some local officials have become thoroughly corrupt. Since you have studied Confucianism, you will undoubtedly seek a position in the court in the future. Since you believe that it is wrong to beat one's wife and children, and since you deem it inappropriate to donate trivial scraps, and since you find tyrants detestable, then take it upon yourself to enact change. He recalled that Pei Chuan, although a great Confucian, did not conform to the rigid ways of other scholars. His loyalty was not to the sovereign, but rather to the people of the Great Zhou. However, it was precisely this quality that led to his downfall, as he was ambushed and devoured by the ascended dragon Lin Yu while resisting the demonic forces. Merely a few centuries after his elevation, observing the bewildered Pei Chuan, Jiang Che expressed his hopes. Pei Chuan, remember this. We inhabit a world where strength reigns supreme. Power is the essence. With a clear conscience, the path of Confucianism will be smooth. Only with strength can you eradicate the wicked and render the shattered world more perfect. Wherever the sword's edge reaches, there lies the truth. Chapter 64. A gift for the brat Pei Chuan has the potential to ascend to the realm of semi-sage, and his character is marked by a fierce hatred for evil. Anyone or any creature that threatens the people of the Great Zhou and seeks to plunge them into misery is considered his enemy. This animosity is especially directed towards the demon races. In his past life, he has slain as many of them as those who fell into madness. There's a saying, "Those who are not of my kin shall surely be exterminated," and Pei Chuan embodies this principle, irrespective of whether they surrender or exhibit kindness. Any demon that falls into his hands is unlikely to survive beyond 3 years. Although he is a learned scholar, his methods are akin to those of a devil. Were it not for his frail constitution, he could single-handedly breach the ranks of the demon race. He is perplexed as to why Pei Chuan is present here. Based on his previous life knowledge, he was supposed to have been raised in the imperial city. Nevertheless, upon encountering him, he is determined to engage in some amusement. Just as humans possess virtues and vices, so too do demons. He must endeavor to alter Pei Chuan's perception of the demon races, particularly the demonic lineage. For in his past life, the alluring Xian Yin found him to be quite a headache. A scholar who resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement commands fear. Fortunately, after several months of guidance, this lad has come to comprehend the principles of Confucianism and the nature of his adversaries, which should prevent him from harboring excessively extreme views in the future. His physique also appears considerably strengthened compared to their initial encounter. As 1.5 hours elapsed, It was time for the class to conclude. With Pei Chuan's departure, Jiang Che intended to return to his fishing. Host, it appears you still harbor feelings for them. The system expressed with evident delight. After 2 months of residing here, it had genuinely feared that Jiang Che would become apathetic and neglect the impending cataclysm. By guiding Pei Chuan to focus on the internal matters of humanity rather than external foes, it was clearly preparing for the future, avoiding any conflicts with Lin Yu's demon form. Zhang Duke chuckled softly. Concern? How could that be? When faced with universal disdain, he had succumbed to despair regarding humanity. His assistance to Pei Chuan was not driven by a readiness to confront the impending apocalypse, nor was it a ploy to engage Lin Yu in battle. His sole desire was to ensure that Xian Yin could ascend safely. Although his initial intention in gifting her the formation was to aid her in averting the celestial catastrophe, this notion shifted upon realizing that others, apart from himself, could also return. With the memories of 2 lifetimes, Qin Yu and the others rendered Xian Yin no match for them. Given this, it was more prudent to allow her to depart. Now equipped with the formation, the environment of the demon race has drastically changed. Those secret realms would soon be discovered. As long as the demon race remains tranquil within their territory, Pei Chuan, the future sage, would not easily target them, and Xian Yin would not be overwhelmed by the development of the demon race. With her exceptional talent, she would undoubtedly ascend to become a demon god within 600 years. As for everything else, well, it was merely a spectacle to behold. Brat, would you like me to arrange a wife for you? An old man with disheveled hair charged toward Jiang Che from the sky, carrying a person upon his shoulder, who was bleeding profusely. Before Jiang Che could discern the situation, the old man unceremoniously dropped the individual and hastily fled, as if he dared not linger for a moment. Jiang Che stood in bewilderment, glancing at the woman sprawled on the ground. Was the old man deranged? What would he want with a wife? Seeing the old man vanish without a trace, Jiang Che helplessly bent down to check the woman's pulse and assess her injuries. After a brief moment, Jiang Che rose with a scowl, muttering curses under his breath. The woman before him was clearly at the end of her tether. Her meridians were shattered, and her spirit was damaged. Were it not for a modicum of virtue sustaining her breath, she would have long since succumbed to death. Yet, even with the protection of virtue, once it dissipated, her chances of survival would vanish entirely. Was this a farewell to a bride or a corpse? After venting his frustration, Jiang Che turned the woman over, gazing at her charred visage, which still faintly emitted the scent of roasted flesh. He couldn't help but click his tongue, pondering what the great Zhou was up to. A formidable female, general reduced to a charred remains. Suddenly, Jiang Che's expression shifted as he removed a fragment of armor from her skin, his countenance darkening in realization. She was indeed a general of the great Zhou. What madness possessed that old fool to cast her aside in Omping village? Was he not condemning the villagers to serve as her mourners? The general had appeared on the battlefield, now 100 miles away. Regardless of their involvement, they would inevitably be entangled in this affair. The old man might have thought he had no choice, but Jiang Che knew otherwise. If he did not bring her here, his own fate would be sealed. In the Bay County, he was the sole great demon. Others feared the virtue he bore, but the emperor of humanity did not. Old fool, send some spirit stones and herbs. Zhang Duke shouted skyward. With the ghost crane sect extinguished and the great Zhou exerting pressure on the cultivators of Bay County, there was no place safer than here, and he had no desire to depart so soon. As soon as his words fell, hundreds of exquisite spirit stones appeared on the ground, accompanied by a multitude of spiritual herbs. Observing the old man's reluctance to even show himself, Jiang Che felt a surge of frustration but understood the urgency of the situation. He swiftly divided the spirit stones into 4 portions, dispersing them towards the 4 cardinal directions to form a healing array. Noticing that the woman's vital signs were stabilizing, no longer fluctuating perilously close to death, Jiang Che approached the herbs, carefully selecting 28 varieties before commencing his alchemical work. Given his cultivation level, it was nearly impossible to heal her injuries completely. The only hope lay in her transcendence, compelling her own cultivation method to activate through an elevation of her realm. With a swift gesture, Jiang Che unleashed his spiritual energy, and the forces of heaven and earth seemed to respond to some unspoken guidance, gradually coalescing before him into two alchemical furnaces. With a firm stamp of his foot, the 28 herbs levitated, merging into the furnaces, where flames naturally gathered and scorched the herbs, purging their impurities. The process of refining elixirs was intricate. Merely removing impurities posed challenges. Some elixirs did not require complete purification, and the sequence of adding herbs, the intensity of the flames, and other factors significantly influenced the quality of the resulting elixirs. Each step was crucial. Had anyone witnessed Jiang Che simultaneously managing 28 herbs, deftly adding them to two furnaces, they would likely deem him mad. Was such alchemical craftsmanship even conceivable? The old man, lurking in the shadows, shared this skepticism. The third-grade meridian opening pill and the fourth-grade soul-replenishing pill were the domain of a fourth-grade alchemist. 20 years old and a fourth-grade alchemist? Impossible. Yet, as Jiang Che withdrew his spiritual energy, flawless elixirs materialized before him, dispelling any doubts about his status as a fourth-grade alchemist. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Che slumped helplessly to the ground. Damn it, if it weren't for the fear of disturbing my peace, I truly would prefer not to employ this distracting soul control technique. The stronger the spirit, the greater the number of things one can simultaneously manage. Although simultaneously refining various elixirs below the 8th grade had been effortless for him in his past life, his current cultivation was merely at the spirit sea level, making even 3rd-grade elixirs a formidable challenge. Yet, astonishingly, he had managed to refine a 4th-grade elixir. If not for his resolute willpower, he would have found himself in dire straits. After prying open the woman's mouth and forcing the powdered elixir down her throat, he delivered several hard kicks before finally departing with a sense of relief. He needed to confront the old man and settle the score. Chapter 65. Swiftly sent her away. Why was she brought to Anping village? And what was her true identity? Jiang Che fixed his gaze upon the lifeless elder before him, his eyes betraying an unfriendly disposition. It was a simple matter for a practitioner of the void transformation realm to heal a martial artist. Thus, the elder's deliberate act of sending her here raised suspicions. Were it not for the absence of animosity between them, Jiang Che would almost suspect this old man sought to employ him as an instrument of murder. Sensing the murderous intent reflected in Jiang Che's eyes, the elder felt an icy chill creep down his spine. He could hardly believe that this was the malice emanating from a cultivator of the spirit sea realm. Yet, the abyss-like gaze that seemed poised to engulf him was all too real. It was clear to him that failing to provide a satisfactory answer could lead to his untimely demise. I am a demon, and she possesses the bloodline of the human emperor. When the two collide, one must perish. The elder, not daring to delay, hastily divulged the reason for bringing the woman. The bloodline of the human emperor. Jiang Che's expression darkened as he began to glean her identity. Could you elaborate on the specifics? At that moment, Jiang Che's aura had transcended the ordinary spirit sea realm, causing even the esteemed elder at the pinnacle of the void transformation realm to avert his gaze. Bowing his head as he recounted the events in detail, he revealed that ever since he had sensed the great Zhou's aggression towards the Thousand Birds sect, he had been covertly observing. While witnessing the unfolding drama was secondary, his primary aim was to mitigate the repercussions of the ensuing conflict. However, who could have anticipated that the Thousand Birds sect would choose mutual destruction in the face of the great Zhou's ruthless suppression? The self-detonation of two void transformation experts was sufficient to raise half of Bay County to the ground. Although he emerged unscathed, the human emperor's daughter and the 100,000 soldiers were surely doomed. He was uncertain of the current human emperor's temperament, but he knew that each successive emperor harbored no fondness for the Dragon Clan. Even with his substantial merits, he could easily find himself ensnared in the aftermath. Thus, at a critical juncture, he rescued the human emperor's daughter. Unfortunately, by the time he saved her, she was gravely injured from excessive use of the Longtai sword, and the subsequent explosion had left her life hanging by a thread. Aware that he alone could not save her, he opted to entrust her to Jiang Che, who had exhibited peculiarities since their first encounter. Though it was a gamble, fortune seemed to favor him. If I cannot save her, will my life be forfeit? Jiang Che scoffed, knowing that the elder possessed the capability to rescue Gu Shi before the self-detonation of the void transformation cultivators. The elder, with a sense of resignation, explained that his lack of exposure over the years stemmed from a desire to avoid meddling in the affairs of others. Occasionally, he would quell storms or shield against waves. This was his method of protection. He had no intention of interfering in the turmoil of humanity. The brutality of war was of no concern to him. Had I not sensed the human emperor's bloodline, do you think I would have intervened? He feared that the human emperor might question him as to why he did not save his progeny. As for the 100,000 soldiers, he believed the emperor would not hold him accountable for their fate. The human emperor's bloodline was not easily discernible. Even the emperor's legitimate offspring might not possess the aura of an emperor. Reflecting on Gu Shi's past life, where she enabled the great Zhou dynasty to reach its zenith, compelling the elders of various celestial sects to pay homage, it seemed plausible that she could activate her inherent bloodline in times of peril. Hence, he chose not to dwell on this topic further. Upon reflection, Jiang Che's emotions gradually settled. Nearly a stick of incense had passed. If he did not send her away soon, she would awaken. The old man understood, swiftly vanishing from sight, only to reappear before the formation. At this moment, Gu Shi's charred skin was showing signs of peeling. Considering she was, after all, the daughter of the emperor, he sent his divine sense to probe the safety of the village, retrieved a garment from the Pei family courtyard, and wrapped Gu Shi before soaring towards Bay City. Meanwhile, the ruins of the Qianbird sect lay in utter devastation. Once a majestic mountain peak, it had been obliterated by the self-detonation of the sect's ancestor, erasing everything, including the fallen Princess Hao Yue, who had perished in her efforts to protect them. Chun Lin stood wearily before the deep pit, his robust frame appearing somewhat stooped. For decades, he had never shed a tear, yet now he wept profusely. Xiao Shi, it is your uncle who has failed to protect you. He had watched Gu Shi grow up, yet in her moment of peril, he could only helplessly witness the child vanish amidst the explosion. How could he face the emperor? How could he confront his deceased sister-in-law? Deputy General Zhang stood by, unsure of how to console him. After years of being by the general's side, he had only witnessed the general's concern, never his tears. Yet, the disappearance of Princess Hao Yue brought forth sorrow even from the city lord. This was not to be blamed on the city lord. The Longtai sword could only be wielded by those whom the emperor had bestowed it upon. Even if the city lord wished to take the princess's place, he was powerless to do so. Thinking of that young girl who had bravely stood before their group of seasoned warriors, all the soldiers suddenly bowed their heads, a mix of shame and reverence for the fallen strength. Though Gu Shi was not yet 20, and her martial prowess paled in comparison to theirs, her willingness to sacrifice her life to shield the people of Bay County from the self-detonation of a Void Realm Master was enough to earn her the title of a formidable warrior, truly worthy of being the Emperor's progeny. City Lord, we should return. With the two major sects of Bay County fallen, there are many matters that require your guidance. Deputy General Zhang finally spoke after an indeterminate time. Chun Lin seemed not to hear, staring vacantly into the abyss. Tell me, how painful must it have been for Xiao Shi when she departed? The entire mountain had been transformed into a 1,000-meter deep chasm due to the explosion, while Xiao Shi, not even a master, had nonetheless managed to withstand all the force using the Longtai sword, shouldering the burden alone. Even he could not fathom the extent of her suffering in that moment. Just as they were engulfed in sorrow, Xiao Yun suddenly broke into laughter. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she swiftly piloted a warship towards Bay City. Outside Bay City, in a secluded cave, a thin, patched inner garment enveloped Gu Shi's delicate form, and she anxiously glanced around, fearful of encountering others. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the cave. In Gu Shi's frightened gaze, Xiao Yun burst through the underbrush and entered. Upon seeing Xiao Yun, Gu Shi's tense expression finally relaxed. Xiao Yun, initially believing the sounds she heard were mere illusions, was overcome with tears upon discovering the princess truly was there. She rushed forward and embraced Gu Shi tightly. "Princess, you are alive. This is wonderful." Seemingly recalling something, she hurried to check the princess's injuries. Gushi initially intended to offer comfort, yet upon witnessing the flustered Xiao Yun frantically rummaging with her hands, she hastily retreated, acutely aware of her current state of undress. Xiao Yun, I am perfectly fine now. Please fetch me a garment, she urged. Xiao Yun was taken aback, only then realizing that the princess's armor had vanished, leaving her modestly covered by a mysterious undergarment, yet it still permitted glimpses of her delicate form. Although uncertain of the circumstances, Xiao Yun swiftly dashed back to the warship, retrieving clothing from the cabin. During their time aboard, they had accumulated a variety of garments, which were now perfectly suited for the princess's attire. Once clad in the clothing, Gushi finally felt a semblance of security. Observing the princess's transformation into a vision of beauty, even her previously roughened skin from training now appeared remarkably smooth. Xiao Yun, puzzled, could not help but voice her lingering question. Your Highness, how is it that you find yourself here? Chapter 66. Her Highness the Princess receives the Emperor's command. Gushi, holding the inner lining, walked to the place where she had just awakened and picked up a charred piece of meat, reminiscing. I recall witnessing a figure during the explosion of the Thousand Birds Gate. That silhouette evoked a profound sense of comfort within me, akin to basking in a hot spring. It alleviated my physical pain and kept my consciousness alert. I have little memory of where that elder brought me, only a vague recollection of a young man who incessantly cursed. It was indeed that young man who rescued me, and reflecting on how he retrieved me from the clutches of death fills me with gratitude. Xiao Yun, please assist me in investigating which village in the Beiyi County has lost clothing and is home to a particularly unique youth and elder. She understood that the elder had brought her here to avoid disturbances, but how could she not repay the life-saving grace? Moreover, that young man, though his language was crude, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. If he could be recruited for the benefit of the Great Zhou, it would significantly bolster their power. Princess, the Beiyi County is vast, with countless villages. Xiao Yun hesitated, for the entirety of Beiyi County was so expansive that a mere mortal would take a century to traverse it. To locate an extraordinary village seemed an insurmountable task. Gushi paused, realizing her folly. Indeed, in such a vast world, how could soldiers without divine perception possibly locate it? After a moment of contemplation, she sighed. Let's search within 1,000 miles centered around the Thousand Birds Gate. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? She was reluctant to abandon the pursuit. Those two had saved her life, and they were undoubtedly reclusive sages who could greatly benefit the nation. Her father was preparing for grand endeavors and needed capable ministers by his side, and those two seemed perfectly suited for the role. After all, to have saved her during a moment of crisis spoke volumes of their character and strength. The world revolves around fame and fortune. Even if those two were cultivators, they would likely agree to serve in the court under the right incentives. The Great Zhou had limited resources for recruiting cultivators, and the accumulation over millennia was no trivial matter. It is no exaggeration to state that even a force such as the Zixiao sword sect, which surpasses first-rate sects, may not possess resources as abundant as those of the Great Zhou. Xiao Yun nodded. This is certainly feasible. Our soldiers are all at least third-tier martial artists. We could dispatch 10,000 men, and within 10 days, we would ascertain the information. However, she added, but Princess, you still need to visit the Zixiao sword sect. 10 days here would not suffice. Gushi paused, contemplating, and then shook her head. First, I must locate those two lifesavers, if I find them. I may not need to go. Although she held affection for Jiang Che, the grand ceremonies of the immortal sex would be recorded in shadow stones. If she truly could not attend, purchasing a shadow stone would suffice. He had restored her father's consciousness. In the future, her father would undoubtedly wish to meet him, and there would certainly be an opportunity for their reunion. There was no rush, but the matter of her saviors was different. She felt an instinctive urge to find those two, especially the elder who had rescued her from the explosion. The warship possessed a communication function, akin to the messaging tokens of the immortal sections. After exiting the cave, Gushi reported her safety to her uncle before entering Beiyi City. Beiyi has stood majestically in Bei County for a millennium. Although its location has undergone numerous changes, its significance remains irreplaceable. Until now, She had only heard of Beicheng's prosperity. But upon entering the city, Gu Shi was astonished. It was even more splendid than she had imagined. Your Highness, this place is actually more beautiful than the imperial city? Xiao Yun exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Gu Shi did not refute her. Instead, she walked quietly along the radiant streets, admiring the unique charm of Beicheng. Young lady, allow me to read your fortune. If my predictions prove accurate, might you grant me a meal? At a corner, a beggar, known as the Old Man of Destiny, stretched out his hand with a broken bowl and tapped Gu Shi's skirt with his cane. Gu Shi was perplexed as to how such a flourishing Beicheng could still harbor beggars. Holding her nose, she stepped back a few paces and gestured for Xiao Yun to toss a few coins to the beggar before she intended to leave. Xiao Yun hesitated to approach. Although the old man seemed pitiable, the odor was unbearable. She stood at a distance, quickly retrieving some silver coins and tossing them before swiftly rejoining the princess. The Old Man of Destiny did not feel insulted. Instead, he bent down to collect the coins, tucking them into his cloak. A couple of silver coins could buy over 200 meat buns, and since the generous meal provided by Mei Xianyan, he had scarcely had enough to eat. To him, this sum was substantial. In the following 4 or 5 days, while waiting for news, Gu Shi explored Beicheng. Initially, Qianlin opposed this, believing that after such a harrowing experience, rest was imperative. However, once Gu Shi revealed her prowess as a 7th-tier martial artist, Qianlin found herself devoid of any arguments. It was worth noting that when she first encountered Gu Shi, she was merely at the peak of the 5th tier. How could anyone sustain internal injuries after such a remarkable overnight ascent? Despite the pleasant environment of Beicheng and Gu Shi's enjoyment, one thing troubled her. The old beggar appeared in different locations each day, persistently begging for alms. Gu Shi felt deep sympathy for the old man's ailments, his age, and the lack of care he received, yet she could hardly tolerate his foul odor, which primarily disrupted her leisurely strolls. Old beggar, may I predict your fortune? Will you refrain from seeking alms for me tomorrow? Gu Shi called out from a distance, directing her gaze towards the Old Man of Destiny in the corner. Were it not for her pity, she would have wished for someone to expel him from the city. Upon hearing her words, the Old Man of Destiny retrieved 3 tarnished coins from his pocket and, with a grimy smile, requested the princess to cast them. Upon hearing herself addressed as princess, Gu Shi's expression grew serious. Could it be that this old beggar was indeed a hidden sage? Xiao Yun was equally astonished, since entering the city. She had referred to Gu Shi as Miss, and apart from the soldier station 30 miles away, it seemed only those at the Lord's residence in Beicheng would know her true identity. With skepticism, Gu Shi held her breath and approached, taking the 3 coins in her hand and casually tossing them to the ground. With your perspective, they all lie to the east, occupying the positions of Qian. Gu Shi was about to describe the coin's placement when the old man interrupted her. The old man, though aged, is not blind to the intricacies of fate. He has discerned the princess's destiny. Gu Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing her folly in underestimating the old beggar, who could not possibly be a recluse of profound wisdom. At that moment, she began to perceive the old beggar as merely a charlatan. She had encountered those within the palace who wielded the art of divination. Yet each one was drenched in sweat, their lives hanging by a thread. How could this beggar, who did not even know the position of a mere coin, possibly unravel the threads of fate? However, considering the prospect of wandering the streets unperturbed, she feigned curiosity and inquired, "What have you divined?" The seer of heavenly secrets, sensing the skepticism in Gu Shi's tone, stroked his beard, matted with grime, and replied, "Your Highness, you carry the mandate of an emperor." He could not genuinely predict the future. All he spoke of were insights gleaned from past divinations. Chapter 67. The Grand Empress Sutra, ever since the revelation that not only Jiangche, but also others might return. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets has been awaiting the transformation of the future. However, 2 months have elapsed, and, aside from the minor incident with the Ghost Crane sect, everything else appears to be unfolding in a disordered manner. If this continues, he may depart this world without witnessing what he longs to see. Now, with Gu Shi harboring a peculiar aura, he naturally seeks to lend a hand. Boldly speaking, "You filthy beggar, Do you wish for death? Xiao Yin admonished vehemently. This wretched beggar had the audacity to obstruct Her Highness the Princess for alms and now dared to utter nonsensical words. Should those princes overhear, even the most favored princess would be in grave peril. Xiao Yun, please remain calm. After soothing Xiao Yun, Gushi turned her gaze towards the elder of heavenly secrets. Old sir, I am unaware of how you discern my identity, yet the edicts of the emperor must not be trifled with. The consequences could be as severe as losing one's head or the complete annihilation of one's clan. From a young age, her aspiration had been to roam the world, yearning to escape the confines of the inner palace. The emperor, although portrayed as a sovereign commanding the world, was, in truth, merely a pitiable figure. If an emperor were truly omnipotent, how could her mother have perished, and how could her father have been manipulated by the Ghost Crane sect? The elder of heavenly secrets was undeterred by Gu Shi's words and continued. The emperor I speak of is not an earthly monarch nor a false emperor like your father, but rather the sovereign of humanity, whose reign is eternal. His voice resonated like a resounding bell from the heavens, echoing within Gu Shi's heart, lingering long after. The sovereign of humanity. The reason the great Zhou does not succumb to the whims of cultivators like other nations. And the reason why esteemed sects such as the Zixiao Sword sect hold in reverence is precisely because her father is the reigning sovereign of humanity, and because the great Zhou possesses the dragon platform sword, a weapon only the sovereign may wield. Yet, this old beggar dares to assert her father is a false emperor, and that she herself is the true sovereign. How could this be possible? As she regained her composure, Gu Shi wished to inquire further, but she found the old beggar had vanished, leaving behind only a few words inscribed on the ground to confirm his existence. With a copper coin, "May you dream well tonight." Staring at the words on the ground, Gu Shi, in a daze, picked up the copper coin. The moment her fingers brushed against it, she felt an inexplicable warmth coursing through her veins, only to dissipate in an instant. "Miss, do you truly believe the words of this old beggar?" Xiao Yun, aware of the princess's interests, expressed her own desire to accompany Gu Shi and witness the world beyond. "Let us see what dreams tonight shall bring." Gu Shi replied as she made her way towards the city lord's mansion, her tone calm. This old beggar must be an elder of great wisdom. Although she held no desire for the throne, she was intrigued by how he could confidently proclaim her as the future sovereign. If tonight's dream captivates her, it would not be amiss to contend with her brothers. At the city lord's mansion, Chun Lin, who was deliberating with the deputy commander on the allocation of resources from the Ghost Crane sect and the Thousand Birds sect, was taken aback upon seeing Gu Shi return. What has happened to Xiao Shi? Wasn't she supposed to return only after midnight? Why is she back so early today? Gu Shi found an excuse to dismiss the conversation and return to her chamber. It was inconceivable for her to discuss the matter of that old beggar. Although there have been instances of women ascending to the throne in various feudal states, the imperial seat of the great Zhou was unlike any other. If the princess truly intended to engage in the struggle for the throne, revealing her intentions at this juncture would be akin to digging her own grave. Upon entering her quarters, Gu Shi initially intended to retire for the night. However, with the hours still shy of the dog watch and the old beggar's words echoing in her mind, she found it impossible to settle into slumber. After tossing and turning, she opted instead to sit cross-legged and cultivate her energy. Warriors, too, possess their own methods of practice, and the great Zhou is not lacking in cultivation techniques. The method she practiced was known as the Tai Huang Jing, the most vital scripture of the royal family. The Tai Huang Jing is said to empower its practitioner to harness the celestial energies of the universe, enabling one to rival even the mightiest of transcendent beings. Moreover, it is rumored that those who reach mastery through this scripture undergo transformations beyond imagination. It is essential to note that, in the eyes of celestial prodigies, practitioners of martial arts are merely at the threshold. Even a ninth-tier warrior can only be compared to a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit platform. Masters, in theory, can only stand shoulder to shoulder with those of the Tao Palace. Yet, through the Tai Huang Jing, one could even stand alongside beings with a lifespan of a millennium, showcasing its unparalleled strength. The limits of the Tai Huang Jing remain a mystery to her, As Gu Shi felt the domineering energy circulating within her, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Initially, she had been reluctant to practice the Tai Huang Jing. Such a powerful method comes at a steep price, and few within the royal family dared to undertake its rigorous demands. It necessitated relentless refinement of the body and extensive periods of dedication. In her youth, she endured the trials of soaking in special medicinal concoctions prepared by her father every 7 days, while her leisure time paled in comparison to that of other princesses. Her lively spirit could hardly bear such constraints. Had it not been for her father's coaxing, she would have scorned the Tai Huang Jing. Only as she matured did she come to understand her father's intentions. Although her early cultivation progressed slowly, as she grew proficient in the Tai Huang Jing, other princesses remained on the cusp of martial arts, while she had already stepped into the realm of warriors. She was even capable of wielding her inner energy, whereas others were still occupied with the pursuits of refined ladies, reciting poetry and painting. Naturally, her father was unaware of her exploits on the battlefield, for at that time, he had fallen under the control of the Ghost Crane sect and seldom visited her. Regrettably, despite years of unwavering effort, even now, as an 8th-tier warrior, she found herself lingering at the threshold, unable to grasp the essence of the Tai Huang Jing. However, during today's cultivation, Gu Shi detected an anomaly within herself. The once dominant energy within her seemed to have transformed into a gentle flow, no longer embedding itself within her flesh. The slow progress of the Tai Huang Jing was not due to a scarcity of gathered spiritual energy or a sluggish conversion into true energy, but rather because 60% of the absorbed spiritual energy melded with her physical form, with only a small fraction accumulating in her dantian. As she felt the energy within her dantian compressing in a manner most comforting, Gu Shi became engrossed in her practice, unaware that the 3 copper coins in her embrace had begun to emanate a radiant white light, merging into her very being. At the moment when the white light vanished, Gu Shi's cultivation exhibited an unusual phenomenon. The true energy within her dantian began to surge violently, resonating with the deafening roar of dragons and tigers. A singular thought consumed Gu Shi's mind. I am doomed. The cultivation of the Supreme Emperor's scripture is fraught with peril. Even the slightest accumulation of true energy within the dantian necessitates suppression of its overwhelming force. Only through restraint can one truly harness its power. However, should one fail to subdue it, the true energy may surge backward, shattering the meridians throughout the body. This peril is precisely why many princes are reluctant to engage in the practice of the Supreme Emperor's Scripture. Chapter 68. A Dream-Old Qin. How much resources do you think that scoundrel Lin will covet? In the palace, Gu Longcheng casually tossed his spear to the ground, accepting a towel from a maid to wipe the sweat from his brow. He turned to Qin Shao, who was seated nearby. At this moment, Gu Longcheng had shed the bulkiness of his earlier days at court. Standing at 2 meters tall, his muscular physique and sharp, tiger-like gaze commanded respect. The maids around him lowered their heads, afraid to meet the eyes of the ruler they had once deemed foolish. Qin Shao reclined in a stone chair, leisurely savoring his tea. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, he pondered for a moment before responding, at least 1/10. Whether it be the Thousand Birds sect or the Ghost Crane sect, both controlled significant spiritual veins, each producing over 1 million high-quality spirit stones annually. Beyond spirit stones, the combined resources could easily nurture 100,000 elite warriors. Lin, a proficient military strategist, would undoubtedly wish to cultivate his own elite troops, especially upon seeing the army led by Princess Haiyue, all of whom were warriors of the 3rd rank or higher. In previous years, when the emperor was negligent and uninterested in governance, Lin might have been cautious, only sending what he could afford to lose. However, with the emperor's return to power, it seemed that even 1/10 was an understatement. The possibility of 2/10 could not be dismissed. Gu Longcheng chuckled softly. I actually hope he takes a bit more. Any resources that come to me would merely gather dust in the national treasury. The treasury of the Great Zhou consisted of 3 levels. The first merely contained mundane items like spirit stones and currency. But from the 2nd level onward, lay genuine cultivation resources. While it was easy to deposit items, retrieving them posed a significant challenge. The treasury was established by the sovereign and required a substantial amount of the human race's fortune to access. Even for Gu Longsheng, entering the second level was difficult. He could only retrieve resources using the imperial seal, a process that demanded immense effort. Unless absolutely necessary, he was loath to venture into the treasury. Qin Shao understood the unique nature of the treasury. Hearing the emperor's words, he inquired, "You still cannot unlock the second level?" The Great Zhou is far more prosperous than it was a century ago. Although we have yet to reclaim the vassal states, our fortunes have certainly improved. It should not be impossible to access the second level. Gu Longsheng retrieved the imperial seal from his robes, pointing to a chipped corner of the dragon's head and sighed. "How can I unlock it when even the seal, which gathers fortune, is incomplete?" It was well known that the treasury held the secrets to the longevity of warriors. How could he not desire access? A millennium ago, martial arts rivaled the path of immortals, possessing the power to overturn the seas and mountains. Even without the dragon platform, it could suppress the immortals, rendering them unable to raise their heads. Yet, since the disappearance of the ancestors and the million-strong army, martial arts had waned. Were it not for the support of the dragon platform, he, as the emperor, would be little more than a puppet. Unlocking the treasury had been the aspiration of him and all the preceding emperors. Qin Shao approached, examining the imperial seal. It was said that only royal descendants who practiced the supreme emperor scripture could locate the missing piece. Yet for thousands of years, countless royal descendants had perished due to the dangers of the scripture, leaving only a handful who could still practice it today. "Your Majesty, is the supreme emperor's scripture truly effective? Surely our ancestors would not deceive us." Gu Longsheng gazed up at the blazing sun. To understand the royal disciple's cultivation of any martial arts, it is imperative that the emperor does not intervene. Among the hidden requirements for inheriting the throne, only those who practice the supreme emperor scripture may ascend to the position of human sovereign. In pursuit of a brighter future for Chengxiu and Sierra, he has contravened ancestral teachings, deceiving the two children into cultivating the supreme emperor scripture. Should this scripture truly prove futile, he is at a loss as to how he would face her in the netherworld. "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Qin Zhao's voice suddenly took on an urgent tone, snapping Gu Longsheng back to reality as he saw Qin Shao excitedly pointing at the imperial seal. Gu Longsheng, puzzled, glanced down at the seal emanating a golden light and immediately lost his composure. The seal had remained unchanged for millennia. Its current condition could only imply one possibility: that a royal disciple practicing the supreme emperor scripture had come into contact with a fragment of the imperial seal. Exchanging a glance with Qin Shao, he swiftly issued a decree. "Quickly, send someone to find the third prince, the first prince, the seventh prince, and the eighth prince. Command them to return within 7 days." Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the soldiers at the entrance, and the sixth princess as well. Although his intention in having Sierra cultivate the supreme emperor scripture was merely to allow her to enjoy greater fortune from the Great Zhou and to ensure her safety for the rest of her life, he never intended for her to inherit the throne. Yet now, he felt compelled to summon back anyone who had practiced the scripture. If it truly was Sierra who had discovered that fragment of the imperial seal, he would not mind the emergence of a female emperor among humankind. What a coincidence! We were just discussing the imperial seal, and now it seems a prince has encountered a fragment, Qin Shao exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. However, as a thought struck him, his smile faded and he cast an anxious glance at Gu Longsheng. "Your Majesty, do you still remember that ancestral decree?" Gu Longsheng, unfazed by the prospect of passing the throne, retorted, "I am not one to covet power. The Great Zhou has an ancestral decree stipulating that if, on some future day, a fragment is recovered by a royal descendant, the current human sovereign must unconditionally abdicate. The imperial seal represents all of humankind. Its return signifies a choice of master. The individual chosen by the imperial seal as the human sovereign would undoubtedly be beyond reproach. At worst, he would merely become a prince. And as long as he could access the national treasury, it would all be worthwhile." Observing the excitement radiating from the emperor, Qin Shao found himself restraining the words he wished to express. While he too desired the prosperity of the great Zhou, he did not wish to see his longtime friend, who had only just regained his senses, reduced to a mere idle prince. It should be noted that aside from the third prince and the sixth princess, the emperor had never shown any kindness toward the other princes, not even a simple smile. Now, all he could do was pray that it was the third prince who had come into contact with the fragment. She had a dream in which she beheld Lin Yu showcasing his talents at the Wanhua Pavilion. She witnessed him composing poetry in 7 steps at the Waya Academy and receiving the recognition of the sage of Confucianism and Taoism for his 4 lines of verse. In her dream, she also freed herself from the marriage pact with Qi and, with Lin Yu's assistance, gradually ascended to the throne, realizing her ambition to travel the world. Guided by the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, she discovered the missing fragment of the imperial seal, reviving the martial arts' flourishing era and transforming the great Zhou into a timeless holy dynasty. Similarly, the flourishing power of the great Zhou has incited trepidation among the demon tribes, resulting in countless demons trampling upon the common folk, with the casualties beyond reckoning. She leads the human cultivators in a fierce battle against the demons. Yet, as external threats escalate, sinister cultivators stir up further chaos. Under the leadership of Jiangche, these malevolent forces annihilate city after city, plunging everyone into a state of dread. She beseeches the celestial sect for intervention, forcing Jiangche to flee to the demon realm. Initially, it seemed Jiangche's journey would culminate there, but unexpectedly, he soon returns with an army of 1,000,000 demons, with the demon lord as his vanguard. Breaching the gates of humanity, she dreams of numerous heinous deeds committed by Jiangche until she witnesses a particular scene: a man, a demon, and a fiend, engaged in a dialogue that transcends all beings. Lin Yu, how does it feel to toy with the lives of others? The demon inquires. The human and the demon exchange glances, standing resolutely together, while the ethereal and noble human cultivator refrains from answering. Instead, he chuckles softly and proclaims, "Once you are dead, no one shall obstruct my path to immortality." Chapter 69. The Demon Lord, Jiangche. A tempest of demonic energy ravaged the land, causing the very fabric of space to begin collapsing. The demon chuckled coldly. "Kill me? You lack the strength." 3 forces, capable of shattering all, collided and intertwined, enveloping the entire world. Gushi wished to observe further, yet the overwhelming pressure became unbearable, her consciousness gradually succumbing as if ensnared in a swamp, unable to struggle free. "Princess, your highness." The voice of Xiao Yun resonated softly, akin to a distant flute, cleansing the mire from her being, gradually pulling her from the shadows. A ray of dawn pierced through the window, illuminating the ancient and elegant chamber. Gushi suddenly bolted upright, gasping for breath. "Princess, you are truly all right," Xiao Yun exclaimed, tears of joy streaming as she embraced the princess. Turning her gaze around, Gushi noticed not only Xiao Yun, but also many others surrounding the bed. Her father, the 3rd brother, Uncle Chun, and even several disciples from the immortal sect. "Father, what brings you here?" Seeing his daughter awaken, Gu Longqing was filled with unprecedented joy. He pushed aside Xiao Yun and sat beside Shir. "How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Do you need me to summon a disciple from the Pill sect to examine you?" Gushi, bemused, replied, "I merely took a nap. There is no need for such fuss. The cost of summoning a disciple from the Pill sect is no trivial matter, after all. Amor, nope. You have been unconscious for over a month. Otherwise, why would we all be here?" Gu Qingxu remarked helplessly. He had been called back from the battlefield after only a few months, and within half a day of being in the palace. Uncle Chun delivered the news of his sister's coma. No matter the method, she could not be awakened, and he had been anxious beyond measure these past few days. Has it truly been that long? Gushi was astonished. To her, it felt as though she had merely dreamt. Sheer, could it be that someone has plotted against you, leading to your unconsciousness? Noticing his daughter's bewilderment and apparent ignorance, Gu Longcheng inquired anxiously. The great Zhou had recently vanquished 2 major sects, although they deserved their fates. It could easily incite conflict between the immortal sect and the imperial dynasty. During the 2 months of his daughter's coma, He couldn't help but suspect that the immortal sect intended to teach him a lesson. Plot against me? She shook her head, recalling that no such scheme had transpired against her. Sifting through her myriad dreamlike memories, she recollected the cause of her slumber, a misstep in her cultivation, failing to promptly suppress the overbearing true energy. Upon realizing it was not the immortal sect's doing, Gu Longsheng's fury dissipated. He dismissed everyone from the room, expressing his displeasure. Have I not told you repeatedly that cultivating the Tai Huang Sutra requires utmost caution? While guiding Shi'er in her practice, he had reiterated this point tirelessly, nearly inscribing the essence of the Tai Huang Sutra into her mind. How could she still be so reckless, having reached the 7th rank of martial prowess? Sensing her father's ire, Gushi retracted her neck, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Father, this truly isn't my fault. After decades, the overbearing true energy needs to be forcibly suppressed, but during my recent practice, it felt so gentle that suppression was unnecessary, and it naturally converged toward my dantian. I observed too intently. Who could have anticipated that the tyrannical true energy would suddenly rebound? If the memories within my dreams hold any truth, my father should comprehend her words. Indeed, upon hearing the tyrannical true energy soften, Gu Longsheng was taken aback, and, after setting up formations within the room, he anxiously inquired, Shi'er, what did you encounter prior to your cultivation? She was acutely aware of the significance of the matter, and, after a moment of contemplation, replied with deliberate calmness. After annihilating the Thousand Birds sect, I sustained severe injuries and was rescued by 2 reclusive sages, subsequently encountering an old beggar. If anyone could be the potential savior, it would likely be those who rescued me and that old beggar. Otherwise, I cannot fathom another possibility. A beggar, a benefactor? When they arrived, they fortuitously encountered soldiers reporting to the princess about the savior. As for the old beggar, Xiaoyan had already informed them. Upon learning that Shi'er had been rescued by an enlightened being, Gu Longsheng personally visited, and, to his astonishment, he uncovered the existence of a pinnacle illusory realm dragon within the Great Zhou territory, radiant with virtue. Although the Great Zhou and the Dragon Clan have historically been adversaries, the dragon's act of saving Shi'er, coupled with its virtuous nature, allowed him to overlook its demonic identity. The one who saved you should be a dragon. And as for that old beggar, I'm unaware of his whereabouts. Hearing that it was a dragon, Gushi felt a surge of excitement. She could not ascertain if the one who saved her was indeed the dragon from her dreams that had already perished. However, if it were true, it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In her dreams, the fragment of the jade seal was located at the site of the dragon's demise. Had she not stumbled upon it, the martial art prosperity might never have been realized. Father, were they? She yearned to confirm whether it was the dragon from her dreams. Gu Longsheng nodded, stating that both individuals had been invited to the Lord's residence. If you wish to meet them, you may. 2. Gushi was taken aback, and a desire to see them swiftly arose within her. In the back courtyard of the Lord's residence, Jiang Che sat upon a stone chair, pointing at the leisurely drinking old man and berating him. I told you not to save her, you old fool. You've caused me great suffering. Have you lost your mind? Even if you were to save her, you could have merely shielded her consciousness. Why let her remain fully aware? And why on earth did you steal Shi'er's clothes? He had never anticipated that she would not be entirely unconscious. Had he known this would unfold, he would have preferred not to intervene. What an exasperating ally. Ao Shun tugged at the corner of his mouth and pretended not to hear. This was indeed his fault, yet it could not solely be blamed on him. Gushi had been on the brink of death, and he dared not stifle her will to survive. Furthermore, it was not a matter of confinement. They were merely invited here without restrictions on their freedom, save for one request: not to rush off before the princess could awaken and express her gratitude, all the while hurling occasional insults at him. One could easily mistake it for having endured unspeakable horrors. I simply cannot comprehend it. Here you have food and drink, a life of ease and comfort. Why the desire to leave? Jiang Che exclaimed, You understand nothing. That foolish she would undoubtedly compel us into government service. I have finally enjoyed a brief respite. I have no inclination to entertain her whims. The scattered cultivator, proficient in alchemy, was a great demon, imbued with boundless virtue. Given his understanding of the Empress, there was no doubt he would not allow them to escape. Was this not rather splendid? To serve in the Great Zhou, basking in its auspicious energies, would undoubtedly accelerate one's cultivation. Ao Shun, perplexed, considered that although he belonged to the dragon lineage, he was merely a mixed-breed dragon. If granted the opportunity to hold an official position in the Great Zhou, he would be quite amenable to it. Jiang Che retorted sharply, "Well, you know, working under her is both exhausting and arduous. Not even a dog would endure it. That woman is a commendable empress, yet a capable ruler also entails great toil. Moreover, Lin Yu will inevitably become involved later on, which will be utterly wearisome." Outside, Gu Longqing observed his daughter, Sheer, with an unusual expression. "Did you know him before?" he inquired. "Such resentment cannot accumulate without a decade or more of grievance. Furthermore, my daughter has always been quite well. Why would this fellow speak of her in such a manner?" Gushi stepped forward, quietly creating a narrow crack in the door. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the young man within. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to call her foolish. Had this been in the past, upon hearing such an insult, she might have retaliated with a slap. Yet, in her dreams, there was someone who scolded her each time they met. The tone was strikingly similar to that of the young man inside. Peering through the crack, Gushi discerned the youth more clearly. He was fair-skinned, not particularly handsome, but certainly presentable, clad in a light blue long robe. However, it was not his appearance that captivated her. Rather, it was his demeanor and movements that momentarily left her entranced, whispering softly, "Demon, Jiang Che." In the courtyard, Jiang Che, passionately berating, suddenly froze, his expression turning to one of astonishment as he glanced towards the entrance. Chapter 70. You speak nonsense at this moment. Jiang Che found himself questioning the reliability of his own ears. The term Demon Lord was a title bestowed upon him by humanity in his past life. Now, he was Lin Yu and had not succumbed to darkness. How could anyone in Bay City so readily discern his true identity and utter his previous name? System. Has someone returned? Within the confines of the system space, a diminutive winged sprite, upon hearing its host call, let out a disdainful huff. It typically received no acknowledgement from him despite its countless remarks, yet now, with a matter of significance at hand, it deemed it necessary to appear. Reluctantly, yet out of fear of Jiang Che's authority, it replied, "A certain powerful being has cast a spell allowing her to glimpse the future. However, without emotional ties to her past life or personal experiences, it does not constitute a true awakening." Jiang Ge understood. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and Gu Longsheng along with others entered. Jiang Che's gaze fixated on Gu Shi. "Your Highness, did you just refer to the Demon Lord Jiang Che?" Jiang Che was a prized asset of the Zixiao sword sect. To label him a Demon Lord was tantamount to branding the sect as a demonic faction. If Gu Shi's words were to spread, it was likely that Ziyang Jinren would personally seek retribution in the imperial city. Sensing her father's stern gaze, Gu Shi quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "You must have misheard." Although her father cherished her, such words circulating would undoubtedly cause her great distress. It was all due to that dream. Had it not been for Jiang Che's incessant taunts of her being a foolish girl in her dreams, she would never have mistakenly identified the young man before her as Jiang Che. At this moment, Prime Minister Qin interjected, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Lin Xiaoyu, have you been comfortable during your stay at the city lord's residence?" He had dispatched someone to investigate Lin Yu's past, but found no trace of information regarding his former life in Omping Village. Had it not been for his registration at the Demon Suppression Department months ago, even his name might have remained unknown. "It has been quite pleasant, though I find myself lacking in freedom," Jiang Che replied nonchalantly as he took a seat. Suddenly recalling something, he turned towards the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, you mentioned that I could leave after the princess expressed her gratitude. Now that she has awakened, may I take my leave from Bay City?" Gu Longchang chuckled, unfazed by Lin Yu's apparent rudeness, and seated himself beside him. "My young friend, are you quite familiar with she? She is tolerable, I suppose, headstrong and oblivious to her own foolishness, but she treats the common folk with kindness." The others were taken aback, for they had not expected Lin Yu to view the illustrious Princess Hao Yue in such a manner. Stealing a glance at Gu Shi, they noted her flushed face, ready to retaliate, prompting them to hastily avert their eyes. "You speak nonsense." Gu Shi, unaccustomed to such indignities, pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Che. Who did he think he was? She was Gu Shi, a renowned talent in the imperial city, adept in both poetry and warfare. How could she be deemed foolish? To label her headstrong and capricious was utterly preposterous. While it was true that she often dealt with ruffians in the imperial city, those were merely drunken louts. What right did anyone have to call her headstrong? Jiang Ke, unfazed, remarked, "It seems you recently had an engagement with the king of Qi. I have heard you were dissatisfied with this arrangement. May I inquire how you extricated yourself from it?" He recalls vividly that, whether in his previous life or the present, Gu Shi ultimately resorted to sacrificing her innocence. Although the targets were different, the notion was indeed foolish, especially since it appeared to have succeeded in her former life, allowing Lin Yu to navigate the intricacies of the Great Zhou with ease. Upon hearing this, a palpable silence fell over the crowd. That period was one the emperor was most reluctant to discuss, and this young man seemed to be courting death. Gu Longqing narrowed his eyes at Jiang Che. The marriage had been arranged by him, and the edict had even been drafted. Was this young man mocking his perceived incompetence? Gu Shi fixed her gaze on Jiang Che. In her dreams, she befriended Lin Yu, intending to validate her worth through the Waya Academy. Although Lin Yu garnered much recognition from esteemed sages at the academy, she remained ensnared by the prospect of marriage. Ultimately, it was only after losing her purity that she managed to escape the betrothal to Qi. Yet, while the constraints from Qi dissipated, freedom eluded her. Rather, she found herself embroiled in the struggle for the throne from that day forth. Reflecting on her recent discussions with her third brother, Gu Shi could not help but acknowledge her own folly. Perhaps, in her mind, it was merely a matter of slumber. As long as she could embrace boundless possibilities, it was worthwhile. However, she neglected to consider the delicate relationship between the celestial sect and the Great Zhou. Hostility could arise at any moment, and her actions were tantamount to inviting danger into her abode. Recalling how, in her dreams, disciples of the celestial sect entered the palace as if it were their own, with the national treasury's resources freely available for their cultivation, Gu Shi realized the depths of her own ignorance. From an outsider's perspective, although her dream self had seemingly ushered in a flourishing era, it appeared she had unwittingly woven a bridal gown for the celestial sect. Particularly in that one scene, it seemed there were still revelations she had yet to uncover. Observing her silence, Jiang Che felt a sense of resignation. A fool truly is a fool. In truth, he and Gu Shi had not crossed paths frequently in their previous life, and each encounter had been fraught with hostility. Nevertheless, Jiang Che bore her no ill will. Despite her relentless pursuit to hunt him down, there was no camaraderie, no trust to speak of. The chaos wrought by demonic cultivators warranted the Empress's military response. Especially during that fateful battle, she had witnessed things she ought not to have seen. The esteemed human emperor had, from then on, become Lin Yu's puppet, relinquishing military power entirely to him while she was reduced to a mere instrument of governance. As the strength of the Great Zhou grew, so too did the number of warriors and the prowess of cultivators, rendering Lin Yu's prey increasingly succulent. Reflecting on Gu Shi's despairing gaze following that battle, Jiang Che sighed softly. He could only blame himself for his choices. Observing the two in silence, Gu Longqing's displeasure dissipated, and he turned to his daughter with a smile. Is this question truly so difficult? It was evident that she recognized the implications. Gu Shi lifted her eyes to her father, pondering how he would decide if a royal offspring were to submit to a disciple of the celestial sect. Gu Longqing hesitated momentarily before asserting, without hesitation, kill. The royal family must not intermarry with the disciples of the celestial sect. This was a long-standing family edict, although this decree had long been abolished. His father had warned him of this when he ascended the throne. The celestial sect could not be trusted. Both warriors and cultivators shared the same essence of resource plunder for cultivation, fostering competition between them. Though martial arts had declined, overshadowed by the might of cultivators, The great Zhou still possessed the fortune of humanity and the Confucian way, standing firm against the celestial sect. Once the disciples of the immortal sect and the royal lineage engage in union, a portion of the human fortune will be siphoned away by the immortal sect through arcane methods, rendering any further development of martial arts utterly impossible. A palpable chill emanated from Gu Longsheng, instilling both fear and bewilderment among the onlookers. Why resort to murder? There are cultivators among the ministers of the great Zhou, and several offspring from noble families have similarly pledged themselves to the immortal sect. Does His Majesty intend to declare war on the immortal sect? Even Jiang Che found himself perplexed. Surely, it cannot be so. In the past, numerous disciples of the immortal sect and royal heirs had formed sacred bonds, and their progeny often exhibited commendable talents, adept in both martial and immortal practices. Having experienced a previous life, Jiang Che pondered for a moment and grasped Gu Longqing's intentions. Currently, the great Zhou has not subdued the various nations. Its fortune is already scarce, and martial arts have yet to be genuinely initiated. Hence, it cannot contest with the immortal sect. In this precarious situation, should the immortal sect pilfer the fortune of the great Zhou, it would not be long before the human emperor finds it increasingly difficult to maintain control over the dragon platform. Devoid of fortune, the revival of martial arts would become a distant dream, leaving the great Zhou vulnerable, akin to an ant at the mercy of the immortal sect. It can only be said that the timing is not propitious. Chapter 71. The Dragon's Path. Gu, she stood in a daze, lost in thought. Historically, royal disciples had formed partnerships with those from the immortal sects, albeit primarily with the offspring of feudal princes. However, since the ascension of her father to the throne, any member bearing the Gu surname and holding royal status was prohibited from marrying cultivators. Though no formal edict had been issued, merely whispers among the royal family, Gu was taken aback by her father's unwavering and harsh stance. Reflecting on the visions from her dreams, she felt a strange relief that they were merely figments of her imagination. Father, is this truly necessary? Why must royal disciples be barred from marrying cultivators? Gu Longsheng chuckled lightly, refraining from elaborating. He knew that not all cultivators from the immortal sects could be lumped together. If it were someone of Jiang Che's or Nangong Ziyun's caliber, individuals destined to become unparalleled powerhouses, he would not stand in the way of a union with a royal disciple. There were indeed many righteous individuals within the immortal sects who eschewed power and preferred the serene life of secluded cultivation. They engaged in little more than slaying demons and maintaining peace for humanity, such as those from Yaoying sect and Zixiao sword sect. If these cultivators were to marry royal disciples, he would wholeheartedly support it. Yet, such scenarios were unlikely to materialize. For millennia, disciples from these two sects had never mingled with mortals unless their talents were deemed subpar. Seeing her father's silence, Gu shot him an exasperated glare before turning to Aoshuan, who had been sipping tea. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. Had it not been for you, I would have perished in that explosion. Aoshuan waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling matter, and I merely sustained your breath. If we were to speak of true salvation, it was Lin Yu who deserves the credit. Had he not swiftly concocted the 9-pattern meridian pill and the soul restoration pill, I would have been powerless to assist. Gu Longsheng and all those accompanying him were momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, their gazes turned fervently towards Jiang Che. The 9-pattern soul restoration pill. While the soul restoration pill is a 4th-grade elixir, even a 5th-grade alchemist would face immense challenges in its creation, let alone one of 9 patterns. Elixirs are classified into 9 grades, each with distinct quality levels. A 9-pattern elixir represents the pinnacle of perfection. If what Aoshuan says is true, Jiang Che must at least be a 5th-grade alchemist. Coupled with his youth, such talent is rare even within the Zixiao sword sect. Should he be available for the great Zhou, they would no longer need to beg alchemists for potions. Why does this old fool speak so freely? Jiang De silently cursed, awkwardly smiling in response to the intense gazes directed at him. Young brother, would you be interested in serving in the great Zhou? Gu Longsheng inquired warmly. The Great Zhou lacks neither cultivation resources nor master blacksmiths. What it truly needs are alchemists capable of reversing life and death. The Meridian Pill is essential for unblocking channels and enhancing innate talents, while the Soul Restoration Pill is vital for repairing the soul. Not to mention other elixirs. Just these two alone would ensure this young man is treated as a guest of honor wherever he goes. Your Majesty, that one tea be necessary. I aspire to roam the world. I have no interest in an official position. Ah, young brother, you are mistaken. Who says that serving in the court precludes one from traveling the world? Although the great Zhou may not rival the immortal sex, it possesses its own foundation. Should you choose to serve, I could bestow upon you the Longyun warship. The Dragon Cloud warship may be unfamiliar to you. Although it consumes an enormous amount of spirit stones, it can traverse 30,000 miles in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. With such a vessel at your disposal, can you not go wherever your heart desires? Gu Longcheng rambled on endlessly, leaving Jiang Che both amused and perplexed. Was Gu Longcheng truly this loquacious when he was lucid? Jiang Che was well aware of the Dragon Cloud warship, an essential asset for the valiant soldiers of the future Great Zhou, of which there would be hundreds. Its power was far from the simplicity Gu Longcheng suggested. Although he was astonished that it was already available, he shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, your immediate priority should not be the search for talent, but rather the conquest of the various nations. After all, it is talent that strengthens a nation." "Indeed, my young friend," Chen Lin interjected. "The Emperor speaks wisely. With such a formidable alchemist providing logistical support, we, the rough and ready, can charge in a battle with confidence. The Soul Restoration Pill, possessing such an item, would allow one to ascend to the Grandmaster level without hesitation." The group urged Jiang Che collectively, even if he had 10 mouths. He could not refute them and could only turn his pleading gaze toward Gu Shi, silently hoping for her deliverance. Having the memories of his previous life, Jiang Che knew that while crafting a perfect grade pill was beyond her skill, producing pills below the 8th rank should not pose much difficulty. After all, before his demise in his past life, Gu Shi had already achieved the status of a return to one practitioner. Gu Shi did not grasp Jiang Che's intentions, but still stepped forward. "Father, it's merely a matter of pills. In a few years, a remarkable alchemist will arrive in the Imperial City. Since Brother Lin is unwilling to serve in the court, we cannot force him. The treasury is filled with countless medicinal materials. When that alchemist appears, we will not lack for pills. What is most urgent now is to address Ao Shan. That is paramount." Seeing that Jiang Che was truly disinclined to serve in the court, Gu Longcheng could only echo his daughter's sentiments. Although he was uncertain of the veracity of her words, he dared not consume pills crafted by untrustworthy alchemists. "Though you are unwilling to serve in the court, you have nonetheless saved my daughter. Do speak of what rewards you desire, be it techniques or resources. Anything you wish for, I shall provide. Angel Shan, you share what you desire as well." With Gu Longcheng no longer pressing him to take an official position, Jiang Che smiled and remarked that saving the princess was merely a good deed. As for rewards, he truly cared little. With that, he turned toward Ao Shan. "Old man, do you have any wishes you would like to express?" The Jiao dragon could not easily survive in the Great Zhou. This was a perfect opportunity for Ao Shan to propose certain conditions. As long as they were not overly demanding, Gu Longcheng would likely acquiesce. Considering the merits and the debt of gratitude, Ao Shan was taken aback. He indeed had no specific demands. His motivation for saving Gu Shi was merely to avoid trouble from the human emperor, but encouraged by Jiang Che's gaze, he hesitated for a moment before addressing the emperor. "Your Majesty, may I request permission to follow the river?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense. How audacious this Jiao dragon was to seek the emperor's consent for crossing the dragon. There were many ways to transform into a dragon, and crossing the dragon was one of them, but it would bring unimaginable calamity to the Great Zhou. If the river were to break its banks, with mud and stones flowing, the path traversed by the Jiao would be a scene of devastation for living beings. How could this old man dare to propose such a thing? Throughout history, those who aspire to traverse the dragon-esque path, whether from celestial gates or imperial courts, have invariably faced execution. Yet, Gu Longcheng remained unperturbed, fixated on Ao Shun, inquiring about his previous failure. Indeed, a millennium ago, I encountered a rare deluge, and I endeavored to ascend against the current through the mountains. Alas, fortune was not on my side, as I was thwarted by the very peaks that surrounded me. In those days, Ao Shun did not resort to supernatural arts to conjure clouds and rain, nor did he inflict harm upon the common folk to bolster his strength. He relied solely on his own capabilities, and he spoke of those times with a sense of calm acceptance. Not having transformed into a true dragon remains an enduring regret for me. If your majesty grants permission, I would find solace in that. At this moment, Ao Shun's demeanor conveyed profound excitement, suggesting that he would acquiesce to any demands made by Gu Longcheng, should he be granted the opportunity to traverse the dragon's path. Ao Shun's heartfelt declaration résonnait deeply, and while Gu Longcheng understood the significance of dragon transformation to him, he could not, in good conscience, repay this life-saving grace at the expense of the lives of countless citizens of the Great Zhou. Just as he prepared to decline, Gushi unexpectedly intervened, stating, "I agree." Amidst the bewilderment of those present, Gushi took Gu Longcheng by the hand and departed. Chapter 72. Sheer, you must not deceive Father Emperor, stepping out of the courtyard. Under the puzzled gaze of Gu Longcheng, Gushi extended her hand and retrieved a magical artifact from the collar of her father's robe. After enveloping the surroundings in a protective barrier, she spoke, "Father Emperor, you must agree to the request of that esteemed elder." Gu Longcheng furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had been too indulgent with Sheer. The calamity brought by the dragon would undoubtedly result in the death and injury of millions, while mountains and rivers would suffer devastation. Sheer had been by his side since childhood. She could not possibly be oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet even so, could she truly disregard the well-being of the people of the Zhou for personal favors? Sensing her father's displeasure, Gushi hurriedly explained, "Father, that esteemed elder possesses a fragment of the lost imperial seal." Gu Longcheng was taken aback, swallowing hard. "Sheer, you cannot be deceiving your father, can you? The shard that has been sought for thousands of years is actually in the hands of the despised dragon clan? How could this be?" Gushi asserted earnestly. "I would never jest about such a matter. As long as this esteemed elder successfully transforms into a dragon, we can extract the shard after it endures the heavenly tribulation, utilizing the momentum of human fortune. Moreover, after safeguarding this esteemed elder through the tribulation, Father Emperor, you must confer a title upon him, binding his fate closely with that of the Zhou. Only then can the fortune of humanity reach its zenith." In her dream, the esteemed elder had failed in the transformation, yet she still obtained a shard. However, the elder was already intrinsically linked to the fragment. His demise had diminished a portion of its power, while the impact was negligible. If perfection could be achieved, why not strive for it? It made sense now. No wonder Sheer's domineering aura had softened. She had seemingly accepted the virtues imbued with the shard's power. Gu Longcheng, filled with excitement, agreed, though he remained uncertain why Sheer was so convinced that the shard resided within Ao Shun. Nevertheless, it seemed worth trying. After a brief discussion with Sheer, they entered the courtyard. In the midst of puzzled gazes, Gushi turned to Ao Shun and said, "Esteemed elder, my father Emperor consents to your departure, but there are several conditions." In truth, from the moment this request was articulated, Ao Shun had doubted whether the Emperor would acquiesce. Although he did not wish to cause harm, departing in his colossal form would inevitably lead to the demise of many beings. Gushi's words instantly widened his eyes in astonishment. "Agree? It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour since we stepped out, and His Majesty has already consented?" "Indeed," Gushi replied with a serious nod. "Absolutely not," Qin Shao exclaimed with fervor, his face flushed with indignation. "Princess, even if Ao Shun saved you, he could be rewarded with resources instead. Do you wish to bring about the separation of countless families, leaving them homeless? Your Majesty, you are being foolish. Why would you agree to such an outrageous request?" At that moment, Qin Shao resembled a courtier seizing the opportunity to chastise both Gu Longcheng and his daughter. Gu Longcheng attempted to interject, but opted to remain silent in the face of Qin Shao's impassioned tirade. Let him vent for a while, he thought. Old Qin, please be quiet. His Majesty is no fool. There must be a reason for his decision. Before long, Chen Lin directly covered Qin Xiao's mouth, signaling him to silence. Old Qin is quite knowledgeable, chatty by nature, and well-versed in history, from the rise and fall of emperors to the plight of common folk. If not interrupted, he could talk for hours on end. Gushi cast a grateful glance at Uncle Chun before turning to Ao Shun. You may proceed to transform into a dragon, but I have conditions. Firstly, the soldiers of the Great Zhou will accompany you, providing assistance while ensuring the safety of our citizens. Secondly, upon your successful transformation, you must become the true dragon of our nation, safeguarding the Great Zhou for generations to come. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao became increasingly agitated, frantically striking Chen Lin, eager to voice his objections. This was not a demand. It was an unreserved offer of aid. Ao Shun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that these were the only two stipulations. The military support would effectively ensure his successful transformation and becoming the true dragon of the nation. Sharing in the fate of humanity was undeniably beneficial to him. Your Majesty, are you sure these are the only conditions? Ao Shun kidded, lifting his gaze to the silent Gulongchen. Dissatisfied? No, I'm quite satisfied. Ao Shun nodded enthusiastically. What was there to be dissatisfied about? With the full might of the nation aiding him in his transformation, one could hardly ask for more. A true dragon of the nation, enjoying offerings and reverence. And as the Great Zhou grew stronger, even immortality would not be beyond reach. Observing the joy on both sides, Jiangche reflected on his past life, struggling to recall any such events. The Dragon Clan bore a long-standing grudge against the Great Zhou. Was Gushi out of her mind? No. Gushi possessed memories of her previous life. It was impossible for her to assist the old man without cause. Was there something he had overlooked? After much contemplation, Jiangche still found himself perplexed. System, do you know the reason behind this? The system, witnessing the dramatic surge in destiny points, was too indifferent to respond to Jiangche. 100,000 destiny points. How amusing. This was merely a result of the human emperor consenting to Ao Shun's transformation. Once Ao Shun successfully transformed, the destiny points would undoubtedly skyrocket. At this moment, the system was already envisioning the flawless restoration of humanity's fortune to its zenith. Once humanity's fortune reached its pinnacle, even with Lin Yu possessing the devouring system, it would be impossible for the system's resources to be controlled by the human emperor. At that point, how many destiny points would be amassed? System? The system regained its focus, realizing Jiangche was still calling for it. Host, I investigated and found that Ao Shun is related to the North Sea Dragon Clan. Gushi seems to intend to sow discord among the dragon clans. It was imperative not to disclose Ao Shun's uniqueness. Pei Chuan, a future sage, and Ao Shun, the key to beginning the path of eternal martial arts. Two coincidences that should not exist. Given Jiangche's nature, he suspected that the system had intentionally guided him to Onping Village. While there was indeed a slight connection, it was best not to voice it. Sowing discord among the North Sea Dragon Clan. Lin Yu cast a strange glance at Gushi. To target the Dragon Clan upon arrival seemed a bit too ambitious. Was she not concerned that everything might go awry? Yet, he understood that Gushi had her own plans, and being prepared for eventualities was not necessarily a bad thing. A conflict between the Dragon Clan and the Great Zhou is inevitable, a consequence of worldly grievances that cannot be avoided. The fortunes of the Great Zhou at its zenith are indeed formidable, and everyone yearns to partake in its blessings. Although the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas is unified under the banner of dragons, the North Sea has long been in decline, oppressed by the other three great dragon clans for years. The ascendance of Ao Shun as the true dragon safeguarding the nation signifies the sharing of the Great Zhou's fortune. With such fortuitous support, the speed of cultivation would increase exponentially. Should one choose to remain subservient to the so-called kin who defecate upon them daily, or opt for the Great Zhou, which has the potential to bolster one's strength and erase past humiliations, the choice appears rather straightforward. As thoughts of the previous life and the battle with the Dragon Clan flooded his mind, Jiang Che found himself momentarily lost in reverie. Lin Yu, what are your thoughts? Just as Jiang Che was deep in contemplation, he suddenly felt someone tap him. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered Gu Shi standing before him, mere inches away. Chapter 73. Alas, that sword did not descend. Gu Shi's skin was as fair as a freshly shelled egg, devoid of any blemish. And her profound gaze seemingly allowed Jiang Che to glimpse the empress of a past life, prompting him to take a few steps back. What is the matter? Gu Shi, noticing Jiang Che's retreat, was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly so unattractive that he felt compelled to distance himself? After regaining her composure, she continued, "Since you intend to travel, why not accompany us to witness the illustrious path of Senior A.O. Shun's journey with the Jiao?" The phenomenon of walking the Jiao was rare in the Great Zhou, and witnessing it firsthand would offer immense benefits to one's cultivation. Regrettably, Jiang Che had encountered far more extraordinary sights. He had slain true dragons within the pseudo-immortal realm, a feat that rendered the prospect of walking the Jiao mundane to him. Though walking the Jiao is indeed intriguing, for me, cultivation serves merely as a means to enhance my travels, not an end in itself. Jiang Che articulated his thoughts delicately, leaving Gu Shi and her companions astonished. The spectacle of walking the Jiao was a rare occurrence. Yet here was a pinnacle spirit sea cultivator displaying disinterest. Ao Sheng, while aware of Jiang Che's uniqueness, pondered how even cultivators at the brink of life and death would be eager to witness such an event. Had Jiang Che perhaps witnessed spectacles even more exhilarating than walking the Jiao? Lin Yu, I'm more curious about your identity. How could something as magnificent as walking the Jiao fail to capture your attention? Gu Shi and her companions were momentarily stunned. Indeed, a peak spirit sea cultivator capable of crafting the 9-pattern soul-replenishing pill, now indifferent to such a rare occurrence. Was he perhaps a reclusive cultivator? Perceiving their skeptical gazes, Jiang Che felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What a predicament he found himself in. He had initially believed he had found kindred spirits with whom to retreat into the mountains, only to discover they were rather foolish. Saving the emperor's daughter was one thing, but to have his identity questioned in their presence was altogether vexing. Noticing Jiang Che's discomfort, Gu Shi suggested that her father and the others continue discussing the specifics of A.O. Shun's walking the Jiao in the courtyard, while she invited Jiang Che to step outside for a private conversation. Before departing, Gu Shi made a point to inquire with her third brother about the availability of a projection stone regarding the grand competition of the Zixiao sword sect. Only after securing the stone did she leave, satisfied. You reckless spendthrift. Why would a non-cultivator need a projection stone? Gu Longcheng chastised Gu Qingxiu, smacking the back of his head. Projection stones were not particularly expensive, costing around 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, the grand competition of the Zixiao sword sect had only just concluded, and stones containing battle footage were selling for thousands or even tens of thousands. Gu Qingxiu grimaced in pain, slightly aggrieved as he explained, "Young Master Jiang helped me elevate my Confucian Tao realm, and several scholars in the Wangfu now have the potential to advance to great scholars. I merely wish to observe his performance at the sect. With that thick head of yours, aspiring to elevate your Confucian Tao realm is sheer waste." Gu Longcheng, fully aware of his son's temperament, lamented the futility of his efforts. The thought that some of the texts discovered by Jiang Che had been squandered by this wayward child caused him a pang of distress. "What do you mean squandered? I possess talent, you know. I'm at least a scholar now." "A scholar?" Gu Longcheng was utterly exasperated, cursing under his breath. "You needed to compose hundreds of poems just to attain the status of scholar. Any dog would surpass your achievements." "Ah, please, no more fighting." Listening to the commotion within the courtyard, Gu Shi stifled a giggle as she took a few steps forward, and Jiang Che also chuckled. Who would have thought that the future Grand General of the nation could dance so joyfully in his youth? The two walked side by side in silence, the vast lord's manner seemingly devoid of others. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, wafting the fragrant scent of flowers, allowing a rare tranquility to settle in Gu Shi's heart. Sitting beneath the shade of a tree, she raised an eyebrow at Jiang Che. "Are you interested in watching the competition at the Zixiao sword sect?" What is so fascinating about mere brawls and contests of victory and defeat? John Duque replied. At his words, Gu Shi smiled lightly and placed her projection stone on the table. The still waters of the pond rippled softly, unfolding a series of vivid scenes. In the imagery, Jiang Che triumphed over his opponents, the audience erupting in cheers. Though he belonged to the younger generation, no one could rival him. Elders from various factions gathered in the square above, lavishly praising Jiang Che. Jiang Che possesses an innate talent for the sword and is universally recognized as the foremost prodigy of swordsmanship in this era, destined to become the pinnacle of the sword path. It is said that Master Ziyang has already chosen him as the next sect leader. Lin Yu, do you find this assertion credible? Indeed, in the realm of swordsmanship, both ancient and modern, none can compare to him, Lin Yu replied calmly. He did not boast, for had he not been hindered by his masters, even with Lin Yu's system, it would matter not, even if fate were not in his hands. With the sword in his grasp, Jiang Che would still be the unparalleled sword immortal of all ages. Regrettably, that sword had yet to be drawn. Gu Shi gazed intently at Jiang Che, noting his eyes remained as tranquil as a placid lake, devoid of any ripples. Her heart was filled with doubt. Could it be that her assumptions were mistaken? Indeed, all who encountered Jiang Che were captivated by his benevolence and expansive spirit. Yet, I dreamt last night of the passage of time, envisioning Jiang Che's noble sword transformed into a blade of slaughter. Lin Yu, do you believe this dream might come true? Reality and dreams are often worlds apart, and as the dream was bestowed by the Elder of Destiny, she could not help but ponder whether to trust the dream or the reality. In her dream, Jiang Che was an unforgivable demon, leaving devastation in his wake, while Lin Yu was her imperial consort, a sage revered by the masses, aiding her in governance and defending against external foes, together forging a glorious dynasty. And what of reality? Lin Yu lacked the ability to compose lyrics, resorting to the words of the wise, and he had even acted against the steward of her third brother. Though uncertain whether the future Jiang Che would be as malevolent as in her dream, the present Jiang Che, though they had only met a few times, had healed her father, instilling in her a sense of security amid the distance. Dreams of mortals stem from fragile fantasies, crafted through the processing of consciousness to fill the void of reality. Likewise, cultivators experience similar phenomena, if a distinction must be made. It is perhaps that their perceptions far exceed those of ordinary folk, rendering their dreams more intricate. The reason Gu Shi dreamt of Jiang Che's bloodlust may well be that he left a negative impression on her. Jiang Che's reasoned response left Gu Shi momentarily at a loss for words. Can mortals truly be compared to cultivators? Mortals have dreams, while cultivators possess perceptions. It is not entirely the case. Jiang Che leaves a rather favorable impression on me, much like the depiction within the imagery. Although Jiang Che emerges victorious in every battle, he engages in fierce contests, defeating his opponents only after prolonged struggles. He offers guidance amid the fray, never underestimating his adversaries based on their identity or strength, but rather extending them a measure of respect. During the time at the Yanwang mansion, although Jiang Che discerned her intentions, he chose not to expose them. Instead, he facilitated the healing of her ailing father, thereby liberating her from an unwanted engagement. In doing so, he preserved her dignity while aiding her escape from distress. How could such a person possibly be a bloodthirsty fiend from one's nightmares? Respect? Jiang Che raised his gaze towards the projection, questioning the accuracy of your statement. In the visuals, Jiang Che faced off against Ruo Siwei, sending her flying several dozen meters with a single strike, leaving her no opportunity to react before she was unceremoniously cast out of the competition arena. Is this what one would call a measure of respect? It is more akin to humiliation. Chapter 74, Is This the End? Gu Shi stood in a daze, gazing at the frigid figure of Jiang Che, who emanated an aura of frost, then turned to Lin Yu with a bittersweet smile. How absurd! Jiang Che was clearly at the Zixiao sword sect. How could she ever doubt the person before her? Perhaps it was merely a reflection of her own discontent. Jiang Che continued to observe the projection, where the Jiang Che within the image was still engaged in combat. He encountered opponents at the Spirit Sea realm for a brief moment and effortlessly defeated those at the Tao Palace realm, seemingly indifferent to the strength or weakness of his adversaries, offering no chances to those who displeased him. Such nonchalance did not incite curses from the onlookers. Instead, their cheers grew even more fervent. Gu Shi, lost in thought, found herself speechless, grappling with the notion that this carefree, unrestrained figure truly was Jiang Che. Uncertain, she glanced again. The projection stone merely captured Jiang Che's battle scenes, and as he successfully advanced to the top 8, the fervor among the audience intensified, as if this unbridled Jiang Shixiang was the embodiment of their aspirations. In the top 8, Jiang Che was to first face Lung Xinchang, his most esteemed senior sister from his previous life. Lung Xinchang's expression was composed, revealing no intention of showing leniency against her junior. Jiang Che mirrored her resolve, tightening his grip on his spiritual sword and commencing his offensive. While his cultivation remained at the first layer of the Tao Palace, Lung Xinchang had reached the 4th layer, suggesting an outcome devoid of suspense. Yet Jiang Che showcased what true genius entailed. With absolute mastery over spiritual power, instinctual foresight, and formidable physical prowess, he remained undefeated even against the mid-stage Lung Xinchang, occasionally gaining the upper hand. The swirling snowflakes, though appearing as weapons aimed at him, provided a backdrop to his azure silhouette. Lung Xinchang's graceful yet potent assaults seemed like mere playthings to him, and he evaded them with effortless agility. Each astonishing maneuver anticipated Lung Xinchang's attacks with precision. In instances where evasion was impossible, he would counter her overwhelming strikes at minimal cost. Even through the projection, the intensity of the battle was palpable, and Gu Shi grasped her sleeve tightly, anxiously inquiring, "Lin Yu, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Jiang Che observed the two adversaries in the projection, both running low on spiritual energy. In the sex grand competition, lethal moves were forbidden. The victor was evident. Jiang Che had honed his physique since childhood, unmatched in physical strength within the same realm, a fact well known to Gu Shi. However, Lung Xinchang was the one Jiang Che admired. Just as Gu Shi prepared to counter Lin Yu's statement, she witnessed Jiang Che dart forward like an arrow released from a bow, causing fissures to erupt across the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Concealed within the swirling sand, he reappeared a mere half-step away from Lung Xinchang, and as his unreserved fist was about to strike her face, all spectators gasped in shock. Could it be that he intended to land that blow? Even Lung Xinchang, who had remained remarkably composed throughout, appeared taken aback, sensing the power behind her junior's punch and desperately seeking to evade it. With a resounding crash, the entire training arena vanished beneath a veil of yellow dust, obscuring the scene within. As the dust settled, Zhang Zhenren waved his hand, revealing the figures of two individuals. Remarkably, both were unscathed, albeit situated in a 10-meter-deep pit, surrounded by a web of intricate fissures that enveloped the arena. It was unimaginable what gruesome devastation would have ensued had that blow struck a human being. Lung Xinchang appeared momentarily petrified, gazing blankly at her junior brother, tears welling in her eyes. Zhang Ke, seemingly oblivious, cast a glance towards his master seated among the elders before turning to exit the arena. As he approached the judges, he prepared for the announcement of the results. The judge, regaining composure, promptly declared, "White Cloud Peak, Jiang Che, victorious." The announcement reverberated throughout the arena, and after a brief moment of astonishment, all the disciples leapt to their feet, chanting Jiang Che's name in fervor. Zhang Ke, Zhang Ke. The disciples were well aware of their senior brother's formidable physical prowess. Yet since entering the Ling Tai stage, few had witnessed the extent of his strength, save for those who had trained alongside him. Now, they comprehended why he refrained from employing his physical capabilities. He was sparing them the embarrassment. Every element within the training arena had undergone reinforcement, and Jiang Che's ability to shatter it with a single punch, devoid of spiritual energy, was a testament to his might. The sheer force of that strike could obliterate a Tao Palace realm cultivator. "Remarkable," Gu Shi exclaimed in admiration. While cultivators typically practiced techniques that necessitated spiritual energy, Jiang Che's punch was a manifestation of pure physical strength, entirely devoid of any spiritual enhancement. Though she was a seventh-tier martial artist, she recognized that she could not withstand such a blow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che glanced at his right hand, lamenting that his master had intercepted that punch. Otherwise, his senior sister would have been bedridden for at least 6 months. It seemed evident that Jiang Che was destined to emerge as the champion of this sect competition. Amidst her astonishment, Gu Shi discerned the inevitable outcome. The sect competition was a contest for the younger generation, limited to those at the Ling Hai and Ling Tai realms. Jiang Che, despite his extraordinary talent and youth, had surpassed the standard expectations by breaking through to the Dao Palace realm. Now, having defeated even the most formidable opponent, Lung Xinchang, the others stood no chance against him. Jiang Che smiled and turned his attention to the projection, where his next opponent, Wu Chun, awaited. Wu Chun had also reached the Dao Palace realm, his expression a curious blend of emotions as he drew his sword from his waist. Without the Red Dragon, your strength is sufficient to defeat Senior Sister Lung. I acknowledge that I am no match for you, but I still wish to personally gauge your prowess. At this, Jiang Che appeared relaxed, spreading his hands casually. It's not a life-and-death battle, so why make it so serious? Wu Chun's expression became even more peculiar, eliciting laughter from the disciples in the audience. Is this not serious? Senior Sister Lung was reduced to tears. If even his own siblings can be bested, how could Wu's senior brother not be apprehensive? After a simple exchange of pleasantries, the competition between the two commenced in earnest. Although Wu Chun had recently attained the Dao Palace realm, his foundational skills were remarkably solid. Jiang Che, not exerting his full strength, matched Wu Chen's efforts with equal vigor, creating a palpable sense of balance and tension that resonated among the audience as the situation unfolded. Despite being aware of the eventual outcome, the clash of their powers ignited a fervor within the spectators. An hour later, Wu Chun found himself utterly exhausted, lying on the training ground, gasping for breath. Jiang Che, similarly reclined, exhibited a far more composed demeanor. You are truly elusive. Even after more than half a year without practice, I sense you have become even more unfathomable. Wu Chen remarked with a smile after catching his breath. Jiang Che, offering a faint smile in return, rose to face the referee. In response to the curious gazes of the crowd, he declared, I foresee an imminent breakthrough and require a period of seclusion. I may not be able to continue with the upcoming matches. Upon hearing this, the referee, who was poised to announce the results of the match, paused momentarily, glancing towards the elders seated nearby. It was clear to all that Jiang Che intended to concede, yet the outcome of this duel was already understood by everyone present. How could he possibly declare the result? Ah, does Brother Jiang intend to concede? Murmurs erupted among the spectators. It's merely a minor breakthrough. There is no need for such a prolonged retreat, some disciples familiar with Jiang Che's training explained. Brother Jiang is meticulous, striving for perfection with each breakthrough. Unless faced with a life-and-death crisis, he opts for seclusion, which may last from several days to months, and even he cannot predict his return. Realizing the gravity of Jiang Che's situation, Master Ving scrutinized him closely and, upon recognizing the overwhelming nature of his cultivation, acquiesced to his decision. Thus the projection concluded, leaving Gu Shi in a state of surprise. Is this truly the end? Chapter 75. Congratulations on joining the Great Zhou. What more do you desire? Jiang Che inquired with a smile, noticing Gu Shi seemed somewhat reluctant to part with the moment. Shouldn't Jiang Che have vanquished his contemporaries and ascended to the pinnacle of the ranks, subsequently seeking counsel from disciples of other factions? Although she had been in slumber for a month, she was still aware that numerous formidable powers had sent their prodigies, seemingly intent on diminishing the prestige of the Zixiao sword sect. Jiang Che was taken aback. The girl was quite knowledgeable. He had feigned seclusion and cultivation merely to avoid complications. Nevertheless, he pondered deeply about the significant transformation he had undergone. If Ruo Siwei was contemptible, it was certainly not to the extent that she would embarrass him at the sect competition. And then there was Lung Xinchang, his senior sister, which was utterly intolerable. Gu Shi rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the replayed projections, fast-forwarding to the battle where Lung Xinchang was defeated, a look of melancholy on her face. Melancholy indeed. Had it not been for her royal father confining him, Lung Xinchang would not have suffered such indignities. Jiang Che silently grumbled. The puppets were certainly not cruel, but it was he who had taken action. For days, he had resided in the city lord's mansion. Although he could roam freely around Bay City, the vile Gu Longsheng had persistently dispatched spies to follow him. While he had initially suspected Gu Longsheng might be wary of the connection between Gu Shi's unconsciousness and him, such vigilance was understandable. Yet being watched was undeniably uncomfortable. He was not a criminal, nor was there any reason to fear escape. Furthermore, Gu Shi's fainting had absolutely nothing to do with him. After several tedious days, the system suddenly informed him that a puppet had been located in the territory of the North Wilderness demonic clan, forcibly brought back to the Zixiao sword sect to participate in the sect competition. This sparked within him a desire for amusement. Although it was merely a child's game, it was far more appealing than being under constant surveillance. However, he had not anticipated that Lung Xinchang would weep. Despite his superior understanding of the Tao, he was manipulating a puppet possessing only the strength of the first layer of Tao Palace, primarily employing basic techniques learned by inner disciples. As for Lung Xinchang, aside from her formidable power, she could not even discern the most fundamental strategies of attrition. Was she foolish? Or did she still naively believe she could afford to be lenient as before? Shaking off his thoughts, Jiang Che turned to Gu Shi, who had now expressed her gratitude. Your Highness, I believe I may take my leave now. Gu Shi, who was engrossed in the battle footage, turned her gaze towards Lin Yu. Although he bore an unappealing countenance, his alchemical talent was beyond doubt, even surpassing that of the prodigy from her dreams who would arrive at the great Zhousdan sect in a few years. Since he was not Jiang Che, how could she allow him to depart so easily? Lin, my friend, those at the peak of the spiritual sea possess a lifespan of merely 300 years at most, and perhaps 20 more. The great Zhou is destined to rise. Would you be interested in witnessing the flourishing of humanity? Gu Shi's expression was resolute, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Yet, Jiang Che merely felt she was speaking nonsense. For the great Zhou to ascend, it must achieve longevity in martial arts, which necessitated the discovery of fragments of the imperial seal. Even though Gu Shi possessed memories of her past life, the seal remained incomplete, making the pursuit of high-level cultivation an arduous endeavor. In a previous life, Gu Shi exerted tremendous effort to embark on the path of eternal martial arts, which took an arduous 300 years before it truly came into focus. 20 years? That is but a fanciful dream. Princess, surely one does not deceive in such a manner. Unifying the myriad nations within that time frame is utterly implausible. I am a person of languid temperament and shall not indulge in this charade any longer. As Lin Yu prepared to depart, Gu Shi chuckled lightly. The citizens of the mortal realm are all under the jurisdiction of the emperor. Though you're a cultivator, as long as you have not reached the realm of life and death, I will be able to locate you. Are you truly certain of your departure? Zhang Gipao, gazing at Gu Shi with a solemn expression. This assertion was no exaggeration. During the peak of his power, the emperor could find anyone within the borders of Dezhou, regardless of any concealment methods employed, as long as that individual had not ascended to immortality. It would merely require some effort and perhaps a bit of bloodshed. Zhang Ge, being at the spirit sea realm, was an easy target for discovery. System, if the emperor seeks me, will he find the puppet or me? You ought to know. The system offered no further explanation, yet Jiang Che understood. The puppet inherited his past karma. While rescuing Gu, she formed a new bond. If the emperor were to search, he would locate the one who saved Gu Shi, not the Jiang Che of the Zixiao sword sect. With the last glimmer of hope extinguished, Jiang Che sat down in silence, lamenting, had I known, I would not have saved you. What an ungrateful turn of events. Gu Shi pressed her lips together, smiling lightly. Dezhou welcomes your addition. Presently, Dezhou's strength was formidable, yet its treasury was difficult to access. Many pill formulas and spiritual herbs remained locked away, with no fifth-grade alchemists available. Lin Yu's involvement would undoubtedly provide immense assistance in reclaiming the vassal states. Stop right there. Although I agree to join Dezhou, I have no intention of going to the imperial capital. Should you require any pills, feel free to contact me. With that, Jiang Che rose to leave. It was not in his nature to wait idly. While he had temporarily joined Dezhou, evading detection would be quite manageable. North of Bay City lay other nations. That is certainly acceptable. Where you choose to go is your prerogative as long as we can locate you. After a brief conversation, Jiang Che returned to his room to rest, while Gushi departed the courtyard to report to Gu Longcheng. Father, Lin Yu has agreed to join Dezhou. Really? Gu Longcheng exclaimed with delight. A fifth-grade alchemist. Though I hesitate to say it, the immortal sects hold fifth-grade alchemists in high esteem. Dezhou would typically have to expend numerous resources to obtain pills, and Lin Yu's addition is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Gushi nodded, but as she contemplated Lin Yu's swift agreement, she mused, while he has consented, he seems reluctant to leave Bay City. My tone carried a hint of threat. He may very well attempt to flee. It would be best to bring him back to the palace tonight. Gu Longcheng was taken aback. Threatening an alchemist? Elphia, you mustn't be foolish. Alchemists can be as lethal as they are life-saving. Every alchemist could be considered a poison master. To threaten him is to invite countless ways to meet our demise. Gushi shook her head. Lin Yu's hands are calloused, and he lacks the distinct fragrance of an alchemist. Although he bears no weapons, it is clear that the path of alchemy is not his primary focus, and he likely harbors no malicious intentions. Moreover, I can discern whether something is poison. In her dreams, she had encountered Jiang Che but a few times. However, the misdeeds attributed to him were indeed numerous. She had studied him extensively, and although the real Jiang Che resided within the Zixiao sword sect, Lin Yu was unmistakably no ordinary individual, possessing a striking resemblance to the Jiang Che of her dreams. Such a person could either embody great virtue or profound malevolence. It was imperative that he not be allowed to vanish from existence. Was it merely about elixirs? After all, the dream version of herself was the sovereign who forged a prosperous era. She could certainly discern the flaws in any elixir of 8th grade or below. Determined to ensure her daughter's safety, although helpless, Gu Longqing resolved to have Ao Shun incapacitate Lin Yi and return him to the imperial capital that very night. Upon receiving this command, Ao Shun hesitated momentarily, but recalling the imperial edict dispatching a great army to assist him in his endeavors, he gritted his teeth and stealthily entered Jiang Che's chamber. My apologies, young friend Lin. The emperor has offered too much. Given that Jiang Che was merely at the Spirit Sea realm, it was highly unlikely he would perceive the non-lethal intentions of Ao Shun. Although the system was somewhat aware, it seemed to lack justification for awakening Jiang Che. It could not truly allow him to depart, could it? With Jiang Che's anguished cry, the Lord's residence once more succumbed to silence. Chapter 76. A year's time within the grand palace of the Great Zhou, the shadows of trees danced gracefully, as a gentle breeze coaxed the flickering candle flames. Two figures stood in confrontation, with Jiang Che, visibly exasperated, rubbing the sizable bump on the back of his head. Ao Shun, I always believe you consider me a dear friend, yet you've audaciously rendered me unconscious. Where's your face? Ao Shun, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, staring out at the moonlit night. Who would have thought your head was so solid? The force of the 4th level of the Dao Palace was enough to knock you out. It was indeed the first time he had encountered a practitioner at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm possessing a physique comparable to one of the Dao Palace realm. But is this the crux of the matter? Setting aside the incident of being knocked out, the fact that he had been whisked away from Bay City in a single night left him doubting whether his identity had been compromised. This cannot be blamed on me. It was the decree of the human emperor. How could I dare to disobey? Jiang Che, uninterested in Ao Shun's excuses, promptly expelled him from the room. After shutting the door, he took a seat by the window and poured himself a drink, letting out a bitter laugh. What in the world is this? After finally enjoying a comfortable half-year of life, he found himself back at square one. Gu Shi, that woman, had studied him for hundreds of years in her previous life. She must have discerned something, or else she wouldn't have been so eager to send him back to the imperial capital. Although the Great Zhou had encountered fewer troubles in recent years, the number of practitioners in the capital was substantial, and with the sudden arrival of a new alchemist within the palace, it would be difficult not to attract attention. After imbibing a few more sips of his drink, Jiang Che stepped outside and scrutinized the surroundings, unable to identify which palace he was in. The summer night was not cold, and he quietly sat beneath a tree, sipping his wine. The palace walls were lined with bones. After all, the human emperor had been feeble-minded for decades. While the Great Zhou had improved significantly compared to a decade ago, the notion of conquering the various nations was far from feasible in the short term. The lingering pride was merely a reflection of the human emperor's status and the intimidation from the dragon platform. The fact that a second-tier sect could control the human emperor illustrated the waning fortunes of the Great Zhou. With the rise of the eternal life martial arts, one could only speculate how many practitioners would be drawn forth. The future may hold promise, yet the next century would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Jiang Che, disinterested in these matters, found the prospect of remaining in the palace exceedingly troublesome. Strength, oh strength! It seemed he had no choice but to cultivate further. 3 days later, Gu Shi returned aboard a warship, greeted by a throng of officials. The Gueha sect and the Qianbird sect, both second-tier sects, had brought immense benefits to the Great Zhou, prompting the Ministry of Rites to prepare a lavish banquet. Gu Shi, disliking flattery, attributed all accomplishments to the dragon platform sword and the valiant soldiers, hastily partaking in a few cups before departing. Upon her return to Yunxi Pavilion, she immediately inquired about Jiang Che. When informed that he had established a plot of land in the Lantian Palace for cultivation, she paused momentarily before breaking into laughter. To cultivate land, you should not be leaving anytime soon. Princess, should we go and take a look? I'm quite curious about how practitioners farm, suggested Xiaoyun, who had always scoffed at mortals, even those at the lowest level of the gathering spirit realm. Farming? I find it hard to believe. As long as he remained within the palace, she insisted that no one should disturb him. After Gu Shi finished speaking, she returned to her room to rest. It had been quite some time since she last practiced, and today she intended to attempt the cultivation method from her dreams, hoping to make a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level. Achieving Grandmaster status marked merely the beginning of the martial path. A year had passed since Jiang Che arrived at the palace, during which he discovered that no one was monitoring him any longer. It was as if he had been forgotten. Occasionally, Gu Shi would visit to discuss the state of the world and request him to concoct some elixirs. And thus the days slipped by. Jiang Che found great satisfaction in this tranquil life, spending his days tending to his fields and brewing wine. Simple, yet fulfilling. Young Master Lin, I hear your wine is ready to be tasted. One day, Gu Shi pushed open the door, carrying a basket and approaching with a cheerful smile. She wore a pink long dress, somewhat thin for the summer season, revealing her long legs in a tantalizing manner. Jiang Che appeared oblivious to the allure of Gu Shi's skin beneath her pink dress. Instead, he glanced at the meager ingredients in her basket and remarked, "For a princess, you've certainly become quite accustomed to mooching meals." Over the past year, every 10 to 15 days, Gu Shi would visit with ingredients, and each time, the kitchen would nearly catch fire from his cooking, reminiscent of a famished ghost reincarnated. After placing the basket down, Gu Shi patted her pink dress and smiled sweetly. Who can resist your delicious cooking? Recently, when she faced challenges in her breakthrough to Grandmaster, she had come to ask Jiang Che for a boundary-breaking elixir and inadvertently caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the courtyard. Reluctantly, she had joined him for a meal, realizing then what true culinary delight was. Most importantly, the food was not only delectable, but also helped stabilize her cultivation. Jiang Che scrutinized the pitiful amount of ingredients in the basket, grumbling that he typically consumed several bowls. This paltry amount barely sufficed for a few dishes. Come on, haven't you grown plenty of fruits and vegetables? I would mind. Gu Shi casually draped her arm over Jiang Che's shoulder, exuding camaraderie as she declared boldly, "As martial artists, we have ample resources at our disposal. Your food quality isn't high, yet I still leave hungry after a dozen bowls." With a scowl, Jiang Che swatted away her hand, exclaiming, "I'm disgusted. I've worked hard to grow some food, and it all ends up in your stomach. Isn't food meant to be eaten? Gu Shi retorted, rubbing her reddened hand where he had slapped it. Her tone turned resolute. If you don't let me eat my fill today, I'm not leaving. That is not how one makes baseless accusations. I could never harm your physique. Despite his words, Jiang Che rose and headed to the kitchen. Gu Shi had a predictable schedule, and he had already prepared rice. All that remained was to stir-fry the dishes. As she watched him walk toward the kitchen, a smile spread across her face, and she hurried after him. However, just as she was about to enter, a loud bang echoed, and she found herself blocked at the door. Not angered, she leaned against the window with a grin. It must be exhausting for you to cook alone. Let me lend a hand. Jiang Che, wearing a dark expression, ignored her. Help? More like sneak a taste. Within the confines of the room, Jiang Che meticulously prepared each dish, sealing them with his spiritual energy upon completion. Outside, Gu Shi chirped incessantly like a lark, occasionally extending her eager little hands to stealthily snatch away a few of her favorite dishes, much to Jiang Che's irritation. However, she quickly fell silent, resembling a well-behaved child. Jiang Che admired Gu Shi's remarkable ability to converse without pause. For an entire hour, she seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of words. As he entered to serve the dishes, Gu Shi, already famished, swiftly grasped the kitchen's edge and, with deftness, carried out 6 plates at once on a tray. After 3 trips back and forth, on the 4th, she simply cradled the steamer in her arms. Observing this, Jiang Che was no longer surprised. After relocating a few of his preferred dishes closer, he finally dispelled the spiritual energy surrounding the food. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Gu Shi could no longer contain herself. She seized her chopsticks and began to devour the meal with remarkable speed. Chapter 77. Lin Yu, colluding with the demon clan? Sated and content, Gu Shi reclined in the rocking chair, blissfully caressing her belly. Lin Yu, you must take responsibility. You've made me quite round. Jiang Ke, his expression laden with exasperation, retorted, be mindful of your words. You overindulged on your own accord. The ingredients for tonight's meal were all enhanced with spirit herbs of the 3rd grade or higher, rendering each dish equivalent to a top-tier 3rd grade elixir, capable of replenishing both energy and blood. Even a master would struggle to consume such a feast. Gu Shi pouted, seemingly reproaching him. Who told you to make it so delectable? Fine, blame it on me then, Jiang Che replied as he rose to open the courtyard door. Your Highness, once you have finished, you ought to depart promptly. Gu Shi straightened slightly, turning to Jiang Che with a serious demeanor. I did not come merely to partake in your culinary delights. I have matters to discuss with you. What elixirs? Jiang Che presumed she wished him to concoct some. Directly inquiring, it is not about elixirs, Gu Shi said, her countenance growing solemn. There exists a secret realm in Baiduan Mountain, where a 6th grade alchemist resides. Recently, the Zixiao sword sect sent a contingent to investigate. After some difficulties, they located the entrance to the secret realm. You're a 5th grade alchemist. This secret realm should be beneficial for you. Are you interested in embarking on this journey? Baiduan Mount. Jiang Che paused, settling back down calmly. That is the territory of the demon clan. I have no desire to walk into certain death. If you wish to go, then go alone. I knew you would say that, Gu Shi replied, her expression one of knowing anticipation. Taking a sip of tea, she continued, during my year at Lantian Palace, you have not engaged in any cultivation, spending your days brewing wine and tending to the fields. How could you possibly be interested in a secret realm? However, our visit is not merely for the secret realm. Baiduan Mountain was once human territory, seized by the demon clan a millennium ago. Now, Qingyue Xianzuan has severely weakened the Serpent King and reclaimed Baiduan Mountain. We need to take control. Zhang Guqinao did. If other sects were to seize the territory, it would be a fool's errand for the dynasty to attempt reclamation. Yet, the Zixiao sword sect is not interested in territory unless there is a significant spirit vein. Since you are not interested in the secret realm, why are you telling me this? Taking control of Baiduan Mountain is not my concern. Gu Shi leaned in conspiratorially, whispering in Jiang Che's ear, the Zixiao sword sect is in turmoil. Lin Yu seems to have colluded with the demon clan. Seeing Jiang Che raise an eyebrow, Gu Shi's excitement grew. During this expedition to Baiduan Mountain, Qin Yue Xinzuan has been covertly monitoring all disciples' movements. It is said that dozens of teams, numbering in the hundreds, would have been utterly annihilated had it not been for Qin Yue Xinzuan's presence. According to scouts, it appears there was a leak regarding the route. The specifics are unclear to me, but many powerful factions such as Miaoying Sect, Fanyan Valley, and Dan Sect are eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Yu, colluding with the Demon Clan. Jiang Che's interest peaked. Lin Yu transmitted information through the guise of a demon, while his human form played an utterly ordinary role, exhibiting no signs of impropriety. How is this collusion uncovered? When do we depart? Seeing Jiang Che acquiesce, Gu Shi beamed with joy. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. With that, seemingly apprehensive of Jiang Che having a change of heart, she hurriedly left Lantian Palace. Observing Gu Shi's silhouette, Jiang Che found himself at a loss for words. In a previous life, Gu Shi had been Lin Yu's wife, and now, as Lin Yu faced peril, she appeared oddly exhilarated. The following morning, Gu Shi dutifully rapped on the door, and Jiang Che, not one to indulge in laziness, had risen early to freshen up. He accompanied her aboard the cloud vessel. "What are the soldiers stationed at Baiduan Mountain?" he inquired, noticing only Gu Shi and her maid on the cloud vessel. "The trial of the traitors must certainly be at the Zixiao Sword Sect," Gu Shi replied with a nervous smile, before urging the vessel to vanish from Dezhou. Alas! Colluding with the Demon Clan, what audacity Lin Yu possesses. Jiang Gimuzed. Indeed, that incident with Brother Jiang was, if I recall correctly, linked to him. Yet doubts lingered. What could his true intentions be? The disciples of the Zixiao Sword Sect had already begun to murmur, much like Jiang Che had in the past. There were skeptics, believers, and many more who hurled invectives. Simultaneously, numerous cultivators were relieved that the search for the secret realm was discreetly accompanied by the revered Qin Yue Xianjun. Otherwise, the intersect disciples would have faced grave losses. At Baiyun Peak, Ru Siwei wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Could it be a misunderstanding? Little junior brother. Do you not know him? He dedicates himself to cultivation daily. How could he conspire with the Demon Clan? You must not send him to the law enforcement hall. When you sent brother to the law enforcement hall, it left us disheartened. Junior brother. Ru Siwei's voice grew cold as she saw Qing Yue's expression harden. Reluctantly, she glanced at Ru Siwei. Her heart softened. It is not that I wish to send him to the law enforcement hall, but his actions are undeniably treasonous. The routes were to be charted by them. Yet after departure, aside from Lin Yu, I altered the paths of every team. Had it not been for Lin Yu, how would you explain the ambush to those stationed along the original route? Though uncertain how Lin Yu had disseminated the information, it was irrefutable that he had connections with the Demon Clan. This was a certainty. Ru Siwei stood in shock, unable to fathom that her junior brother could truly be guilty of such collusion, a transgression that warranted a descent into the abyss of demons. No, he cannot be allowed to leave. She pleaded, "Master, I implore you." Junior brother was merely momentarily misguided. He must have his reasons. Please do not take him to the law enforcement hall. Ru Siwei knelt, vigorously bowing her head until her forehead bled, yet she did not relent. Witnessing Ru Siwei's fervent pleas for Lin Yu, Qin Yue was momentarily transported back to when Xiao Che was wrongfully accused, her own fervor then palpable. Why? Why did you not plead for Xiao Che when he was taken to the law enforcement hall? Lin Yu has only been in the sect for a few years. What enchantment has he cast upon you? Ru Siwei, with tear-filled eyes, looked up and offered a sorrowful smile when I found myself in trouble. It was brother who indulgently resolved my predicaments. When I encountered obstacles in cultivation, it was brother's gentle guidance that illuminated my path. Throughout my life, I have lacked for nothing materially, but if a family values only profit, then all who approach me do so with ulterior motives. It was only upon arriving at Baiyun Peak that I felt the warmth of home. Gradually, I found myself enamored with brother, yet no matter how subtly I hinted, he regarded me merely as a sister, as kin, devoid of any romantic inclination. After witnessing brother's indifference towards sister, I dared to hope that perhaps I still had a chance. However, the outcome was quite different. My senior brother regarded me as if I were a plague, keeping his distance. In contrast, my junior brother understood my trials and tribulations, taking me to explore the mountains and rivers, revealing to me the splendor of the world. Qingyue seemed to sense something, quietly awaiting the next words from Siwei. If Siwei were to fall heavily to the ground, choking back tears, she would implore, "Given that my junior brother treats me with such kindness, how could I not plead for him? I earnestly request our master to spare my little junior brother." Qingyue found herself momentarily lost in thought. Since Siwei's arrival at Baiyun Peak, she had always appeared innocent and untainted, much like a younger sister nurtured by Xiaoqie. To Qingyue, they were akin to siblings, and she could hardly fathom that Siwei had once harbored feelings for Xiaoqie, only to now seemingly fall for Lin Yu, who had caused Xiaoqie harm. Xiaoqie cherished Siwei above all. Whatever she desired, he would undoubtedly fulfill. Why then would she develop affections for a traitor who had inflicted pain upon Xiaoqie? Qingyue closed her eyes, no longer able to bear the sight of the sorrowful Siwei. It was too late. I had already delivered Lin Yu to the law enforcement hall, and in half a day's time, the moment of judgment would arrive. Chapter 78. The trial in the law enforcement hall. Numerous elders from various factions gathered. Gushi occupied the leftmost end, her curious gaze fixated on Lin Yu standing at the center. His disheveled appearance suggested he had not rested in quite some time. "This fellow is rather unimpressive. Why on earth did I marry him in my dream?" Gushi silently scoffed, though her thoughts shifted when she noticed Jiangche behind Qinyu, rendering it somewhat reasonable. Had it not been for Jiangche discovering those ancient texts, she might have unwittingly allied with Lin Yu, just as in her dream. "Will you be the one to judge, or shall I?" Ziyang turned to Qinyu, aware that this matter was far beyond a mere trial. It involved disciples of the sect who were paragons of talent, and the ensuing punishment would undoubtedly be severe, intended to demonstrate the sect's resolve to Jiangche. This young man had not advanced in cultivation since the martial arts competition, remaining stagnant at the second level of the Dao Palace. It was evident he was dissatisfied with Qing Yu's previous handling of Lin Yu. Although expressing his discontent through his own stagnation was foolish, he felt powerless. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. Qing Yu cast a glance at the nearly drowsy Jiangche behind her and began recounting the entire ordeal of this secret realm journey, including the trap she had deliberately set for Lin Yu. Jiangche stood behind Gu Shi, calmly observing his master's demeanor. At which point had she returned? If she could target Lin Yu, it must have been after his demise, when she discerned his true nature. Yet, such underhanded tactics did not seem characteristic of the future Qing Yu. System, I was born on the day of destruction. Naturally, she returned then as well. Zhang Gebaozid, wishing to inquire further, but the system interjected, stating she was still in the awakening phase, not yet fully returned. That is not what I'm asking, I mean. Jiangche hesitated, realizing that no amount of questioning would alter the fact of their return. It was merely a fragment of the Tao's consciousness. It possessed no greater understanding than he did. As Jiangche conversed with the system, Qing Yu had finished her recounting and coldly regarded Lin Yu. "Do you have anything to add?" Lin Yu forced a smile. "Since this is a scheme specifically targeting me, is there really any need for further discussion? However, I wish to know why you suspect me. I have never betrayed the sect." His strongest ally within the Zixiao sword sect was Qing Yu. Although there were countless ways to prove his innocence, the fact that she had begun to set traps against him rendered explanations and attempts at self-justification futile. His lack of talent had already made him the subject of envy for being accepted under Qing Yu's tutelage, and after this incident, he would undoubtedly become a pariah. Unlike Jiangche, who had established roots within the sect and shared a deep bond with Qing Yu, remaining under suspicion would render his position within the Zixiao sword sect untenable. It might be prudent to acknowledge the situation and gauge the opinions of others. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention shifted back to Qing Yu, their curiosity piqued. According to her, Lin Yu had exhibited no flaws. Why then had she orchestrated such a scheme against him? Qing Yu glanced at the puppet. Had she not glimpsed a fragment of the future, she would not have resorted to such tactics. Sensing the collective gaze, Jiangche shrugged. "Don't look at me. I've been staying with old Wu during this time, uninterested in the affairs of Baiyun Peak." The crowd fell silent. Indeed, Jiang Che had not had any contact with by Yunfeng over the past year. Yet, if it were not for Jiang Che's suggestion, what motive would Qingyue have to orchestrate such a scheme? Was she not afraid of falsely accusing her disciple once more? There was no point in saying more. Lin Yu, will you take your own life, or shall I escort you to the abyss? In light of our master-disciple bond, I do not wish for your demise to be so ignoble. Qingyue casually tossed a spirit sword, her cold gaze fixed upon Lin Yu. The mere thought of the future, Xiao Che being wrongfully accused and punished by the Zhixiao divine thunder, ignited a fire within her, suffocating her with pain. It seemed that only by eliminating Lin Yu could she find peace. The spirit sword clanged sharply against the ground as Lin Yu calmly grasped it, his eyes devoid of fear as they met Qingyue's. Master, after trailing by your side for several years, do we not share even a shred of disciple loyalty? He was willing to gamble, hoping that their bond would sway her favorably. Qingyue fell silent, though Lin Yu had not been with her as long as Xiao Che. How could there be no feelings? Observing Lin Yu's unflinching demeanor in the face of death, her murderous intent began to wane. Yet, the thought of the future Xiao Che. Master, I implore you. The disciples undergoing this trial have not been harmed. My junior brother merely acted out of confusion. Please spare him this time. Ruo Siwei squeezed through the crowd, her disheveled hair and swollen eyes betraying her haste in rushing over after awakening. Gazing at the tear-streaked Siwei and recalling the time at by Yunfeng when her forehead had bled from a fall, Qingyue's heart softened. The future had yet to unfold. Perhaps it could indeed be altered. If her future self had granted Xiao Che so many opportunities without knowing the truth, why could she not extend a chance to Lin Yu? Perhaps he was merely lost on the wrong path. With sincere correction, he might yet turn over a new leaf. After all, they were both her disciples. Xiao Che, what do you think? Ultimately, Qingyue left Lin Yu's fate in the hands of the puppet. Over the course of a year, she had begun to blur the lines between the puppet and Jiang Che. His decision should echo Xiao Che's will. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Che's face darkened. Truly, his esteemed master had cast him onto the pyre. Not only Jiang Che, but all the elders witnessing this trial were rendered speechless. Having already hesitated, it was clear she intended to save him. Now that a choice had been made, why burden Jiang Che with the decision? To save him would align with her wishes, but she must not forget that Lin Yu had previously slandered Jiang Che. Once the decision to save was uttered, how would the disciples of the Zhixiao sword sect regard Jiang Che thereafter? A strong yet pliable figure? Conversely, to condemn him would incite her wrath and alienate Lin Yu. One may be magnanimous, but one must not be a fool. Jiang Che, having spoken, closed his eyes, ignoring Ruo Siwei's hopeful gaze. It was succinct and to the point. Qingyue's expression grew strained. It was merely a puppet, yet it seemed to hold great significance. Sensing the collective gaze of the crowd, Qingyue shattered the spirit sword in Lin Yu's hand and turned to face the true Master Ziyang. Master, Lin Yu is after all my disciple. Let me take his punishment in his stead. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi quietly stepped outside. It was over. When Qingyue was willing to take the punishment for Lin Yu, this incident could only be deemed a misunderstanding. The heavenly oath, why conspire with demons? How did the serpent demon become involved? Lin Yu possessed countless ways to vindicate his innocence. The earlier acknowledgement would lead the other disciples to associate him with Qingyue's unwavering integrity, believing that it was once again her steadfastness that had wounded Lin Yu's heart. This time, he is the most unfortunate, unwilling even to spare his own junior brother. What kind of good person could that be? He was certain that within 3 days, such sentiments would spread throughout the sect. When it comes to manipulating public opinion, no one could surpass Lin Yu. In the system space, the system was equally enraged by this scene. Qingyue was a fool, a simpleton. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate Lin Yu? If he were to be killed, no, it would be wiser to keep him alive. For resurrection was the simplest feat for Lin Yu. If he were slain, the situation would spiral out of control. Yet, recalling the scene at the law enforcement hall still left the system somewhat vexed. It glared at the 300,000 destiny points on the system panel, gritting its teeth, and spent them all. Initially, it intended to synchronize the awakening of the memories of significant figures from the previous life as time progressed, but if this continued, that would no longer be feasible. Each one must be addressed individually. Qingwei, I am eager to see if, after awakening all your memories, you will still believe that your actions today were justifiable. Chapter 79. The uncontrolled purple cloud, divine thunder, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting a blood-red hue across the sky, clouds surged like tumultuous waterfalls. A group of spirited sword-wielding youths brushed past Jiang Che, their bright eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Who among them had not once harbored ambitions, yearning to wield their 3-foot sword and restore an era of prosperity to the world? Hey, which peak do you belong to? Wu Nuanua inquired, observing a disciple leisurely strolling at the edge of a cliff, seemingly uninterested in cultivation. Jiang Che turned his gaze back to the girl in the green attire, who boldly extended her sword before her, as though she sought to challenge him. It was only upon surveying his surroundings that he realized he had unknowingly wandered into a training ground. I am not a disciple of the Purple Cloud Sword sect, Jiang Che replied with a gentle smile, his lips pressed together. Although he had not encountered Wu Nuanua frequently, he had always found her demeanor pleasant. Learning that she had survived the trials of 100 Break Mountain brought him joy. In his previous life, her demise had been a small regret. Lunono retrated her sword, her tone turning brusue. So, you have come merely to spectate? The incident involving Lin Yu had become widely known, bringing disgrace to their sect. During this time, whenever disciples from other sects greeted them, the first question was invariably, I hear a traitor has emerged from your Purple Cloud Sword sect's direct disciples. This had rendered them unable to hold their heads high. Discovering that Jiang Che was not a sect disciple, Wu Nuanua's initial fondness waned. Jiang Che waved his hand dismissively. One might say, I am here to observe. His casual remark, delivered with a hint of bravado, elicited a sense of irritation from Wu Nuanua. I'm curious to see what grounds you have to watch. Being at the pinnacle of the spirit sea, are you afraid? A provocation. Jiang Che chuckled lightly. I am an alchemist. I do not wield a sword. It was a well-accepted notion that alchemists were not skilled in combat. Even if Wu Nuanua wished to teach him a lesson, she could not strike out against an alchemist. Noticing the absence of any weapon on Jiang Che, Wu Nuanua felt a knot of frustration in her chest, unable to find an outlet. How dare you come here so brazenly? Leave at once. Without waiting for Jiang Che to respond, she approached him, attempting to lift him as one might a chick. However, the disparity in their heights, coupled with Jiang Che's substantial foundation, thwarted her efforts time and again, rendering her attempts somewhat comical. Do you dare deceive me? Though she stood at the pinnacle of the spirit sea, opponents of her caliber were few. The realization that she could not budge Jiang Che, even with all her strength, led Wu Nuanua to the conclusion that he could not possibly be an alchemist. Enlightened by this thought, she drew her sword, intent on teaching Jiang Che a lesson. Jiang Che pursed his lips, effortlessly dodging her numerous strikes, while internally critiquing her technique as scattered and lacking cohesion, her swordplay and movement failing to harmonize, rife with openings. Seeing her attacks yield no results, Wu Nuanua's fury ignited, and she resolved to unleash her full power. Yet, suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air. With a sharp clang, metal met metal, and Wu Nuanua felt a tingling sensation in her arm as she watched her spiritual sword plunge into the ground, beside which a dagger formed from spiritual energy remained suspended, as if it were real. Wu Nuanua stood frozen, astonished. Had this individual truly bested her with a single blow? To cultivate one's swordsmanship, one must first refine the body. Bearing a weight of 10,000 pounds, one must circumnavigate the sword concealment peak 10 times daily for 6 months. Following this, one should draw the sword with utmost vigor 3,000 times and unleash sword energy with equal fervor 3,000 times. Even with such dedication, one may find themselves unable to defeat formidable opponents, leading me to question whether you are truly a disciple of the Purple Cloud Sword sect. Zhang Qies Stern Vase, laced with disappointment, echoed through the air, causing Wu Nuanua to shudder as if reprimanded by a master, standing rigidly. Yet, upon meeting Jiang Che's teasing gaze, she hesitated. After all, he was not her master. Why should she fear him? Do you dare to toy with me? Have I played you for a fool? The essence of cultivation lies in the foundation. Sword training strengthens the physique. While a woman's sword may embody grace, this does not imply that technique supersedes physicality. In 1 year's time, even his casual strikes were beyond her defense, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment in admitting that the insights she had in her room were indeed imparted by him. Wu was momentarily taken aback. There was a degree of truth to his words. However, the thought of running 10 laps around Sword Concealment Peak was daunting. It felt like a death sentence. Though you possess great strength, your understanding of Sword Concealment Peak is lacking. The peak features a specialized track for body refinement, with each lap measuring 30 miles, 10 laps, 300 miles, all while carrying a colossal stone weighing 10,000 pounds. It is utterly impossible. Ask your elder brother. Did he accomplish such a feat? Elder brother? Wu Nuo pondered briefly before nodding, recalling that the rascal spent all his time either practicing swordplay or immersing himself in the endless canyon. As a practitioner at the mid-stage of the Dao Palace, it was indeed within his capabilities. You know my brother? Jiang Che smiled, casting a glance toward the peak. Wu Chun, the disciple of the Sword Madman, humorously dubbed the Little Sword Madman. Who does not know him? His words were not meant as sarcasm, but rather as a mark of respect. The Sword Madman was a formidable being of the life and death realm, who once suppressed powerful entities of the demon clan with mere strength from the illusory realm. The divide between the illusory and life and death realms is vast. Yet Elder Jin confronted the challenge head-on and even succeeded in slaying a being of the life and death realm, thus earning his moniker. Wu Chun, being called the Little Sword Madman, reflects the high expectations the Purple Cloud Sword sect has for him. While Wu Nuo felt her brother was merely average, she took pleasure in hearing others praise him. At least you possess some discernment. What is that? Following Wu Nuo's gaze, they beheld the sky swirling with crimson clouds, expanding incessantly. Purple lightning danced within the storm clouds, coiling ominously, seemingly poised to obliterate all creation. Jiang Che was taken aback and swiftly dragged Wu Nuo away from the Purple Cloud Sword sect. The Purple Cloud Sword was summoning the divine thunder of the purple clouds, and it appeared to be spiraling out of control, though the cause remained a mystery. Remaining any longer would surely invite death. The divine thunder of the purple clouds is stratified by levels, and the crimson hue was potent enough to strike down those at the Unity Realm. The gale swept through the bewildered Wu Nuo, and by the time she regained her senses, they had already traversed 1,000 miles away. The direction of the Purple Cloud Sword sect was engulfed in thunder, with countless bolts of purple lightning cascading from the heavens. What is happening? What has transpired with that heavenly thunder? Jiang Che shook his head, equally perplexed. The Purple Cloud Sword should have been sealed. I recall from my previous life. Previous life. Jiang Che was momentarily stunned, his gaze growing distant as he vanished into the vast expanse of the forest. Meanwhile, the esteemed elders of the Zixiao Sword sect, all at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, finally managed to pacify the Zixiao Sword. Turning their gaze to the desolate state of their sect, they ultimately focused on Qingyue. At this moment, Qingyue's aura was exceedingly unstable, filled with anguish and despair, an overwhelming intent to kill that compelled them to worry if something terrible had transpired. Despite being in the mid-stage of the life and death realm, she evoked a sense of trepidation, as though they were confronting an unparalleled powerhouse. Ziyang, what is happening? The speaker was the janitor of the Zixiao Palace, a figure whose name was unknown to all. Ziyang replied with a bitter smile. I am as perplexed as our ancestors. During the law enforcement hall, Lin Yu had already employed the heavenly oath to affirm his innocence. Thus, with no issues present, the alleged punishment seemed unnecessary. Observing Qingyue, who was half kneeling on the ground, Ziyang wore a look of utter bewilderment. Chapter 80. He is the greatest enemy master. I am deeply grateful to you. Were it not for your intervention, I would have perished at the hands of Jiang Che. Without your guidance, I could not have achieved today's monumental feat. Lin Yu stood in the void, confronted by an endless sea of flames. More precisely, a colossal alchemical furnace engulfing all living beings within its grasp. Qin Yu's expression was cold, seemingly indifferent to her physical wounds. She remained oblivious even to her fading soul, her fury palpable as she demanded. So, my innocence and the deeds of Xiao Che are all attributed to you? Lin Yu chuckled softly, nodding as he gazed at his master, Jiang Che, whose prowess was so formidable that it led him to suspect Jiang Che might indeed be the fabled child of destiny. Without the favor of the heavenly Tao, I would not have survived. Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret. Fortunately, you all have driven him to utter despair. You shattered his aspirations of saving the world, and you have procured for me a slender thread of survival. Having battled Jiang Che for a millennium, he understood him best, given Jiang Che's capabilities. He might not have perished at that time. Thankfully, it was the severance of Jiang Che's final resolve by the three of them that allowed for his eventual destruction. One could say that his success was inextricably linked to the assistance of his master and the disdain of the world towards Jiang Che. Observing his master, now on the brink of death, Lin Yu crouched down and remarked, I had no intention of killing you. Alas, I am but a step away from devouring the heavenly Tao. At this juncture, Lin Yu chose not to elaborate further. He harbored a disdain for explanations. For he knew one crucial truth: never underestimate your enemy. Though all beings had been consumed by him, and his master had lost all hope of retaliation, unexpected occurrences could always arise. As Lin Yu's madness for power unfolded, Qing Yu, her eyes bloodshot, stared at him unwaveringly. I have treated you kindly, and the world has treated you kindly. Why then do you commit such heinous acts that provoke the wrath of heaven and man? How could you bring harm upon billions of lives? Controlling the flames with a smirk, Lin Yu responded, And what of Jiang Che? Did he not treat you well? Time and again, he rescued you from peril, willing to stand against all for the sake of the world. Yet in the end, it was your own hands that pierced his heart and his body that was devoured. I merely employed the same methods he used against you. Qing Yu was taken aback, and all beings fell silent, their minds conjuring an image of a young man in black, shrouded by an endless darkness. It dawned upon them that the darkness behind him was in fact the light. Were they, then, paying the price for the seeds they had sown? A profound silence enveloped them all. The youthful idealist, the child she had watched grow, had been annihilated by those he sought to save. Qing Yu laughed and wept, a madwoman's mirth echoing in the void. It appears there was never a so-called treacherous ancestor. Xiao Che was never a traitor. How could I have believed him to be a person who sought power at all costs? His sword was always drawn solely for those close to him. Qing Yu's vision blurred, engulfed by a sensation akin to being trapped in a quagmire. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. As she recalled Xiao Che's eyes, filled with despair yet tranquility at the moment of his demise, she bitterly smiled and